The two girls started using a combination of pleading and flattery. Yami whimpered, Zhang Yi. Before she could finish, he reassured her, don't worry, I said I'd save her, and I definitely will. Go. I have 2 supernatural abilities to help me now. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not too difficult for me. As he thought, that strange cry must be from a mutated human or a mutated creature. He pulled out his phone and called someone. The other end asked, Brother Zhang, what's up? He proposed, I have to go out on a trip to Tianqing Academy to save someone. Come with me. The other person, recognizing this as a righteous act, immediately agreed. Saving someone? Okay, I'll go with you. Zhang Yi's face was deep in thought. If someone like Yang Han, who can't even walk properly, could survive for a month, it means that thing isn't so powerful that 3 superhumans can't handle it. Looking at the food in front of him, he thought to himself, eating too much will affect my movement. If I use up too much energy, the food and water in the subspace are enough to replenish me. He made another call. Assembled weapons can also be put into the subspace. I prepared higher caliber bullets for the pistol. When facing mutated variants, we absolutely cannot be careless. The voice on the other end reported, Brother Zhang, I've crossed the river and I'm waiting for you by the road. Zhang Yi instructed Yang Mi and Kai Ni, I have to go. For your safety while I'm gone, go down to the shelter. Yang Mi asked innocently, why go down to the basement? Isn't it safe here? But Kai Ni thought Yang Mi didn't need to ask so many questions. Just go if he told them to. She quickly pushed her. All right, stop asking. Let's go. Kai Ni, being clever, easily saw through Zhang Yi's intentions. He was doing this because he was worried that Han's news was fabricated to trick him, which, after all, was his usual style. Once the 2 girls were inside, he locked the door. This way, even if someone breaks in, you 2 will be safe. I prepared enough food and water. Take care of yourselves. Kai Ni replied cheerfully, thank you, Zhang Yi. We'll wait for you to come back. Yami reminded him, Zhang Yi, you have to bring Han back safely. He promised, as long as she's safe when I get there, I'll definitely bring her back without a scratch. It's no harm. He turned his back and sighed. If I could, I wouldn't want to be wary of even those closest to me. But these times are like this. If you want to survive peacefully, you have to be careful. You can't be the slightest bit careless. Xianlei had arrived, and, seeing Zhang Yi, called out, Brother Zhang, I'm here. Zhang Yi replied, didn't I say to meet at 9 a.m.? Look what time it is. Xianlei scratched his head embarrassedly. I was afraid I'd be late and delay Brother Zhang's work. Hearing these words, Zhang Yi could only sigh. He summoned his car and told Xianlei, get in, it's cold outside. Once settled in the car, Xianlei started to speak. Brother Zhang, where are we going today? To a school to save someone. He was a little puzzled, but didn't comment. Save someone. Oh, I understand. It must be a relative or a very important friend of Brother Zhang, right? Zhang Yi replied, a very important person, something like that. He thought to himself, Yang Han's programming skills are really something I want right now. Then Xianlei started rambling, Brother Zhang, I'm not bragging, but Li from our village, she definitely has a crush on me. The way she looks at me is different from others. She even ran over to thank me. Girls these days are so shy. If she likes me, she should just say it. Why be so embarrassed? Xianlei's incessant chatter annoyed Zhang Yi. His eyes darkened. If he didn't need this fatty for the upcoming task, he really wanted to kick him out of the car. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, what's the attitude of the people in your village towards me now? Xianlei stammered that. Seeing him sweating, Zhang Yi looked rather smug. Normally, I killed more than half of the young men in your village. It would be strange if they liked me. Then he exclaimed, they're here, causing Xianlei to gape as he followed his gaze. The person riding a motorcycle greeted him, Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Yi politely got out of the car and returned the greeting, long time no see, Uncle Yu. You're looking well. The man Zhang Yi called Uncle Yu appeared very vigorous. Of course, I feel like I've become 10 years younger, like I'm in my 30s again. My physical and mental strength are overflowing. Zhang Yi introduced the 2. This is Fatty, Su Chunlei, an ice-type ability user. He can control ice and snow. This is Uncle Yu, Yu Ji Guang, a body enhancement ability user, and a respectable veteran. The two men chuckled awkwardly. So, all three of us here are ability users. Six eyes met. The apocalypse had just begun, and awakened individuals were pitifully few. The chance of three gathering together was even lower. Ji Guang asked, Zhang Yi, what are we doing this time? What requires all three of us? Xianlei added, three ability users going together, the other party must be someone important, right? Zhang Yi waved his hand. Don't overthink it. We're just going to the academy to rescue a female student. She's my girlfriend's younger sister. I just found out her whereabouts. She's at the school about 20 kilometers from here. Then he put his arms around their shoulders. I've detected something unusual around there, possibly mutated creatures. I called you both along to ensure safety. Xianlei looked a little worried. Mutated creatures, not mutated humans? Zhang Yi explained. Who says only humans can mutate? Humans can mutate, and so can any living cell. Ji Guang asked, do you know what it is? Zhang Yi replied, I don't know either. There's so many species in Tianhai City. So many people have pets, and the seafood market has fish, shrimp, and crabs. Who knows what mutated into a monster? Of course, it could also be a human, but if it were a human, they'd definitely be insane. He thought to himself, that horrific sound is definitely not something a normal person could make. Ji Guang seemed very optimistic. It's alright, whatever it is, the three of us together can handle it, right? Zhang Yi agreed. That's exactly what I was thinking. The three of us together, and nothing can threaten our safety. The car started moving, and the three of them were full of spirit. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Alright, let's set off. At the former site of Tianqing Academy, in the gymnasium, two girls were vehemently criticizing Han Han. Everyone else is dead, so why are you, the good-for-nothing, still alive? It's because of your crippled self that they were implicated. You got everyone killed. Han Han just silently listened to the scolding. Why did we have to bring her along? What use is a cripple? Why should she be allowed to live? A girl among the Tianqing Academy students spoke up worriedly. Do you guys think we can survive? Another replied, of course we can survive. We definitely can, but so many people have already died. A girl holding her head listed the names of the deceased: Li Huimin, Yuan Cixi, Zhao Huan, Tong Xinya. The sight of Han Han was infuriating. The brown-haired girl gritted her teeth. Why? Everyone else is dead, but she still looks like it has nothing to do with her. She pointed directly at Han Han's face. So many people are dead. How? Is this cripple still alive? Every time we escape, we have to bring her along. It's such a pain. Teacher Liang too. Why not just leave her for the monsters? Wouldn't that be easier? Another added, that's right. What's the point of her living? In this state, she'll probably die of illness someday anyway. Yet another chimed in, I think she's a jinx. She doesn't die herself, but she gets other people killed. The brown-haired girl continued to agitate the others. I think she's a burden. If she were dead, everyone wouldn't have to suffer like this. A purple-haired girl suggested, if she dies, the monsters won't let us go either. But if there's a next time, should we leave her behind to distract the monsters? The girl with glasses agreed. If that's the case, at least her sacrifice would have meaning. Another female student spoke up. It's already come to this. What's she even fighting for? Living on will only make her a burden. A male student with glasses added, we've protected her for so long. That's already being more than kind. Hearing this, the student next to him suggested, how about next time we don't bring her along? Cheng Wu thought everyone's calculations were completely pointless. What's the use of talking? Teacher Liang never has the heart to leave anyone behind. And the result? Haven't more and more people died. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a girl walked calmly towards Han Han. It was Ming Ning. Seeing her, Han Han stammered, Zhang Ming Ning. Ka Ran spoke up to defend her. Zhang Ming Ning. Han Han is also a person. She also has the right to live. What gives you the right to say that? The deaths of the others can't be blamed on Han Han. Someone in the group disagreed, but someone who can only sit in a wheelchair is really a burden on everyone. The Tianqing Academy students began to chatter amongst themselves, agreeing with Zhang Mengning, saying that Han Han was using her disability to gain sympathy. The group continued to criticize Han Han, saying that it was because of her excessive kindness that they were implicated and that she should just die. At this point, Han Han couldn't hold back her tears. Ka-ran retorted angrily, "What have you all done for Han Han? Every time, it's only me who helps her. Don't project your own despair onto others." Meng Ning's voice dripped with disdain. "Lu Ka-ran, you're truly pathetic. She's a young lady from a prominent family, and you're just a student who got in through connections." She added sarcastically, "If she wasn't disabled, would she be friends with you? I think she just wants to boss you around and feel superior." Ka-ran couldn't accept Meng Ning's harsh words and loudly denied them. "No, Han Han isn't like that." Han Han, heartbroken, didn't want to hear another word. Suddenly, a girl appeared, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Everyone, stop arguing. At a time like this, we need to unite." The girl turned to Han Han. "Don't worry. Even though you're a burden right now, we won't abandon you." She offered Han Han a hand in friendship. "I believe you won't resent everyone, right? Let's continue to be good friends." Suddenly, something unidentified fell near them. Someone cried out in alarm. "It's bad. That monster is back." One of them was unfortunately attacked by the monster. The scene was utterly horrifying. Someone was dragged away by its claws. It turned out to be the cat monster. It picked her up and licked her a few times, then prepared to put her in its mouth to enjoy. But someone inside the building yelled, "No." Everyone started running away from where Han Han and Ka-ran were standing. "Quick, get away from that burden." They ran as fast as they could towards the main door, but it was frozen solid. "Damn it, it's frozen." One of the Tianqing Academy students shouted, "Open the door, otherwise we'll all die here." Before they could do anything, the cat jumped into the gymnasium, its mouth still holding the person. To their horror, it seemed the unfortunate victim was no longer moving. It gleefully held her up with both hands, as if showing off its trophy. As quick as lightning, it bit into her, to the horror of everyone present. The short-haired girl stammered in terror, Don't eat me." The crazy cat only ate half of her before discarding the rest. Then it jumped over, growling loudly. Leon looked at the situation and thought, this monster did this on purpose. It took advantage of the time when the teachers were protecting everyone while searching for food. It took this opportunity to come here and challenge us. He assessed the situation, then yanked Ka-ran's hand off of Han Han's wheelchair. The chair moved, causing her to fall to the ground. Ka-ran saw this but couldn't do anything. Han Han tried to move her legs to get up, but her legs, why were they so frozen with fear right now? Defeated, she looked up at the crazed cat. Li Yong, having achieved his goal, gleefully slipped away, inwardly scorning them. A bunch of brainless idiots. Let them all die with Yang Han Han. The crazed cat stared at her, but didn't do anything yet. He ran as fast as he could to escape. Suddenly, its crazed eyes darted. He thought he'd gotten away, but the cat's paw snatched him, pinning him to the ground. The force was so strong that he was now covered in strawberry syrup. He desperately crawled toward the others, reaching out for help. I don't want to die. Panic erupted in the gymnasium. Ka-ran took this opportunity to help her friend. Han Han, let's go. Chung Wu and the others were astonished that she was unharmed. He spoke up, I understand now. This monster attacks moving objects. Yang Han Han played dead on the ground and escaped death. The people around them murmured, and oh wonder Li Yong ran and died so quickly. So what do we do? Play dead. Chung Wu suggested a plan. Playing dead won't work. Everyone knows this monster is toying with us. Everyone in the hall hesitated. We have to do this. Chung Wu suddenly shouted, quick. While the monster isn't looking, we leave. Everyone was drawn to his words. Staying here is certain death. Someone has to go out and call Teacher Liang, or we'll all die. The crowd scrambled to escape. The injured Li Yong cried out, help me. Don't leave me. They paused, listening to his pleas. Please, everyone. Hao Chung Wu, Kai-ran, are we good friends? Then Li Yong shouted, look over there. They're running. They're running. His face smeared with blood and tears. He let out a crazed laugh. If I die, none of you will survive. The others ran, fuming. Damn it, he's dying and trying to drag us down with him. The giant cat monster noticed and swung its paw, knocking down several people. The man sprawled on the ground raged. Don't even think about surviving. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. The cat suddenly turned and darted away in a different direction. Those escaping with Chang Wu behind him said, "No offense, but it's better for you guys to die than for us to die with you." Chang Wu, you're so smart. Let those guys distract the monster so we can escape. He turned back and replied, "That thing, I knew it was like a mutated cat. This chaos happened in 2 seconds." Chang Wu continued, "Cats are playful. They have to play with their prey before eating it. Plus, unless they're starving, they don't have much interest in mice." The few people still running behind the monstrous cat. Thwack! Its tail slammed into one of them, blood splattering everywhere. A nearby person crouched down in fear and cried out, "Save me." The monster's crimson eyes were suddenly drawn to a sharp voice. "You damned monster. Don't you dare harm my students." Ms. Liang stood with her sword amidst the sleet. People cried out joyfully, "Ms. Liang! Ms. Liang is back." The tip of her sword was sharp and gleaming. She brandished her sword and lunged at the cat with incredible speed. Her first strike was swift, but unfortunately, the monster was equally agile, leaping out of the way. Looking at the unfortunate victims lying cold on the ground, she thought, "How can I make this monster relent?" Pointing her sword at the cat, Liang Yu considered, "Fighting here will only endanger more students. I need to lure it outside first." The monster lunged towards a few bodies, then abruptly turned and dashed outside. Still in fighting stance, Ms. Liang thought, "This monster is cunning. I can't be careless." Standing and watching the heavy snow fall, she thought this cat-and-mouse game. Footprints marked the thick, white snow as her thoughts continued. How long can I protect the remaining students like this? Striding back inside, carrying a large bundle, Liang Yu thought, over a month, so many students, more than half are dead. If I hadn't awakened my ability, I wouldn't have been able to hold on this long. Her gaze was distant and thoughtful. One day, everyone here will die, including me. The others rushed towards Ms. Liang, calling out to her. She held out the bag she was carrying and said, "Distribute the food to everyone." Everyone cheered at the sight, but Ms. Liang went off to the side and slumped down. Meng and Gung snapped, "How is it that everyone else is dead, but you're still alive? You're the one who deserves to die the most." Han Han sat there dejectedly, listening to Meng and Gung's relentless accusations that on what basis, for what reason, are you not dead? Kai Ran spoke up at her defense. Zhang, Meng, and Gung, do you even know how to be reasonable? How can you blame Han Han for this? An argument erupted. Meng and Gung cried as she retorted, "I just don't like her, so what?" Another student intervened. Zhang, Meng, and Gung, don't be like this. Then this student approached Han Han, offering her a bag of food and saying kindly, "Han Han, eat something." Meng and Gung walked over and swatted the bag of food to the ground. "Don't waste food on her." She continued, "The food left in the school storage is limited. A cripple like her will be eaten sooner or later. It's better to save the food for others." Ms. Liang noticed and thought, not this again. Emotional outbursts every single day. She remained withdrawn, thinking, as long as it doesn't escalate to the point of costing lives, I don't have the energy to deal with it. I have to focus all my attention on that monster. Another student nearby said frantically, "It's useless. It's useless. Even more commotion is useless. We're all going to die, all going to be eaten by that monster." She continued, "Don't you all understand? We're all food that it's intentionally keeping alive. The only reason we're still alive is because it likes to eat its food alive." The student huddled in fear. There's no hope left, and there won't be any rescue. This world is truly over. Cheng Wu, seeing the situation, interrupted, "Rescue will definitely come." He took a bite of the biscuit and continued, with a forced air of confidence, "We're the elite of society, destined for greatness. How can we die here?" Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, Cheng Wu added, "If we can just get out of here, contact the outside world, my dad will definitely send someone to rescue me." He leaned against the vehicle and cautioned the others, "Stay alert, be careful. There could be danger." Uncle View looked ahead at the snow-covered landscape and said worriedly, "But everything is covered in snow. How are we going to find the person you need to rescue?" He pulled out his phone and tried to call someone, but only received the message, "The number you have dialed is not in service." He told the other two, "My phone's signal isn't very good." He walked towards them, checking the location displayed on his phone. Let's give it our all and search. This school is huge. There's bound to be a tall building sticking out. I have the school layout on my phone. If we could just find one building, we can figure out Yang Xin's relative location. Xianlei started to complain. This fancy school is ridiculously huge. I heard they even have a golf course. He placed a hand on Xianlei's shoulder and replied, "This school covers 3,000 acres. We'll drive around and search. There's no need to rush." Hearing this, Uncle View suggested, "How about we split up and search? That would be faster." But he stopped him. "No, safety is paramount. It's better if we stick together." He reassured them gently, "It's okay to be slow, as long as we're safe." Then he and the others climbed back into the vehicle and continued their journey. They arrived at a location with a large observatory. They slowly got out of the vehicle and surveyed their surroundings. He checked his phone and said, "The planetarium is located southeast in the front area of the school." Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "But the dormitories and cafeteria are north, still quite a distance away." Xianlei immediately wondered, maybe they're hiding in a large space like a classroom or the gymnasium. Given the blizzard, they need a relatively large space to maintain enough humidity. We also have to consider the danger of the ice layer cracking above. He couldn't offer a definitive answer, only saying, "It's hard to say. This school is vast. We can only search the most likely places. First, the dormitories and cafeteria. Those are the most probable. Then the gymnasium and classrooms." Suddenly, Xianlei pushed against a seemingly invisible wall and called out, "Zhang Yi, we can get in here." He had just gotten halfway through the opening when Zhang Yi said, "What good would it do to go down there? We're not here to collect telescopes." Xianlei paused. "That's true." But Zhang Yi reconsidered. "Actually, let's grab the professional astronomical equipment here. We might need it later. Uncle View, could you give him a hand?" Uncle View used all his strength to push Xianlei through. All right. Suddenly, something approached Zhang. He reacted quickly, drawing his gun and aiming it towards the approaching figure. Something's coming. As it came into view, his eyes widened in surprise. It was an animal, a mutated creature. He maintained his defensive stance, gun still raised. He sensed something about the creature. What's this? There's no hostility coming from it. The creature continued to approach without hesitation. Then, Xianlei, seeing this, called out anxiously, "Zhang Yi." Its fur bristled at his panicked cry. Uncle View stopped the two of them from going any further. "Wait!" It startled, its eyes flashing red, and ran swiftly towards Zhang Yi. He exclaimed in alarm, "So fast." Then, regaining his composure, he doubled his speed. Just as it lunged, he leaped high, flipped, and fired a shot at it. Landing lightly, he thought to himself, armor-piercing rounds can only get through its fur. Xianlei used his ability to hit it with blue snowballs. Uncle View shielded it, saying, "Xianlei, get back." Uncle View immediately attacked, causing it to writhe in pain and screech. Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed and cracked into pieces. Then, it turned and staggered away. Zhang Yi sat pondering. Is this monster a cat or a lion, tiger, or leopard that escaped from the zoo? Aiming at it, he thought, whatever it is, this monster is extremely dangerous. He started to take aim. Against this thing, a pistol's power isn't enough. I need a sniper rifle. Suddenly, it charged ferociously at him. He fired towards it. It was hit, falling back, but immediately got up, sneering. It curled up and rolled rapidly towards him. He was completely shocked, his face frozen. Damn it! He raised his hand, creating a powerful gust of air. At this range, there's no reason for me to dodge. Zhang Yi used his power to blast the cat away. Just enter the anomalous space, and no matter what creature you are, you'll be bound to death by the static world. The monster cat, enraged by the attack, meowed, and in a flash, curled into a ball and rolled away. It ran swiftly forward. He clenched his fist, a look of annoyance on his face. TSK, what a pity. Then, looking at the hole in front of him, he thought, I almost caught it. I still want to study the differences between mutated creatures and mutated humans. At this moment, Uncle View and Xianlei ran over, asking, Zhang Yi, are you alright? He replied, I'm fine. You two be careful too. The mutated cat growled loudly. All three covered their ears to avoid being deafened. Uncle View speculated. It sounds like it's cursing. Xianlei complained, and it's cursing very offensively. Having cursed, it turned to flee, its mouth still running nonstop, leaving the three of them exasperated. Uncle View wondered, where's it going? Xianlei offered his guess. Could it also have a spatial ability? Zhang Yi, sniper rifle in hand, said sternly, unlikely. If it had that ability, it would have used it against me just now. He thought about the creature. The surrounding space hasn't changed, so the monster must have run far away. They walked closer. Oh, there's a hole here. Xianlei crossed his arms, puzzled. But if this monster has always been around here, then there shouldn't be any survivors in the school. Zhang Yi, is the information we received accurate? Zhang Yi, now with his hand on his chin, said, there's something you two didn't notice earlier. He spoke with a cool demeanor. That thing didn't intend to harm us at first. Then, crouching down by the mouth of the hole, Zhang Yi continued, its psychic abilities could be highly amplified, perhaps even comparable to a human's. The three of them looked down into the hole simultaneously. He thought further. Moreover, the interconnected snow tunnels allow for air circulation. Having considered this, he said without hesitation, let's go down and have a look. Xianlei jumped up. What? Go down from here? He panicked, a hint of fear in his voice. What if we encounter that monster? This could be its territory. Zhang Yi replied. Do you even realize what you're saying? He put his hands on his hips and leaned closer to Xianlei. Have you forgotten your own ability? You're an ice and snow ability user, and you're afraid of fighting in the snow. Xianlei suddenly realized, oh right. The three of them boldly entered the tunnel, ready to explore this mysterious lair. One after another, the three of them entered the tunnel. Zhang Yi held his lamp high, revealing numerous passageways. Xianlei spoke up. This monster sure dug a lot of tunnels. He scratched his head in confusion. But underground like this, we'll never find our way. What should we do? Zhang Yi calmly replied. We'll use this to mark our path. This way we won't get lost. At that moment, Uncle View spoke. There's a strong smell of blood in the air. Xianlei speculated. It must be from that monster. Who knows how many people it's eaten already? We should go in the direction with less blood. Holding the lamp, Zhang Yi asked him, all three of us are here, and the snow is your domain. Can you be a little braver? He then produced a gun that if we really encounter it, it's the one that should be running. Uncle View looked surprised. A golden desert eagle. Zhang Yi confidently replied, don't worry. Then he asked Uncle View, your tracking ability is strong. Let's follow the monster's trail. Xianlei felt apprehensive upon hearing Zhang Yi's words that if it's looking for food, it'll definitely head towards where there are people. If we follow it, we might find survivors. He was now quite scared. But what if we run into it? That wouldn't be good. Zhang Yi responded. What are you afraid of? We're here. If we really encounter it, just do your best to bind it with ice and snow. He continued. If it behaves, we'll leave it be. But if it attacks us, we'll kill it. Xianlei conceded. All right, boss. The three of them started moving, with Zhang Yi marking their path as they went. This way, the markings would be less likely to be discovered and destroyed by the monster. The scene changed to a different location. Liang Yu was panting heavily from exhaustion. Overwhelmed by fatigue, she collapsed that I can't keep exhausting myself like this. She contemplated her next move. For 3 days straight, students have been dying at the hands of the monster. 3 days without food or water have pushed me to my limit. If this continues, we'll starve to death before the monster even gets to us. 2 students ran towards Cheng Wu and called out, Teacher Liang. Cheng Wu asked her, shouldn't we go out and look for food? If this continues, we'll starve to death. The red-haired girl also spoke up worriedly, tried to encourage her that you're our only hope. If you just rest here and don't go out to find food, What are we supposed to do? Liang Yu thought to herself, these kids think I haven't been going out for food because I'm afraid of that monster. And now they're here demanding I fulfill my duties as a teacher? She gripped her sword, calming herself. I'm a teacher. I shouldn't be angry with my students. Liang Yu then countered the girl. What if I leave and the monster attacks you again? The girl, unrepentant, pleaded. That's why we're saying, Teacher Liang, this time you have to be quick. You have to hurry back. Cheng Wu stepped forward, reassuring her, Teacher Liang, you don't have to worry about that. We'll do our best to protect everyone. Wu Chengwu fumed. At a time like this, she still wants to protect everyone? I don't know whether to call her righteous or foolish. He also felt a surge of relief, but it's a good thing she's like this. Otherwise, I might have been dead a long time ago. The other students anxiously pleaded with Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, we're counting on you. Our safety depends entirely on you. He mimicked them under his breath. Teacher Liang, we're counting on you. Our safety depends entirely on you. Before leaving, Liang Yu paused to instruct her students. All right, I'll go out. You all protect yourselves. Wu Chengwu feigned concern. Be careful, Teacher Liang. Come back soon. Seeing her leave, he calculated, I've already picked out a few scapegoats. If the monster appears, I'll push them out to buy time. Amidst the heavy snow, Liang Yu was determined. I can't keep running from that monster. Only one of us can survive, or we both perish. Kai Ran rushed over to check on Yang Xin. Does it still hurt? She reassured her friend. I'm okay. It's so cold I can't feel the pain anymore. The two optimistic girls comforted each other. Don't give up hope. We still have to keep living, right? Yeah, we can definitely survive. Zhang Ming and Geng stood there, sneering. You two are delusional. Do you think luck will always be on your side? A cripple, even if she survives, what can she do? Nothing. She'll only be a burden. She berated Xin. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. Not only do you suffer, but you also drag others down with you. Other students also taunted her. What's the point of enduring this misery? Next time the monster appears, you won't be so lucky. Kai Ran was enraged by their cruel words. Don't you dare go too far. She looked up and saw the silhouette of the mutated creature outside. That's. Kai Ran screamed in terror. Run. Everyone fled in panic. Many were unlucky and perished under Hua's claws. Seeing the danger, Wu Chengwu shoved his friend behind him. His friend yelled angrily, Wu Chengwu, you used me as a shield. You bastard. Outside, Liang Yu had approached Hua. She charged towards it, determined to take down the monster. This was her moment. Liang Yu drew her sword. She raised her sword, preparing to ambush Hua. If I win, even if I'm badly injured, my students and I can live. But it's already alerted. She was prepared to die. If I lose, I'll die. She struck, slashing at the creature. All the students watched in stunned silence as she attacked the monster. It reacted quickly, turned to fight back. Suddenly, Zhang Yi, Uncle View, and Suchan Lei appeared from behind. They were surprised. What's going on here? She was surprised to see them, people she had never seen before. They weren't survivors from the school, but definitely from the outside. She quickly called out, Hurry, come help me deal with this monster. Suchan Lei started to move forward to help her, but Zhang Yi stopped him. He said, Wait a minute. He quickly assessed the girl. This person is a real expert. Her strength and speed are clearly not ordinary. Another superhuman, and an extremely powerful one at that. Zhang Yi hesitated. It's impossible to tell if she's friend or foe. I came here to find someone. This black monster is also incredibly strong. Acting rashly will only put the three of us in danger. It's not worth it, he said to Suchan Lei. No need to intervene. Judging by her appearance, she shouldn't have much trouble dealing with it. Come on, let's go save the others. Suchan Lei nodded in agreement. That you're right. Uncle View also concurred. This is a dangerous woman. It's better to keep our distance. Liang Yu stared in disbelief at the backs of the three men as they walked away. Are these three just going to ignore me like that? She yelled angrily. What are you doing? Uncle View kicked open a door and rushed inside. The three men entered the school. When they saw Han, they were overjoyed. Found her. She looks exactly like Yang Mi's picture. Zhang Yi looked at her happily. Good, you're still alive. Suddenly, Wu Chengwu interrupted, blocking his path. He asked presumptuously, are you the people from the Shishan sanctuary? Were you sent by my father? Zhang Yi asked back, annoyed, Shishan sanctuary? Where's that? He introduced himself smugly. I'm Wu Chengwu. My father is Wu Jiangwo. I think the three of you must be familiar with his name. Zhang Yi asked dismissively, are you very familiar with the Shishan organization? He silently assessed the braggart in front of him. Seems like a rich kid, but after all this time, he looks no different from a beggar, yet he still acts like a young master. How ridiculous. Realizing they weren't his people, Wu Chengwu was taken aback that you're not from the Shishan sanctuary. Then are you survivors from other shelters? He mused. Strange. This place is clearly very close to Shishan. There's no reason for you to be here. Zhang Yi was curious. Other shelters? So there are many shelters in Tianhai. He asked Wu Chengwu seriously, how much do you know about the shelters? Wu Chengwu questioned, aren't you three from a shelter? He explained, to be honest, I don't know much, only a few places. He said frustratedly, but unfortunately, ever since the blizzard hit, no one expected it to be this serious. Otherwise I would have gone there by now. Zhang Yi was exasperated. He didn't seem to know any concrete information. After all, he'd been trapped here for so long. If he could contact the outside world, his wealthy and influential family would have already rescued him. He walked past Wu Chengwu, who continued to plead with the others that my father is the chairman of Chongming Group, Wang Chongming. Get me out of here. If you want money, I can give you money. If you want a position, my parents can arrange it. My father is Li Gang. My mother is Zhang Sun. You three must know what these two names represent in Tianhai, right? Uncle View and Su Chun Lei were worried. How can we save so many people? Ignoring the noisy crowd, Zhang Yi approached Han Han and asked, you're young Han Han, right? She softly replied, yes. He smiled as he introduced himself. I'm Zhang Yi. Yang Mi, your older sister, and your uncle, Kani, asked me to come rescue you. Will you come with me? Han Han readily agreed. Yes, sir. Without a shred of doubt. She believed that someone coming to rescue her at this moment couldn't possibly be a bad person. Since she agreed, he prepared to lead her outside. All right then, let's go. Han Han suddenly stopped him. Excuse me, could you wait a moment? Could you help me with something? Zhang Yi smiled. What is it? Just don't make it too complicated, like asking me to save your whole class or something. Her eyes flicked to the chaotic scene outside the door. Could you please stop them from fighting? I'm worried it's dangerous. He readily agreed. Just stopping them from fighting, right? He assessed the situation. Helping with this wouldn't be difficult. He would need her help maintaining the network of the hidden shelter later, and owing him a favor now would make it easier to build a relationship. He found Xianlei and ordered go to work. The three of them approached Liangyu. Seeing Hua Hua's scattered claws, he collected them to study later. Turning, he directed Xianlei, Fatty, do it. Xianlei exerted his strength, toppling several rocks onto Hua Hua, burying it. Liangyu, furious, gritted her teeth. Zhang Yi calmly replied, we're all human. Helping each other is only natural. Liangyu angrily shouted, do you know what you've done? I was about to defeat that monster. Her sword pointed directly at his face. This was the last chance for this batch of Zulu pills. It won't work again. He remained calm. Is that so? Zhang Yi turned to leave. I just wanted to help you. I was afraid you'd lose to the monster. As he walked back towards the school, he looked back at her. If your students hadn't begged me to help, worried you'd get hurt, I wouldn't have intervened. She glared at him, filled with rage. You bastard. She charged towards him, sword in hand. Stop right there, he taunted. You're so pretty, but anger doesn't suit you. Pulling a gun from inside his jacket, he fired at her, catching her slightly off guard. But Liang Yu didn't flinch. She blocked the bullet with her sword. Zhang Yi stared, stunned. She deflected the bullet with her bare hand. She lunged at him again. He seized the opportunity he'd been waiting for, using his power to transport her to another dimension. The force of the power knocked him to the ground. Xianlei and Uncle View rushed to his side, worried. Zhang Yi, He struggled to his feet, reassuring them. I'm fine. Don't come closer. He used his power again, bringing her back to the real world. Liang Yu, furious and bewildered, demanded, What was that just now? He ignored her question. I try to be nice and help you, and you attack me. Women are so confusing. He picked up her sword. As a precaution against further outbursts, I'll hold on to this dangerous thing. He admired it, turning it over in his hands. A sword that could deflect bullets, definitely a top-tier weapon. I'll keep it, of course. Liang Yu, unwilling to give up, demanded her sword back. Hey, give that back. He turned around. All right, calm down. Anger is bad for your health. He beckoned to some nearby students. Hey, you two, come here and help your teacher go rest. She wondered, Who are you people, and what are you doing here? Pointing at Han Han's luggage, he replied, I was asked by her family to take her away. As if meeting a savior, Liang Yu pleaded with him. Then, can you take us with you? It's too dangerous here. Did you see that monster? It's already eaten hundreds of people in the school. Please, take us with you. We'll definitely repay you later. We'll give you as much money as you want. Zhang Yi said to them irritably, I'm only here to take her. The rest of you, have your families figure something out. The students erupted in noise. We can't contact our families. Liang Yu tried to reason with him. Judging by your appearance, you must live a good life. You must have enough food and shelter. She implored Zhang Yi, can't you do a good deed? Please, save these children. They're the hope of the future. He scoffed, hope of the future. He said to her seriously, Are the daughters of the rich and powerful the only hope, and not the daughters of ordinary people? Looking at their innocent faces, he said, I don't see anything superior or arrogant about you. If you're so outstanding, you should be able to persevere and survive. I'm sorry, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't save you elites. He affirmed, I'm only here to save Yang Han. The rest of you, forget it. Meng and Geng, hearing this, was indignant. Just taking this nuisance? On what basis? Desperate, the students ran forward and took Han hostage. You have to take us with you, or I'll kill her. Karan was restrained by another student. Let go of me. Liang Yu cried out in alarm. Don't. You're all classmates. Why are you fighting amongst yourselves at a time like this? Meng and Geng continued to threaten Zhang Yi. If you don't take us with you, then none of us are going. He laughed loudly. Look at you all. Why are there so many people who think they're so smart these days? He produced 2 guns and shot the students holding Han. All 4 died, causing everyone to scatter in panic. Murderer! Liang Yu looked at him in shock and anger. You actually killed these children. He replied calmly, They don't look that young to me. They even know how to threaten someone with their friend's life. You call these children? Looking at the dazed young Han, he asked curiously, Is she in shock? As long as her mind is still working, it's fine. After a while, she won't have any psychological trauma. He smiled at let's go. I'll take you home. She softly replied, okay. Suddenly, she added, Could you take my friend with us? He said in surprise, friend? He looked at Karan, a freeloader. Han quickly defended her friend. Karan is just like me. We were both specially recruited by Tianqing Academy. He was surprised. Specially recruited? She explained, there are 2 types of students here. 1, the children of the rich, and 2, geniuses who are specially recruited to bring fame to the school by participating in domestic and international competitions. Karan belongs to the second group. She's a genius in the field of mechanics, no less skilled than any master's student from the world's top universities. Han proudly added, This car was also made for me by her. I've used it for a long time without any problems. Zhang Yi considered, she seems to be in good shape. Good physical condition is essential for a qualified engineer. He asked Karan, what are your skills? Karan replied confidently, I'm very skilled in vehicle design and maintenance. I also have some knowledge of firearms. If you take me with you, I can modify vehicles and guns for you. Zhang Yi was surprised. She continued, also out of personal interest, I've studied advanced electronics. Given the right conditions, crafting melee weapons is entirely possible. He was pleased I happen to need a genius in this area right now. He agreed. All right, come with us. She said joyfully, thank you. How should I address you? He replied, my name is Zhang Yi. I'm older than you, so just call me Brother Zhang. Karan smiled. Okay, Brother Zhang. Seeing them leave, the other students clamored, touting their own abilities. Brother Zhang, I'm useful too. I can drive. My driving skills are excellent. Another shouted, I know 8 languages. I can be your translator. Zhang yelled back, if everyone leaves, we're all going to die. The brown-haired girl suddenly spoke up. Wait, she shouted. Teacher Liang is very weak right now, and the monster has been released. What are we supposed to do if it comes back after you leave? She blocked the other students. If it weren't for your interference, Teacher Liang probably would have killed that monster already. Even if you want to leave, at least help us deal with that problem first. He scoffed, as if you were definitely going to survive if we hadn't arrived. Han Han bid farewell to her teacher, Teacher Liang. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Liang Yu nodded slightly, deep in thought. Liang Yu was making a silent calculation. Seeing Zhang Yi's group leave the school grounds, she yelled, follow them. While a monster isn't here, follow them. At least we can find a way out of here. Xianlei was surprised. Really follow them? What do we do? Zhang Yi remained calm. That what's wrong? Do you pity them? He quickly denied. Oh, not at all. Zhang Yi teased. So you want to kill them all? With your strength, you could just collapse this place and bury them alive. Xianlei panicked and denied. I don't have that intention. I have no grievances with them. Zhang Yi reminded him. Then just leave them alone. He walked ahead, saying, worry about yourself when you're poor. Help the world when you're rich. We don't have the capacity to support dozens of people yet. Xianlei nodded in agreement. Brother Zhang is right. It's already good enough to be able to take care of ourselves at this time. Arriving at the vehicles, Zhang Yi assigned, you ride with Uncle View. Xianlei complained. The motorcycle? It's cold. Zhang Yi reassured him. It'll be fine. Put on a helmet, and it'll feel completely different. Xianlei reluctantly agreed. I also quite enjoy riding in the breeze. After everyone was settled in the car, Zhang Yi said cheerfully, let's go, let's head back. The remaining group watched as Zhang Yi's group departed. The brown-haired girl wondered, where should we go next? Cheng Wu said confidently, leave the next part to me. The warmth inside the car made Yang Han Han and Lu Ka Ran feel very comfortable. Zhang Yi handed them food, thoughtfully reminding them, eat something to replenish your energy. Be careful not to eat too fast, you might get indigestion. The 2 girls thanked Zhang Yi profusely. Big brother, you're such a good person. Both of them comfortably dug in after their period of hunger. Suddenly, he complimented Han Han. Han Han, you're really something. This confused her. Brother, are you talking about me? I haven't done anything. She sadly recounted. I've always been a burden to everyone. If it weren't for Ka Ran always protecting me, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Karan quickly comforted her. We're good friends. Why are you being so polite? He continued to praise her. Is that so? But I still think you're a bit more capable. She wondered, why do you say that? Han Han lamented again. I've had polio since I was little. My legs can't move, and I can only sit in a wheelchair. Zhang Yi teased, but under the threat of that monster, you've managed to survive until now. Isn't that impressive? He continued, you could say it's luck, or that you have the girl behind you protecting you. But in over a month, that monster must have attacked at least dozens of times. Once or twice could be luck, 3 or 4 times is a bit strange. Zhang Yi continued to prod, and you've managed to survive until now. I think this is definitely not a coincidence. He asked again, am I right? This confused Karan. What are you 2 talking about? Hanan spoke up, you're really smart. No wonder you've been able to survive until now, and even swallowed up those 2 foolish older sisters. He chuckled, it's not that I'm smart, it's just that from another person's perspective, there are too many coincidences. Especially just now, when your teacher was fighting the monster, you told me to stop their fight. She listened as he continued. If you wanted me to protect your teacher, you should have told me to help her subdue the monster. But you didn't do that, which shows you wanted to protect the monster, not your teacher. He concluded, so, based on these 2 incidents, you've been raising that monster all along, haven't you? Han Han praised him. You really are smart. You've guessed 6 or 7 parts of the story correctly, but it's not as malicious as you think. She explained, I'm not Hua Hua's owner, and I didn't tell it to kill my classmates and teacher. It's just that it has always been protecting me. Hearing this, Karen realized Hua Hua, it's the stray cat you've always been feeding. She happily added, that monster is the stray cat, Hua Hua. I often fed it at the dormitory, and it mutated. Because of my close relationship with Hua Hua, it didn't attack me. Karen finally understood. No wonder, although it scared us every time it came, it never attacked. We thought we were just lucky. Zhang Yi turned to ask Han Han, I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you say, are they? It's not just simple gratitude that it hasn't attacked you. Zhang Yi turned, puzzled. Could it be that the monster led us here and didn't attack us out of instinct? Han Han smiled, praising him. Your observation skills are truly meticulous. As expected, nothing gets past you. Zhang Yi and Karen both thought of the image of the large cat obediently sitting at Han Han's feet. They listened as she continued. Hua Hua can understand what I say. Actually, I told it that someone would be coming to pick me up and told it not to hurt you. I just didn't expect you to be so strong. Hearing this, he voiced his suspicion. So you also told it to kill your classmates? Han Han immediately denied it. That didn't happen. She smiled as she spoke. Although there were many hateful people among them, I didn't hate them enough to kill them. Han Han then told him the story. At first, they died simply because they had mistreated Hua Hua in the past, and Hua Hua needed to satisfy its hunger. But later, the situation became more unusual. Her brow furrowed slightly. You don't know, some of them criticized me many times for being a burden. They wanted to sacrifice my life to stop Hua Hua. They even deliberately pushed my wheelchair, pushing me out. Han Han smiled disdainfully that it's really quite funny. How could they know that Hua Hua wouldn't hurt me? So every time I survived, the hatred for me in their hearts grew deeper and deeper. As long as I survived, they would be reminded of their own uselessness. Precisely because of this, they wanted me dead even more. Karen lowered her head with a look of understanding. Oh, that's how it was. Many times, I thought we were definitely going to die. Han Han reached for the water bottle beside her. Later, I felt that it was better for these people to die. She smiled cheerfully. Later, there was a time when Hua Hua was playing with them, killing them bit by bit. It really did have something to do with me. Then Han Han widened her eyes and looked at Zhang. Do you think I'm cruel? He considered her question silently. Cruel? This is very similar to me. Zhang Yi made his stance clear. They weren't close to me. Whatever the reason, it's your business. I don't care. I came to save you only to fulfill my promise to your sister. Han Han replied, that's true. In this kind of world, people without value can't be saved. The car just happened to pass over a bumpy patch, revealing countless frozen body parts buried deep in the snow. He comforted her, don't worry. After you join my team, as long as you are obedient and work hard, you won't have to suffer from hunger, cold, or mortal danger. Zhang Yi spoke seriously. I can guarantee you this. The other two smiled happily. Han Han replied, thank you. Karen also spoke up, thank you, big brother. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi asked curiously, Han Han, I still have a question I hope you can answer. Han Han readily replied, ask away. He didn't hesitate and asked directly, the apocalypse has been going on for so long. Why didn't you send a message to your sisters before, but only recently? The car swerved through the blizzard. He added, moreover, deep under such thick snow, how did you solve the signal problem? Han Han covered her mouth and chuckled, reminding him, well, I am the world's top hacker, after all. The signal problem is naturally very easy to solve, especially with Hua Hua's help. As for the matter of send a message to contact everyone, she winked mischievously and replied, I wasn't planning on calling my stupid sister. From the very beginning, my target was you. Zhang Yi asked doubtfully, your target was me? Why? We've never interacted before. Han Han calmly explained her reasoning. I originally thought my foolish older sister was already dead. After all, with her intelligence and abilities, she can manage in the entertainment industry. But rescuing someone at a time like this, she sighed, so I wouldn't pin my hopes of survival on her. He immediately asked, then, you chose me? Han Han took a phone out of her pocket a while ago My phone received news from the outside world. She held it out to show him. Its functions are no less than an ordinary supercomputer. With a little analysis, I was able to investigate the information related to you. Han's eyes were filled with infatuated admiration that I truly worship you. You're clearly just an ordinary warehouse manager, yet you can achieve so much during the apocalypse. Zhang Yi asked cautiously, how much do you know about me? Han tapped on her phone while casually replying, almost everything. As long as it can be found online, I can find it with a snap of my fingers. She blushed with excitement as she read the information, including your involvement in the Walmart South China warehouse theft case, including your bank card transfer records, and also how many of your neighbors in the Yuelu district you've killed. Han cupped her face excitedly. After reading these stories about you, I really adore you. Zhang Yi's face paled, cursing inwardly. Damn it, so she's a psychopath. He looked at her and concluded, so you knew I was with Yang and Karan, and you used them to contact me, is that it? He thought gloomily, being targeted by such a beautiful and capable psychopath. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Han nodded to That's right. Although I didn't know if you would come to save me. If you hadn't, I definitely would have gone looking for you. She blushed again, but you really did come to save me. I'm so happy. Zhang Yi pondered seriously. I thought everything was under my control, but unexpectedly, I fell into a trap someone else set for me. He smiled gently at her. Han, I want to ask you something. You and that cat have such a good relationship. Will it obey all your commands? Han shook her head, then asked in confusion, You've never raised a cat before? She frowned, explaining, animals like cats can only be considered friends. Whoever is good to them, they'll follow. But it's very difficult to become their master, especially a stray cat. Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement that I asked that so? Then it's a bit difficult. He looked at the large orange cat's figure in the rearview mirror, thinking with slight disappointment. I was hoping to gain a useful fighting force. Zhang Yi secretly glanced at Han and Karan, thinking to himself, is she still reluctant to leave young Han after all? Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, and the large cat ran swiftly behind the SUV. Zhang Yi looked at the cat in the rearview mirror as he thought. Emotional creatures like cats are hard to understand, especially rural house cats or strays. They don't trust people easily, and they're even harder to tame. Han called out to Karan, and they both looked outside. Karan, look, Hua followed us here. Karan looked at it and exclaimed, it really is behind the car. It followed us for such a long way. Zhang Yi thought, there's still a lot of cat food in the warehouse, both dry and kibble. I'll try feeding it. Maybe this food is much more appealing than people. He accelerated, speeding through the white snow. The SUV stopped beneath a luxurious building. Zhang Yi got out and said to the two inside, you two have worked hard today. A young man, holding some items, smiled brightly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Ji Guang loaded the items into the car and replied, don't be so polite. Just say I'm here to help. The two of them got into the car and left. Zhang Yi waved goodbye. See you later. He let Han and Ka ran into the villa. Karan looked at the warmly lit room before her and couldn't help but exclaim, oh my God, this is my dream heaven. It's hard to imagine such a happy place exists in the apocalypse. Han nodded in agreement. Exactly. Zhang Yi patted Karan's shoulder reassuringly. As long as you help me and ensure the safety of this place, you can enjoy life here until the end of your days. She expressed her sincerity. Big brother, I, Lu Karan, will dedicate myself to working for you. Han blushed and asked in a low voice, helping you, does that include in the bedroom? Zhang Yi was stunned by her question, thinking she actually dared to ask. Karan, innocent, looked between the two of them. What are you two talking about? He bent down and pinched Han's cheek that you're young. But you know quite a bit, don't you? Zhang Yi instructed her seriously. As far as I'm concerned, your main task is to help me maintain the safety of the shelter. Understood. He crossed his arms proudly, holding firm to his righteous thoughts. Although Han is very beautiful, as far as I'm concerned, Her greatest value is as a top-notch computer expert. I'm not the type to try something just because a girl is pretty. Han Han looked down at her feet, sadly thinking, could it be he's looking down on me? Just then, Yang Mi rushed over Han Han, anxiously calling out, Han Han, thank goodness you're still alive. She took Han Han's hand and asked with distress, honestly, why didn't you contact me sooner? You must have suffered so much outside, right? Do you know how worried I was? Han Han pulled her hand back and replied indifferently, you only became famous by exploiting men's fantasies about you. Besides relying on your body, what other skills do you have to speak of? If it weren't for the fact that I found out you were with Zhang Yi, I wouldn't have bothered contacting you. Yang Mi remained kneeling, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Zhang Yi leaned back in his chair, observing the scene between them and thinking, it seems their sisterly relationship isn't very harmonious, but that's normal. He raised a glass of water to his lips, his eyes still fixed on the two women. My cousin has become a national goddess, the object of countless men's fantasies. It's normal for a high IQ computer genius like Han Han to look down on her. Karan called his name. Zhang Yi translated. She looked at the other two and asked, since when did Han Han become so polite to others? The four girls sat down together on a sofa. Han Han introduced Ran to everyone. Sister, this is Ran, my best friend at school. She's a special recruit in the mechanics department. Ran smiled. Just call me Ran. I've always heard Han Han talk about you all. As expected, you're all beautiful. Yami covered her mouth and chuckled. Your mouth is really sweet. If only Han Han could be as straightforward as you. Ran nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi went to assign tasks to Yang Mi and Ran. Mimi, go cook a delicious meal to welcome Han Han and Ran. Ran, go and tidy up a room for the two of them. Ran nodded. Okay, I've already cleaned Han Han's room. I'll just prepare another one now. A moment later, the dining table was laden with a variety of colorful dishes. Ran pushed Han Han's wheelchair forward and reported, Big brother, we're finished washing up. Zhang Yi nodded and gestured to the seat beside him. Come and sit here. He looked at Han Han and gave her a task. Han Han, from now on, you'll be in charge of internet security in the house. Is that all right? Han Han nodded and patted her chest reassuringly. Leave it to me. Ran spoke up anxiously. Big brother, do you have any instructions for me? Zhang Yi comforted her. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. He asked inquisitively. You're an expert in mechanics. I wanted to ask if I were to ask you to craft weapons or Danyao pills/elixirs. Would you know how? Ran scratched her cheek, blushing slightly as she explained. Actually, guns aren't that difficult to make, but you need professional equipment. She rested her chin on her hand, furrowing her brow. Also, regarding the Danyao pills/elixirs, the required ingredients can't be bought on the market. Melee weapons will be much easier. The materials can be obtained from other metal tools in the house, but you'd still need forging tools. Zhang Yi replied calmly, that's not difficult. He stood up and said to her, come with me. I'll give you a few things. Ran immediately stood up and followed him. Zhang Yi led Ran to another room and retrieved equipment from his spatial storage. Ran was astonished to see the advanced machinery suddenly appear before her eyes. What are these? She touched them excitedly, exploring every nook and cranny. Zhang Yi spoke up. See if these things are of any use. If they're not enough, I still have more. Ran's eyes widened as she looked at the items, excitedly exclaiming internally. They were all high-end, expensive goods, many of which were imported treasures worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Zhang Yi rolled up his sleeves and said, if these aren't enough, I'll go collect some more from a few ironworks and bring back the equipment you need. She immediately declined. No problem, these are enough. Even though there are some I won't use, I can dismantle them for parts and modify them. He instructed her, get everything set up, and then I'll tell you what equipment I need you to make for me. Ran immediately assured him, don't worry, big brother, just leave these matters to me. Zhang Yi suddenly seemed to remember something and said with a smile, right, if you work with mechanics, You must be very knowledgeable about materials, right? He pulled a long blade from his spatial storage and asked, take a look, is this some kind of ancient divine weapon? Ka-ran accepted the blade and carefully examined it. Zhang Yi added, when I took it, your teacher looked like she wanted to kill me. She observed it for a moment, then exclaimed with excitement and joy, this is teacher Liang's treasured blade. I finally get to hold it. Ka-ran raised the sword high and solemnly introduced its origins. This sword is called Long Ming, personally forged by Yuan Lin, the most skilled blacksmith in Hua Nation. She placed it in his hands with both of hers. It's not some ancient artifact, but a top-of-the-line modern weapon. This adamantium alloy is said to be the hardest metal in the world right now, capable of even cutting through diamonds. Zhang Yi grinned. That powerful? Ka-ran affirmed. That's right. This metal was only researched and developed 10 years ago. It was originally intended to be used for military weapons, but due to the exorbitant cost and extreme rarity of the materials, it was discarded by the weapons company. The image of a man sitting by a furnace forging a sword appeared. Ka-ran added, but some people had to use it to create cold weapons, which is why there are such sturdy swords like this. She pointed at it. This sword is called Long Ming. I heard that when teacher Liang was working as a bodyguard for a political figure, she made a great contribution. To repay teacher Liang for saving her life, this person gifted her this sword. For teacher Liang, it symbolizes honor, so she values it even more than her own life. Zhang Yi looked thoughtfully at the sword in his hand, thinking, good stuff. No wonder, Liang, you could use it to deal with that cat demon. Ordinary swords and blades would have probably broken long ago. He put on a serious expression. Good stuff. I'll keep it safe for your teacher, Liang. The two returned to the dining table with everyone else. Connie looked at the two newcomers with concern. Eat slowly, don't choke. You've all suffered quite a bit at Tianqing Academy, haven't you? Yami added, there's still food left. If it's not enough, we can make more. Don't go hungry and affect your health. Ka-ran, putting a piece of potato in her mouth, countered, there's no shortage of food at the academy. Chewing, she clarified, there are over 300 students in our academy, but there are more than 20 canteens, big and small. There's so much food in storage that we can't finish it all. Not to mention the supermarket inside the campus. Ka-ran looked at Zhang Yi with a sigh, but it's a good thing you came to save us. Otherwise, with such cold weather, even with so much food, they wouldn't have lasted long. He looked at her and replied, fortunately, you were underground, and there were so many of you, so the temperature wasn't too cold. Zhang Yi instructed, just stay here and work. I won't let you go hungry. Ka-ran smiled brightly. Thank you. A hand pressed a remote control. The TV screen turned on, displaying a news channel. The news anchor reported, the blizzard shows no signs of ending. Temperatures are continuing to drop, and most areas of the world have begun to lose connection. This has led to fierce competition between different regions. The extreme weather has caused many areas around the globe to fall into a state of anarchy. Many armed organizations have risen up, beginning to use force to control resources and a few lucky survivors. Everyone sat on their chairs, listening intently. Connie and Yangmi hugged each other tightly with worry. Zhang Yi said to the interpreter, frown, we're going to have big trouble soon. Yangmi asked, puzzled, isn't it already chaotic? Han added, it is, but I didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought that it's different. Before, even if the armed organizations wanted to do something, they would at least be wary of the power of the upper class. His face darkened as he added, but this cold weather has lasted for over a month, meaning the ice age won't end anytime soon. That means those people don't need to worry about being purged. They'll act without any restraint. Han frowned and continued. It's like the rules and regulations of some organizations. They exist, but perhaps not everyone follows them. But as long as they exist, people are more or less cautious and won't do anything too outrageous. But now, there's no order to speak of. Zhang Yi continued. The central authority has lost its power. The only outcome is the rapid rise of local powers. He concluded, in other words, The chaotic outcome of warlords fighting amongst themselves, like vassals battling for dominance, is coming. Once that happens, the lives of ordinary people won't be worth a blade of grass. Outside, a blanket of white snow covered everything, and frozen human corpses lay scattered across the cold ground. Zhang Yi pushed a wheelchair into a room. Han Han, look at your new equipment. In front of Han Han was a high-tech internet and information network control panel. Zhang Yi told her, from now on, this secure information network is yours. Han Han looked happily at the control panel before her. Zhang Yi stepped back and watched Han Han's fingers dance across the control panel as he thought, a brilliant computer genius, but paralyzed from a young age. Paralyzed in the lower half of her body. There's really no one more suitable. Han Han was extremely excited, using her incredibly fast typing speed to check the network. Zhang Yi looked down and asked, how is it? Any vulnerabilities in the network? Han Han replied, this Galaxy Light system is the most advanced personal network system from 10 years ago. Its functions are incredibly powerful. Looking at the advanced control panel in front of her, she added, even now, it can surpass many network systems in the world. Its artificial intelligence is extremely capable, and theoretically, there shouldn't be any vulnerabilities. Han Han shifted her gaze. However, top hackers can create vulnerabilities. She looked at the red error messages appearing on the virtual screen that in the past 2 weeks, the system has been subjected to countless cyber attacks. If they hadn't been detected in time, the entire network system would have been paralyzed within a month at most. Zhang Yi frowned, worried as expected. After Feng Da's incident, news about me and this shelter has already been discovered by those with ulterior motives. He continued to ask her, can you fix the vulnerabilities and prevent further attacks? Han Han tugged at the corner of her mouth and reminded him, Zhang Yi, you haven't forgotten my major, have you? She began operating the control panel. Fixing bugs is easy. Moreover, I'll create a new encrypted network for everyone to use, so we don't need to use the previous router. She added, it's extremely easy to hack into it wirelessly otherwise. Zhang Yi felt reassured and replied, all right, you take care of it. A moment later, Han Han smiled and said, it's done. Zhang Yi happily patted her head and praised her. Han Han, you're amazing. Han Han responded modestly. It was just a small maintenance operation, nothing difficult. Han Han returned to her console, excited. Next, let me see who's been hacking into the network here. She became determined. If she could hack back into the opponent's network, it would be much more interesting. Zhang Yi asked from the side, how confident are you? Are there any risks if you fail? Han Han could only reply, I can't say for sure, as we haven't directly clashed yet. Currently, their attacks don't seem strong. She smiled confidently and assured him, don't worry, brother. Even if I can't attack their network, I can at least hide our location. They won't find us. Zhang Yi smiled and continued to praise her. That's good. If that's the case, then go ahead. Suddenly, Kai Ni threw open the door and shouted anxiously, Zhang Yi, something's wrong. Monster, monster, monster. Outside, Hua Hua is curled up right in front of the villa entrance. Zhang Yi looked at Han Han. That cat really likes you. It followed you here. Han Han speculated, it probably only trusts me. It must have followed me because it was worried. Our urgent mission is to quickly subdue this monster cat and turn it into a weapon, Zhang Yi thought, massaging his temples. Otherwise, countless people across the river will die. He pushed Han Han's wheelchair outwards. Come on, let's go see what's going on. Kai Ni clutched his arm anxiously. Zhang Yi, there's a huge monster outside. It keeps looking into the house and meowing. Kai Ni said they needed to call Han Han out, as the cat had followed her. He looked at her reassuringly. Don't be afraid. It's Han Han's friend. Let's go out and see. Looking through the folding door, Hua Hua was indeed curled up outside, looking into the house, directly facing Han Han. Han Han looked worriedly at Hua Hua, who was covered in white snow. Hua Hua, she called. Zhang Yi watched it close its eyes, thinking, it seems the battle with Liang Yu has tired it out quite a bit. This means I still have a chance to subdue it. He pushed the wheelchair and said, let's go. Let's go out and feed the cat. The two went outside and approached Hua Hua. Seeing strangers, it bared its teeth threateningly. Han Han smiled gently and soothed it that don't be afraid. Come here. Hua Hua's golden eyes were full of wariness. It stared directly at Zhang Yi, who was standing behind Han Han. He immediately released a lot of food from his spatial storage. Zhang Yi held a bag of food and waved it in front of the cat. Good Hua Hua. Come here and eat something, he coaxed. The environment outside is really harsh. As long as you become my pet, I'll provide you with food and shelter. Hua Hua slowly walked over and took the bag of food from his hand. Zhang Yi smiled inwardly, thinking a cat is a cat. As long as there's food, it's still very easy to deal with. But immediately afterwards, it stood up alertly, baring its teeth threateningly. Han Han stepped forward. Brother, Hua Hua is a stray cat. It's very wary. It took me over a month to befriend it. Zhang Yi was dubious. Over a month? I don't care about that, but I'm worried it will attack Fatty Two's villagers. He pointed to the pile of food beside him and called out to the cat. Hey Hua Hua, I know you don't trust me now, but I can provide you with food. Zhang Yi translated the conditions for it. But you have to agree with me that you won't attack the villagers across the river, okay? Hua Hua looked over at the pile of food next to him. Zhang Yi, understanding the hint, immediately nodded. Alright, let's settle it like that. Inside the house, Zhang Yi pushed Han Han's wheelchair while thinking. The first negotiation was successful, but such a large cat will definitely eat a lot. I'll have to find some food to keep it alive later. As soon as he entered, he saw Kai Ni and Yang Mi standing by the window in amazement, looking outside. Kai Ni happily tugged at his arm. Zhang Yi, look. The three of them stood in front of the window, their eyes fixed on the scene outside. Hua Hua, now back to the normal size of a cat, was slowly eating the food. Zhang Yi was surprised. It can change its size? Kai Ran smiled and spoke up. Isn't that obvious? Big brother, it seems your biology isn't very good. She seriously explained. If it kept using that huge body, the people at Tianqing Academy wouldn't be enough to fill its stomach. Han Han pushed her wheelchair toward Zhang Yi. I've always had this suspicion. It appears and disappears extremely suddenly. Logically speaking, with such a large body, even just approaching would cause a huge commotion. But in reality, even if teacher Liang's martial arts were incredibly strong, she couldn't detect it. She looked at Hua Hua outside, who was hurriedly eating, and continued, analyzing the amount of food. It's very likely that it can change its size. Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then the problem is easier to solve. How much food can a tabby cat eat? Han Han suddenly exclaimed. Hua Hua is bleeding. Zhang Yi, hearing this, leaned closer to the window to look at Hua Hua outside. He thought, the bloodstains look fresh. Although they've already clotted, they must be wounds caused by Liang Yu's dragon roar. No wonder it looks so tired. He watched Hua Hua, who was still eating, and continued to think, but it doesn't seem to care about the wounds at all while eating. Suddenly, an idea struck him. After all, for a stray cat, getting injured is a common occurrence. Zhang Yi straightened up, his hand still on his chin, and decided it's best not to approach a stray cat while it's eating. Tomorrow, I'll prepare some medicine for it and try to build some rapport. As night fell, Han Han and Kai Ni lay on the bed Kai Ni had prepared. Kai Ni turned to look at the excited Han Han. Han Han, I really want to ask you to pinch me. This feels like a dream. Just this morning, we were still freezing under the ice and snow, and now we're back inside, lying down comfortably like this. Han Han smiled happily. Isn't this great? We have to thank Zhang Yi for all of this. Kai Ni immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, Zhang Yi is really amazing to have such a good shelter in the apocalypse. She clenched her fists with determination. I've decided from now on, I'll definitely work hard and not let Zhang Yi down. Han Han asked curiously, what did he ask you to do? Kai Ni recounted everything to Han Han. Big brother told me to familiarize myself with the equipment first, and then there are some things he modified himself. Besides maintaining the equipment that helps him, I might have to make weapons too. Han Han asked worriedly, weapons aren't that easy to make, are they? Kai Ran looked up and nodded on them. If it's ordinary firearms, manufacturing them isn't difficult, but some complex firearms require specialized equipment and molds. Without those, they can't be made. Even if we follow the procedures, the failure rate is very high. Han Han also looked up that I think he probably doesn't lack ordinary firearms. Compared to guns, ammunition and bombs might be more useful to him. Kairan smiled and replied, "That's right. She has an idea. Tomorrow I'll discuss it with Big Brother to see what kind of weapons he needs." The next day, the blizzard outside was still falling heavily. Everything was white. Zhang Yi and Kairan were looking at the blueprints together. He praised her idea. "Very good, but you should produce a large quantity of this item. Be sure to pay attention to safety. If you need anything, just tell me." Kairan assured him, "Don't worry, Big Brother, this is my specialty." Zhang Yi added, "If we could have more explosives and landmines, that would be even better." She said calmly, "No problem, leave it to me." Outside the Tianqing Academy shelter, Chengwu listened to the reply on the other end of the phone. "I understand the general situation. Don't take any action over there for now. I'll immediately contact someone to rescue you." He put the call on speakerphone, so the people around him heard and cheered. "That's great. We're finally going to be rescued." Another person added excitedly, "We don't have to stay in this hellhole anymore." Someone praised, "Class president, you're amazing." As expected, the remaining few looked at their phones in silence, thinking, could it be that our families have all been affected? They looked at Cheng Wu, who was standing in the center of the group, worried. Does Cheng Wu's father really have the ability to come here and rescue people? If so, why wait for Cheng Wu to contact him? The group of Tianqing Academy students went back down to the ice cellar to wait. Cheng Wu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked outside. He shouted joyfully and ran out, "My dad is here." The group hurriedly followed Cheng Wu out. Liang Yu helped the girl out last. They watched as a group of men in a truck stopped in front of them. Liang Yu observed with surprise, "These men are definitely veterans who have seen battle, and elite soldiers at that." Two men got out and whispered to each other. Cheng Wu stepped forward anxiously and asked, "My father is Jiangua. Are you the people he sent to rescue us?" Jiangua, standing among the group, saw him and called out happily, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, Dad's here." Cheng Wu stared in astonishment at his father's current appearance. This gaunt person is my father? He's become so thin he's almost unrecognizable." He hugged Jiangua tightly and exclaimed joyfully, "Dad, you're finally here. You don't know what I've been through this whole time." His father comforted him. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." Suddenly, Cheng Wu pushed his father away and asked sternly, "Dad, why didn't you send someone to rescue us earlier? I've suffered so much. I almost died here." Jiangua hesitated. "Let's talk about that later. The important thing is you're all right. Come on, let's go home." A man approached and asked in a serious tone, "We heard your school still has a lot of supplies. Lead the way. We need to bring these supplies back to base." Liang Yu thought worriedly, aren't they supposed to be rescuing people? Why haven't they mentioned rescuing anyone after all this time? They're more interested in supplies. Cheng Wu pointed toward a nearby ice cellar and said fearfully, "The supplies are under the snowdrift, but there's a mutated monster over there. We didn't dare go near it." The man replied calmly, "It's all right. We'll handle any monster that appears. Young man, lead the way." Cheng Wu immediately paled and backed away. The man patted Cheng Wu's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. We have experience dealing with mutated creatures. You don't need to be afraid." Cheng Wu, having no other choice, anxiously pointed at Liang Yu standing behind him. Actually, Ms. Liang has always been in charge of finding supplies. She knows the location of the supplies better than I do. She sighed and agreed. "All right, I'll lead the way." A man from the group turned around and reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone. We'll arrange for everyone." The remaining Tianqing Academy students frowned worriedly. Something feels off. This isn't how it was supposed to be. Footprints trailed down into the ice cellar. The man from the Shishan organization pointed at someone above and ordered, "You come down here and move these things." The male students, though worried, obeyed and ran over. They were forced to load the supplies onto the group's trucks. One male student fearfully asked his classmate, "Aren't they here to rescue us? Why are they making us work?" Another student nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We've suffered so much. We thought the rescuers would take care of us, but they're using us as laborers." He walked up to Chung Woo and asked suspiciously, "Class president, why isn't this how you said it would be?" Chung Woo gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "I thought my dad had a high position there. Now it seems that's not the case at all." He forced a smile and patted his classmate's shoulder reassuringly. "These are special times. They won't support idlers. Just work hard. They're just shorthanded. We can rest once we get back to base." But once the supplies were loaded onto the trucks, the group immediately drove off. A man called out to the Tianqing students, "Let's go." A student asked in dissatisfaction, "Are you telling us to walk?" Others behind him also chimed in, "Where are the vehicles? Why didn't they come here in vehicles?" A female student spoke up worriedly, "We've been hungry for so long, and we still have to walk 10 kilometers. The man glared at them. "Shut up." He raised his voice, "If you want to live, follow me. If you don't, then stay here. Get lost." The remaining man crossed his arms, looking down at them with disdain. "Let me be blunt. I don't care what your status was before. This is the apocalypse. Your previous positions mean nothing. If you want to live, shut your mouths and follow obediently." A male student, unable to bear the blow, collapsed onto the snowy ground, muttering, "Impossible. This can't be real. Just because of a blizzard, were all our previous efforts for nothing." A bag of food was tossed in front of them. Liang Yu picked up a bag of food and spoke up, "Let's go." She went over to help the male student up, advising, "Listen to them. We have no other choice now. We have to reach the Shishan base to survive." She encouraged them, "Everyone be strong. We're not far now." Hearing this, the students could only continue to struggle forward. The moon hung high in the sky. The snow continued to fall, and night had descended. The group stopped, and Liang Yu announced, "We're here." They filed into a shelter with an iron door. The two men leading the way opened a downward passage with a long flight of stairs. They paused, gesturing for the group to enter. Inside, the Tianqing students eagerly rushed down the stairs. After holding on for so long, were finally saved. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a brightly lit, modernly decorated room. One student asked doubtfully, "What now? What are we supposed to do?" Liang Yu frowned, but reassured them, "Don't be afraid. They went through so much trouble to bring us here. They probably won't harm us." The students watched nervously as a group of people in full white protective suits entered. Without a word, they immediately began spraying the students with something. At this moment, a stout woman stepped forward. Everyone formed two lines. The Shishan organization manager frowned seriously and said, "Let me make this clear. To ensure the internal safety of the shelter, comprehensive disinfection and physical examinations are mandatory. Please cooperate with our procedures." Two lines of people formed for the examinations. A doctor's hand slowly inserted a needle into a patient's wrist to draw blood. While everyone was being examined, those who were finished were directed by another soldier, "Please wait here until the test results are available." Liang Yu and the others sat waiting for the results, their faces etched with worry. Suddenly, someone in protective gear brought in a large bowl of liquid. Everyone stood up in confusion to see what it was. The milky white liquid in the bowl puzzled everyone. "What is that?" Those nearby took spoons and tasted it. It wasn't unpleasant, smelling somewhat like yogurt, but it definitely wasn't yogurt. The bowl was quickly emptied. The door opened again, and this time Jiangua and the Shishan organization manager entered. Chung Wu called out to his father joyfully, "Dad!" Jiangua's face was pale. The manager behind him approached with a sinister smile and asked, "Is this your son?" He clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Yes, this is my son, Chung Wu." She praised. "Not bad," the manager announced to everyone present. "The test results show that no one has any infectious diseases or pathogenic bacteria, which is very good." Then, she gestured for two doctors to enter. "Next, follow me for disinfection, and then I'll lead you to survival room number 4. As Chung Wu walked toward the end of the line, the manager called him back. "Hey, you, come here." He turned back, excitedly boasting to the others. See? I told you. My dad's here, so it'll be different for me. Jiangwa came up and whispered in Cheng Wu's ear. You absolutely must follow the rules here. Do whatever they tell you to do, understand? Cheng Wu reassured his father. I know. I'll definitely listen. The manager put his arm around Cheng Wu's shoulders and led him away from the group. Xiao Wu, come with me. The others turned to watch, enviously muttering, lucky him. The manager led Cheng Wu to a different room. In the hallway, Cheng Wu noticed many people walking around freely. Inside the room, the manager told him, go ahead and take a shower. Cheng Wu didn't think much of it, but he had a strange feeling that the room resembled someone's bedroom. He quickly went to shower. After showering, Cheng Wu wrapped a towel around his waist. Suddenly, he saw something that terrified him. It was the manager, wearing only lingerie. She grabbed Cheng Wu's hand and threw him onto the sofa. What are you waiting for? Come here. Elsewhere, Ka Ran and the other girls were wearing the organization's uniform, which she found uncomfortable. Ugh, this color and style are awful. Just then, a doctor from the organization arrived with 2 other people. Everyone come here. We'll take you to where you'll be living and working. Everyone lined up behind the doctor, thinking to themselves, life in this shelter isn't what we imagined at all. They reached their destination, and the doors opened, revealing guards on either side. The doctor led everyone inside. Inside the room were bicycles connected to a giant gear, each being pedaled continuously by a person. One of the newcomers exclaimed, what is that? They watched a man, panting heavily, continue to pedal. Someone asked, what are they doing? Hearing this, the doctor turned and replied, this is where you'll be working, leaving everyone bewildered. The men's faces paled as the doctor explained the job. Your job is to generate electricity for the base. These bicycles are actually generators connected to the base's power system. She warned everyone, you'll each receive a copy of the base's rulebook shortly. If you want to stay here, you must follow the rules. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Suddenly, her expression turned fierce, and she gritted her teeth. Get to work. If you continue to dawdle, you'll have your supplies deducted. One of the students suddenly knelt down, crying and tugging on Liang Yu's sleeve. Teacher Liang, Teacher Liang. Liang Yu turned to see the other students starting to cry as well. Teacher Liang. The student continued to sob, thinking, this is no different from a sweatshop. Although life at the academy was constantly under threat, at least they had freedom and Teacher Liang protected them. The doctor said indifferently, you can cry, but you have to work first. Liang Yu comforted them. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You'll be all right. She instructed them. Everyone, go to work. Then, she left with the students, but looked back at the doctor. She had initially thought this was the only shelter and that they would be properly taken care of. Now, it seemed she had been naive. In the organization manager's room, she was getting dressed while Cheng Wu lay still on the bed. At the doorway, Jiangwa obsequiously flattered the manager. So, was my son's service satisfactory, ma'am? She gestured approvingly. Not bad at all. His skills in bed were quite satisfying. Did you teach him? Jiangwa rubbed his head and said, no, ma'am, please don't address me so formally. That's all in the past. She left, not forgetting to instruct. Please take care of the rest of the matter discreetly. I'll tell the logistics department to look after you and your son. You'll get more supplies. Jiangwa bowed in gratitude. If you need anything else, ma'am, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll bring him to you immediately. As soon as the door slammed shut, Jiangwa's face turned pale. He looked at his son lying dazedly on the bed. Son, are you all right? Jiangwa sat down next to his son and offered some advice. To survive in this place, you have to learn to accept everything. He looked at his pale-faced son. It's all right. You'll get used to it. Cheng Wu, with tears in his eyes, questioned his father. Dad, why didn't you tell me what it was like here? Why is it like this? Jiangwa also felt saddened. This is the situation now. Everyone's former status and position are gone. Cheng Wu sat up and listened to his father recount how, initially, the people who came here were either rich or influential, and they lived together relatively harmoniously. The researchers said the blizzard would last 2 months and then end, and everyone could return to their previous lives. so they still respected each other. In the research room, the researchers stared at the screen in horror. Not long ago, the situation had changed. Someone discovered that the supernova explosion had severely impacted the blue planet. The entire planet had officially entered an ice age, with no end in sight. Jian Guo turned to look at Chung Wu, who was hanging his head. He said around that time, a group of people suddenly awakened powerful abilities. The gap widened instantly. With disparity comes hierarchy. Even though most people here have no abilities, it's only a matter of time before the strong prey on the weak. Jian Guo sighed. Everything that happened today is your first lesson in survival in Shishan. If the lower class wants to live, they must submit to violence unconditionally. You should be happy. This is the only way for you to escape your current class. Suddenly, Jian Guo patted Chung Wu's head, startling him. Even selling yourself for this is okay. As long as you can survive, there's nothing you can't sacrifice. In the dormitory, the students were surrounding Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, why do we have to do this? Why is life in the shelter so hard? They said sadly, it's completely different from what we imagined. The girl who had been kneeling and crying earlier, her eyes still red, said tearfully, I've been cycling all day. My bottom is raw, and my legs ache. Someone else chimed in, if we have to live like this every day, I'd rather die. But Liang Yu had no other choice. She tried to comfort them. This is a special period. It's not easy just to be alive. Did you see those people cycling today? None of them were of low status before. There were plenty of prominent figures among them. Liang Yu shattered the students' illusions that a world where everyone enjoys happiness doesn't actually exist. Everyone was bewildered by Liang Yu's words. But think about it positively, at least we're alive now. We don't need to worry about survival, right? A frightened student said that we're all elites. Why should we be working like beasts of burden for them? Another male student added, we're so young, just kids. Why should we suffer like this? The girl who had been crying now clutched Liang Yu's hand. Teacher Liang, can't you think of something? Liang Yu was startled that I'm just a teacher. Here, my status is no different from anyone else's. Suddenly, someone noticed a person approaching. Wu Qingyu, you're finally back. Everyone turned to look at Qingyu expectantly, chattering excitedly. What's your father's situation now? Can he take care of us, so we don't have to work here anymore? Even if it's office work, I don't mind. Qingyu gritted his teeth in anger. Stop dreaming. After coming here, everyone has to work, and you guys can only peddle these generators. He then turned to Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, I'm back. Seeing that Qingyu was all right, Liang Yu was relieved that it's good that you're back. Where'd you go just now? Qingyu, slightly embarrassed, briefly explained the situation to Liang Why father, and I went inside the base for a look around. I now have a general understanding of the Shishan base's situation. Qingyu sat down and continued. Teacher Liang, from now on, we can only rely on you. Liang Yu seemed to understand after hearing him that's how it is. If previous status is useless, then her ability, user status, and martial arts skills would certainly be highly valued here. Thinking of this, she placed her hand on Qingyu's shoulder and asked, do you know what the current situation at Shishan base is? His face darkened at her question. Then, Qingyu answered her question. The Shishan organization. The person in power now is Chun Xinyan. Many of his subordinates have awakened abilities. These people quickly suppressed the base and established a new order. The base is divided into 4 levels. Chun Xinyan and his trusted subordinates live in the first level, which has the best conditions. The researchers and technicians he employs can live on the second level and enjoy living conditions similar to those before the apocalypse. Qingyu pictured several ability users possessing formidable powers and continued. The third level is the armed forces he assembled. They have perfect equipment and physical qualities, including many super-powered combat units with strong abilities. His voice was tinged with discontent. And we're the residents of the 4th level, accounting for the majority of the Shishan organization. We only receive the fewest resources and have to do the hardest work. But don't even think about rebelling. The third level's guards separate us from the second and third levels. Just relying on us, we can't fight against those monsters. His face paled, revealing his fear. After hearing him, everyone was in a state of panic. A girl among them asked fearfully, her voice trembling, "So, doesn't that mean we'll be toiling here for the rest of our lives?" Another person added, "I don't want to. I'd rather die." Hearing them, Qingyu gritted his teeth in frustration and tried to explain, "Do you think they accepted so many people into their base for nothing? It's to replenish the labor force they lost before." His expression gradually calmed as he spoke. Then he said dejectedly, "Many people, just like you guys, couldn't accept this reality and chose to end their own lives. They don't care about your lives. At worst, they'll just catch other survivors. In short, all lives are expendable." One of the students, enraged after hearing Wu Qingyu's explanation, grabbed him by the collar and yelled, blaming him, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault for telling us to come here. If it weren't for you revealing the location, how could we have ended up in this hellhole?" Unafraid, Qingyu retorted, "Would you not have died if you had stayed at Tianqing Academy?" The student fell silent, unable to respond. Seeing that the student seemed to have calmed down, Qingyu gently pushed him away and said to Liang Yu, "Teacher Liang, the only way to change our current situation is to rely on you." He pleaded, "You're not like us. In this Shishan base, ability users have privileges. Please, I beg you, help us." Liang Yu, burdened by such a heavy responsibility, looked at him in astonishment. The other students also crowded around, grabbing her hands and clinging to her legs, begging, "Teacher Liang, you have to stand up for us. Taking care of students is a teacher's responsibility. We can't do this manual labor. Please talk to the base for us. Let's do some lighter work, okay?" Hearing the students' desperate pleas, Liang Yu tried to reassure them, "I will ensure your safety. As for the manual labor, I still need to observe." The students, hearing this, became even more demanding "Oh, Teacher Liang, my hands are already rubbed raw. This really isn't work that people should be doing." Utterly exhausted, Liang Yu lay down and pretended to sleep, dismissing them tactfully. "It's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. We still have work tomorrow, so we need to be well rested." The students reluctantly left, but not without adding, "Well, all right then. Teacher Liang, don't forget to talk to those people and get us a different assignment." Several hours passed and morning arrived. The people on the fourth level of Shishan began to wake up. They started lining up neatly. Seeing that everyone was present, the doctor from the Shishan organization yelled into a loudspeaker, "Good morning. Today is the 48th day we have survived. Let us thank Lord Qinxinyan for leading us to this happy survival." Hearing her pronouncements, the crowd echoed her words as if brainwashed. "Long live Lord Qinxinyan." Liang Yu listened to their chanting in bewilderment. The doctor continued, "Yesterday, our team rescued another group of survivors. From now on, we're all one family." She gestured towards Liang Yu and her students. "Now, new family members, please introduce yourselves." The others applauded in welcome. Liang Yu began to understand, thinking to herself, is this a crowd effect? Using everyone's circumstances to brainwash and manage subordinates? The students behind her were also confused, unsure of what was happening. Based on her experience, Liang Yu concluded, even if you clearly know it's hypnosis and suggestion, if you stay here too long, you won't be able to escape. I've encountered things like this many times before. Liang Yu and her students then went to the front. She took the loudspeaker and made the introductions. After they finished, the doctor continued. "Next up is our pre-work social activity. Who is the host today?" After the social activity, it was time to eat. Liang Yu ate while thinking to herself, "This is fine too. If I can't resist, then I'll obediently endure it. At least I can continue to live." She glanced at Cheng Wu, who was laughing and chatting with some other people. She smiled slightly and continued thinking, "If I can continue living like this, it's still better than being outside." While everyone was peacefully eating, a woman dressed very formally walked in with two armed soldiers. Seeing this, The doctor stepped forward and respectfully asked, Secretary Gu, why did you have to come here in person? If you have any instructions, just let me know, and I'll handle it for you. Ignoring the doctor's words, Secretary Gu picked up a loudspeaker and announced, there's a special matter regarding the group of survivors rescued yesterday. Is Liang Yu here? Hearing her name called, Liang Yu immediately stood up and replied, I am Liang Yu. A female student behind her whispered, Teacher Liang, don't forget about us. Then Liang Yu quickly walked towards Secretary Gu. She shook hands with Liang Yu and said amiably, Hello, Ms. Liang Yu, I'm Master Chen's secretary, Guru. Our leader would like to meet with you. The people who were eating heard this and looked over in surprise. One of them said, Master Chen wants to meet this newcomer. Another person replied more casually, Doesn't this mean she's about to rise to the top? One of Liang Yu's students seemed happy at these words. Ms. Liang, Guru glared angrily at the noisy crowd. Seeing her murderous gaze, the crowd flinched and didn't dare to look anymore. Then she changed her demeanor and smiled, inviting Liang Yu to follow her. Liang Yu obediently followed. Arriving at a room, Guru respectfully announced, The person you requested has arrived, sir. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Xingyan came forward and shook Liang Yu's hand, smiling cheerfully and saying nonstop, I've heard so much about you. As expected of a martial arts expert, leading a group of students to struggle for survival for such a long time and still managing to survive until now. Ms. Liang, you truly are a great teacher. He then helped her sit down on a chair, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he said, Please have a seat. I'll be brief. I have future plans for you. Liang Yu was a little surprised by his enthusiasm, not understanding what was happening. Chen Xingyan began to seriously address the main issue. To protect the seeds of civilization in the future, to ensure the continued maintenance of this base, I hope you can lend me your strength, Ms. Liang. Liang Yu shook his hand amicably and replied, If there's anything I can do, please feel free to instruct me. Hearing this, he seemed satisfied. He gestured towards Guru and said to her, Secretary Gu will take you to living area number 2. You'll be staying there from now on. Hearing this, Guru followed the order, extended her hand, and gently said, Come on, I'll take you to where you'll be staying. At living area number 2, as Guru led the way, Liang Yu observed her surroundings and wondered aloud, Isn't this place quite nice? The scene changes to Zhang Yi, who is sitting there watching a cat. He starts to coax it. Hua Hua, I've been feeding you for a week now. You see, you've eaten so much of my stuff. From now on, you're my cat. Come home with me, okay? The cat looks at him as he speaks. He continued to coax it. Just come home with me, and I guarantee you'll be able to eat this kind of food every day until you're full. Zhang Yi waved his hand, beckoning it closer. He continued to persuade. It's incredibly warm inside. There's even a fireplace. Strong the fire is burning. It's freezing outside. The ground is frozen. What are you still doing out here? Hearing his long persuasion, the cat looked up. Through the glass, it saw Han Han and Ka Ni chatting happily. It imagined the warm scene of lying in Han Han's arms, while she happily stroked its head. Zhang Yi interrupted its train of thought. Hua Hua, do you want to come inside and take a look? It's very comfortable in here. Hearing this, it approached him. Seeing this, he happily thought to himself, there's hope. As it entered the house, he led the way, continuing to entice it. There are many other delicious treats inside. Do you want to come in and try some? It followed him into the room, looking around curiously at everything. He followed behind, clenching his fist in delight, thinking, finally. Then it jumped onto the expensive sofa and scratched it a few times. Seeing his expensive sofa being scratched, he forced a friendly smile. It's okay. You can look anywhere you want in this house. This is your home now. Connie sat beside them, watching him babble nonsense to the cat and thinking to herself, it's a good thing this cat can't turn into a girl, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have any place left in this house. Hua Hua started running around, causing mischief. He was still delighted. Good. Starting to get familiar with the environment. After a while of exploring, it got tired and curled up on the sofa, falling asleep. Seeing it asleep, Zhang Yi approached, reaching out to touch it. It must be asleep. Time to try another step in making contact. Before he could touch it, it startled awake and yowled loudly, warning him. Seeing Hua Hua's puffed up fur and refusal to be touched, Zhang Yi felt helpless. He sighed and complained, dealing with women isn't even this troublesome. A while later, Hua Hua was sound asleep. He seized the opportunity, touching it and quickly withdrawing his hand. Having touched it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, mission accomplished. Sometime later, in the bathroom, Han Han was holding the cat, looking at it happily. A little while after that, the cat reappeared next to Ka Ni. After playing to its heart's content, it fell fast asleep between the two beauties. It had to be said, this cat had a life that no one could envy. The next morning, Han Han was sitting adjusting something. Zhang Yi approached from behind and asked, Han Han, you called me here so urgently. Did you find something new? Hearing this, she turned her head and replied, I found a person who tried to hack into the Justice Bureau's network. He looked at the red dot in a corner of the screen, surprised. This place is on the border between the southwest of Xishan District and the northwest and Lujiang District, less than 30 kilometers away. He moved closer to Han Han. So close? She chuckled and replied, the other party's techniques are very basic, probably just some amateur programmer. While manipulating the device, she continued, moreover, the equipment isn't advanced. It was very easy for me to hack in. The data on the computer has all been encrypted. Decrypting it will still take some time. But based on the information we have now, analysis shows that there really is a large organization operating in the Xishan area. Zhang Yi listened attentively as Han Han spoke. She turned back to him and concluded, it won't be long before we encounter them. He crossed his arms after hearing this and said resolutely, if it's meant to be, we can't avoid it. Zhang Yi, don't go looking for trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Whoever wants to disrupt the peace here, I will take their life. He turned to leave, but not before calling back to her. Han Han, continue monitoring their signal, then decrypt the data. I want to get more intelligence on that organization, even more. Then Zhang Yi slowly walked off somewhere. Arriving at his destination, he waved and greeted, Ka Ni, it's me. Ka Ni, surprised to see him, asked, big brother, why are you here? He approached and replied, I came to see how your work is coming along. She immediately presented a silencer, smiling brightly as she showed off her accomplishment. Big brother, look at this good stuff. He took it, happily replying, good stuff, just what I needed. He thought happily, my sniping ability combined with my special power plus this will be like a tiger with wings. Now, with a silencer, I can solve the problem of revealing my position with the sound of gunfire. Satisfied and pleased, he gave her a thumbs up. Excellent work, Ka Ni. You're a lifesaver. Hearing this, Ka Ni beamed and replied, try it out and see if it suits you. I made it according to the dimensions of your sniper rifle, but if it's not comfortable, I can adjust it. She clenched her fist, her eyes showing determination. Big brother, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I'll definitely do my best to make it for you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi sat down beside her without hesitation. He placed a hand on her shoulder and replied, that's actually why I came here. Ka Ni's face flushed with shyness. Oblivious, he continued, Ka Ni, grenades, mines, explosives. Can you make these things? He didn't hear her reply and added, a little embarrassed, is it too difficult? Hearing this, she returned to her usual demeanor. Standing up straight, she said clearly, of course I can. Big brother, you underestimate me. I thought it was something complicated. The things you mentioned are less technically challenging than a new energy battery. Ka Ni turned away, sulking. I feel like you're looking down on me, having me make these things. He looked at her, bewildered, wondering to himself, wow, for this kind of genius, those things really are low-tech, aren't they? Not hearing a response from him, she continued, the things you mentioned are actually not used much anymore in modern warfare. If it were 100 years ago, these single combat weapon configurations would have been useful. She sat back down and continued. As for explosives, even a middle school student could make them with the right materials. It only takes 3 chemicals, right? Zhang Yi sat down beside her. He replied, things are different now. After the Great Cold Age descended, high-tech weapons and casting frames were mostly reduced to scrap metal. His face suddenly turned serious. War now is a fight between people on an increasingly smaller scale. If that's the case, then mines and explosives will have their uses. He turned to look at her, explaining carefully, Han has found the source of the signal intrusion into the shelter. We've been targeted. Right now, the other party's background is unclear, but it's highly likely to be a heavily armed organization. To ensure our safety, I have to raise the security level and increase the traps around here. Do you understand? Connie, hearing this, apologized shyly. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. Big brother, I didn't know about this just now. Zhang Yi, hearing this, didn't mind and gently patted her head in response. It's okay. You did a good job. You don't need to worry about anything else. I'm here. I'll protect you. Connie, hearing him say this, was happy, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Big brother, you're really good to me. I don't know how to repay you. He tenderly wiped her tears and replied gently. Actually, you don't know. The first time I met you, I felt an incredibly strong connection with you. You look a lot like my younger sister. When I met you, I couldn't help but want to protect you. Hearing this, her eyes welled up and she asked emotionally, Really? He smiled, holding up 2 fingers in front of her and cheerfully replied, Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Hearing this, she stopped crying and gave a happy Suddenly, she blushed, a thought flashing through her mind. But only as a younger sister? Zhang Yi, oblivious to her reddening face, touched her cheek and spoke words filled with affection. Be a good girl and listen to me. You don't need to worry about anything. I'm here for everything. In her eyes, stars seemed to twinkle around him. He continued, As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer any harm. Connie was now overjoyed and quickly replied, Having finished his sweet, seductive words, Zhang Yi stood up and left. Before leaving, he thoughtfully added, All right then, you go back to work. Take care of yourself. Don't overwork. She left behind, was completely smitten, sweetly replying. He turned away, revealing his cunning, wicked expression. He thought to himself, although the trick wasn't particularly brilliant, I must win Connie over. Such a rare talent. I have to make her completely devoted to me. He stretched out his hand, wickedly thinking, in times of need, selling my charm isn't out of the question. Then he turned his attention to the silencer. After all, he had to keep a firm grip on such a dangerous weapon. He then pulled out his phone and sent a few messages in the group chat with Uncle U and Fatty Z. Recently, an unidentified force has appeared very close to us. Everyone must be careful. In times like these, you can't easily trust anyone. Because of the blizzard, the higher-ups can't manage the various areas. So be wary of any force or person with official credentials. Chun-Lei Z and Uncle U, after reading the messages, both revealed serious expressions. Then Chun-Lei Z replied, Understood, Brother Zhang. I'll definitely be careful. Uncle U also messaged me too. You be careful too. After reading these messages, he put his phone away, reassured, thinking this is all I can do for now. After all, I won't be leaving here. Step. Zhang Yi put his hand to his chin and began to think. But now the most dangerous situation was Fatty Z's. He recalled the terrain near the Shishan base, close to Tujia town. He continued his analysis. The signal source probing the refuge, on a straight line to the Yun Quyet Manor, happens to pass through Tujia town. Having thought it through, Zhang Yi sent a message to Chun-Lei. If you encounter danger and can't defend yourself, come to me. He finished the message and continued to ponder. An ice and snow ability user is indeed very useful. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't let anything happen to Fatty Z. As for Chun-Lei, he was leisurely reading the message Zhang Yi sent. Brother Zhang is really something. Even if someone's spying, they'd be spying on the villa where he lives. He continued to mutter to himself. From town, we're just a blurry rural area on the edge of Tianhai City. Not only are house prices extremely cheap, but in the eyes of the people in the city, we have no status. Who would bother spying on us? The scene changes 27 kilometers west of Tujia town. Xia Huan and Lu Ziang were going somewhere. He looked at the snow-filled sky and sighed. This blizzard, who knows when it will stop? If it continues for a few more months, maybe the whole world will be buried. Hearing this, she looked at him coldly and replied, "The snow won't fall forever. The water element in the air has already condensed a lot. Without water evaporating in other areas, how can ice and snow form?" She held out her hand to catch the snowflakes and continued, "I heard that even the temperature at the equator has dropped to minus 20 degrees. So, in the future, there will only be ice. Snowfall will become less and less. Perhaps this is the Creator's last mercy on the world." Ziang listened to her long speech and scratched his head in confusion. After a while, 2 snow wolves appeared. Huan was riding on one, heading somewhere, followed by a sled with Ziang on it. After a while, she took out her walkie-talkie and reported, "Investigation of the Cheng Exentang east of Yuanhai, Shishan district is complete." On the sled, Ziang asked doubtfully, "Where are we going next?" She quickly replied, "Originally, our investigation range was only within the Shishan district, but this time, according to instructions from higher-ups, we also have to conduct a special investigation." He repeated in confusion, "Special investigation?" Huan explained, "A special mission assigned by the higher-ups. They didn't specify the details. But it shouldn't be anything extremely important like before. We just go over there, investigate, and then we can return to our duties." After a while, Huan suddenly saw a small town appear before her eyes. She observed ahead and said, "That's the riverbank. We can follow the river and find it." She carefully got off the sled. "Let's go. The last stop. Once this is done, we can go back." With that, she whistled, and the wolves, obeying the command, quickly dashed off. A moment later, Huan and Ziang arrived at Tujia town. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the houses and a massive castle. She was filled with emotion. "I only planned to take a look along the way, but I didn't expect there to be a village outside the wilderness in this harsh blizzard." As they drew closer, several dogs appeared, barking loudly at the sight of strangers. Hearing the barking, the residents of the town came out, each fully equipped for defense and attack. Xia Huan was even more astonished by this scene. Unexpectedly, so many people had survived. She observed carefully and then offered her analysis. Not only did they not freeze to death, but they also maintained the scale of the village. "It's unbelievable." A townsperson pointed a gun at Xia Huan and Lu Ziang and asked warily, "Who are you? What are you doing coming to our Tujia town?" Hearing this, the two got out of the vehicle. Xia Huan approached, presented her identification papers, and explained, "We're on official duty. We came here to search for and help survivors of the disaster. Don't worry." Behind her, Lu Ziang, equally vigilant, held his gun firmly. Dong Tang stepped forward and seriously examined the papers Xia Huan presented. He read for a moment, then broke into a beaming smile and changed his demeanor to one of welcome. "So that's how it is. Welcome, welcome." He turned and gave orders. "Quickly, prepare a feast. We have honored guests today. We must entertain them well." The townspeople, realizing they weren't enemies, quickly dispersed. Dong Tang followed behind, continuing to give orders. "Every household, contribute some of your stored food. Don't be stingy with our guests." A townsperson spoke up, full of doubt. "Sixth uncle, we don't even know their purpose in coming here. Why are we being so enthusiastic towards them?" He replied curtly, "It's enough to know who they represent." He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Now that the world is in chaos, this is our chance to rise. If we can establish connections with influential figures, perhaps our C family will have the opportunity to ascend to greatness. Besides, it's just a little food. We can afford it." The man who had just questioned him, hearing this explanation, found it reasonable and replied, "Sixth uncle is right." Looking at the plentiful food on the table, Xia Huan speculated inwardly. These villagers don't seem to have been greatly affected by the blizzard. Their stored supplies are quite abundant. Having thought this, she spoke up, probing, "Uncle, The blizzard was so severe, but why wasn't your village greatly affected? How were you able to manage this? Dong Tang, perhaps realizing her probing, began to boast. First, it's certainly because our villagers are self-reliant and have an indomitable fighting spirit. We weren't brought down by the blizzard. Then he began to praise himself. Secondly, I, as the village head, also played a role. To be honest, I usually instruct them to store more food, just in case. So, when the blizzard hit, our village didn't worry about food. Not to brag, but no one in our village has starved to death. An uncle sitting next to him, listening to this boasting, thought with some disdain, he's only been village head for a few days. Before, it was third Uncle Dong Sheng who was in charge. Moreover, for many years now, our village has had the habit of storing food. How did it become his accomplishment in his telling? Is that all? Huan, quickly grasping the main point, asked, Oh, so that means your village has a lot of food, right? Dong Tang immediately denied it. Beautiful girl, just by looking at you, I can tell you don't understand the agricultural market of Tianhai City. He held up 3 fingers confidently. I won't hide it from you. 3/10 of all the vegetables in Tianhai City are supplied by our Tujia village. Having said that, he realized he had gotten carried away and revealed things he shouldn't have. He worried to himself, no good. If I reveal our reserves, what if they want us to use our own supplies to help others? Seeing his expression, Huan and Ziyang were a little taken aback. After some thought, he smoothly changed his tune. But this blizzard, lasting over a month, has destroyed a lot of food and vegetables. Right now, we're just barely maintaining a subsistence level. Huan looked at Dong Tang and said, Your Tujia town has at least 1,000 households, right? Being able to ensure everyone has enough food and clothing is already quite impressive. Dong Tang smiled in response. Actually, out of all of Tujia town, only our Tudong village is currently in the best condition. He continued, pointing at the wall proudly. These ice houses were all built under my direction, solving the housing problem. The other villages weren't so smart. Many houses were buried by the snow, and countless people died. Someone, observing this, thought to themselves disdainfully, he really knows how to toot his own horn. Huan and Ziyang chuckled inwardly. Unexpectedly, this old man is quite capable, Ziyang said with a smile. These ice houses were all man-made? That's incredible. Your village is full of skilled people. He patted his chest and laughed in reply. The people in our village are all farmers. Of course, they need some skills to earn extra income for their families. Dong Tang called for more food to be brought out. You two don't need to be polite. Eat more, eat more. Huan thought slyly. What a wealthy village. Dong Tang poured them some wine and continued the conversation with a smile. Can you two give us a hint as to when you plan to deal with a blizzard? Huan calmly ate while replying, Don't worry about that. We already have a plan to resolve the blizzard. We'll be implementing it soon. Dong Tang's eyes lit up with joy. That's great. These monstrous days are truly unbearable. It's impossible for just us to handle it. The young man next to him spoke up, but there's still no definite news from the experts. Who knows when the snow will stop? Huan took a sip of wine and said with a serious face, Soon, this blizzard won't last much longer. Look, isn't it much lighter now? It'll be over in a few months at most. Zhang, sitting next to her, was amazed by her acting skills and thought to himself, She speaks without changing her expression. If I didn't know the truth beforehand, I'd probably believe her too. Huan turned and asked, Has anyone in the village acted strangely lately? Dong Tang was surprised and thought, They're asking about the person with the condition. Like Chun Lei. He gave a forced laugh. What strange changes. The people in our village are all very normal. Huan immediately explained. It's the kind where people undergo some strange transformations, possessing extraordinary abilities. I believe that since everyone lives together, it would be easy to notice any differences in each other. If anyone can provide intelligence, there will be a generous reward later. Dong Tang worriedly pondered. Who knows if these words are trustworthy? Besides, with village head and clan leader Dong Tang here, It's not up to everyone else to speak. He contemplated carefully. The transformed person they're talking about must be Chun-Lei. Should I tell the truth? He cautiously looked at Huan, probing. May I ask, what do you need such people for? Huan smiled in reply. These people are all valuable talents. We can certainly use their abilities to contribute to the reconstruction of the country. She poured a glass of wine and offered it to Dongtang. Village head, if you know of any such people, you must report promptly. The organization will recognize your contribution. He pretended to understand, replying, Oh, so that's how it is. Outwardly cheerful, Dongtang was thinking to himself, that sounds nice, but I haven't seen any actual benefits yet. He immediately thought of Chun-Lei. Chun-Lei is the most precious treasure of Tudong Village. Without him, who knows what will become of the village in the future. I'm not giving him up easily. He picked up his phone and said to Huan, let's exchange contact information. I'll pay more attention later. If I find anyone like you described, I'll definitely let you know. She narrowed her eyes as if she had him figured out and said with a sly smile, Village head, are you trying to hide something from us? Lying to someone face to face is very bad behavior. Dongtang broke out in a cold sweat and gave a forced laugh, his hands trembling. No, what do you mean? I haven't lied at all. Huan tapped her fingers on the table, staring at him intently and asking, So, there really isn't anyone strange around you? Think carefully before you answer. Knowing and not reporting will have very serious consequences. Her stern voice frightened Dongtang, his face turning pale. Frightened, he leaned closer to her, rubbing his hands together and saying softly, Since you've put it that way, there does seem to be a suspicious person in our village. It's just that this person isn't from Tudong Village. No one knows him very well, so I didn't dare speak carelessly. Huan's eyes turned cold. Who is this person? Dongtang cautiously replied. His name is Zhang Yi. He lives in the Yun Qiyet manor opposite. Huan's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, Zhang Yi, the subject of the special investigation mentioned in the mission is him. She slapped the table excitedly. What a coincidence. Tell me everything. Beside her, Zhang chuckled softly. This is a good opportunity to get intelligence related to the target from the Tudong villagers. Dongtang sat down and began to recount the details. That Zhang Yi is like a demon. He single-handedly killed over 100 people from Tudong village. We can only suppress our anger towards him. You two must get justice for us. The surrounding villagers clenched their fists angrily and spoke up. That's right. That guy's strength is nothing like an ordinary person's. The men from our village who went to confront him were either killed or injured. Huan looked at Dongtang and continued to ask, Does anyone know Zhang Yi's age and height? Has anyone seen his face? Dongtang replied, We only know that there are many traps around his house. Moreover, he has a gun and a vehicle that can travel on snow. Zhang looked at him and continued to ask, So, does anyone know what that guy's power is? He replied, We don't know. We also don't understand what special abilities are. We just feel that he's not like an ordinary person. To be honest, this matter still needs further investigation. Huan's face was serious and displeased. The key to dealing with unusual individuals is to understand their powers, yet we haven't gained any information. After finishing their business there, the two of them started to leave, and Dongtang and the villagers saw them off. The two walked slowly. What about the matters of Tujia Town? Huan said with a blank expression, From now on, you will be in charge of Tujia Town. If you discover any useful information, report it to me immediately. Dongtang replied with a cheerful smile, Yes, I will definitely do my best. Please trust me. Huan quickly got into the car and took out her walkie-talkie to report to her superiors. Discovered a large-scale village with about 2,000 inhabitants and a large stockpile of food. The unusual individual's whereabouts are currently unknown. After she finished reporting, Zhang turned and asked, Why did you lie to them back in the village about things like rebuilding after the disaster? Actually, Huan interrupted him unhappily. If I told them the truth, do you think we would have been treated like honored guests, been fed and entertained, and honestly provided with intelligence? Ziyang scratched his head. I understand that, but I just feel like it's not right. After all, they treated us well. She leaned back comfortably and replied jokingly, "That's why I said you can only be my subordinate." She laughed smugly. "What I said is exactly what they wanted to hear. Not only do they not resent me, but they are also grateful to me for giving them hope." Ziyang crossed his arms and said worriedly, "But one day they will discover that everything you said was a lie. What are you going to do then?" She asked back, "What will happen then?" Huan laughed wickedly. "No matter when, as long as our positions are different, the right and wrong in words no longer matter." Ziyang used his binoculars to observe a luxurious villa. He quickly reported to Huan, "It's a good thing we got the information beforehand. Otherwise, venturing there, who knows, we might have been injured." She glanced at the villa and smiled slyly. To be able to live in a luxurious villa in the apocalypse and enjoy a comfortable life, even I can't help but feel envious. Ziyang looked at her and said with a smile, "What's there to admire? The weather outside is freezing, and the house is so big. Just keeping it warm would consume a large amount of energy." Ziyang became more and more puzzled. Where did he get so much fuel to keep warm? Not to mention daily necessities. Huan's mind was also full of questions. If the culprit who took everything from a Huanan warehouse was indeed Zhang Yi, it was uncertain whether he still had enough supplies. She stood up and sat on Ziyang's shoulders. "Take me over there." Ziyang immediately used his special ability to fly straight up. Not long after, Ziyang landed near Zhang Yi's villa. The two of them jumped over the wall, trudging through the thick snow. Huan looked up at the upper floor and exclaimed, as expected of a rich person's former residence, "Although it looks flashy, its defenses are comparable to a bunker." She placed her hand on the wall. "It's a pity, for me, there's no such thing as an impenetrable bunker in this world." Ziyang worriedly advised, "Are you really not going to discuss this with the team first? Your ability isn't combat-oriented. A risky infiltration like this could be dangerous." Huan looked at him with annoyance, retorting, "Lu Zhang, don't forget, even without special abilities, I, Xia Huan, am still a member of the Special Forces." He stopped trying to dissuade her and replied softly, "Then I'll wait for you outside. If the situation takes a turn for the worse, fire your gun. I'll find a way to get inside." She smiled and started to use her ability. "Don't worry, that Zhang, he won't even imagine that there's this kind of infiltration method in this world." Huan used her ability to phase through the wall into the house. Once inside, Huan thought to herself, "This guy is really something. He's been living better than a god these days." She looked around, observing and pondering that I can now confirm that he definitely still has a lot of supplies. Whether it's food or energy, he lacks nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such a comfortable life. Huan approached the door and reached out to open it. Suddenly, at that moment, she seemed to sense something inside and stopped. She muttered to herself, "This hideout is much more important than the mission briefing suggested." Huan walked to the kitchen counter and picked up a small knife. "First, I'll scare the evolved here. Maybe I can even capture this place without a fight." She used her phasing ability again to leave the house. Seeing her safely outside, Ziyang asked, "Did you find anything?" Huan replied, "A lot. Let's head back first. I'll explain everything on the way." Ziyang looked at Huan in surprise and asked, "Head back?" He seemed a bit worried. "Did you encounter a strong opponent?" Huan stroked her chin. "Although it's not clear, based on the current situation, that man named Zhang Yi is definitely not. Simple." She continued, "I'm not good at fighting. There's no need to stay here and risk it. Returning to report the situation here to our superiors and sending a larger team is the safest course of action." Hearing this, Ziyang agreed. "All right, let's retreat." Inside the house, Zhang Yi suddenly woke up. He noticed his cat, Hua, staring with its fur bristled towards the door. Zhang Yi cautiously grabbed a pistol, thinking, Hua, is this alert? Something must have happened in the house. He approached and gently stroked the cat. Hua, what's wrong? The cat remained alert, its head continuously turning as if looking at something. Zhang Yi was a little apprehensive. Could it have had a nightmare? I've never heard of cats having nightmares. He took out his phone and checked the security cameras, but found nothing unusual. The surveillance footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. Hua Hua meowed and repeatedly pawed at the door, as if telling Zhang Yi to check outside. Zhang Yi didn't understand, but opened the door and said, "Wait a minute." Reaching the outside, Hua Hua quickly jumped back towards the table where Huan Huan had taken a knife. Using its nose, it sniffed and detected an unfamiliar knife on the table. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly. He picked up the knife and began to ponder. This kind of military knife definitely isn't mine, and the other people in the shelter shouldn't have something like this either. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV to check, thinking with a hint of worry. Who on earth put this here? And how could they bypass the shelter's defenses without a trace? He rewound the living room's surveillance camera footage to 10 minutes prior to see if anyone appeared. On the screen, the image of Huan Huan's recent intrusion appeared. He used voice control and shouted, "Zoom in." Seeing the opponent's ability, Zhang Yi couldn't help but be astonished. So there are actually abilities like this. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger, muttering through clenched teeth, "This woman must die. Absolutely cannot let her live." Zhang Yi looked down at the cat at his feet and ordered, "Hua Hua, come with me outside. Kill the intruder." Before leaving, he carefully prepared his equipment and put on a set of armor. He then turned on the remote to view the surveillance cameras outside. Looking at the screen, he saw two people sneaking around outside. He thought to himself with annoyance, "Two people? No matter. I'll kill the woman who broke into the shelter first." Reaching the car, Huan Huan and Ziyang sat down together to discuss and talk. Ziyang asked her, "Huan Huan, what did you see inside Zhang Yi's house that made you so happy?" Huan Huan leaned back and replied with a smile, "Lao Lu, logically speaking, you're not qualified to know, but I'm in a good mood today, so telling you isn't a problem." She continued, "There were some rumors before that Zhang Yi was connected to the Huanan warehouse disappearance case last time. Have you heard of it?" At this point, Zhang started stroking his chin, trying to remember. "I seem to have some impression." Huan Huan continued, "The Huanan warehouse stored more than a third of the supermarket group supplies in Hua Nation. I heard the value of the goods was over 10 billion. Ziyang couldn't believe his ears after hearing this. Supplies worth over 10 billion? Is it that terrifying? He looked at her and asked, "Do you mean Zhang Yi knows where those supplies are?" Huan Huan slowly explained, "If Zhang Yi was an ordinary warehouse manager, the missing supplies wouldn't be related to him, but could an ordinary person survive in the apocalypse for this long? Also, he has very strong firepower, repelling hundreds of surrounding villagers, and even killing over 100 people." She smiled smugly, sharing her speculation with Zing. "The disappearance of the goods is beyond reason, but if it's the ability of an awakened, then many things can be explained." Ziyang's mind was now clear, and he said in astonishment, "You mean he has the ability to conceal supplies and used it to move all the supplies in the warehouse?" Huan Huan smiled and nodded. "It's just a guess. I'm not certain, but with this possibility, it's worth taking action." Huan Huan continued triumphantly. "After we return, we'll immediately report this information to our superiors. Then we'll send a large force. Even if his house is very fortified, with me here, it's nothing." Zhang, after hearing this, laughed as if victory was already in his grasp. "Excellent. With natural abilities like yours, the possibilities are endless." They continued their conversation. "Lao Lu, don't be too upset. After we finish this mission and return, you'll receive a large reward. I'll become a high-ranking official in the base, so you won't lose out," Ziyang replied. "Then I'll be counting on your support in the future." At this moment, from behind, Zhang Yi, riding on the enlarged Hua Hua, was aiming his rifle. Found them. He focused on the target, his eyes firm. "Want to run? Dream on." With a swift whoosh, the bullet pierced straight through Huan Huan's head, blood splattering everywhere. She instantly lost consciousness and collapsed. Witnessing the sudden scene, Ziyang raised his gun defensively. Another bullet quickly flew towards him, but luckily it missed, hitting the top of the vehicle. Zhang seemed to have identified the enemy's position. He quickly grabbed Huanhuan's body and vanished. Zhang Yi watched his prey escape, frustrated. Damn it, just how many espers are there? He quickly regained his composure, a smirk forming on his lips as he thought to himself, to encounter two espers appearing and acting together like this. No matter who they are, I'll make sure they die here. I absolutely can't let them report back. What should I do? Call Fatty here? No, he doesn't have any transportation. By the time he gets here, it'll be daylight. He looked at the large cat and pointed forward, giving the order. Hua Hua, go flush that guy out. I'll provide sniper support. You'll get 100 dried fish when we get back. It let out a meow in response, as if understanding. Zhang hid behind a large ice block, cautiously looking around. The attacker was definitely Zhang Yi, trying to silence them. Damn it, Zhang, holding Huanhuan's body, worriedly said, the best course of action now is to hold him off and call for backup. A loud noise and the shadow of Hua Hua rapidly approached. He wondered in a panic, what is that? Zhang dodged the massive impact from Hua Hua, still holding Huanhuan. Both of them fell beside the large ice block. Hua Hua was also thrown back a distance. It pounced, and he quickly fired several shots. Zhang Yi also took aim. Let's see how long you can hide. Zhang fought the giant Hua Hua while nimbly dodging Zhang Yi's bullets, frustrating him. Dodged again, an Esper ability that enhances speed and agility. He scoffed and muttered, then let's see how long you can keep this up. Zhang struggled to avoid the claws, cursing, damn it, being attacked by this monster while having to constantly watch out for and dodge bullets from afar. There's no way to escape. Just then, another bullet whizzed by, and he had to dodge again. Again, Zhang gritted his teeth at his predicament. Then he had to dodge another long-range bullet. In the next instant, Hua Hua lunged again, furiously. One bite took off Zhang's arm. Zhang roared in fury. You damned beast, let's die together. But before he could react, a bullet pierced his forehead, blood spraying out. Zhang Yi finally revealed himself, approaching the two bodies. Hua Hua meowed twice. He mused, what's this? He then looked over at Huanhuan's body. This was the woman who had snuck into the shelter. There seemed to be something on her. Noticing a golden glow surrounding her, he curiously touched. Is this her ability? The glow began to envelop him. Zhang Yi realized. So, the powers of these mutants can devour each other. He stroked the cat and then excitedly kissed it. Hua Hua, thank you, good girl. Looking at Zhang's body, which showed no reaction, he wondered, wasn't he a mutant? Why didn't I get that feeling when I touched him? Zhang Yi, puzzled, efficiently disposed of Zhang's body, muttering so strange. This world, the mutated creatures, everything is full of mysteries now. No matter what, after I return, I need to prepare carefully for battle. Better safe than sorry. Seeing Zhang Yi approach, Henin reported, Mr. Zhang Yi, there's been progress in the investigation you asked me to do. As he drew closer, she quickly briefed him on the specifics. Based on the analysis of the equipment on the two people you brought back last night, I've traced them to an organization called the Shishan Shelter. According to what I've found, it's a very large place with over 1,000 survivors. The Shishan organization has a very strict hierarchical structure. They also have an armed force of hundreds, and the most elite members of their special forces seem to be mutants and special operations units. She thought of Huanhuan and Zhang, the people he had asked her to investigate, and continued, ordinary soldiers, even well-trained ones with standard weapons, wouldn't pose a significant threat to the shelter. As long as there aren't any infiltrators like that woman, it would be difficult to inflict any real damage on my shelter. He smiled with satisfaction, patted her head, and praised, then we have a way to attack. Henin, you're really good. Feeling pleased by the compliment, she confidently replied, this kind of thing is nothing to me. Just you wait and see. I'll infiltrate the network of that Shishan base. Zhang Yi was quite excited. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Connie nearby, he also inquired, Connie, have you had any findings? She quickly replied, come with me to the lab. I made a major discovery. The two quickly went to the lab to observe the bodies. Connie gave a brief explanation. Through the autopsy, I discovered that the cells of these two individuals have undergone mutations. Their cell activity is 10 times that of ordinary people, and the energy produced by the glycogen reaction is also released in a very unusual way. The brain cells, in particular, show the most pronounced reaction. This proves that the primary source of their abilities comes from the brain. Zhang Yi thought in surprise. Indeed, when I absorbed that woman's ability, it was from her brain. He chuckled, amused, and said to her, "This is indeed an interesting discovery." To his surprise, she became frustrated and exclaimed, "You don't understand how important this discovery is." Connie elaborated, "Currently, mutated human bodies are the result of natural mutation due to gamma radiation, but the number of individuals in this population group is limited. Moreover, the effects of mutation are not necessarily beneficial. Even if they gain abilities, it's not certain useful." She rattled on, causing Zhang Yi to fall into deep thought, seriously considering the issue. However, if someone could thoroughly research the principles of mutant variation or the method of cell transplantation, they might even be able to create mutants. He mused aloud. "According to what you're saying, wouldn't the whole world be filled with mutants in the future?" Connie refuted his statement and explained in more detail, "Of course not. Not to mention the extremely low probability. The person using their ability to create mutants would suffer severe physical damage and exhaustion. For example, this male mutant, it's highly likely he was artificially created." Zhang Yi continued, "So, he's a manufactured product. Considering everything, he's only slightly stronger than ordinary people, and his limits are locked. Based on these findings, he concluded if that's the case, then most of them are just products like this. Nothing more than consumables in the eyes of those in power at the Shishan shelter." At this moment, Connie opportunely sought his opinion. These materials aren't difficult to find. If the goal is to kill, even the most common black powder, with a sufficient quantity, can cause significant damage. With my modifications, creating weapons to prevent intrusion into the shelter is a trivial matter. Hearing this, Zhang Yi agreed. "All right, after we get the materials, prioritize the essential functions. Don't worry about conserving resources." Finishing his business, he quickly went to the training room and chose to practice archery. Zhang Yi aimed the bow, an arrow with precision. The arrow shot through the air like a streak of lightning, carrying a surge of energy from him. It flew straight towards the bullseye and embedded itself deeply, the force so powerful that it shattered the target. Zhang Yi was astonished, thinking, "My arrow speed now has probably surpassed the speed of sound." He couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. "Unexpectedly, the plundered power enhances my strength much faster than a month of painstaking training." Ling Feng asked anxiously, "How are Lu Ziang and Xie Huanhuan?" The blond young man checked the information and replied, 5 minutes ago, we received their distress signal. We've already pinpointed the signal's location. But if we want to take action, we need to get Commander Chen's permission." Ling Feng was anxious. "This concerns the lives of my subordinates. I'll go see him now." With that, he immediately went to Chun Hinian's place. But as soon as he arrived, he was stopped by Guru. "Captain Ling, it's late. Please don't disturb Commander Chen's rest. If you have anything to report, come back tomorrow." Unable to see Hinian, Ling Feng was almost losing his patience. Xie Huanhuan and Lu Ziang from my team went out on a reconnaissance mission. They're in danger now and have sent a distress signal to the base. I must report this immediately. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Guru chuckled slightly. "Captain Ling, I understand your feelings. But you need to understand, no matter how hard you work, can you work as hard as Commander Chen? He has to exhaust himself for the survival of the base. He just fell asleep, and you insist on disturbing him. Do you want to disregard the safety of a Shishan shelter?" Ling Feng grew angrier as he listened and questioned loudly. "What are you saying? Are the lives of the Special Forces members not important? Guru chuckled softly and calmly replied, I didn't mean that. It's just that at the Shishan shelter, the leader is above all else. Ling Feng took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. His voice softened, almost pleading, is it really impossible to make an exception just this once? Every member of the Special Forces team is a valuable asset to the Shishan shelter. Guru lowered his head and replied, I'm truly sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Ling Feng had no choice but to pull his two teammates away. Let's go back. We're not authorized. We can't act on our own. After they left, Guru slowly raised his head, glancing towards the door behind him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Inside the room, Chun Hinian was enjoying the company of two beautiful women, Song Xian and Mo Ling. He laughed heartily. The Shishan shelter is facing many serious problems right now. The energy supply won't last much longer. Food is scarce, and I'm swamped every day, worried that I'll make a mistake somewhere and lose everyone's trust. Song Xian looked up at Chun Hinian with admiration. You work so hard, sir. It must be exhausting to maintain the entire Shishan shelter with the strength of just one person. Hearing this, Chun Hinian became even more complacent. He chuckled, his voice full of arrogance. The burden of this position isn't for everyone. There are some things that only I can do. For the survival and development of the entire shelter, no matter how hard it is, I won't shy away from it. After finishing his business, Chun Hinian called Guru in. Come in. Song Xian and Mo Ling had already left. As Guru entered, Chun Hinian glanced at him, his voice lazy. Someone came looking for me just now. Who is it? Guru respectfully replied. It was Ling Feng. He said two members of his team went out on a reconnaissance mission and seemed to have encountered some trouble. They sent a distress call to the shelter. Upon hearing this, Chun Hinian dismissed it, then sent a few people to investigate, but no captain-level personnel are allowed. Before we know the situation over there, we can't afford to waste these valuable assets. Guru bowed his head and replied, understood. In the Special Forces team meeting room, everyone was now present. Seeing Guru enter, Ling Feng couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly asked, Secretary Ge, do you have any good news? Guru replied, you can send people to investigate, but the prerequisite is that no captain-level personnel are allowed to be deployed. You are all the most valuable fighting force of the Shishan shelter. We can't risk losing any of you. Ling Feng replied, I understand. I'll send someone over there. With that, he left, followed by Liang Yut. Coming from the opposite direction were Z Twin and Mo Ling. Liang Yut was surprised to see them and quickly called out, Meng Z Twin. Hearing her name, Z Twin stopped and looked at Liang Yut, smiling. Miss Liang, it's so good to see you here. Liang Yut asked in surprise, what are you doing here? Z Twin laughed scornfully. Why wouldn't I be here? If it weren't for this pretty face and serving Commander Chun with Mo Ling, we would have been discarded like the others, purged, just like you did to them. Liang Yut asked, confused, purged? What are you talking about? Before Z Twin could answer, Mo Ling quickly interrupted. All right, stop talking. Be careful, or you'll get into trouble. Z Twin walked ahead, followed by Mo Ling. Liang Yut, increasingly bewildered, quickly grabbed Mo Ling's hand, her voice urgent. Tell me, what happened to you in the fourth life compartment? Mo Ling looked at Liang Yut and slowly replied, Ms. Liang, after you left, many classmates disappeared. Liang Yut was stunned and hurriedly asked, disappeared? Why? Hearing this, Mo Ling couldn't hold back her tears. Her voice choked with grief. We don't know why. It's just that after they were taken away, they never came back. Without another word, Mo Ling left, leaving Liang Yut with one last sentence. I'm sorry, Ms. Liang, I don't know anything else. If you really want to know, it's best to investigate yourself, or pretend that nothing happened and don't ask anymore. Liang Yut became more and more bewildered. She tried to call after her. Is there some misunderstanding? Maybe they were sent somewhere else to work, and others just don't know. At the fourth life compartment, Liang Yut walked while lost in thought. Chung Wu leaned against the wall, looked at her, and asked, Ms. Liang, Do you want to know where those classmates went? Before Liang Yu could answer, Cheng-Wu raised a hand to silence her. Shoo, follow me. He then pulled Liang Yu into a corner, and the two observed two people in protective suits struggling to carry a large bag. Cheng-Wu looked at them and said, lately, I've occasionally been called to the second life compartment, and I discovered this on the way. Inside those bags are the bodies of the missing classmates. Liang Yu was horrified. What? She looked at Cheng-Wu and instructed, I'll follow them and see. You go back to the dormitory to avoid suspicion. Cheng-Wu replied, then be careful, Ms. Liang. Taking advantage of the absence of people around, Liang Yu immediately took action. She quickly snuck into the changing room and then knocked out a guard. When she came out, she was wearing a white, airtight protective suit, making her completely inconspicuous. Carrying a black bag on her shoulder, Liang Yu walked towards the morgue. She smoothly entered and stood there, overhearing two people talking. One looked into a container and said, another failure. This is the 8th one recently. Another person came from behind and said, there's nothing we can do. It must be that their bodies can't adapt from their mouths. Liang Yu clearly heard the phrase can't adapt, which made her suspicious, and the question kept echoing in her mind. Adapt? Adapt to what? Liang Yu's question was finally answered when she looked at what was placed in the container, the body of a male student. Liang Yu was horrified by the sight before her, thinking, what on earth is this base researching? One person pulled open the black bag, revealing a body inside. The corpse was quickly placed on the support frame. Then, he walked to the control panel and pressed a button. Flames erupted, and the body on the conveyor belt was burned to ashes. Below, a white liquid continuously flowed out from a funnel. Liang Yu stared at it, a question arising in her mind. This white liquid? She tried to recall. It was identical to the white, porridge-like substance she had eaten on her first day here. So, wasn't what she ate that day, actually? At this point, Liang Yu couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly turned to leave, thinking, they're actually turning dead people into food and supplying it to the lower-level workforce of the 4th life compartment. Before leaving, she heard one person ask, is there any more banana flavoring? The other replied, there's still a little but not much. Tell the lab to make some more later. He swirled the liquid in the glass, observing it closely. This stuff is packed with protein, highly nutritious. If you didn't know how it was made, you'd think it was a great energy supplement. Liang Yu, having removed her protective gear, pinched her nose and quickly turned to leave. The moment she stepped outside, she couldn't help but vomit. Her face pale, she trembled. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have stayed at the Azure Academy. At least that monster only ate people. It wasn't impossible to deal with. The glass in front of her reflected her image, filled with fear and unease. This place was clearly a den of devils. After composing herself, Liang Yu walked out, muttering, I can't stay here. I have to find a way to leave. After a while, she stopped, her voice dropping. But if I leave, where can I take the children? Elsewhere, the blonde-haired man reported, Captain, I found tracks from a snowmobile. The captain ordered go check it out. In front of the villa, the snowmobile finally came to a halt. The Western Mountain Organization reconnaissance team immediately disembarked. All four, armed with guns, cautiously advanced. Zilang ordered, he's definitely inside this manor. Split into 3-man teams and fan out, following the footprints. Oi, mid-stride, suddenly froze, sensing movement. The wire connected to his grenade's safety pin jerked. The pin was pulled. The grenade instantly detonated. Zilang yelled in horror. Ziwi. The grenade exploded at point-blank range. In mere seconds, half of Oi's body was gone. Witnessing the scene, Zilang roared in fury. Damn it! The others didn't hesitate, immediately raising their guns and firing a barrage of bullets towards the villa. Gunfire echoed intensely, bullets peppering the building. Inside, Zhang Yi also heard the commotion, thinking gunfire. The Western Mountain Organization is here. He immediately ordered, activate the optical defense system. The recipient of the order hastily replied, understood, activating. Instantly, a shield appeared, enveloping the entire villa. Through the window, Zhang Yi observed the Western Mountain group outside, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Finally, a worthy opponent. Outside, the Western Mountain reconnaissance team continued to furiously fire at the protective shield. Zhang Yi watched them, muttering to himself, "This is good. If I didn't have to face a professional opponent, wouldn't this high-level disaster relief department of mine be wasted?" A red-haired man announced, "Captain, found a grenade." Zhang Yi reported, "Captain." Suddenly someone's hand pressed the control, causing the men who were just probing for mines to be blown to smithereens. Zhang gritted his teeth. Who is he? Why does he have this kind of equipment? His subordinate tried to console him that we don't understand anything about the enemy, and we don't have advanced EOD equipment or weapons. We should return to base and report, then request reinforcements. Zhang, his pride wounded, refused. No. We are already a rescue team. If we request reinforcement from base, we'll lose all face. The other man replied, but Zhang interrupted him. Don't let him talk. It's nothing like hesitation. We continue the attack. I don't believe this villa doesn't have a weak point. Another man tried to dissuade him. Zhang, don't let your emotions control you. He angrily shouted back. Certain he was right. I'm not being emotional. We don't have any intel on this place. If we don't attack, the others will have to. Let's get some intel on this villa first. Zhang said calmly. It's just a turtle hiding in its shell. As long as we can break in, we can definitely kill the bastard inside. Inside the house, Yami wondered, are they acting like this because they've actually found a weakness? Zhang Yi reassured her, when I first arrived at the shelter, I checked everything very carefully. Plus, I check again every 3 days. There are no external weaknesses. She still seemed worried. They're probing so fearlessly. I'm still a little concerned. It's not being afraid of 10,000 things, but being afraid of that 1 in 10,000 possibility. He calmly ate a piece of cake and said, You mean it would be better if we could take the offensive, right? Yang Mi replied, That's exactly what I mean. Zhang Yi explained the situation. It would actually be very simple to attack them, but I prefer to play defense. Don't worry. Let's see what their offensive capabilities are like first. Outside, the Western Mountain subordinates were discussing their plan. This is an iron turtle with formidable defenses. Its construction materials are no less than a modern war fortress. If it has a single flaw, it's that it has no offensive capabilities. That's a lucky break for us. He spoke seriously. You could even say it's a Doomsday shelter built purely for defense. It's not surprising to see such architecture in this wealthy district. After all, those people are scared of others seeking revenge for the evil things they've done, so they spent a fortune building this place. Zhang continued his subordinate's thought. That's why they set so many traps on the road. Now that the traps have been cleared, they can only take a beating. Confident in their victory, he said, This is easy. We'll use explosives to blow a corner of this house. Then we'll rush in and kill them. The other man said dejectedly, I just don't know how much explosive we'll need. He replied, Even a fortress on the battlefield can be blown up with enough explosives. A private shelter like this can't be stronger than a fortress, can it? We'll concentrate our firepower on one spot, and we'll definitely succeed. Inside, Zhang Yi saw them planting the explosives. He cheerfully said to the two women behind him, Just wait and watch the show. I'm going to teach them a little lesson. One soldier pressed the detonator in his hand, and the other soldier ran as far away from Zhang Yi's building as possible. 321 detonate. The soldiers watched in shock as the massive explosion only created a small crater in the snow, blackened and smoking. That what's going on? Not even a scratch. The soldiers were scared, hesitant, and bewildered. This shelter is too strong. Two soldiers approached, standing right at the edge of the scorched black pit they had just created. The ground beneath was also covered in this black material. It's this stuff. We can't do anything with a direct assault, and we can't even dig a tunnel underneath. Zhang frowned and gave the order, With just the weapons we have, I'm afraid we can't do anything. Request backup. Have the demolition squad brought in. The one-eyed soldier walked over, followed by another soldier carrying a long, thin wooden box. If explosives won't work, maybe I can give it a try. Zilang watched as he opened the box and took out a sniper rifle. You want to use that? He asked. The one-eyed soldier replied seriously, not bad. This sniper rifle of mine can destroy a tank. He carefully aimed through the scope. Even if it's bulletproof glass, can it withstand this shot of mine? Inside the house, Zhang Yi watched in astonishment as the bullet hurtled towards him, slamming into the window right in front of him. A chill ran down his spine. This is a heavy sniper rifle. He gave a wry chuckle, but that's terrifying. This bulletproof glass is only 80 centimeters thick, and he's already scratched it. What if he fires a few dozen more rounds and shatters it? The one-eyed soldier stood frozen, silence hanging heavy in the air. Frustrated and indignant, he roared in disbelief. Back in the day, I used this gun to take out bunkers. I blasted through reinforced concrete. What kind of shelter is this? It doesn't have any weak points. Zilang grabbed his shoulder and explained, I'm afraid this shelter's defenses are even more formidable than our western mountain base. We can't break through with the weapons we have. We should report back to headquarters. The one-eyed soldier glanced back, bewildered. Zilang barked into his radio, retreat. Inside the house, Zhang Yi watched them leave with a simmering anger. Xiao AI opened the window. He extended his own rifle out the window and carefully aimed. One of the trailing soldiers noticed and pointed towards the house. Captain, the second-floor window is open. Two soldiers fired a volley of shots towards him. Zhang Yi scoffed, effortlessly absorbing all their bullets into the spatial portal in his hand. Opportunities to acquire an anti-material rifle don't come often. I have to keep this. The bullet ripped through the air, piercing the wooden gun case and the head of the soldier, carrying it, killing him instantly. Zhang Yi's figure, now holding the sniper rifle, became clearly visible to them. Zilang, enraged, ignored the soldier beside him and roared, You've come at just the right time. This time, you're looking for death. He bellowed the order, fire. A barrage of bullets erupted. Inside the house, Zhang Yi held the sniper rifle in one hand, picking them off, while using his spatial ability with the other to return their fire. Two soldiers were shot in the head in quick succession. Soldiers continued to collapse into the snow as the exchange of fire continued. One soldier, firing wildly, cried out in panicked repetition, No, 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 no. Why can't we kill him? Zilang suddenly realized he's a superhuman. The one-eyed soldier looked at him in confusion. Does that mean he's immune to our attacks? Zilang waved his hand forward and shouted the order, retreat. Retreat quickly. We can't handle this guy. Zilang quickly ran ahead to escape. This is unbelievable. Never mind those who are dead. Hide! Hide quickly! The one-eyed soldier quickly ran after him. Zhang Yi shifted his gaze through the scope and saw the two of them running. Those two were the captains, right? Bullets were fired continuously, slamming into the snow. He narrowed his eyes, observing them dangerously. Are they artificially created superhumans again? Even their abilities are so similar. Their powers are quite strong. Could it be that in the future, we can really use drugs to create superhumans? Or are their abilities copied from someone? He shifted his gaze to another soldier running separately. It seems the abilities of those two artificial superhumans can dodge bullets, but unfortunately, there are only two of them. The bullet pierced through the soldier's thigh, causing him to cry out in pain. He collapsed, hitting his head on the ground, clutching his thigh in pain, covering the bleeding wound. One after another, the others were shot down in the same way. Screams echoed. Lu Hongdao, Chao, Zhiwu, two soldiers collapsed on the ground in agony, unable to move. Zilang urgently ordered, Don't move. This is a siege to lure reinforcements. No one is allowed to go out. He yelled, Throw smoke grenades, incendiary bombs. If they're using a sniper to lure us out, then we'll disrupt their vision. A smoke grenade was thrown right next to the injured soldier's leg. White smoke billowed out, spreading across a wide area. He chuckled coldly. Not bad for professional soldiers. Their combat qualities are quite high. Zhang Yi calmly extended his hand, using his spatial ability to launch a barrage of snow towards them. The snow poured down so heavily they couldn't escape. The soldiers were terrified that he's not human. We can't fight him. Captain, should we call for reinforcements? Please, base, send someone. Zilang grabbed the soldier's collar and yelled, "Shut up. We came here as reinforcements. If we ask for reinforcement from the base now, how can we face anyone?" The soldier stammered in fear, but that person is too terrifying. No, he's not human. He's a demon. Otherwise, why can't we kill him? The one-eyed soldier angrily knocked the soldier on the head. Calm down. That person hasn't come out yet. He's definitely still wary of us. Don't worry too much. Zilang gritted his teeth in frustration, hoping the soldier would calm down. Zilang turned and seriously asked for advice. What should we do? His shooting skills are no worse than mine or yours. As soon as we stick our heads out, we might get shot dead. The one-eyed soldier drew a winding line in the snow, marking a location, then proposed a tactic to the group. Break through those houses ahead. Then follow this path, and we can escape. As long as he doesn't have a clear line of sight, no matter how good his shooting skills are, he won't be able to do anything to us. Zhang Yi sneered, anticipating their plan. Going to call for stronger reinforcements? Only by killing until you're terrified will you damn people stop. Haiyan stared angrily at the report. This reconnaissance team had lost 20 soldiers. Secretary Cat suggested punishing those soldiers. Chun Darren, Shun Hone, and Tu Lang acted uselessly, failing the organization's expectations. I think we should severely punish them as a warning. Haiyan interjected, speaking up for them, saying they encountered a strong opponent, so we can't blame them. We're short-handed now, so we could discuss this later. But I'm very curious about that mysterious shelter and its owner. He frowned and asked, "Is there any intelligence related to this?" Kat Nu quickly brought over a report, yes. She opened her iPad and pointed to the marked locations on the clearly displayed electronic map. According to Shun Hone and Tu Lang's report, the location of the discovered shelter is the Van Quyet Manor by the Lu River. Combined with the intelligence we received earlier, I think the most suspicious person is that man named Zhang Yi. I've also investigated the shelter. It was built by Vong, 2 men 10 years ago. No one paid attention to it before. But based on our architect's assessment, its defensive capabilities are probably no less than our Shishan base. He wondered, who is Zhang Yi? Cat Nu explained. He's the man suspected of the missing supplies from the Hoanam warehouse. That insignificant warehouse manager. Haiyan also speculated it's him. If that's the case, then this makes sense. He frowned in displeasure. An insignificant character, uneducated, without any background. Yet he can rely on the abilities he gained after the mutation to become such a nuisance. He's truly lucky. Haiyan slowly paced as he analyzed. Warehouse manager, naturally gifted superhuman, immune to bullets and superhuman attacks. He suddenly realized something. Haiyan slammed his hand on the table, concluding if he were just an ordinary awakened person, when encountering Ta Hon Hon and Lu Tu Duong, he should have either flattered them or fled. He might have even begged to join our Shishan base. After all, with the current shortage of supplies, surviving alone outside is truly difficult. But he didn't do any of that. Instead, he risked defending the Shishan base to kill Ta Hon Hon and Lu Tu Duong. This can only mean he definitely has a secret he can't let others know. Secretary Cat was frightened upon hearing this. Haiyan angrily slammed a paper onto the table. This secret was most likely discovered by Ta Hon Hon and Lu Tu Duong. Cat Nu panicked. Then what secret did they discover? He shouted, what could be the biggest secret in the apocalypse? Only supplies. His face became a sickly, triumphant green as he narrowed his eyes and sneered. In other words, the massive amount of missing supplies from the Hoanam warehouse is actually in his hands, hidden using his special ability. Haiyan became even more triumphant. It must be like that. Only this can explain all his actions? If so, then we must capture Zhang. Secretary Cat cheered. Congratulations, Chundarin, on finding another large batch of supplies for our Shishan base. He reveled smugly. Our base's supplies are dwindling, especially energy and food. We're constantly short. There's no effective way to replenish them. But if we could get our hands on the supplies from the world's largest warehouse, we could at least maintain a comfortable life for 10 years. Hai Nian waved his hand, giving the order, summon Ling Feng for me. Xianlei looked on in terror at the fierce, heavily armed soldiers arranging themselves, his heart in turmoil. Good heavens, someone really came. I have to tell Brother Zhang immediately. Xianlei rushed into his room, anxiously sat on the bed, and called Zhang Yi. Boss, something big has happened. Zhang Yi on the other end spoke leisurely. Did the people from the Shishan base find your place? Xianlei exclaimed in surprise. Boss, you're so smart. Just now, a squad of soldiers arrived at our village. Zhang Yi's voice rose in warning. Fatty, you have to be careful. I warned you these people have ulterior motives. Tianhai City is completely divided. They aren't bound by law or morality. You have to be careful they don't loot all your supplies. More importantly, watch out for your own safety. Xianlei scratched his head in frustration, anxiously assuring him, Don't worry, boss. If I wanted to run, they wouldn't catch me easily. Right now, those people have become honored guests. Everyone in the village is enthusiastically entertaining them. They won't listen to anything I say. Zhang Yi sharply instructed him, then just ignore them. A wise word is wasted on a fool. Just make sure you protect yourself and the important people around you. But Fatty, there's something I need to remind you. I consider you a good brother, and I've always valued you. But if you dare to do anything that betrays me, you know the consequences. Xianlei on the other end firmly asserted, Don't worry, boss, my loyalty lies with you. Zhang Yi got to the main point. I need someone who can gather information for me, so I can grasp their movements at any time. Xianlei hesitated. I can't do that kind of spy work, boss. Those soldiers are all incredibly imposing. Just looking at them scares me. Zhang Yi gently reassured him, Don't worry. I don't need you to have any direct conflict with them. You just need to discreetly gather information for me. The reward after this is successful won't be small. Xianlei, pale with fear, leaned back. Yes, that's so? Then all right. As long as you don't ask me to fight, anything is fine. Village head Dong Sheng enthusiastically pointed out directions to the soldiers. Xianlei called out to him, Mr. Liu. Dong Sheng startled. Why are you here? He pulled Xianlei aside. The fact that you're a superhuman is a secret of our Tudong village. We can't let others know. Don't leave the house casually from now on. Wait for my orders to act. Xianlei argued. Sixth uncle, do you think we can hide this? You've already dragged the whole village into this. Even if you don't say anything, others in the village will. The fact that I'm a superhuman is already out. Why not just admit it and let me meet them directly? Consider it a show of good faith. Dong Sheng hesitated. That makes sense. Follow me. Xianlei's grandfather introduced him. This is my grandson, Xianlei. He's a superhuman. I'd like everyone to meet him. Ling stepped forward to inquire. You're superhuman? What's your ability? He simply replied, I can control ice and snow to some extent. As you can see, I built all the snow houses in Tudong village. Xianlei used his ability to create a snowball and levitate it. Chundarin cheerfully slung an arm around Xianlei's shoulders. Excellent, excellent. I never expected such a talent in such a small village. He joyfully embraced Xianlei and held him tight. He instructed Xianlei's grandfather, old man, quickly have someone prepare food and wine. Today, we must celebrate with this friend. Inside the dining room, Zhang Yi answered his phone. Assemble a group of powerful, innate superhuman captains to attack the shelter. Detonate only at the designated point. Understood. Thank you for your intel. Zhang Yi chuckled, teasing him. But Fatty, have you really not considered joining the Shishan base? Following me might not be the best path. Xianlei, speaking on the phone, replied, Boss, I trust my gut. You're more trustworthy than those guys. Zhang Yi responded, You won't regret today's decision. Continue observing. Your intel is crucial to me. Report any small movements. He replied, yes, boss. Zhang Yi mused, detonation, truly the best way they can deal with me. I believe the Shishan base has stockpiled a large amount of explosives. Leveling 10 shelters wouldn't be a problem. He calculated, under the current conditions, the detonation mission still requires someone to execute it. They have to rely on the shelter. Then I have a way to deal with them. After all, it's our home turf. Zhang Yi announced, the Shishan base will attack us soon. For safety, temporarily abandon the 2 above-ground levels. Everyone move underground. He reassured them, but don't worry, I'm here. Zhang Yi added, rest assured, I have my own assessment of the Shishan base's strength. They can't threaten our safety. A while later, he asked Han, how's the task I gave you coming along? Han replied, their security network is very robust. I've tried to infiltrate multiple times, but I've been blocked each time. Zhang Yi said, their preparations are more thorough. After all, they have more network equipment and specialists. She continued, Mr. Zhang, it's not that Han isn't as good as them. A smart woman knows when to try a different approach. Infiltration requires an intermediary. Han went on, their network uses the Bureau's network. We can either connect to their internal network or infect their devices with a Trojan horse. Otherwise, infiltration won't be easy. Zhang Yi patted her head and said, I'm not blaming you. As long as you can ensure our network isn't compromised, that's enough. If you can infiltrate theirs, that's great. If not, it's fine. She replied, don't worry about that, sir. With me here, no one can break through. Elsewhere, Zhang Yi said, Kanin, I have a question for you. Kanin replied, Big brother, what do you want to ask? He continued, so I want to ask if the Shishan base wants to blow up our shelter. What are the usual methods? Kanin said, the common way to demolish a structure is to use TNT explosives with detonators. This is the method used when demolishing old buildings. Zhang Yi wondered, can you estimate how much explosive would be needed to blow up a section of the shelter? She replied, based on the wall thickness and material, it would probably take about 300 to 800 kilograms. I've never measured it, so I can only give a rough estimate. He said, so let's say around 500 kilograms of explosives. The target for transport here is clear. Could I use a sniper rifle to detonate it mid-transport? Kanin responded, Big brother, I advise against that. She continued, TNT is an extremely stable explosive. Detonating it with bullets or fire is impossible. You need a detonator. Zhang Yi said, I see. It seems we can only hunker down and counterattack. He asked, what about the things I asked you to prepare? How did that go? Holding an object, Kanin replied, Big brother, take a look at these. Are you satisfied? She said, the scope was quite easy to make. It only took half a day, but the combat suit was really time-consuming. Presenting the suit, Kanin said, the material is made from a special alloy. It's very difficult for ordinary bullets to penetrate it. It's 20 times stronger than the armor of those Shishan-based soldiers. But Big Brother is wealthy, so there's no shortage of that material. Zhang Yi held the suit, impressed. Kanin said, I just don't understand why Big Brother insists on modifying it to resemble the Shishan-based soldiers' uniforms. Zhang Yi replied, that's extremely important. You'll understand when the time comes. Outside the town of Tujia, snowmobiles sped away at high speed. Tulang called out, Captain. The group emerging from the snowmobiles replied, You've worked hard, everyone. Tulang said, Don't mention it. This time, our failure was truly. Lang Fong continued, That person isn't easy to deal with. Our previous assumptions were all wrong. We didn't understand his true strength. You don't need to blame yourselves. Captain Lang seethed, but he killed our brothers. I definitely won't let him get away with it. This time, he's definitely dead. Tu Lang said, resolutely, of course. This is his retribution. Turning towards Swan Loi, Lang Fong asked, who is he? Tu Lang introduced Swan Loi to everyone. Liang Yu thought to herself, he's the superhuman who came to the Tianqing Academy to pick up Dung Han and Zhang Yi last time. She pondered for a moment. Forget it. It's none of my business. I'm not on the Shishan base's side anymore. Captain Lang asked, what's your ability? Swan Loi replied, ice and snow manipulation. See, I built all these houses. Lang Fong said approvingly. Not bad. I'll recommend you to the higher-ups. You might even qualify to join our base. He commanded. According to the previous arrangements, the mine-clearing and explosive planting squad must proceed stealthily, shielded from the enemy's view. Depart now and aim to finish within 3 hours or even 1. The TV screen in the room displayed the group from earlier in other locations. Zhang Yi said they're here. Putting on his coat, he continued, you ladies stay here. Don't go upstairs. Zhang Yi stood at the window observing and said so. He's scared by my marksmanship. Huh? Not a bad tactic. He changed his expression and said, well then, next, they'll probably try to blow up the shelter. The Shishan organization members surrounded Zhang Yi's shelter. Captain Lang Fong commanded over the radio, detonate. Then the pre-planted bombs around the house exploded in succession. Zhang Yi observed and praised, truly professional. Lang Fong continued to command, demolition team forward. Everyone else, prepare for cover. Fire. Hearing this, individuals carrying explosives approached the shelter. Zhang Yi, hidden inside, watched a pile of explosives being stacked in front of the house. He wondered, is that all they're going to do? Nothing else. Then Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, mocking himself. Perhaps I overcomplicated things from the start. At the same time, a member of the organization reported, Captain, the explosives are in place. We've pulled back and are ready to detonate at any time. Lang Fong sneered. This mission is much simpler than I thought. I assumed that since Zhang Yi took out so many of our brothers, he'd be quite capable. He then pressed the detonator, but to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. Someone observing with binoculars reported, Captain, something's wrong. The moment the explosives detonated, it was like they were sucked into mid-air. All the explosive force and flames had vanished, causing only minor damage to the exterior wall. Lang Fong was incredulous. Swallowed up? Could Zhang Yi's ability actually devour such a powerful explosion? Liang Yute, standing to the side, thought to herself, Zhang Yi truly is extraordinary. A member of the organization wondered, if this is true, won't it be extremely difficult for us to attack the shelter? Lang Fong replied, not necessarily. Looking at the cracks that had appeared in the nearby ice, he said confidently, it did have some effect. We just need a few more tries to blow a hole through. He then speculated, besides, there's no need to be overly afraid. This guy's defensive abilities are incredibly strong, but he's hiding inside, not daring to come out, only able to use a sniper rifle to attack. This proves he's only good at defense. The other person asked, so what should we do next? We don't have enough explosives left. Lang Fong replied, don't worry. We'll head back and send someone to the base for more explosives. Leave a few people here to take turns patrolling the perimeter. Don't let anyone from the shelter escape. We'll play with him slowly. At the same time, Kanin approached Zhang Yi anxiously and asked, Zhang Yi, what's happening outside? The noise just now sounded like the sky was falling. Zhang Yi reassured her, don't worry. The defenses of the 2 lower floors are very strong. They can't pose any threat to us in the short term. He recalled the scene of using his ability to absorb the explosion. The absorbed explosive power was still usable. They're going all out now, though. We can't underestimate them. Zhang Yi addressed everyone. I'm guessing they don't have much explosives left. Their attack is about to stop. As for their next attack, I already have a plan. He then spoke as if addressing the Shishan group. Next time you come, I won't deal with you so simply. So where? At the same time, Xianlei sent a message. Boss, the commotion just now at your place was terrifying. That explosion. I even suspected that all 100 Van Qiet soldiers were wiped out, but quite a few soldiers have returned. I saw some leaving the village, heading west. Zhang Yi guessed. It seems they've gone back to get more explosives. Then he messaged back, what are the others doing? Xianlei replied, what else can they do? Resting. It looks like they're planning a long stay. As soon as they got back, they wanted to eat and drink. Zhang Yi instructed, Tujia town isn't safe. Remember to be wary of those people at all times. Xianlei replied with a chuckle, thanks, boss. If that day really comes, I'll definitely run to your side. Zhang Yi kept Kan Nin and Jung Mat close, doubtful in his heart. He didn't believe the people from the Shishan base could coexist peacefully with the villagers of Tujia town. In Tudong village, a member of the Shishan organization announced, "We'll be staying here for a while. Arrange some houses for us. Also, remember to prepare food for 65 people every day." Xian Lei frowned, thinking, food for 65 people? Each of them eats at least as much as 5 villagers. If they stay here long term, how can we possibly manage? Dong Duong replied with a smile, "Of course. It's an honor for Tujia town to be instructed by you. We just don't know when that murderous Zhang Yi will be subdued." The Shishan member said unhappily, "How and for how long we operate are confidential matters. Don't ask. You villagers just need to provide food and lodging as requested. After all, we're avenging you, aren't we?" Dong Duong scratched his head and said cheerfully, "You're right. We must rely on your help." When the Shishan member left, he instructed his grandson, Xian Lei, quickly build some snow houses. "These are for our esteemed guests from the Shishan base. Be careful." Xian Lei chuckled to himself, eye in their eyes. He thought, no matter how strong I might be, I'm just a useless fatty. The next day, Lang Fong commanded, "Seize the opportunity to throw it. This time, we'll definitely blow that damn turtle shell apart." A member of the organization replied, "Understood." Then, the two of them threw a block of explosives forward. Seeing this from inside, Zhang Yi thought, "I can't wait any longer." He extended his hand, and a vortex appeared. Dimensional gate. A surge of power shot out. He mocked them inwardly. Turnabout is fair play. The explosives were pushed back by the force. Lang Fong yelled, "Dodge." All the Shishan members quickly scattered. The explosives fell back towards them. They detonated, erupting in a massive explosion. Those standing close only had time to scream before being engulfed in flames. Those further from the center were blown away. Seeing this, Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, smiling triumphantly. Explosives are indeed powerful. I use them better than they do. Outside, those who had escaped took cover behind a large rock. Lang Fong, seeing this scene, felt bitter. Damn it, he peeked out to assess the situation, his mind still reeling. Oh, how is this possible? Looking at the charred bodies from the explosion, he wondered, why did the explosives fall on us? They flew halfway and then got pushed back. Lang Fong knelt, slamming his hand into the snow and shouting angrily, "No!" He gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He used some of the power from the explosion released in midair, changing the explosive's trajectory. Just then a bullet whizzed past him. Lang Fong widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, Zhang Yi has made his move. Another bullet sped towards Lang Fong, but luckily missed him. Zhang Yi, holding the smoking gun he had just fired, smirked. As expected of their captain, truly ruthless. Lang Fong, realizing the danger, warned his subordinates, "Careful, there's a sniper." One of his men was hit, but thanks to his ability, he was unharmed and angrily shouted back, "Damn it, that hurt." Zhang Yi frowned, as if he had anticipated this. As expected of a combat-type esper, their defense is truly remarkable. Looking through the scope again to take another shot, Zhang Yi saw they had quickly vanished without a trace. Just then, a bullet flew towards him. From another direction, another bullet flew towards Zhang Yi. He raised his hand, opening a space to absorb both bullets. Zhang Yi grinned, amused, as if he had found a new toy. A sniper, huh? Zhang Yi opened a space and launched the 2 bullets back along their original trajectories, excitedly thinking, "Taste your own bullets." The 2 snipers, too far away to react, were each hit in the head by their own bullets. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's shelter shook slightly. He startled and looked out the window. The wall of the shelter had been damaged, the damage level at 0.028%. Looking down, he saw Lang Fong attacking his shelter. Zhang Yi was slightly bewildered and surprised. He wondered, when did he get here? Lang Fong looked up angrily. Sooner or later, I'll break your turtle shell. Zhang Yi, on guard, thought seriously. This kid is really a freak. Not only does he have super speed, but also such monstrous strength. But so what? Zhang Yi couldn't hit him, but as long as he stayed inside, Lang Fong couldn't do anything to him. After a while, Lang Fong returned to Tudong village. Dong Duong and some villagers came out to greet him. Captain Lang, did you achieve a great victory? Did you kill that bastard Zhang Yi? Some of the ignorant villagers chattered. Yes, I heard a huge explosion just now. His house must have been blown to smithereens. Was Zhang Yi blown to ashes? As expected of Captain Lang, a great victory with just one move. One of Lang Fong's subordinates seemed to be struck by the words great victory. He yelled, "Shut up." Lang Fong clenched his fists, trying to appear calm. We're a bit hungry. Prepare some food for us, more than usual. After saying that, they left. One of his subordinates shouted, "We fought hard today. The food better be good, you hear?" Seeing their attitude, the villagers finally understood. It seems they were defeated. Yes, yes. Watching them walk away, the villagers began to gossip. No way. So many people, and they couldn't defeat one Zhang Yi? How can they say Zhang Yi is a vicious devil with extremely cruel methods? On Lang Fong's side, a disgruntled subordinate said to him, "Aren't these villagers too disrespectful? Let me go teach them a lesson." He calmly replied, "No need. Let them be. They can still provide us with food and labor. If we really kill them, we can wait until we've finished dealing with Zhang Yi." Lang Fong continued, "The base needs a supplemental workforce. When the time comes, we'll have them contribute to the organization." The subordinate replied, "Consider them lucky. If this were before, with our usual approach, we would have already killed a few of them." Meanwhile, on Zhang Yi's side, Kanin, seeing him return, rushed out anxiously and asked, "Zhang Yi, are you injured?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I'm fine, but they aren't." Jung Mat quickly brought him food. Zhang Yi looked at Kanin. "Kanin, the outer wall of our shelter is chipped. Part of the wall is now broken. Is there any way to fix it?" She replied, I'm quite familiar with this type of high-strength alloy fabrication, but I need some special materials." She continued, "Moreover, even if the material problem can be solved, we still need to go outside to repair it. Given the current situation, you can't go out to find materials and repair the wall, right?" Zhang Yi sat calmly and replied, "As long as you say you can fix the wall, that's enough. We're not in a hurry." Jung Mat sighed worriedly. "Who knows when they'll attack us again?" Zhang Yi considerately took out a can of drink and handed it to Jung Mat. "Then you must prepare for a long battle with them." Seeing this, the other girls chimed in, "Zhang Yi, I want one too. I want one too." They laughed cheerfully, raising their cans and drinking, each mentally preparing for the upcoming battle in the most relaxed state of mind. Suddenly, a phone notification sounded. Han Han looked at the phone screen with surprise, wondering to herself, why is it her? She immediately handed the phone to Zhang Yi and said, "There's news." The message on the screen read, "Han Han, it's me, Teacher Liang Yu. My students, and I need your help. Can you let me talk to Zhang Yi?" He looked at the message, lost in thought. Could it be that she also followed? He turned to the girls for their opinions. "Everyone, can I talk to this Liang Yu?" After a brief discussion and explanation from the girls, he waved his hand and smiled. "So that's how it is. Maybe we can try. If I use the phone to talk to her, will the virus destroy the hidden network?" Han Han crossed her arms and confidently replied, "Don't worry about that. The security level of my phone is no less than the computer in the control room." Zhang Yi felt somewhat reassured and said, "That's good. I'll use your phone to talk to her." He immediately replied to the message. "This is Zhang Yi. What do you want to talk about?" Leaning against a wall, she said, "Zhang Yi, I hope to cooperate with you. My students are currently at the Shishan base. Their lives are in danger. I want to ask for your help." Zhang Yi replied, "Let me help you. You guys at the Shishan base probably don't have to worry about food and supplies. The students from the Tianqing Academy are very good at communication." She laughed and said, "You probably know that at this time, past identities and statuses are useless. I really want to cooperate with you. I'm with my supporter now. I see you might need my help. Let's make a deal. You help me and my students escape. What do you think? Liang Yute hesitated, thinking, isn't the Shishan base a large underground shelter? She pondered there's still a life-threatening danger there, but Liang Yute seems alright now. She's also a powerful esper, yet she can't even protect a group of students. Zhang Yi feigned ignorance, replying, I don't know anything about the Shishan base. If you want my help, you'll have to tell me some inside information. Liang Yute, resigned, said, alright, I can tell you. You might be risking your life to save Xin, but I believe you're a good person. Zhang Yi and Liang Yute continued their discussion. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, so the main issue is the students who were kidnapped for experiments. It's ironic, given the low probability of Esper emergence. I doubt many of the captured students will return. Zhang Yi chuckled, his eyes filled with disgust. But they don't waste anything. The bodies, after processing, become high-quality protein. Kanin, sweating with fear, exclaimed, this Shishan base is truly hellish. Treating people in the life sciences department like this, what if they die? Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. The number of people living outside is indeed small, but that's only relative to before the apocalypse. Zhang Yi continued his explanation. Aren't there thousands of people living in the remote towns? If I'm not mistaken, a large number of these people will be captured for these mutation experiments. Liang Yute looked dejected and worried that I thought life would be better at the Shishan base. Now that I think about it, it's not even as good as staying at the Tianqing Academy. Zhang Yi addressed Liang Yute again, that you're well aware of Shishan security. It's not like a few people can just barge in and rescue a bunch of defenseless students. Asking me to go there and save them is overestimating my abilities. I can only protect myself. She continued, laying out her conditions for Zhang Yi. You withstood the Shishan base's attack, proving you possess considerable strength. If I can demonstrate sufficient value, can I persuade you? Zhang Yi chuckled in response. If those are the conditions, then there's room for discussion. I'll contact you. He glanced at Xin. Didn't you say before that if you could implant malware into the Shishan base's systems, you could infiltrate their entire network? Jung Mat looked at Zhang Yi quizzically. Are you planning to use Teacher Liang to counterattack the Shishan base? Zhang Yi replied cheerfully, I can't just stay on the defensive forever. The scene shifted to Tu Jia village. Lang Fong used a loudspeaker to address the villagers of Tu Jia town. He shouted, everyone knows we're here to help you. Just across the river is a murderous fiend named Zhang Yi. He's incredibly brutal, having slaughtered hundreds of people. To put an end to this, we need your help. Back inside the strategy room, Lang Fong pointed at the table that we've launched several probing attacks against the shelter. Despite heavy losses, we now have a clear understanding of Zhang Yi's capabilities. Lang Fong explained that they couldn't use bullets or missiles because they would be absorbed and reflected back. But his attack methods were limited. He could only snipe and didn't dare leave his shelter. He pointed at his tablet. So, my plan is to use a few people with special abilities to attack as blind spots. The shelter is large, doesn't have many windows, so there are many blind spots. My plan is for us to appear in turns. We'll use our skills to launch an attack on the shelter as a diversion, then have the villagers from Tujia town dig tunnels to detonate explosives underground. The teacher looked at Lang Fong's serious expression and said, you want to send the villagers of Tujia town to their deaths? He sternly replied, it's all for their benefit. Zhang Yi slaughtered hundreds of them before, and once we leave this area, they won't be able to fight back against Zhang Yi. He rested his chin on his hand, his face cold. Sacrificing a few people is necessary for the final victory. The teacher disagreed, slamming her hand on the table angrily and shouting, this is the murder of innocent people. She furrowed her brow and retorted, unless you have a better way to infiltrate the shelter, then follow orders. A girl spoke up, we're doing this because we have no other choice. Zhang Yi controls supplies that are crucial to the base. It's the apocalypse. Few can survive. Instead of pitying others, we should protect ourselves and those around us first. She continued in a threatening tone, like your students, for example. The teacher suddenly realized, thinking to herself, right, now is not the time to turn against them. She gave a sly smile, and they're only being asked to dig tunnels, not be cannon fodder. If they really freeze to death or die of exhaustion, where will we get our labor? The teacher stood up, feigning indifference. You all make your own arrangements. I hope everyone can prioritize human life. Lang Fong spoke up. Don't worry, we've already calculated everything. With so many people in Jia town digging tunnels, we'll have them take turns. After the discussion, he took a loudspeaker outside and announced, cooperate with us in digging the tunnels. All this is to eliminate the demon Zhang Yi as soon as possible. Some villagers disagreed. What? Have us dig tunnels? Based on what? They come here, eat, and stay at our place. And now they want us to work for them? Isn't this bullying honest people? Dong Sheng quickly arrived and explained, everyone, please be quiet. This arrangement is for our benefit. If the devil Zhang Yi isn't eliminated, will our Jia town have peace? Some young men remained adamant. Sixth uncle, we don't want to do this now. Another young man also spoke up. That's right. Zhang Yi hasn't bothered us for a while now. Everyone is living peacefully. Is it necessary to start a war? Seeing the current situation, the teacher started to worry, thinking, I need to negotiate this with Zhang Yi quickly. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people will die. Liang Yu leaned against the table, casually talking on the phone that I understand. Thank you for reminding me. I'll be careful. Then she asked, so, what are you planning to do next? He didn't seem to care, simply replying, if they want to waste their efforts like that, let them. Then he asked, right, I have a question for you. Which room are you in at Jia town? She immediately retorted, why are you asking? Don't tell me you're planning to come here and find me. He calmly replied, who knows? But if the opportunity arises, I'll need you to do something for me. This matter is key to whether your students can escape or not. After hanging up, she and the Shishan organization members were trying their best to break down the door. He sat at home, observing the whole situation through the TV screen. Two beautiful girls were massaging his shoulders as he leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, water. Yami immediately fetched a glass of water and offered it to him here. He didn't reach for it, but leaned forward slightly. Understanding his intent, she brought the glass to his lips so he could drink. Seeing this, the other girls in the room immediately blushed. Kanin broke the awkward silence, laughing and saying, these mutants are so strong. Their attacks have surpassed many firearms. Are all mutants this powerful? He calmly replied, these are the elite of the elite from the Shishan base. It's not surprising they possess such strength. He then put his arms around the two beautiful girls beside him and said, so, everyone, look how dangerous the outside world is. With the existence of such abnormal mutants, we can't just go out there as we please. We have food and drink here. Isn't that good enough? Yang Mi said with a hint of worry, Zhang, although we know their operational plan, we can't go outside. How can we know how far they've dug? He smiled faintly and looked at the girl with pigtails sitting opposite him. Sing, XNXN, explain. She seriously explained. The speed of sound transmission in solids is faster than in air. If they dig underground, the vibrations we can sense will be even clearer. She crossed her arms and confidently said, as long as I have a receiving device, I can use a computer to analyze their construction progress. This is just a small matter. Yaomi asked doubtfully, so we don't have to do anything now? Our only task is to wait. He nodded and replied, that's right. Basically, we don't need to do anything because everything they're doing is just a waste of effort and time. He then draped an arm around Kanin, resting his head on her shoulder, and lazily said, let's just rest and regain our strength. Then we'll watch them waste their time and lives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Feng exhaled bursts of cold air and said, let's go back and rest when it gets dark. The visibility is worse now, and we don't have to worry about Zhang Yi noticing anything unusual. The doctor and two soldiers from the Shishan organization were carrying a patient on a stretcher for a medical examination. The doctor concluded acute myocardial infarction. He can't be saved. Seeing someone collapse from overwork, the green-haired man couldn't stand it anymore and threw his shovel to the ground. He yelled, "What you're doing is inhumane. This is treating us like beasts of burden. I'm not doing this anymore." Seeing the green-haired man's discontent, Tu Lang raised his gun and coldly said, "No insubordination. Everything we're doing is to avenge you people." He pointed his gun directly at the villagers, his voice threatening. "Now that things have come to this, anyone who retreats is a deserter." Liang Yut stepped aside to call and report the situation. Based on the current progress, it would take them more than half a month to dig to the bottom. But by then, at least hundreds more villagers would be dead. Zhang Yi, are you still not going to act? Be careful not to go too far. It won't be easy to resolve things then. He lay on the bed, resting his head on his hand as he listened to the phone, calmly replying, "I have my own plan. Don't worry about this." He continued, "I've noticed recently that there are fewer and fewer people attacking the shelter. Only a few of you are mutants. Where are the others? Do they have other missions?" She replied, "No, most of the others are in Jia Town awaiting orders, maintaining order and preventing the villagers from rebelling." He responded, "So that's how it is. I understand." Hanging up the phone, he frowned and muttered to himself, "It seems they really think I can only wait to die in the shelter, using only the labor of Jia village to carry out their plan to dig into the shelter." He resolved it's time to give them a little shock. A few days later, he changed his clothes, putting on a full-body thermal suit. Exiting through the escape route, he thought to himself, the escape route is located in the mountains behind the Van Cuyet Manor. It's quite a distance away and camouflaged like this. They really thought this through. He jumped into the car and sped off through the snow. Time for the counterattack. Stopping in front of the gates of Jia Town, he slowly approached the guard. Seeing the insignia on his coat, the guard was slightly surprised. "Comrade, it's the front line captain." As he approached, the guard raised his hand in a military salute and called out, "Captain." Without warning, a blade was at his throat. With a light swoosh, a long cut appeared on his neck, blood spraying everywhere. The guard only had time to cry out before collapsing into the snow. He held the sword, looking at the corpse in front of him, his expression emotionless. He raised the sword and stabbed it into the guard's face again, coldly saying, 24th. He continued, "So, all the guards around Jia Town are dead." Suddenly, the loud barking of dogs alerted the soldiers inside. They stood up cautiously and looked around to what's going on. "Go out and check." Seeing the intruder, they immediately launched an attack. He quickly opened a dimensional rift and aimed it at them. Pulled by the force of the dimensional rift, they were immediately caught off guard. Taking advantage of this moment, he charged forward, slashing at them one by one. In just a short time, bodies lay scattered across the white snow, a patch stained crimson with blood. Lang Fong stood at a distance, surprised, and turned to look towards the base. What was that noise? The villagers digging the tunnel also turned their heads in surprise. One of them spoke up in the village. "Why are there gunshots? Could someone be setting off firecrackers?" Another quickly retorted, "How could that be? In these times, who would have the leisure to set off firecrackers?" He said in a panicked voice, "Come on, let's go back and see what happened." But at this moment, after finishing off those men and getting back in the car to escape, there was an extra passenger. Swan Loy, sitting in the back, asked Boss, "The tire tracks were pretty clear on the way in. Do you think this escape route will be discovered?" As he stored the car in the dimensional space, he replied, "Unless they're complete idiots, they'll definitely find it." A cruel smile twisted his lips as he continued, "I'm hoping they come quickly. I've never gone into a fight unprepared." As soon as they arrived, they saw bodies strewn everywhere. A soldier hurriedly asked, "Captain Lang Fong, what should we do now?" Lang Fong clenched his fists in fury, gritting his teeth. This attack was definitely no accident. There's a traitor here who leaked the information. Tuet Dung, standing beside him, spoke up, "We've had people monitoring the Justice Department's movements. We haven't seen him leave at all. Could there be another way out? Dai-Vin slammed his fists together, his teeth grinding in anger. That must be it. Our base doesn't have just one exit. That Zhang Yi collaborated with an inside man, learned about our operation time, and deliberately came here to attack. He frowned that if that's the case, then the tunnel plan is completely compromised. Suddenly, a soldier ran up in a panic, shouting, "Captain," during the head count, we discovered that the mutant 2 Swan Loi is missing. There's no body. Captain Luong Diet hasn't returned either. Hearing the report, he trembled with rage. It seems there's more than one traitor. He roared out an order. We can still catch them. They will pay for this. Lead the way. Seeing everyone rush off, Dong Duong hurriedly called out, "Captain Lang, what about the tunnel?" He knelt on the ground, despair evident in his voice. And so many villagers died. How am I supposed to explain this to everyone? Meanwhile, as soon as he stepped into the room, Swan Loi's eyes lit up. His voice was filled with delight. So many figures and plushies and cards. Zhang Yi, standing behind him, patted his chest. "You can stay here from now on. The Shishan base won't be a threat to us for much longer." Swan Loi threw himself onto the bed, hugging a plushie with satisfaction. "From now on, I, 2 Swan Loi, will be your loyal servant, Zhang Yi. I'll serve you until death." Zhang Yi entered the control room and asked, "How's the progress?" Han turned around and replied, "Fortunately, we have the intelligence and equipment that Luong Diet provided. The people sent here have lost contact with the base. We can launch a surprise attack at any time, catching the Shishan base completely off guard." He walked over and patted her head, praising her. "Very good. With her strongest fighters dealt with, we won't face any immediate threats." He went over to Luong Diet, placed a hand on her shoulder, and patted it. "After this, I'll definitely fulfill my previous promise. But before that, you also have to do your best for your students." He looked up at the monitor and saw that they had reached the escape route. A smirk played on his lips. His eyes were cold as he said, "The guests for this grand play have all arrived." He gestured with his hand. "The tracks disappear around here. Search quickly. Luong Diet must have escaped with him. That damned traitor." Dai-Vin's face darkened with rage. "So many of our brothers are dead. Even if it's impossible, we have to drag that bastard out of his shell. We have to find the tunnel and seize the initiative." Suddenly, a soldier pointed in a direction and shouted, "He's over there." After a while searching, Dai-Vin finally spotted Zhang Yi. Tuet Dung, worried for Zhang Yi's safety, tried to stop him. "Dai-Vin, don't be reckless. Come back." But Dai-Vin, filled with bravado, taunted, "Keep running. You're dead." Zhang Yi didn't bother replying, instead sending a few bullets his way. But the shots only grazed him, while he was intent on climbing up to Zhang Yi's position. "That I'll make you pay with blood." He realized something was wrong when he saw Zhang Yi preparing to activate something. Immediately, the spot where he stood exploded. Tuet Dung could only cry out his name, watching helplessly in frustration. The group quickly ran towards Luong Diet. Lang Fong angrily spoke. "Luong Diet, betraying the base, surrendering to the enemy. Do you know the consequences?" Luong Diet replied bluntly, "Those who don't share the same ideals cannot walk the same path. I have nothing to say to you." She then launched an attack, landing a kick on Lang Fong, causing Tuet Dung to cry out in alarm. "Captain Lang!" At the same time, she couldn't escape Hoa Hoa's razor-sharp claws. Hearing the scream, Lang Fong instinctively turned to look. Tuet Dung was collapsing in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Luong Diet continued her relentless assault. Dai-Vin lay there, his body riddled with thorns. Stammering, Captain." Through his scope, Zhang Yi saw that Dai-Vin had been taken down. He then ordered, "Map, it's your turn." Swan Loi acknowledged, "Roger." Snow began to rise, forming 2 walls. Seeing Luong Diet running, Lang Fong called after her. She grabbed Swan Loi's hand and pulled him on a Hoa's back with her. Lang Fong watched their figures disappear into the distance, fuming. He growled, "You don't think these petty tricks can trap us, do you?" Zhang Yi calmly replied, "Of course not." He began to unleash his power. Even if everyone came here, how could I trap you with such childish tricks? As he finished speaking, a surge of power emanated from his hand. Sensing the danger, Lang Fong didn't retaliate but ordered into the snow. The scene was now a chaotic blur of white. When he felt it was safe, he pushed himself out of the snow. As he emerged, he coughed and sputtered. What is he doing? Lang Fong's words were cut short by a sound. One of his men reported, "Captain, this is bad." Everyone listened intently. It's an avalanche. The chaotic scene before them contrasted sharply with Zhang Yi's composed demeanor as he calmly spoke to someone on the phone. It's a good thing there are two of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to deal with them so quickly. So, the person he's thanking is Han Han. It was Han Han who used the computer to build the model and predict the specific location of the avalanche. Otherwise, my explosives wouldn't have been so effective. Han Han also readily praised him. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Zhang Yi's plan to beat them at their own game was truly ingenious. He said, they were too stupid, too greedy. They thought I was about to die, but they didn't realize they were the fish on a chopping block. He didn't forget the contributions of Luong Diet and Swan Loi either. Fortunately, we had the cooperation of these two gifted individuals. Otherwise, victory wouldn't have been possible. Swan Loi gasped, Zhang Yi, I'm exhausted. Let's go back. But Luong Diet was uneasy we should go back later and confirm they're really dead. I'm not sure I could escape unscathed if we had to deal with Lang Fong again. Zhang Yi calmly replied, no need to worry about that. Connie's infrared drone has already sent back images. They'll be completely dead in about 10 minutes. We can enjoy watching them slowly freeze to death. At the headquarters, everyone was gathered in the living room, raising their glasses in celebration. Zhang Yi's face was filled with happiness. Connie nestled her head against his shoulder, sighing with relief. It's finally over. He replied, yes, we've taken down the top players. Han Han has already installed a virus in the Shishan base. Soon, their internal affairs will be revealed to the lowest ranks. Then, they'll destroy themselves without my intervention. Han Yi exclaimed, so much has happened in just a few short months. It's unbelievable. Zhang Yi replied, the world is always changing. The meteor shower in the past wiped out the dinosaurs, once the rulers of the earth. This ice storm is just another event in the course of history. He looked at her affectionately. We should be happy to be among the few lucky survivors, shouldn't we? She blushed deeply. You're right. As soon as she finished speaking, he leaned in and gave her a passionate kiss. Seriously, these two are acting like they're the only ones here. No consideration for the rest of us having to endure this public display of affection. Lang Fong's men lay exposed in the freezing snow. Suddenly, a hand reached up from beneath the snow. He quietly slipped away, thinking to himself, I absolutely cannot die here. Hainian was furious when he heard Lang Fong's report. He roared like a starving tiger. Lang Fong, I gave you half of the elite squad, and this is the result you give me? He stood there, frozen, forcing himself to swallow every word as Hainian continued to berate him that you know how difficult it is to train more than 50 men like that? They're equivalent to more than 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Hainian's voice grew louder. And the result? Besides you, half of them died in the avalanche, and the other half were killed by Zhang Yi. How dare you return to the Shishan base? Lang Fong felt incredibly remorseful. His remaining comrades, after being ambushed by Zhang Yi, were buried by the snow at the foot of the mountain. He had risked his life to escape, while his brothers froze to death below. He spoke, Leader, I am guilty. If you feel I deserve to die, you can execute me now. However, I also beg for mercy. I hope you can give me a chance to redeem myself. If I don't personally kill Zhang Yi, I will not rest in peace. Hainian pondered, thinking that with such heavy losses, it would be better to just execute Lang Fong on the spot. But given the urgent situation, he couldn't afford to lose this blade just yet. He sighed and said, forget it. This matter can't be entirely blamed on you. I'll temporarily hold off on punishing you for this mistake. We'll see how you perform in the future. If you make another mistake, you will be punished accordingly. Haiyan gave a temporary warning, confining Lang Fong for a week as punishment and ordering him to be ready to receive orders at any time. This was a considerable mercy for Lang Fong, who replied, "Yes, sir." Haiyan realized he had been careless. He considered that such a significant loss had severely weakened the Shishan base's strength and that he needed to replenish his forces quickly. Otherwise, any future conflicts with other factions would be a major disaster. He called out, "Secretary Cat." She immediately appeared. "Leader, what is it?" Haiyan inquired, "How are those people Lang Fong brought back from Tujia town?" She reported, "I just had them checked, and the results aren't back yet. But their health is excellent. There's a high probability of mutants among them." He sighed, somewhat relieved. If mutants were that easy to create, I wouldn't have to rely on that Lang Fong. He immediately ordered, "No need to wait. We desperately need manpower. Proceed with the experiments on them. If the catalyst fails, inject them with Lang Fong's cells." Hearing this, Secretary Cat's face paled, and she hurriedly intervened. "Rushing it like this will result in a very low success rate. I'm afraid not even 1 in 30 will survive." Haiyan gave a sinister laugh. "It doesn't matter. What I need now is fighting power, not laborers. There's still plenty of survivors in this city. We can replenish our workforce anytime." He stated his reasoning. "We must have strong military power to have a say in this city." He was plotting a darker scheme. "What I want is the entire Tianhai city, not just Shishan." Secretary Cat felt apprehensive but dared not disobey. "Yes, I'll make the arrangements immediately." In his office, Haiyan anxiously stood up and paced. Even Lang Fong personally bringing them here couldn't subdue him. "What should I do?" He was furious, his face contorted in anger, gnashing his teeth and pulling at his hair. I really have to ask for help from that Chow fellow? Have him fire a missile for me." He sat down, trying to regain his composure. "The Jiangnan regional commander owes me a big favor. He promised to help me once." Haiyan silently analyzed the situation. They're one of the 6 largest military zones, a place capable of launching missiles. This is one of the few trump cards I have. Do I really have to use Zhang Yi now? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking about something else. "But if I don't use a missile to remove this thorn from the power dynamics of the Shishan base, one day, when we're at war with another faction, this thorn will surely take my life." Suddenly, Haiyan stood up, making a decision that I can't take the risk. "I'll try negotiating one last time." His face grim, he muttered to himself, one last negotiation with him to bring Zhang Yi under the Shishan base's control. Then he ordered his subordinate, "I need to contact Zhang Yi. Go prepare the equipment." The subordinate bowed respectfully with clasped hands. "Yes, sir." Haiyan opened his laptop, calmly sat down, put on his headset, and thought, if Zhang Yi resolutely refuses, then I must use this opportunity to wipe his hideout off the map. The connection succeeded. On the screen, Zhang Yi was clearly visible, sitting leisurely and looking pleased. He spoke. "Isn't this the great leader Qin? I've heard a lot about you from Teacher Liang. I've admired your name for a long time." On this side, the image of a furious yet feigning a smile Haiyan was clearly displayed on the tablet. "Zhang Yi, you've managed to hold out until now. That's truly beyond my expectations." He sighed and said calmly, "Old Chun, let's cut to the chase. Now that your Shishan base has lost so many elites, things can't be easy." He put on a provocative air, continuing to goad him. "Why are you even bothering to confront me? Even if you win, what can you possibly achieve? Honestly, if my hideout is attacked by you, I'll destroy all the supplies. I won't leave you a single thing." Zhang Yi propped his chin on his hand and gave a sly smile. "You won't be the final victor in this battle. Just give it up. I'm willing to negotiate peace with you." Haiyan, displeased, retorted, "Zhang Yi, don't be so overconfident. Do you really think I can't deal with you? I'm just cherishing talent, wanting to give you a chance to become a force for me." He put on a noble air, as if offering him the greatest benefit. "This is your last chance. Surrender. I can guarantee you a comfortable life at the Shishan base, even make you the second in command." but you must demonstrate your loyalty to me and hand over all the supplies in your possession. As he spoke, the atmosphere around Haiyan became strange. He smiled sinisterly, his eyes regarding Zhang Yi as prey. Zhang Yi, unconcerned, crossed his legs comfortably. Old Chun, have you taken the wrong medication? This time you lost, I won. He scoffed and added, you want to take everything? Well, I can't stop you, but wanted to turn us into your underlings? Have you lost your mind? Kan Yi and Yang Mi beside him chuckled. Zhang Yi continued to tease him enthusiastically. Tell you what, I'll take you as my underling. From now on, you can wait obediently at the Shishan base. If anything happens, just mention my name, and your big brother will protect you. Haiyan roared furiously. Arrogant. Are you courting death? Zhang Yi scoffed. Oh really? But you don't seem to have the ability to kill me. Provoked, he laughed slyly. You think I really have no way? Haiyan's expression immediately changed. His teeth gritted as he threatened. Let me tell you, I can have missiles launched to blow up your hideout. No matter how fortified your hideout is, can it withstand the explosive power of a missile? Hearing this, Zhang Yi fell silent, visibly shaken. He sat up straight and said seriously, don't try to scare me. Tianhai City has never had a missile base, and no one has the authority to control missiles, including you. Haiyan retorted from the other end. You're just an ordinary person. Just because you don't know doesn't mean I don't have the means to do it. The atmosphere turned gloomy, his face darkening with frustration. He gritted his teeth and urged impatiently, don't waste your breath doubting. If I want to level your hideout, it's just a matter of time. Zhang Yi maintained a calm demeanor and asked, if you really could do it, why didn't you do it earlier? Why wait until now? Haiyan tapped furiously on his laptop. I just hate to see your talent go to waste. I hope you'll give me a chance. Zhang Yi retorted, don't make a mistake. My patience is limited. Either submit to me or die. Choose one. Hearing his two options, Zhang Yi was furious. Good at intimidation, aren't you? Do you think I'm a coward? He challenged. Oh, if you can really control missiles, then show me. Prove your strength. Zhang Yi added, if you really have the capability, I'll join your team. That way I won't lose face. Haiyan questioned him irritably. Do you know how important this thing is right now? How can I just test it for you? He roared angrily. Zhang Yi, don't play tricks with me. I've already said, I'm out of patience. Zhang Yi was a little surprised that, is he really going to do it? It doesn't sound like he's lying. He pondered thoughtfully, noticing the worried glances from Kan Yi and Yang Mi. But who can be sure? After all, this kind of person is best at putting on airs and lying. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand. Give me a few days to think it over. Haiyan sneered triumphantly. Don't try to play for time. It's useless. Zhang Yi said cheerfully, you've waited this long. Can't you spare 2 or 3 more days? Haiyan replied, I'll give you 1 day. If you still refuse to surrender, I'll level your hideout. The call disconnected. Haiyan removed his headset and sighed heavily. His face was pale with fear as he clasped his hands together, praying, please, let him be sensible and surrender. I really hope I don't lose this precious opportunity. On the other side, Zhang Yi stood up and stretched, relaxing. Just 1 day, huh? I can't fight him, but can I escape? Han asked suspiciously, does she really have that thing? She continued, if she really had it, she would have used it long ago, right? There's no way she'd wait until she's suffered losses to bring out. Zhang Yi explained, while she might not have it directly, the military region bordering Tianhai City definitely has control over missiles. He tapped firmly on the map as he analyzed the situation. Haiyan's position in Tianhai City isn't low. It's not impossible that he could pull this off. The crucial thing is whether he's telling the truth or not. I can't risk everyone's lives. There's a chance we could all be blown sky high. Zhang Yi adjusted his glasses and said excitedly, so everyone, pack your things quickly. We're leaving. Kan Yi asked happily, are we going back to the Lock Music residential area? He smiled confidently, agreeing with her, but that's right, that's the place. We'll move there first and then figure things out. The others agreed. Right, safety first. Swan Loy, sitting and eating snacks, said sadly, what a pity. I haven't even been here for many days. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry yet. We don't know if they actually have missiles. Luong Diet immediately jumped up. Well, at least you have to fulfill your promise to me before we leave. He looked over at Han Han, who understood and pulled out the SIM card, handing it to him. Zhang Yi brought the SIM card to Liang Diet. Of course, it's just that this whole thing will require you, Liang Diet, to personally venture to the Shishan base. Again, inside the Shishan base, Liang Diet entered and looked around. Unexpectedly, the virus Han Han had implanted in her earlier helped her avoid identification at the base, saving a lot of time. She quickly went inside, hiding behind a wall and listening to two staff members talking. I can't believe Liang Diet would betray us and run away. Not only did she give up such a good opportunity, but she also abandoned those poor students here without a care. Don't spread this around. We only heard it as a rumor. Those students don't even know that they'll be selected for early modification experiments because of this. Hearing this, she was incredibly shocked. Liang Diet held the SIM card, hesitant as she listened to them talk. It's not necessarily like that. After all, young test subjects with strong vitality have the highest success rate. As they gradually walked away, she inserted the SIM card into the phone and quickly sent a message. I'm back at the Shishan base. I need to get the students out of here quickly. I need your help. Zhang Yi replied. Find a way to plug the chip I gave you into any computer in the base's network center. Once we have full control of the Shishan base's network, we can help everyone escape. After reading this, Liang Diet thought to herself, I didn't expect this to be so complicated. Remembering that she had to get into the information department, she felt troubled. Getting into the heavily guarded information department and plugging a chip into a computer is really too difficult. Liang Diet gritted her teeth and made up her mind. But as long as we can control the Shishan base's network, we can paralyze the base for a period of time. This is our only chance. She agreed. Okay, I'll do it. When the time comes, remember to fulfill your promise. Zhang Yi understood clearly and replied, providing some food and temporary shelter, right? That's not a problem. Liang Diet removed the SIM card. The information department was also located in the second life zone, a little over 500 meters from where she was. She quickly ran, never expecting to have to return to her old profession after so many years. As she ran, she recalled the commendation she received. When she initially worked as a cleaner there, she had received professional training. Meanwhile, a snowmobile sped across the thick snow. Kanin was at the wheel, and Zhang Yi beside him was intently looking at his phone. He calmly said, if Liang Diet really succeeds, we'll gain the upper hand in our future confrontations with the Shishan base. Han Han happily said, most importantly, we can obtain their intelligence and find out what their trump card is. She excitedly opened her laptop. I also want to see if they really have the capability to control missiles. After all, at this point, whichever organization possesses this kind of weaponry will have a huge advantage in terms of power. Han Han turned the laptop screen towards Zhang. Besides, the threat to us can't be considered the same, right? He agreed with her. That's right. That's exactly what I mean. Unknown forces are the most worrisome. But knowing the opponent's trump card at least lets us know how to respond. Kanin sighed dejectedly. Zhang Yi asked, puzzled, what's wrong, Kanin? What's troubling you again? She replied, anxiously, I'm worried about Liang Diet. She went in such a dangerous place alone and on such a difficult mission. What if something happens to her? What if she's discovered? He smiled to himself, thinking, honestly, I'm not that concerned about her life or death. Zhang Yi leaned back casually. Good people have their own guardian angels. Liang Diet is so kind. Heaven will protect her. Kanin smiled brightly and nodded. Someone as good as Liang Diet will definitely be all right. Seeing how easily she was reassured, he thought, I have to admit, this girl's naivety is quite nostalgic. Arriving at the Yuelu residential complex amidst the blizzard, Uncle Yu cheerfully waved to greet them. As the car approached, Chun Lei nervously shrank back. Zhang Yi looked around blankly. There were no signs of life around. It seemed everyone else in the complex was dead. Uncle Yu greeted them with a beaming smile that it's been days since we last saw each other. I'm so glad you're all right. Everyone happily greeted each other and headed towards the complex. Stepping inside, Kanin and Zhang Yi looked around, remembering the person who had been burned to death. He thought to himself, so much time has passed in the blink of an eye since the Ice Age descended. Jaime led everyone into a room with a smile. Knowing you were coming, I cleaned up a room. There are quite a few of you, but luckily the room is big enough. We can squeeze in. Yang excitedly hugged her, saying that's fine. It's more lively with more people. We'll have enough for a mahjong game. Zhang Yi offered Uncle Yu a cigarette and asked, how have things been around here lately? Lighting a cigarette himself, he added, is everyone dead? Did anyone try to come and fight you for resources? The old man lit his cigarette and replied, nothing gets past you, does it? Uncle Yu calmly recounted, after you left, they thought it was safe and came looking for me. At first, they tried to appeal to my sympathy, begging for my mercy. But as you know, a month into the apocalypse, we're not saints, so I refused them outright. Zhang Yi replied, not surprising. He flicked the ash off his cigarette and said excitedly, when they couldn't persuade me, they tried to force their way in, so I sent them all packing. Uncle Yu continued, but there's still a group of people alive. Zhang Yi looked at him doubtfully. Impossible. Walking over to the window, Zhang Yi asked suspiciously, without relying on outside resources, how could anyone inside survive? Uncle Yu affirmed, it's true, and they're people you know very well. It's Li Jian's group from Building 18. The image of Li Jian flashed through his mind. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. Li Jian? Zhang Yi asked, do you know what their situation is like? Uncle Yu shook his head. I'm not sure about that. He said casually, didn't you tell me before not to have too much contact with them to avoid being stabbed in the back? They're afraid of you, so they haven't dared to come over here. I didn't want to take any risks either, so I haven't contacted them. Hearing this, Zhang Yi gazed at the scene outside. Uncle Yu revealed a piece of news. It's just that in that apartment building, you can always see signs of life, so I know they're still alive. Zhang Yi continued to smoke leisurely. He excitedly said to him, when you get back, go visit your old friends. He asked in a daze, what's the situation on your end? Have you encountered any danger? Zhang Yi hopped over excitedly and said, it's like this. After a while of chatting, Uncle Yu cried out in horror, what? They're planning to use missiles. He took a bag of tangerines out of the storage space. Right now, it's not clear whether they're tricking me or if it's real, but for safety's sake, I've decided to come here and avoid things for a while. While peeling a tangerine, Zhang Yi said, it's likely fake. Once we're sure it's safe, we'll go back. He suggested, since you're already here, I think you should stay a bit longer. You can't be careless with this kind of thing. Uncle Yu enthusiastically made a decision. All right, I'll give this safe house back to you. Jaime and I will stay in the house next door. Zhang Yi replied cheerfully, what are you saying that for? He patted his shoulder and reminded him, don't worry about this house. Just stay here. Do you think I'm short on houses? He happily agreed. You decide on this. Basically, as long as you're happy, the longer you stay here, the happier we'll be. Zhang Yi continued. The grudge between the Shishan base and me can't be resolved. With the situation of escaping from Haiyan's grasp, unless I completely leave this place, as long as he has the opportunity, Haiyan will try to kill me and take everything I have. He sighed wearily. Things are beyond my control. I clearly just want to live a peaceful life, not wanting to offend anyone. But why does trouble always find me? Uncle Yu patted his shoulder and said, isn't it because you have too many good things? He was happy and content with his current situation. Look at me. I don't have these kind of troubles now. Of course, compared to you, my quality of life is much worse. Looking at the snow-covered scene outside the door, Uncle Yu explained this world is like this. If you live too well, others will be jealous. If you live too poorly, others will look down on you. Even if you don't do anything, you can't stop people from being envious. Zhang Yi walked towards the door and said, "If only I had enough power to destroy that damn Shishan base." He suddenly remembered something. Right, a while ago, a very strange group of people appeared nearby. I don't know if this information will be useful to you. In the distance, Jaime and Connie were laughing and talking happily. Uncle Yu recounted they were a group of people who looked like ascetic monks, a large number, at least a few hundred. He was surprised that many. Meanwhile, Henin was wrapped in a blanket by Connie. He explained clearly, "At first, I was also quite worried that they would come here to rob us. But those people didn't seem to have any malicious intent." Remembering the negotiation at that time, Uncle Yu's face changed. "I talked to them for a while and learned that these people are followers of a religion called the Snow Worship Cult." Hearing this, Zhang Yi sneered. "Snow Worship Cult? Sounds like the ancients who feared the world and thus worshipped all kinds of natural deities. In the past, there were floods, and people died everywhere from the thunder god, rain god, water god to the plague god. Now, with a blizzard covering everything, there's even a snow god now." He felt uneasy, but those people were indeed a bit unusual. Their leader was called the Grand Preceptor. When he found Uncle Yu, he could tell at a glance that Uncle Yu is a mutant. Uncle Yu continued, and he even said he could help Uncle Yu develop his mutant abilities to make him stronger. After listening, Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. This person is very likely a fraud. As for discovering that Uncle Yu is a mutant, it's not strange. He might have occasionally seen Uncle Yu using his abilities outside. He asked suspiciously, even if he's telling the truth, why would he help Uncle Yu? For no reason. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Kara were excitedly playing patty cake. Uncle Yu said in a serious tone, "I thought the same thing at the time. After all, you said we can't trust the kindness of strangers, so I refused him." Zhang Yi replied with satisfaction, "That's right," he said worriedly, "but it seems he went looking for other people in the residential complex. I don't know what happened after that." He said indifferently, "You mean those people who claim to be disciples of the Snow Worship Cult want to find Li Jian and the others?" Uncle Yu agreed with him. "I think so." Suddenly, he noticed the lit-up house opposite them. Zhang Yi instructed, "I'm going out." He stood up abruptly and asked with concern, "Are you going to Building 18? Do you need me to go with you?" He waved his hand in refusal and reassured him, "No need. They're just ordinary people. There's nothing to worry about." As he was about to leave, Han Han, pushed forward by Kar, asked in surprise, "Zhang Yi, where are you going?" He calmly replied, "I'm going to see some old friends." Zhang Yi arrived in front of Building 18. He stepped over the graves erected on the thick snow. Reaching the entrance of the building, Zhang Yi fired a shot into the air. They saw him standing below. Li Jian's face paled in terror as he announced, "Zhang Yi, he's back." He slumped down, pulling at his hair and muttering, "We're done for this time." Kyla spoke resolutely, "At worst, we'll fight him. We've finally seen a glimmer of hope for survival. Why did he have to show up?" Li Jian's wife anxiously comforted him while saying, "If he finds out about that, our entire building will die." He sighed wearily and helplessly. "I'll go talk to him. Everyone, stay calm. Even if everyone in our building unites, we're no match for him." Li Jian carefully instructed her, "If anything happens to me, don't try to avenge me. Stay here and protect our last hope." Soon after, he climbed down to the first floor. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was surprised. "It's Li Jian." He greeted him cheerfully. "Li Jian, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Li Jian asked hesitantly, "Zhang Yi, you're Zhang Yi, right?" He confirmed, "It's me." Looking at the number of people in the building, he couldn't help but be surprised. "I've been gone for over a month. I didn't expect so many people in your building to still be alive. I have to say, this is a miracle." Zhang Yi asked curiously, "How did you manage it?" Li Jian replied, "Mainly thanks to the seeds you left behind." Hearing this, he was astonished and couldn't believe it. "What? You actually managed to grow those seeds?" Zhang Yi asked in a daze. "Not to mention the freezing weather, but in just 1 month, what kind of crops could be harvested to provide food for everyone?" "A mutant, aren't you? I had a hunch and figured you'd use your powers on him. It seems mutants have appeared in your apartment complex too." Li Jian trembled in fear. He knelt down and cried out, "I'm sorry." We couldn't protect the child you left behind. Li Jian kowtowed and pleaded, I know you're furious, but under these circumstances, if you want to kill me. But please, don't hurt the others. They're innocent. Zhang Yi's face darkened as he watched him kneel. Suddenly, someone shouted, Li Jian, you can't die. If you die, we'll all lose hope. After these words, a group of people hiding in the snow ran out. The residents of Building 18 spoke up, trying to stop Zhang, it's our fault we couldn't care for the child you left. But Li Jian is our hope. Please spare him. Let me die in his place. They frantically shielded Li Jian. If you want revenge, take my life. I won't live much longer anyway. Take me. Kill me. I'm all alone. I'm not afraid to die. Seeing Li Jian being protected, Zhang Yi's face remained cold. The people kept Li Jian behind them. He called out, moved everyone. Zhang Yi looked at the cat on his shoulder and said disdainfully, who said I wanted any of you dead? Li Jian asked hesitantly, I couldn't keep the child you brought alive. You can't forgive us, can you? He realized with despair. It was Li Mei's child who died. It seems there aren't that many miracles in this world. Zhang Yi scratched his head in frustration, thinking to himself, a child still in diapers is really fragile. Even in peacetime, they're prone to sickness, let alone in the extreme cold of this ice age. Looking at the frightened crowd, he thought, so many people are scared because they think that child was important to me. Actually, I just didn't want another burden. Zhang Yi said seriously, what's done is done. I know there's nothing you could have done. Don't dwell on it. His expression softened as he asked with concern, I want to know how you've all survived until now. What have you been relying on? Tell me in detail. I'm very curious. Li Jian cautiously made way for him. You can see for yourself. I'll explain everything to you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi, intrigued, readily agreed. All right, let's go take a look. He followed Li Jian up the stairs. Walking along the corridor, Li Jian explained the situation. After receiving the seeds you gave us, we tried everything to make them sprout and grow. He explained sadly, but our attempts weren't very successful. A large number of seedlings died. Even those that survived were very weak. When we had lost all hope and were even considering organizing a suicide squad to go out and search for food, a group of people calling themselves disciples of the snow worship cult arrived. Zhang Yi asked in surprise, the snow worship cult? You mean you've been able to survive because of their help? Standing before a door, Li Jian breathed heavily. Their people came to me saying they could help us survive and give me supernatural abilities. He wiped away his sweat and said, at that time, we had no other options, so I agreed to their conditions. Everyone was about to die anyway, so we would have agreed to anything. Agreed, Li Jian continued, but they said we only needed to believe in the snow god. Nothing else mattered. Zhang Yi asked suspiciously, so what power did you gain? He stammered, they planted a white seed in my forehead, right here. Recalling the agonizing pain, Li Jian recounted, I felt like I was thrown into an ice cellar, then burned in a raging fire. After that, my body produced a strange power. Look, he pulled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in boils. Zhang Yi exclaimed in alarm, what is that? Li Jian replied sullenly, these are grain seeds. He explained everything clearly, cultivating grain seeds with my body. Not only are they more resilient, but they also grow much faster. Hearing this, Zhang Yi fell silent. Zhang Yi asked suspiciously, just using your flesh and blood to cultivate food, but that can't possibly satisfy your dietary needs, right? Li Jian knowingly replied, that's easy to solve. We have Professor Ge here. He's an expert in agriculture. Walking towards the door, he warned, the next image might be a bit unsettling. Please forgive me. Zhang Yi replied casually, what haven't I seen at this point? He saw the seeds sprouting from the corpses. Li Jian approached the seedlings and explained, due to the lack of nutrients, we could only resort to using the deceased residents of this complex. Seeing Zhang Yi's disgusted frown, Li Jian calmly said, isn't this quite good? At least you understand how to utilize waste products. No moral burden from cannibalism and no wasted resources. Thinking of the graves in the snow, Zhang Yi asked, so those graves outside are also built to store bodies. Li Jian awkwardly confirmed, indeed. Observing the seedlings, Zhang Yi asked, how many cultivation rooms like this are there in the building? Li Jian replied, 3 in total. Zhang Yi seemed satisfied. Not bad. Self-sufficiency is commendable. Concerned about Li Jian's condition, Zhang Yi said, but if this continues, you'll die. He replied indifferently, I'm going to die anyway at this point, even if I do nothing. Thinking of his wife and children, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Might as well put in the effort and do something so that my wife and children can survive. Zhang Yi fell silent, lost in thought. From his perspective, Li Jian's actions weren't rational, but they were admirable. He spoke, giving an order, Li Jian, show me your ability. Recalling the various abilities he had encountered, Zhang Yi thought to himself, so far, the artificially created abilities of these modified individuals are far inferior to those of naturally awakened ones. Carefully observing the growing seedlings, he thought, Li Jian's ability is practical, but not overtly powerful. Furthermore, I need to confirm just how far this so-called snow worship cult method can push human potential. He thought, then smiled slyly. Li Jian lifted his shirt, revealing his sinewy arm. Understood. I'll show you my ability now. He strained, activating his power, the tendons in his arm shifting and moving. A seed emerged, drawing on his flesh and blood as it sprouted. Zhang Yi anxiously interrupted. Enough, I know what's going on. Li Jian, completely drained, knelt down. He realized this power was like a life sacrifice, using his own flesh and blood to nourish the plants. The price was too high, and the effect could only be described as mediocre. He laboriously made his way along the wall, calling out, Professor Ge, there's a new batch of grain seeds here. Quickly transfer them to the petri dish. Everyone cautiously entered to check, and someone brought him water. Zhang Yi propped his chin in his hand, deep in thought, snow worship cult. He silently speculated, Li Jian's ability is different from ordinary mutants. It belongs to the kind acquired after being triggered. That white spot on his forehead definitely has side effects. Seeing him breathing heavily, Zhang Yi thought, although I don't know what the side effects are yet, I don't believe there's such a thing as selfless contribution without expecting something in return. He watched with a grim expression as Li Jian shakily and with difficulty drank the water. If Li Jian hadn't displayed this ability today, but one more suited to combat, he would be a corpse by now. Then Zhang Yi slowly left. All right, carry on then. I'm leaving. Li Jian wearily wiped the beads of sweat from his face, panting. Thankfully, this time, although frightening, it wasn't life-threatening. Watching Zhang Yi's retreating figure, he thought to himself, this time it was probably just him acting on a whim, probing. But for survivors like us, whether we live or die depends on Zhang Yi's thoughts. Back home, he pondered, next I should still observe the situation at the Shishan base and decide what to do based on that. Then Zhang Yi thought, if the shelter really gets blown up, I have to quickly choose my next location. He sat down, leaning back comfortably in his chair and murmuring, the Uelu residential complex isn't completely safe either. Should I go to other safe areas in Tianhai City or move to a more remote place in the suburbs? Picking up Hua, Zhang Yi wondered, I don't know if Liang Yu will succeed. If she successfully implants the chip into the Shishan Base Network Center's computer, I can take the initiative. Meanwhile, at the Second Life compartment, 2 long lines of people were being urged forward at gunpoint by personnel. Hurry up, move it. A villager from Dong Village angrily roared in protest. What did we do wrong? It's clear you couldn't win on your own. Going to die in vain, and even implicating the village. What right do you have to make us your slaves? Another man cried out in anguish. You seized our homes, ate our food, wore our clothes, and even killed my father and daughter. You're 10,000 times worse than Zhang Yi. Suddenly, 2 shots rang out, hitting the 2 speakers directly in the forehead, startling the others into terrified silence. A member of the Shishan organization coldly stated, "The fate of those who spout nonsense will be the same as theirs. Our base's warriors sacrificed themselves to save you from the hands of the devil, and now you dare to bite back." They were too afraid to make sound. He continued, his voice arrogant. "Either submit to the experiment, and you might have a chance to live, maybe even awaken an ability and become someone above others. Or die here now. I don't think I need to tell you how to choose, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the villagers from Dong Village, their faces pale, hurriedly raised their hands in surrender. Liang Diet hid behind the door, watching the bodies being carried away. The villagers taken for experimentation would mostly die, and their bodies would be turned into that white dish. The thought made her cover her mouth in horror to keep from vomiting. Then, Liang Diet realized something with surprise. Wait a minute, this is the second life compartment, where all the important departments of the Shishan base are located. Recalling the base's layout, she pondered the experiment department, the information department, the engineering department, the food safety department, the storage center. Although many crucial departments are concentrated here, the security isn't too tight. The thought of escaping this place filled her with joy. Moreover, it seems Han Yin believes that all trouble can only come from the fourth life compartment. After all, the people in the higher level compartments want to maintain their benefits. They have no reason to rebel. She dashed off, calculating in her mind. They're mainly guarding against people from the fourth life compartment and haven't heavily guarded the departments in the second. This lacks security, coupled with the small number of guards maintaining order, makes now the perfect opportunity to sneak into the information department. She looked around cautiously. That I've come this far. I can't fail. I can't let my guard down. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder and called out, "Miss Liang, wait a moment." Liang Duyet froze, her face turning pale, her mind racing. "Who is it? Have I been discovered?" Panicked, her hands clenched, trembling. Things have come to this. I have no choice but to fight. Just as she turned around, ready to throw a punch, Xiao Yang took off his hat and said in surprise, "Miss Liang, it's me." Her hand stopped midair, and she stared blankly. "Xiao Tian," he asked anxiously. "Miss Liang, I've heard about what happened to you. You escaped from this hellhole. So why did you come back at such a dangerous time?" Liang Diet immediately replied, "I came back to save you all. But you, why did you become a member of the Special Forces?" Xiao Tian scratched his face awkwardly. "You really don't know?" He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a long, jagged scar across his left chest, and answered sadly, "I'm the only successful experiment among the students who were taken." The scar caught Liang Duyet's eye. She asked anxiously, "Where are the others? Are they all dead?" Xiao Tian replied dejectedly, "They're all dead." Hearing this, Liang Diet patted his shoulder and sighed helplessly. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Reaching a secluded area, Xiao Tian poured out his heart, his voice filled with anguish. "Miss Liang, you can't imagine what we went through in that lab." He gritted his teeth in anger. The Shishan base discovered long ago that humans can awaken abilities in desperate situations. The first step of their transformation process is to use all means necessary to make people experience near-death situations. Recalling those who were tortured, Xiao Tian's face paled as he recounted waterboarding, electric shocks, bloodletting, and dozens of other cruel torture methods. If these don't work, it means they basically have no potential. But even then, they won't let these experimental subjects go. Even when he was injected, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The last resort was to inject the mutant cells into us. Xiao Tian sat down in despair, huddled up. Through this method, if we could withstand the rejection, not be devoured by the mutant cells, then we could survive and gain the same power as the mutants. Liang Diet stepped forward to comfort him. He burst into tears, feeling wronged. But the price to pay is damage to the body that can never be recovered, even until the end of life, and it also reduces lifespan. Hearing this, she gently asked, "So if I give you a chance to leave here, do you want it?" Xiao Tian jumped up and firmly said, "Yes, I dream of it." Liang Diet said with satisfaction, All right, if that's the case, then I need your help. Then he led her to the information department. A subordinate saluted respectfully. Captain Yi. Xiao Tian sternly waved his hand and ordered, "We're short-staffed right now. We will be in charge of guarding the information department. You all go and suppress the villagers who are causing trouble in that passage." The subordinate replied, "Understood." He entered the information and opened the metal door. Liang Diet resolutely thought, "As long as I can step through this door, for me, implanting a small chip into the computer is as easy as flipping my hand." On the other side, Han Yin's call came. Through. From the other end of the screen, he spoke, "Zhang, it's been a long time. What's your answer?" He sneered disdainfully. "My answer has never changed. It's impossible for me to submit." Han Yin slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Fine, you brought this upon yourself. Then just wait for you and that shelter to be destroyed. So be it." After saying that, he hung up. Zhang Yi looked up, sighed dejectedly, and lamented, "Looking at this attitude, it seems the missile thing is 80% true. But giving up the shelter is fine, as long as people survive." Zhang Yi sat slumped in his chair, thinking, "The world is so vast. Is there anywhere I can't go? There's no need to be fixated on one shelter." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. A message arrived. "The thing you asked me to do, I've finished it. Now I hope you can keep your promise. Help me and my students leave this place." He said joyfully, "It's a success." He immediately ran in to inform Han Han. "Good news, our plan worked." Hearing this, she also looked delighted. "Okay, I'll start working immediately." She sat in her wheelchair and moved to the computer desk, her fingers flying across the keyboard. After a while, she turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Brother, I've completely taken control of the Shishan base's network." He exclaimed in surprise, "So fast." Han Han's eyes sparkled with pride as she said, "If they weren't using an independent network, but were connected to the public network, I would have already broken through their security system." "It's been a while," she said, a hint of boastfulness in her voice. "I only needed one key to open that door. Besides, technically speaking, how can their programmers compare to me?" He chimed in, "You're right. Those guys probably don't have the best skills." He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, making her blush, "Was our intrusion detected? And can we see all the information on their network?" She replied shyly, "I now have the highest level of control over the Shishan base network, which means I'm looking down at them from a god's perspective." She continued, "We can observe all their actions, but they can't detect our presence." He couldn't hide his excitement. "That's great. This time we can find out all their inside information." Zhang Yi looked at the documents displayed on the computer and said, "Quickly extract all the intelligence related to the missile launch. I want to see if they're really bluffing." As soon as he finished speaking, her hands flew across the keyboard. According to the Shishan base's investigation, they don't have the authority to deploy missiles. He wondered, then is it possible for them to request assistance from outside? For example, request deployment from another area? She calmly replied, "Let me see." Han Han suddenly saw something and exclaimed with joy, "Found it." She played a video and the sound gradually emerged. "Old Chu, I need you to do me a favor. Use a missile to attack a unit in Tianhai City for me." The sound in the video became clearer. "Old Chun, you have to think this through carefully. The favor I owe you can only be used once." "I know. I can guess that. Set the launch time for 12 o'clock. "No problem." These words shocked both of them. Zhang Yi thought worriedly. The military force there is extremely strong, not comparable to small places like Tianhai City. And he ordered her, "Quick, see if they sent the coordinates of the shelter." Pressing her advantage, as expected, she succeeded again. "Zhang Yi, we're really lucky. Using a large-scale satellite that hasn't been destroyed requires a lot of procedures. They're still waiting for approval and haven't sent the coordinates yet." Then she turned to him with a mischievous smile. "Zhang Yi, shall we play an interesting game?" He asked her in surprise, "What do you want to play?" Han Han calmly explained, "Let's just change the missile's target coordinates to the Shishan base and let them blow themselves up." "How exciting is that?" Zhang Yi was a little surprised and cautiously asked, "Can that be done?" If we change the coordinates ourselves, will we be detected? She smiled confidently that I've figured out how to do it without being detected. Besides, the most important thing isn't the coordinates they send, but the coordinates the other side receives. Then she began to explain her plan in detail. I can jam the information they send, then use their computer to transmit the coordinates of the Shishan base. He praised her. That's brilliant. But the Shishan base won't be destroyed that easily. He said, then turn to Kanyin. Kanyin, help me analyze something. With the Shishan base's structure, can it withstand an attack from a high-powered missile? Kanyin responded, coming. She approached, carefully observing the screen and assessing the situation. After a moment of hesitation, Kanyin said, Brother, I'm telling you the truth. This place's structure is incredibly solid. Plus, it's located more than 100 meters underground. Forget missiles. Even a nuclear blast, as long as it doesn't detonate at the core, won't destroy it. If it were a bomb specifically designed to deal with underground structures, maybe, but destroying it with one shot is highly unrealistic. She concluded, anyway, these kinds of defensive measures are inherently preparations for wartime. Of course, they wouldn't be easily destroyed. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned by her words. Then he turned to Han Han and instructed, based on what you said, change their coordinates. No matter what, redirect the missile to the Shishan base. That way, there definitely won't be any problems. He placed his hand on her shoulder and continued, also, help me adjust the Shishan base data. I want to go back and read it carefully. She obediently replied, okay, brother. After settling everything, he closed the door and left the room. Seeing him leave the room, Kanyin exclaimed, what is your brother thinking? Isn't the problem already solved? Han Han, without looking at her, replied, I feel like brother wants to use this opportunity to launch an attack on the Shishan base. She continued, but with his naive personality, how could he take such a risk? Kanyin chimed in, that's true. Compared to actively attacking, your brother prefers to protect himself first. At the 20th floor of the 25-building apartment complex, Zhang Yi sat on the balcony, lost in thought. He pondered seriously, I don't want to sit here and wait for death. Escaping this time doesn't mean Shinhinyan will give up, especially since he's contacted other forces to kill me. Outside, the heavy snowfall mirrored his train of thought. There's only one chance. So, when the missile launches, even if it doesn't directly destroy the Shishan base, it will still create a serious crisis. These thoughts unconsciously slipped out as words. He confidently declared, I still have 500 pounds of explosives seized from the special forces during the first encounter, plus the nearly 100 pounds Kanyin prepared. That's almost a ton. He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with determination that if I can take advantage of the chaos to bring these explosives into the base, the effect will definitely be perfect. Even if it doesn't blow up the Shishan base, it's enough to kill a few people inside. Isn't that the same? Having resolved his thoughts, he returned to the room. Kanyin and Han Han were eating when Zhang Yi entered and called for Han Han. He walked over to Han Han and said, I want to see the current distribution of forces at the Shishan base. I need to understand everything clearly. He continued, there's also something very important, which is the intelligence on the abilities of those mutants. Hearing this, Han Han asked, Brother, are you planning to actively attack the Shishan base? He smiled confidently and declared, if the conditions are right, why not give it a try? We have to switch positions. We can't just keep being the prey. We have to become the hunters. Zhang Yi awkwardly scratched his head, backtracking slightly. Of course, I have to see what their strength is really like. If there's a huge difference between my strength and theirs, then you should just consider this whole idea a joke. Seeing him like this, Han Han covered her mouth and laughed, replying, this is the familiar Zhang Yi I know. She sat back at the computer. The data has been extracted and is ready to view anytime. Do you want it now? He cheerfully replied, yes, now. She made room for him to look. He skimmed through the documents, furrowing his brow in thought. 521 regular soldiers, well equipped, more than 50 killed by him, and excluding Liang Diet, there were still 6 left. Staring at the screen, he continued to ponder. Among them, a portion of the mutants were naturally awakened, while the rest were forced to mutate through the implantation of Captain Lang Feng's cells. That on the screen was the personnel file of the Shishan base's captain-level mutant, Lang Feng. His speed, strength, and overall ability indices all reached 5 stars. Zhang Yi inwardly marveled. As expected of the captain of the Shishan base special forces, his strength was truly formidable. Stroking his chin, he assessed, if I want to attack the Shishan base, I must pay the most attention to this person. However, his mutant ability doesn't have long-range attacks, so as long as I maintain a distance, there should be a way to deal with him. He looked at the files of the remaining individuals with a variety of systems. Excluding one B rank, the other 4 were all A rank. He pondered further, based on the Shishan base's intelligence. A professional organization had already classified mutants into 6 categories according to their abilities. Currently, it's still somewhat general, only able to classify based on the basic manifestation of mutant abilities. I'm afraid that only after obtaining more data on mutants will a more detailed classification be conducted. He tiredly stood up and yawned. Then, while fetching printing paper, he continued to think, my ability is a space system. It probably doesn't belong to any of the 5 types above, so it can only be classified as a special system within the general classification. Holding the printed profiles of the Shishan base mutants, his train of thought continued, carefully calculating. The fighting force on our side includes myself, Fatty, Uncle Yu, and Hua. In terms of mutant abilities, we're not considered weak. There's also Liang Diet, providing both internal and external support. He anxiously wondered, so the most crucial thing is still how to sneak in, plant the explosives, and retreat safely under safe conditions? Kan Yin, lying on the bed, cheerfully asked, Big brother, if you're still worried, why not discuss it with everyone? Hearing this, Han chuckled in response. If we're going to discuss it, we'll discuss it with us. What good would come from discussing it with them? Kan Yin calmly replied, the ancients had a good saying, 3 ignorant people combined can equal 1 Zhuge. What if they have some good ideas that could give you some inspiration? Zhang Yi agreed with her opinion, saying, that's right, I've actually been thinking about that too. He then ordered the 2 of them, let's go out and have a meeting with them. After everyone had gathered in the living room, Zhang Yi began his address. Next, we have a rare opportunity to topple the Shishan base. He spoke with confidence and determination. I want everyone to understand that the Shishan base is now irreconcilably opposed to us. I, Zhang Yi, am not someone who likes to fight and win, but I also won't let anyone bully me. This time, I will definitely fight them, but it's difficult for me to do it alone, so I need everyone's strength. What do you all think? Hearing this, Jaime and Kan Yin were a little worried. Uncle Yu and Xian Lei were quite enthusiastic about his idea. He turned to Uncle Yu and said, you're the oldest here. Tell us your thoughts first. He didn't hesitate to express his opinion. The Shishan base suffered heavy losses at the Yun Qyet Manor. Reconciling with them now is impossible. Everyone listened attentively as Uncle Yu spoke. Rather than sitting here waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative and attack. This time, we have a good opportunity. We can use his own spear against his own shield, causing chaos among them. I think we should seize this opportunity. He then turned back to Zhang Yi with a firm look. Zhang Yi, I owe you a lot. If you want to attack the Shishan base, I will definitely support you until the end. Seeing Uncle Yu's approval, Zhang Yi shifted his focus to Xian Lei. Fatty, what about you? Xian Lei hesitated and replied, can we really defeat them? They have many mutants, as well as an army. Their weaponry far surpasses ours. Zhang Yi turned his chair around and sat down calmly, trying to reassure him, you don't need to worry about that. In terms of mutants, we are no fewer than them. As for the ordinary soldiers, Zhang Yi smiled dangerously, lowering his voice, I'll take care of them. You should know what I'm capable of. Besides, he continued, don't forget how many people from your Zijia village died at their hands. Don't you want revenge? Xian Lei gave an awkward, forced laugh. Actually, it's all right. I wasn't close to those people anyway. Zhang Yi was a little annoyed, thinking I thought I was already cautious, but I didn't expect someone to be even more so than me. Seeing that he seemed to have displeased Zhang, Xianlei quickly added, "But boss, if you want to fight, I'll fight alongside you." Zhang Yi asked in surprise, "You came around that quickly?" Xianlei sighed, a little helpless. "Following you, I have food and drink, and I don't have to worry about anything. If something were to happen to you, living alone in this apocalypse wouldn't have any meaning." With a slightly forced air, Xianlei stood up abruptly and declared, "As a person, the important thing is to choose the right side. I've decided to gamble on this." Zhang Yi was satisfied with his statement and replied with a smile, "All right, if that's the case, then let's settle on that." The three of them shouted in unison, "Decisive battle with the Shishan base." Decisive battle it is. Xianlei, still a little worried, reminded him, "Boss, you must plan this operation carefully." Zhang Yi replied confidently, "Don't worry, I don't want to kick the bucket early either." Zhang Yi pulled out the file he had prepared and said, "Now we'll start the Joajan meeting. I need to introduce everyone to the opponents on the other side and our plan." Upon seeing the file, Uncle Yu immediately became interested. "I can help you with this. After all, I received professional military training when I was in the army." Zhang Yi readily agreed. "All right, then it's settled." He then assigned a task to Han Han. "Please introduce the basic situation of the Shishan base to Uncle Yu and Fatty first, the things I just looked at, so they understand." Han Han obediently followed his instructions and led them away. "Follow me, you two." Zhang Yi picked up his phone and thought for a moment. If we want to launch an attack on the Shishan base, we can't miss any of the opportune moments. The right time, the right place, and the right people. He decided to message Liang Duyet. "Thank you for resolving this trouble for us. Before midnight tomorrow, hide in a safe place. There will be a chance for you to escape then. We will be outside to provide support." Liang Duyet quickly replied, "You'll lead people to support us? That's great. I'll definitely be there on time. But if you have a plan, you can tell me. We can coordinate from the inside and outside." The two of them continued texting back and forth. "We've taken control of the Shishan base's network, so you don't need to worry about information security. Basically, there will be a major incident at the Shishan base tomorrow at midnight. You'll know the specifics then. I'll let you know what you need to do at that time." Reading his message, she could only chuckle. Time passed by. After a few hours, Han Han stretched comfortably and exclaimed, "Finished. Successfully modified." She turned to inform Zhang Yi. As expected, the missile would definitely hit the Shishan base. He happily patted her head. "Well done." This made her blush. Looking at the missile launch countdown timer on the computer, he thought excitedly, "Finally, the final decisive battle has arrived." Ka Ni suddenly walked in holding a document. According to predictions, to deal with the fortified shelter, they have to use a high-powered, earth-penetrating bomb. Handing the document to Zhang Yi, she continued, "This type of bomb can't destroy the Shishan base, which is more than 100 meters underground, but it will cause strong tremors, creating a magnitude 8 earthquake. The level of impact won't be a problem." Taking the document, he replied, "At that time, have Han Han control the Shishan base's network and cut off their power." He suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice growing more and more enthusiastic. "The Shishan base's main energy source is electricity. Once the power is cut, the entire Shishan base will be temporarily paralyzed. This will definitely cause a huge crisis." Han Han interrupted him. "Although I can cut off the power by controlling the network, there are manual generators inside the Shishan base that can restore the power system." He confidently replied, "It's okay, just causing short-term chaos is enough." He put on a serious expression, his voice husky. "AT that time, Liang Diet will lead her students to escape from the fourth life compartment." Xianlei asked him curiously, "We'll take advantage of the chaos to enter, and then, what then?" Although he said we want to destroy the Shishan base, what exactly does complete destruction entail? Xianlei continued, "Kill their leader, Shenhinyan? Just killing him is useless. Someone else will surely replace him quickly." Hai Mei was massaging Uncle Yu's back. Then Xianlei posed a question, Are we going to kill everyone in the Shishan base? Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't deny it, he said fearfully, "Boss, you're not really going to kill all of them, are you?" He calmly replied, "At the very least, we have to eliminate the vast majority of their leadership, reducing the Shishan base's personnel by 80% or more. Of course, killing them all would be best." He slumped back in his chair and grinned. "This isn't impossible. I have a lot of explosives. Some I confiscated from them, which they were going to use to destroy the shelter, and some are my own. In a confined underground space, detonating a large amount of explosives, well, you all understand the consequences." Connie and Han Han were surprised by his words. Connie carefully calculated. Big Brother has 1,000 pounds of explosives. If such a large amount of explosives detonates, it will definitely destroy the built structures. She looked directly at everyone and continued to offer her opinion. Destroying a part of the Shishan base, the casualties of nearby personnel go without saying. The most important thing is that it will destroy the entire life support system of the Shishan base. She spoke with increasing fervor, explaining the details thoroughly. For example, the power supply system, the water supply system, and the ventilation system. Even destroying the escape tunnels. The loss of just one of these systems would make it difficult for the Shishan base underground to survive. Furthermore, the explosion would consume a large amount of oxygen, and it's very likely that it would affect many people who weren't directly hit by the explosion, causing them to suffocate from lack of oxygen. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. Xianlei raised his hand to offer a suggestion. "Boss, your plan is excellent, but how are we going to get into the Shishan base? Just barging in, not to mention getting lost easily, will be recognized by a lot of people." Zhang Yi, as if anticipating this, calmly replied, "I've naturally considered this point. First, memorize the structure of the Shishan base. There's a 3D structural map on the computer. Study it carefully. This is a matter of life and death. We can't be careless or subjective." He pulled aside a piece of cloth and continued, "As for how to get inside to plant the explosives, we just need a little disguise." He handed it out to everyone and instructed, "We'll wear these clothes, and with the chaos inside at the time, it'll be very easy to sneak in." He pointed at the computer screen, clarifying their mission. "We'll plant the explosives in the second life compartment. All the critical systems of the entire Shishan base are there. As for where to plant the explosives, just find somewhere discreet." He gave that dangerous smile again, his words not particularly comforting. After all, with 1,000 pounds of explosives, the effect will be the same no matter where it's placed. Zhang Yi sat down to explain to Xianlei, "And Uncle Yu, Hua's mobility far surpasses that of ordinary mutants. As soon as we detect anything amiss, Hua and I will be the first to escape with everyone. The Shishan base's snow transportation consists of only one snowmobile and a few dozen insignificant sleds. After we get out, my snowmobile can easily outdistance our pursuers by several blocks." He spoke in a long, uninterrupted stream. Then he turned and instructed, "Remember, completing the mission is secondary. The most important thing is to ensure your survival." The other two nodded seriously. At this time, in the dormitory of the fourth life compartment, Liang Diet was instructing the students, "Don't go to sleep at midnight tomorrow. I'll come here to tell you something very important." Everyone responded trustingly, "Okay, we'll listen to you, teacher." She hugged the girls and comforted them. "Don't worry, just hold on a little longer and everything will be all right." Time passed and Xianlei and Uncle Yu were having breakfast. He spoke between bites. "According to the agreed upon time, the missile strike is scheduled for midnight tonight. We need to get there beforehand and prepare in the vicinity." The other two listened as they ate their steamed buns. Yes, soon as the missile attack happens, Liang Diet and the others will take advantage of the chaos to escape. His mouth was full, but it didn't stop him from talking that we have to wait until Liang Diet and the others get out before we go in. If Liang Diet doesn't appear, it means there's a problem and we can't get her guidance. Don't hesitate to abandon the plan immediately. He grinned excitedly. Then, according to the plan, we blend into the chaotic crowd and plant the explosives. Then we get out. If anything unexpected happens, we shouldn't hesitate to run straight out. Remember, safety first. There's no need to take any risks. Xianlei, his mouth full of steamed bun, nodded vigorously. Uncle Yu thoughtfully said, in other words, if the plan is to succeed, we must first ensure Liang Diet and her students are rescued. Right? Zhang Yi, hearing this, clarified, consider it that way, but the priority is Liang Diet, not her students. He continued slowly. Finally, there's another crucial point. If we're fighting amidst chaos in their base, they won't be able to use their large-scale weapons. I also have a way to deal with ordinary soldiers and firearms. He peeled an egg as he spoke, feeding it to his cat. But the most troublesome issue is how to deal with their 6 espers. I plan to use a divide-and-conquer tactic against them. Hearing this, the other 2 paused. He calmly explained, of course, the prerequisite is that we can't escape their pursuit. If we can escape, we should still choose to flee as soon as possible. Night fell, snow blanketing the sky. He, along with Uncle Yu and Xianlei, prepared to depart. Connie tugged at his sleeve, saying, let me go with you. His vehicle sped through the blizzard. He sat in the vehicle, listening to Han's communication. Brother, the Shishan base just confirmed with the Jiangnan district. The missile launch time is exactly 12 o'clock tonight. The coordinates are the direction I've modified, so no need to worry. He replied, received. Continue monitoring their network. Report any issues immediately. The vehicle continued smoothly through the snow. After traveling for a while, a snow-covered base appeared before him. He stopped, retrieved a box, and opened it, revealing several containers inside. He handed each of them a vial. This is a stimulant with a special formula that can stimulate your body and nervous system, allowing you to exert strength far beyond normal levels and reduce pain. Xianlei looked at the vial and asked, don't all stimulants have side effects? He replied bluntly, even if there are side effects, that's a problem for later. They won't manifest in the short term. He cracked his knuckles, continuing, stay alive first. After completing the mission, you can rest and recuperate however you want. Life is more important than a few side effects. He looked towards the base ahead, thinking excitedly. A surprise is coming for the Shishan base. Meanwhile, Liang Diet was instructing everyone, put on the thick clothes you brought with you. A blonde girl stepped forward and asked, Teacher Liang, are we running away? A boy next to her snapped, don't talk so much, just do as Teacher Liang says. She quietly looked towards the door, thinking to herself, Zhang Yi, I don't know what you're planning, but don't disappoint me. On Han Yin's side, he stared intently at the computer screen. He smiled, rejoicing inwardly. Although the losses are somewhat heavy, and we've lost a valuable opportunity to seek help, it's completely worth it if we can eliminate this serious problem. His joy turned to apprehension. After all, that Zhang Yi's existence, it not only threatens the Shishan base's dominance over the surrounding areas, but also severely damages Chun Hainyin's authority. Suddenly, Lang Feng entered. Chief, he began. Haiyin responded, Lang Feng, you're here. Before Lang Feng could speak, Haiyin interrupted, about Zhang Yi, you don't need to ask anymore. I've figured out how to deal with him. Lang Feng looked surprised. You found a way to deal with him. He feigned a smile, but inside, he was shocked, speechless. How is this possible? After all, Chen Haiyin only held his current position because of his family's influence. His combat skills weren't even as good as an ordinary soldier's. Chun Haiyin replied smugly, you have to understand, even if the apocalypse comes, the military still holds immense power. Espers aren't invincible. Lang Feng, sweating, responded, rest assured, sir, I will absolutely obey the chief's arrangements. Chun Haiyin swiveled his computer screen to show him. Commander Chu Zheng, who heads another large region, owes me a big favor. This time, I'll have him help attack Zhang Yi's hideout with an earth-penetrating missile. Lang Feng leaned forward excitedly. Excellent. That way, Zhang Yi will undoubtedly die. Chen Haiyan continued, I've said it before, young people shouldn't be arrogant and conceited just because they have some special abilities. This world isn't as simple as they think. He cheerfully invited Lang Feng. Come, let's watch together how his hideout gets destroyed. The two looked at the screen together. On the screen was a schematic of Zhang Yi's residential area. Lang Feng frowned, displeased. To use such a powerful weapon against Zhang Yi, honestly, it's a bit of a waste. Chen Haiyan sighed. Unfortunately, control over this type of weapon lies in the hands of a few major military regions. It used to be that Chu Zheng and I weren't so different, but now he's become a local warlord. Lang Feng asked, puzzled, if we can get Commander Chu's help, wouldn't sweeping through Tianhai City be within our grasp? Haiyan chuckled. You're still too young? You simply don't understand. He looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. After this, if I want Chu Zheng's help again, I'll have to pay a much higher price. He's enjoying his independent control. Why would he bother to support me? It was almost 12 midnight. Han was still diligently monitoring, just as he had instructed. At the Southern Jiang Grand District headquarters, the commander pressed the launch button, and the missiles soared into the sky. The Xishan base's news department was in an uproar. What is that? It's a missile coming from Jinling. What are they trying to do? Report this immediately. The missile hurtled straight towards the Xishan base. Zhang Yi, in his vehicle, said triumphantly, there it is. A massive explosion lit up the sky. The force of the blast reached Zhang Yi's vehicle, causing it to shake slightly. He quickly contacted Han. It's done. Han replied, understood. She immediately initiated her operation, hacking into the entire Xishan network. Panic ensued. What's happening? Why has the power gone out? Chen Haiyan fell to the ground in terror. What's going on? What happened? Why is this happening? Lang Feng informed him, Chief, we're under missile attack. He panicked. What? A missile attack? Where did it come from? He roared in fury. Could it be that bastard Chu Zheng double-crossed me? The ground shook again. He took cover, thinking, forget about that for now. The top priority is to restore order to the Xishan base as soon as possible. He ordered Lang Feng, quickly assemble the special forces to ensure our safety. Lang Feng obeyed. Yes, sir. Chen Haiyan gave strict orders, emphasizing the need to prevent any disturbances from those in the Fourth Life warehouse and dispatching troops to defend it to the death. Anyone who exploits the chaos to cause trouble is to be executed on the spot. The Western Mountain troops are communicating outside the desert. This is the southern entrance to the underground. What was the situation with the earthquake just now? Base, please respond. He ruthlessly drove straight into them. The car stopped in front of the Western Mountain base entrance. He and the other two jumped out, yelling and attacking. After half a minute, all the enemy troops were eliminated. Completely. He gave the order. Now I need to check on Liang Duyet. At this moment, inside the Fourth Life warehouse, everyone was terrified. The students huddled together, asking what happened. An earthquake. Liang Duyet didn't say anything, just stood in a thoughtful pose. Oh, that's it. Is this why they told us to wait until 12 o'clock? She ordered, go, follow me quickly, leave this place. Quickly. The students obediently followed Liang Duyet, but the Western Mountain soldiers blocked their exit. Everyone go back. No one is allowed to leave, or we'll open fire. Go back. Everyone go back. No one is allowed out. Those soldiers were also uncertain. Damn it, firing randomly like this could injure our own people. Liang Duyet keenly sensed an opportunity, and she immediately led the students in a dash outside. Those who ran out first were terrified when they heard the gunshots behind them. The students stopped at someone shooting inside. She quickly rallied them, pulling their hands. Go. Don't look back. Just keep moving forward. As she ran, she thought, there's still a section left of the escape route. We need to go through several tunnels. We need to speed up. She told herself, for the Western Mountain base, with its powerful armed forces, this scale of chaos is easily suppressible. We can't let our guard down. Her group kept running until they reached a gate. The guard shouted, without orders, No one is allowed to pass here. Go back. She didn't hesitate, drawing the sword from her back and decisively decapitating the two men. She calmly ordered, "Go quickly." She swiftly led the students up the stairs. Finally seeing the exit, some of those behind her exclaimed excitedly, "It's the exit. We've reached the exit." She suddenly yelled, "Stop." The woman waiting at the exit spoke, "Liang Diet, you're a traitor and you dare to return?" Before her stood Cat Nu and dozens of soldiers. Cat Nu sneered, "The leader is wise." He knew for certain that someone would try to escape during the chaos. Gesturing to the soldiers, she continued, "Did you think you were the first to try this? You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But your outcome will be the same as those before you, becoming food for the lower class." The students' faces were now drained of color. Liang Diet intervened. "Wait, maybe we can still talk." Cat Nu remained firm. The Western Mountain Base does not tolerate betrayal. She ruthlessly ordered, "There's nothing to discuss. Traitors are traitors. Kill them all." Just as she finished speaking, a soldier beside her was shot dead. Soldiers shouted, "Enemy attack." He smirked, pleased with the shot. Cat Nu ordered, "Quickly kill them." Liang Diet turned back to instruct the students, "Stay here." "What about you, miss?" a student asked. "Reinforcements have arrived. I'm going to help them," she said, rushing forward. She quickly approached the target. With a single move, she eliminated quite a few enemies in a short time, combined with his gunfire. Spent cartridges scattered everywhere. After eliminating all of them, she sighed in relief. Phew. Then she turned to thank him. He responded shyly, "Don't mention it. It's what you deserve." He looked at the corpses thoughtfully. If it weren't for Liang Diet working as an inside agent within the Western Mountain Base, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to attack it. Helping her is only right. He quickly returned to reality and barked orders, "Quickly, lead them out." Any delay could lead to unforeseen circumstances. The students were deeply moved. "Miss Liang, we're safe. We're free." She gently comforted them. Then she turned to Cat Nu and asked, "You're the one who sent my students to hell, aren't you?" Terrified, Cat Nu scrambled and pleaded, "No, I was just a secretary following orders. These are the leader's commands." Xiao Tian stood before her. She yelled, "No, it wasn't my fault. You can't slaughter innocent people." He angrily retorted, "Slaughter innocent people? You dare say that?" Without another word, he executed her. She died on the spot. Liang Diet thanked him again. "Thank you for coming to our rescue as promised." Zhang Yi gestured with his chin toward the rear. "I've taken care of the guards at the entrance. Your students can leave now." He used his spatial ability to produce a multitude of items. A spatial rift widened. "Here's high-energy food and fuel for warmth." He told them to take the supplies and flee to the residential area 5 kilometers to the southeast. He added, giving Liang Diet a slight fright, "Lead the way. We still have other matters to attend to." A male student from the Tianqing Academy stepped forward, his face anxious and panicked, stammering, Aren't you coming with us?" She looked back at her students uneasily. Zhang Yi confidently reassured the student, "Don't worry. The people from the Western Mountain Base won't be chasing after you now." Immediately afterward, a sinister, menacing look crossed his face, frightening the Tianqing Academy students, who hesitated, too afraid to leave. He smiled brightly. "But if we were to run away like this, I believe that after they've dealt with the chaos, they will come after us. Especially now, considering you've killed so many of them." Liang Diet, who had been silently listening, didn't dare to speak. Unease churned within her. He wasn't wrong. Ever since she decided to turn against the Western Mountain Base, she had no way out. She followed behind them. "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Yi stated his intentions plainly. "It's very simple. We're going to take this opportunity to end this. Once and for all." Zhang Yi instructed, "Blow up the Western Mountain Base. That way, neither of us will have to worry about it anymore." Liang Diet frowned, troubled. "Destroy the entire Western Mountain Base?" She broke out in a cold sweat, lowering her head to hide her expression. She had her own thoughts. There are still over 1,000 people living in the base. If we destroy this place, won't they all die? But if we don't eliminate the root of the problem, the ones who will die are us. Liang Diet suddenly clenched her hand, determined. Okay, I'll help you. She turned back to instruct the students. Xiao Tian, lead your classmates outside. I'll catch up with you soon. The other students quickly left. Xiao Tian worriedly reminded Liang Diet, Teacher Liang, you must come back safely. The group of Tianqing Academy students hurriedly ran out of the train car and down below. Zhang Yi gave the order, let's go. We don't have much time left. He opened his phone and showed it to her. Lead us to this location. She calmly recognized it. Follow me. At the Second Life warehouse, Zhang Yi's group ran urgently to their destination, each wearing a mask that carefully covered their faces. He raised his hand and commanded, go! The others were holding detonation devices. They quickly dispersed around the room, installing the explosives in each designated location. Liang Diet, while lifting the mask away from her eyes, warned everyone, the structure here is very solid. Ordinary explosives won't do anything. Zhang Yi, arms crossed, coldly observed the actions of the others and said to Liang Diet, I know. These explosives aren't ordinary either. He immediately used his ability to open a spatial gate right in front of her. Liang Diet was astonished by the amount of explosives he had. You still kept these? His eyes became dark and cold. He truly looked sinister and cruel at this moment. Of course, Zhang Yi continued, I never waste a single grain of rice. Now, let them taste their own medicine. Zhang Yi quickly left, signaling to the others, go. Leave immediately. The group ran quickly towards the exit. Along the way, he raised his hand to remotely activate the detonation devices that had been installed on each wall. Liang Diet, running close behind him, suggested, how about we go deal with Chun Haiyan? Capture the leader first. Her hand trembled continuously as she gripped her sword in anger. If Chun Haiyan dies, the Western Mountain Base will cease to function. Zhang Yi stopped midway, glanced back, and coldly explained, if we kill one Chun Haiyan, more Chun Haiyans will rise to take his place. Liang Diet, hearing this, felt as if she was sinking into a dark abyss, her eyes wide with shock as he continued. Have you ever considered that the problem isn't him, but a system like the Western Mountain Base? She lowered her head, frowning in distress as she thought it over. He was right. Zhang Yi looked back, seriously clarifying the key point to help her calm down and prevent her from acting rashly. Places that support and cover up such evil deeds are best destroyed. Otherwise, they will only continue to nurture evil. Members of the Western Mountain Organization entered and suddenly noticed something amiss. One of them pointed a gun directly at them and questioned, Stop! Where do you think you're going? Zhang Yi ripped off his protective helmet and threw it forcefully to the ground, where it rolled away. The soldiers suddenly noticed Hua next to Zhang Yi. There were no warriors in the Western Mountain Base who kept pets. This group seemed even more suspicious, their origins unknown. They couldn't be allowed to leave. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Zhang Yi activated his quadruple speed ability. He shifted into a golden form. Before a member of the Western Mountain Organization could react, he was shot between the eyes. The red-haired soldier retreated in fear. What's going on? The remaining one yelled, They're not from the base. Two soldiers combined their firepower, unleashing a continuous barrage of bullets towards Zhang Yi's group, their enemy intruders. Zhang Yi used his dimensional gate space ability to absorb all the incoming rounds. Liang Diet, watching from behind, was awestruck by his power. Initially, when they faced off, she found his ability difficult to deal with. Now, as an ally, this threat had become a reassuring guarantee of safety. From afar, Ling recognized him and yelled, Space ability. It's Zhang Yi. He ordered his subordinates, cease fire, disperse. Zhang Yi scoffed, too late. He opened a dimensional gate and fired back the bullets he'd just absorbed. The soldiers were killed by their own returned fire. One soldier used a fallen comrade as a shield while taking cover behind him. How the hell did he infiltrate this place? The base's defenses are completely paralyzed. Zhang Yi opened another portal and ordered retreat. He ran behind the group, using his space ability to toss a dozen grenades inside. A massive explosion, accompanied by a blinding flash, ripped through the area. Zhang Yi's group quickly escaped the Western Mountain base. Zhang Yi continuously scanned their surroundings that we can't stay here long. If we're surrounded, even the dimensional gate's power will be diminished. It can't defend against attacks from every angle. He suddenly tensed. The power's about to be restored. He urged, hurry, get out of here. Warning lights flickered on. A guard's report blared from a modern landline phone. Leader, the intruder is Zhang Yi. The traitor Liang Duyet is with him. Han Yin commanded, make sure he doesn't leave this place, dead or alive. He hastily donned protective gear. Damn you, Zhang Yi. This time you've come to me. Let's see how you fare without your turtle shell to protect you. Captain Ling led the pursuing soldiers. Zhang Yi, let's see how you escape this time. He raged, fueled by both new and old grudges. This time, we'll settle the score. A scout reported back, Captain, they've planted yellow explosives everywhere. Ling ordered, get the bomb squad here immediately. The rest of you, follow me. We're finding Zhang Yi's group, ignoring the armed soldiers lurking nearby, pressed forward. He yelled, don't engage. Just push through. We can't waste any more time here. Ji Guang whispered to them, let me handle this. He used his body-enhancing ability to fight, tossing aside the soldiers blocking their path. Uncle Vu fearlessly charged into the enemy fire, punching 4 soldiers simultaneously. Zhang called out, Uncle Vu, be careful. He grinned, don't worry, I'm fine. Ji Guang exuded confidence. That MY ability not only enhances my body, but also has regenerative properties. As long as it's not a fatal wound, I can recover quickly. He stiffened as he saw Ling Feng leading a group of soldiers towards them. Ling Feng roared, Zhang Yi. The one-eyed man beside him threatened, you're not getting away this time. We're going to kill you here and now. Uncle Vu shielded Zhang. He died. If you want to touch Zhang Yi, you'll have to go through me first. They all charged forward. Uncle Vu unleashed a powerful barrage of punches, knocking them all down. Bodies flew several feet, skidding across the ground or slamming into walls. Zhang Yi watched with disdain. A half-baked, modified human actually thinks they can compare to a natural esper? How laughable. Ji Guang stared in disbelief. Is that all? Uncle Vu returned to his usual expectant demeanor. I really want to have a good fight with a real esper. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's best if that doesn't happen. I hope I never have to fight anyone in my life. A voice suddenly rang out. Running won't be that easy. His group looked at the newcomer in surprise. Fong Tun slowly approached. He used the dimensional gate ability, putting the group on guard. Fong Tun, the esper nicknamed Fireman in the files. Uncle Vu snorted and used an ability, causing flames to engulf the area. Zhang Yi used his space-type esper ability to absorb all of Fong Tun's fire energy. Zhang Yi suddenly realized he's stalling for time. He glanced at the flames, melting the wall made of the base's special material. The flames Fong Tun released must have reached over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Once the dimensional gate was withdrawn, everyone would die here. Zhang Yi struggled to shield everyone from the heat and destructive force of the flames. If this didn't stop soon, the other Special Forces members would arrive immediately. They couldn't be held up here. Zhang Yi yelled, Fatty, I'm counting on you. Blocks of ice shot out from Ji Guang's spatial portal and crashed into the flames. Fong Tun calmly retracted the flames and dodged the ice shards. Such petty tricks against me? How naive. He took out a container he was carrying and poured out something. This is a special fuel I concocted. When ignited, its power is several times greater than gasoline. Enjoy its might. He snapped his fingers, and the fuel suddenly burst into flames. Fong Tun sneered, Let's see how long you can last. He used a fire tiger attack, launching it directly at Zhang. The captain's men are almost here. You're all dead. Ice and fire clashed, creating a thick fog. Fong Tun touched a scorch mark on his face in surprise. There's another Esper with ice control. Zhang Yi shouted, "Go." A sudden punch flew towards Uncle Vu. He swiftly and effortlessly blocked it to Zhang Yi's surprise. He slid back. Ling Feng stood arrogantly. "Weren't you looking for a fight?" Zhang Yi could clearly see the anger, violence, and murderous intent in his eyes. "Let me play with you." Zhang Yi turned around in alarm to check the situation. "Uncle Vu." He quickly retreated, opening a spatial portal and asking, "Uncle, are you alright?" He looked at the wound on Uncle Vu's hand in horror. Ji Guang tried to suppress his pain, stemming the blood flow from the wound. Two long pieces of metal were embedded deep in his flesh. "It's nothing. I'm not dead yet." Ling Feng warily observed Zhang Yi's ability. This is the space Esper's power. He thought to himself, getting close to him suddenly would be dangerous. "I'll wait. I'm already on the chopping block, so why let the cooked duck fly away?" Fong Tun watched the situation unfold coldly from behind. Chun Lei, with ice forming in her hands, and Hua Hua rushed over. "Uncle Vu, are you okay?" Seeing Ji Guang's worried and anxious expression, Zhang Yi explained, "It's okay. It just feels like being hit by a train." Zhang Yi suddenly pulled a tube of medicine from his spatial storage. "Even though the side effects of this are severe, we can't worry about that now. We have to restore Uncle Vu's fighting strength to deal with a strong enemy first." He jabbed it into Uncle Vu. Hua Hua bristled, growling fiercely and menacingly. Seeing Chun Lei and Hua Hua's agitation, Zhang Yi quickly stopped them. "Don't worry, he won't get past here." Captain Ling shouted, "Zhang Yi, take a look around you. Think again." His soldiers came running from behind to provide support. Ling Feng warned, "Do you really think you can escape in this situation?" Chun Lei, from behind, used her ice abilities to hold back the advancing soldiers, leaving the other three to face Fong Tun and Ling Feng, along with their group of soldiers. He sighed, "So it's come to this, huh?" Zhang Yi sneered, "I originally planned to end this fight peacefully, but it seems it won't be that simple." A sudden shout rang out. "Zhang Yi!" Ronghua appeared unexpectedly, using her hypnotic ability, startling him. Her eyes, like mesmerizing cat's eyes, made him dizzy. Hypnotic ability. She suddenly screamed, clutching her eyes and collapsing. She kept clutching her head and banging it on the ground. My eyes. The other two, also somewhat dazed, covered their heads. Zhang Yi smirked triumphantly. "Too bad for you. My spatial ability can even reflect electronic waves." He yelled, "Hua Hua." It immediately grew in size. He shouted, "Go." The group clung to Hua Hua as it quickly carried them away. It carried them over the heads of the hypnotized people standing frozen below. He gleefully tossed several grenades from his spatial storage towards the group. Captain Ling, quickly recovering, grasped the situation and chased after them. "Stop right there." A loud explosion roared. The explosion spread, sending several soldiers flying from the aftershock. Chun Lei turned to look at the corridor behind them, now engulfed in flames, and asked Zhang Yi worriedly, "Boss, those things won't be discovered, will they?" Still riding on Hua Hua at the head of the group, he confidently replied, "No, we left behind a lot of small explosives as a smokescreen. Plus, with a lack of light, they won't be able to find the explosives in those nooks and crannies that quickly." He smirked again. "I'll detonate it once we're out." A fist punched through the steel wall from the inside. Ling Feng, leading several of his group, broke a hole in the wall to escape into the next corridor and ordered them after them. Ming Jie strained, using his ability to instantly enlarge his entire body. He picked up Fong Tun and Rong Hua, one in each hand, and strode after Ling Feng, who had run far ahead. Chun Lei, riding on Hua Hua at the rear, immediately recognized Ling Feng's group catching up. He yelled a warning to Zhang Yi, "Boss, they're catching up. Throw the grenades." Zhang Yi calmly wiped his nose and retorted, "No, I'm not that kind of despicable person. If they want to chase, let them chase." Chun-Lei and Uncle Vu, flanking him, paled at his words, both thinking in unison, "Coming from you, that's not very convincing." Uncle Vu, who understood Zhang Yi well, trusted him completely. Zhang Yi always had a way of achieving his goals. If he wasn't using his spatial ability, he definitely had something else up his sleeve. In one swift move, Hua carried the four of them out of the base. It turned and landed lightly on the snow, facing Ling Feng's group, who had just arrived. Zhang Yi eyed the distance between them, calculating, at this distance on open ground, I'm not worried about him getting away. Ling Feng watched furiously as Zhang Yi's group slid off Hua. Thinking about Zhang Yi's ability, a plan formed in his mind. Your spatial ability can only defend one direction. If we attack from all sides, you won't be able to dodge. At the same time, a worried Chun-Lei clung to Zhang Yi's arm, asking, "Boss, what do we do?" Hearing this, Ling Feng grew even more smug, thinking, even if you try to escape by vehicle, my men will swarm and destroy it instantly. He declared triumphantly, "Now let's see which way you can run. There's no shelter left for you to hide in." Zhang Yi simply exhaled calmly, slipping his hand into his pocket as he spoke. Revenge only begets revenge. When will it end? Ling Feng's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What's that?" he demanded. Zhang Yi pulled out a simple remote control and quickly pressed a button. Ling Feng cried out in alarm, "What do you have there?" In answer, the ground beneath them and the base behind began to shake violently, the ice cracking. He spun around towards the base and yelled, "What's happening?" A massive explosion erupted from within their base. The shockwave sent a colossal wave of ice and snow crashing down on Ling Feng's group. On the other side, Chun-Lei pumped his fist excitedly, shouting, "It worked! The Western Mountain Base is completely eliminated from Tianhai City." Ling Feng's group stumbled out of the billowing smoke and debris. He roared at Zhang Yi, "What did you do?" Zhang Yi calmly reminded him of a past event. "Remember when you attacked my shelter and left behind a bunch of explosives?" As realization dawned on Ling Feng's face, Zhang Yi confirmed his suspicion. "I kept a little and returned the rest to you. Turns out, the quality of your explosives is quite good," he shrugged, adding with a touch of sarcasm, "If it weren't for Captain Ling's generous gift, it would have been quite difficult to produce such high-quality explosives with just the chemical materials we scavenged." Ling Feng turned around in astonishment. "Our base got destroyed just like that? And with the explosives, we transported ourselves." He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening, and "Oh, we can't go down there. It's suicide." He snarled at Zhang Yi, "Fine, I'll kill you first, then go down and save them. It won't be too late." He raised a hand to stop Zhang Yi. "Wait," he continued, his tone now reasonable. "Ling Feng, if we really fight, it's uncertain who will live or die. Do you really want everyone to die here? There's no need for this hatred. Your people encroached on my territory first. Spare me the revenge talk." While Zhang Yi spoke, Uncle Vu and his group behind him stood ready for battle. But Ling Feng, filled with hatred, brushed aside Zhang Yi's words. "What good are these words now? Only one of us can walk away from here today. Either you die, or I do." Facing his hostility, Zhang Yi remained calm. "So, your goal is to kill me?" Ling Feng roared, "That's right. You're gonna die here today. No more words." Zhang Yi held back Uncle Vu's group while addressing Ling Feng. "If you just want my life, I don't think we need to gamble with the lives of our comrades." He then issued a provocative challenge. "Ling Feng, let's settle our grudge one-on-one. Do you dare?" Liang Diyue rushed forward to stop him. "Are you crazy? Do you know how strong he is?" Zhang Yi calmly looked at Ling Feng's group and said with determination, "So many of our people have already fought. Even if we win, there will be heavy casualties. Let the two of us have a duel. Coincidentally, the only person you want to kill is me. If I win, let us go, and you can never come back for revenge. If I lose, I'm at your mercy." Ling Feng frowned, seemingly considering Zhang Yi's words. Seeing Ling Feng's silence, Zhang Yi continued to provoke him. I know you won't let me live anyway. Uncle Vu and Chun-Lei, looking at Zhang Yi's back, recalled his earlier instructions. Before attacking the Western Mountain base, Zhang Yi had discussed his plan with them in the vehicle. Those people are professionals. Now with Esper abilities, their combat effectiveness is very strong. If we fight to the death, we definitely can't beat them. He frowned, seriously outlining his backup plan. In a worst-case scenario, I'll request a one-on-one duel with their leader. Zhang Yi continued to carefully analyze the situation while Uncle Vu and Chun-Lei listened attentively. They know nothing about my true strength. They think I'm just a coward who can use space. Ling Feng will definitely agree to my proposal. He concluded confidently, in a duel, I have a good chance of winning. Back in the present, Zhang Yi provocatively asked Ling Feng, Ling Feng, do you dare to duel me one-on-one? Ronghua warned Ling Feng cautiously, Captain Ling, this brat is definitely up to something. Don't agree. We should just fight them directly. She glared at Zhang Yi, completely certain of her judgment, thinking this guy is clearly planning some kind of trickery. Damn it. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was also silently assessing the situation. Liang Diyue can hold his own against me for a few moves, and they also have that Esper who can become a giant and manipulate ice and snow. The mutated creature is the biggest concern. Although I don't want to admit it, we're at a significant disadvantage in terms of intelligence. It would be unwise to engage in a full-blown battle without a clear understanding of their strength. He then abruptly agreed to Zhang Yi's proposal that one-on-one, fine, I'll duel you. He was still worried about his comrades. There will inevitably be casualties in a chaotic fight. I can't let my brothers die. Zhang Yi, receiving Ling Feng's answer, immediately established the terms of the fight. The valley on the other side? How about that? Everyone else waits outside, both to observe the fight and to ensure neither side interferes. Ling Feng quickly agreed, fine. Ronghua, still worried, cautioned him, Captain Ling, be careful, it's a trap. Ling Feng confidently replied, don't worry. In the valley, Ronghua stood outside observing the situation, quietly reassuring herself. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. If the enemy isn't prepared, isn't this just a one-sided slaughter? As she was thinking this, Ling Feng assumed a fighting stance. On the other side, Chun-Lei was also extremely worried, thinking, Boss Zhang, he must be confident. He has to be okay. Just then, Ronghua taunted their group, by the way, since the leaders of both sides are dueling, I don't mind telling you a little secret. She and her teammates smugly asked Chun-Lei's group, did you know that some Espers have the ability to devour the powers of others? Without waiting for a response, she quickly continued, seems like you didn't know. Well, I'll give you some free intel. Only a few powerful Espers have this ability to devour the powers of the weak and make themselves stronger. Ronghua, recalling Ling Feng's victories, proudly recounted to Zhang Yi's group. During our captain's conquests, he personally killed 3 Espers from opposing forces and seized their powers. That's why his abilities are stronger than anyone's. She sneered mockingly that Zhang Yi is doomed. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But Chun-Lei retorted her words, no, boss won't lose. Ronghua disdainfully asked, and what makes you say that? Chun-Lei replied with seemingly obvious confidence, because our boss is terrified of dying. He'd never risk his life. With that seemingly absurd reason, Ronghua showed open contempt. What kind of reason is that? Just you watch. Our Captain Ling will be bringing back his head soon enough. While the others argued outside, Zhang Yi, preparing to fight Ling Feng's side, he feigned distress and tried to negotiate. Can we not fight? You know, I'm not a combat type. My Esper ability is more support-oriented. Ling Feng snapped, no, you're gonna die here today. Zhang Yi continued to stall, nervously rambling and complaining, I don't want things to come to this. You're all forcing me. Actually, I once had a dream, and it was just like this. Ling Feng, losing his patience, roared, will you stop babbling? Stalling won't do you any good. it won't change your outcome. At this point, Zhang Yi turned serious and reiterated his condition. All right, then I hope you'll keep your promise. If I die, let my friends go. They're innocent. Ling Feng immediately assured him, I can guarantee they won't be harmed. Zhang Yi didn't stop there, continuing to pester, and there's my cat. Don't eat it, just let it go. Maybe my friends will take care of it. His incessant nagging finally pushed Ling Feng over the edge. He snarled furiously, Are you an old woman? So much nagging. Just fight already. Immediately afterward, Ling Feng charged. At the same time, Zhang Yi yelled, activating quadruple speed and rushing towards him. Zhang Yi created a spatial barrier in front of him, blocking Ling Feng's attack. Seeing this, Ling Feng immediately recognized the move. You think that trick will work on me? I already know your attack patterns. He quickly devised a counter strategy, thinking, as long as I'm faster than his Esper ability can change direction, I can pierce his heart with this attack. But just then, a huge truck suddenly appeared directly above Ling Feng's head. He quickly jumped aside, thinking in surprise, his Esper ability can teleport objects. Zhang Yi calmly warned his opponent, this is just the beginning. Then he pulled out a series of heavy trucks from his spatial storage. He thought to himself, feeling rather pleased. These are all toys I collected in my spare time. I was going to use them when the right opportunity came along. Now's the perfect time to use them to smash someone. Thinking this, he hurled them all towards Ling Feng. Seeing a pile of large objects hurtling towards him, Ling Feng calmly assessed the situation that can't dodge. At this density, a direct frontal assault is the only option. With a single slash of his blade, he cleaved the incoming truck in two. Zhang Yi then released a barrage of knives, forks, and spoons from his spatial storage, still finding time to compliment his opponent. Nice blade. Let's continue. Ling Feng easily dodged the incoming projectiles, scoffing, ridiculous. You think these things can hurt me? Zhang Yi threw another truck, taunting, if that's the case, why are you dodging? Ling Feng sliced the truck in half with another swing of his blade, declaring, I'm sure you'll run out of things to throw eventually. He dealt with the storm of random items flying out from the spatial storage while silently assessing the current situation. Because that damned shield prevented him from using his Esper abilities, he had to resort to close combat with this guy. Moreover, he was still trying to close the distance with Zhang Yi. As long as he got within 3 meters of Zhang Yi, he could end his life in an instant. But now, faced with a pile of clothes about to hit him in the face, Ling Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, using this to stall for time. How despicable. Just as he finished that thought, a bra smacked him right in the face. Ling Feng roared furiously, I don't believe you can keep throwing things forever. But at that moment, he was startled to realize that the objects being thrown at him had been replaced with flammable materials. Ling Feng immediately knew, this is bad. If it's something like kerosene, it won't just affect my vision, it'll also give Zhang Yi a chance to ignite it. He immediately thought of this as he saw 2 kerosene cans hurled towards him. Although Ling Feng tried to dodge, the kerosene inside still splashed onto him. As he dodged the kerosene cans, he couldn't help but curse, you insidious little brat. At this moment, Zhang Yi pulled a lighter out of his spatial storage. He calmly flicked the lighter towards the pool of kerosene in front of him. A powerful flame instantly erupted, rushing straight towards Ling Feng. Zhang Yi continued to toss more kerosene cans into the flames surrounding Ling Feng, while constantly assessing the situation. Special combat clothing has high temperature resistance. This level of fire couldn't burn Ling Feng to death, but within this large fire, his vision would definitely be obstructed. Ling Feng had the same thought. This fire couldn't hurt him. The only trouble was, he shielded his face from the heat of the flames, thinking with some concern, with the flames so high, it's difficult to grasp Zhang Yi's position. He quickly changed his tactics, deliberately using taunts and shouting. How long can this stalling tactic last? Maybe you're a genius in defense, but in terms of offense, you're nothing but a clown." His response was a shower of barrels raining down on his head. Ling Feng once again had to struggle to avoid the liquids splashing onto him. But this time, he realized that it wasn't kerosene and asked cautiously, "What is this?" But immediately after, he recognized the sticky substance on his face. "This is super glue." This made Ling Feng even more furious, cursing without holding back. "Despicable villain. Is this all you can do? These disgusting tricks?" But instead of receiving a reply from Zhang Yi, what rained down on him next was another batch of glue. He couldn't dodge in time and reflexively raised his hands to protect his face. As a result, the glue stuck firmly to his outer coat. Ling Feng angrily ripped off his coat and yelled, "How dare you play these tricks with me?" He once again grabbed his sword, trying to find a way through the flames, his mind filled with the determination to defeat Zhang Yi. He just had to hold out until Zhang Yi ran out of things to throw, then get close and smash his head with one punch. This time, from within his spatial storage, Zhang Yi pulled out another batch of barrels. Instead of super glue like before, these barrels, upon breaking, released a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Ling Feng stood amidst the dust and smoke, taking a few breaths before his eyes widened in shock. "This scent is," he yelled, immediately covering his mouth and nose, his expression drastically worsening. Zhang Yi smirked triumphantly. "Everyone has a weakness. No one is invincible." He recalled the information he had gathered, sarcastically addressing Ling Feng. Just like the invincible Captain Ling Feng, impervious to blades and weapons, yet allergic to seafood. He then calmly explained the composition of the dust cloud enveloping Ling Feng. "This is a powder I made by grinding more than 30 types of seafood. I guarantee there's something in here that will trigger your allergy quite effectively. I put a lot of effort into preparing this gift, you know." As Zhang Yi spoke, Ling Feng, standing within the cloud of seafood powder, held his breath until his face turned crimson, glaring at him with fury. He was startled by the explanation, thinking to himself, Why does Zhang Yi know I'm allergic to seafood?" Despite his confusion, he charged forward with his sword, gritting his teeth in anger. "I'll fight you to the death." But Zhang Yi wasn't interested in fighting. Seeing Ling Feng charge, he promptly turned and ran, ignoring Ling Feng's enraged shouts chasing after him. "Stop right there." As they ran, Zhang Yi continued to throw various random items at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, growing weaker and weaker as he ran, finally collapsed, unable to continue. He then lay still on the ice, as if dead. Seeing this, Zhang Yi stopped throwing things and silently observed him for a moment. He then ran a bit further away before settling down, starting a fire and roasting a sausage. He also took the time to appreciate the scene of the cold wind blowing over Ling Feng's body. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Ling Feng, enraged, abandoned his pretense of death and roared, leaping up, "Zhang Yi!" Zhang Yi immediately turned and fled again, leaving Ling Feng to grit his teeth as he pursued him, assessing his own condition. He had antihistamines on him, but even if they lessened the symptoms, they wouldn't last long. Still, Ling Feng continued to chase Zhang Yi, frustrated that his plan had failed. "I can't believe how despicable he is. Even when I played dead, he didn't come to stab me." Just then, he began coughing uncontrollably, his body pitching forward. Ling Feng collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. "Damn it, he's just an ant who won't fight me directly, and yet I lost to such underhanded tactics." Until the very end, his eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment. Zhang Yi once again pulled out his cooking stove from his spatial storage. He set up a chair and resumed eating his half-eaten sausage, feigning concern as he asked, "Is Captain Ling taking another nap?" Half an hour later, Zhang Yi sighed contentedly, "I'm full, so full," and yawned. He looked over at Ling Feng, who had remained motionless, and wondered, is he really dead, or is he faking it again? To be sure, he pulled out his gun and shot him in the head. But Ling Feng remained motionless. Zhang Yi edged closer to observe. Was he really dead? Realizing this, he couldn't help but show his excitement. He had actually killed the invincible captain of the Western Mountain Base Special Forces. To be certain, he pulled another truck from his spatial storage and crushed Ling Feng beneath it. Seeing him still unresponsive, Zhang Yi was finally sure. It seemed he was truly dead. Even if he were acting, he wouldn't go this far. Satisfied, he drew his sword and severed Ling Feng's head with a single stroke. Then, with immense satisfaction, he let out a breath. Confirmed he was really dead, Zhang Yi gazed thoughtfully at Ling Feng's corpse. He then extended his hand, a surge of Esper energy coiling around it. Zhang Yi clearly felt Ling Feng's Esper energy being continuously devoured by him. After absorbing all the power, he felt his body brimming with vitality and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Excellent! This is truly wonderful." But at that moment, his left eye suddenly felt strange. Zhang Yi wondered in astonishment, "What's wrong with my left eye?" He felt an unusual change beneath his eyelid, as if something was about to sprout, but he couldn't see it clearly. When he opened his eyes again, a surge of Esper energy emanated from his pupil. A strange power shot out from within his eye, creating a bizarre, dimensional vortex on the truck in front of him. In an instant, the entire truck was shattered by the spatial vortex, vanishing into nothingness. Both exhilarated and bewildered, Zhang Yi realized this is a new ability. Immediately afterward, a sinister grin spread across his face. Isn't this divine power? Distorting space, shattering objects. He was completely thrilled with this new ability. Having this new power compensated for his lack of offensive capabilities. From now on, dealing with espers who weren't afraid of guns would be much easier. However, no ability was 100% perfect. At the same time, Zhang Yi also felt that the consumption of this divine power was immense. Using it once felt like half his energy had been drained. He estimated he could use it 3 times consecutively. Despite this ability boosted his confidence, and he also calculated its attack range. The attack range was probably about 300 meters, unsuitable for long-range sneak attacks, but within 300 meters, it was even more effective than heavy artillery. Zhang Yi chuckled and muttered, "Now, who's the next prey?" On the mountainside outside the valley, Ronghua looked at the scattered vehicles below and anxiously asked, "Why hasn't it ended yet?" Captain Ling should have killed that Zhang Yi quickly, shouldn't he? Fong Tun, from behind, reassured her, maybe the captain is planning to torment him slowly. "Don't worry, we have to trust in the captain's strength." Ronghua still replied uneasily, but the captain isn't someone who would be careless. While Ling Feng's team was worried, Uncle Vu and Chun Lei exchanged knowing smiles. It's been going on for so long. The battle plan must have worked. We have a good show to watch. Just then, the walkie-talkie in Uncle Vu's hand suddenly received a signal. Both Chun Lei and Uncle Vu immediately focused their attention. Zhang Yi was quickly returning, giving orders through the walkie-talkie. "Don't be surprised, and don't show anything unusual. Wait for my signal, then launch the attack." Uncle Vu maintained a calm expression, but felt relieved inside. Zhang Yi's voice, he was still alive. Meanwhile, Chun Lei's face lit up with joy. The boss has won. Ling Feng is dead. By now, Zhang Yi had returned, hiding behind a large snowdrift. He carefully observed the situation on both sides. As soon as he saw an opportunity, Zhang Yi activated his right eye's ability. His target was Ronghua. Completely unprepared, she was caught in the spatial vortex. In an instant, she felt as if her head was being pulled upwards. Terrified, she stammered help, but before she could finish, her head separated from her body and flew into the air. The remaining team members were horrified as they watched Ronghua collapse. At the same time, Zhang Yi charged out from behind the snowdrift, holding up Ling Feng's head. He declared, "Ling Feng has been killed by me." Fong Tuan's face paled in disbelief. How could this be? Captain Ling was killed by him. At that moment, Zhang Yi yelled, "Now's our chance. Kill them all." Receiving the command, Uncle Vu and Chun Lei activated their abilities and charged forward simultaneously. Liang Yute also quickly dashed past Uncle Vu, rushing to the front. Zhang Yi coldly ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Ming Jie, in his giant form, blocked one of Liang Yute's sword strikes with his hand and roared, "You are the ones who will die." But soon after, the entire Western Mountain team was annihilated. Zhang Yi hurried over. He knelt beside a corpse and reached out to absorb its esper energy. But he was surprised to find it had no effect. He thought to himself, it must be that the strength of these espers isn't as strong as Ling Feng's. So the energy I'm absorbing now isn't very beneficial. He then called Uncle Vu and Chun Lei. "Come over here and try." Following his instructions, both of them reached out to the unfortunate esper, but shook their heads. Chun Lei admitted, "It's no good, boss. I don't feel anything." Uncle Vu agreed, "Me neither." Hearing this, Zhang Yi was puzzled. But Uncle Vu quickly explained before, "Our people said that this kind of ability isn't something everyone has. Maybe we don't have the same talent as you." He didn't reply, only silently pondering. "It seems I still have a lot to learn about espers and esper abilities. I'll have to research the Western Mountain Base's materials more thoroughly later." Just then, he saw Hua Hua approaching Fong Tuan's body. Immediately afterward, it opened its massive maw and swallowed Fong Tuan whole. Zhang Yi, slightly curious, asked, "Hua Hua, can you absorb their power?" Understanding him, it nodded. Zhang Yi happily rewarded it. "If that's the case, then I'll leave them for you as dinner." A while later, at the entrance to the Western Mountain Base, Zhang Yi pulled a bunch of trucks out of his spatial storage, blocking the exit completely. Seeing this, Liang Yute asked him in surprise, "What else are you planning to do?" Zhang Yi fiddled with the remote in his hand and said to her nonchalantly, "We can't rush things. We have to remember to finish the job properly. A proper beginning and end prevents future trouble." Following his words, an explosion completely destroyed the Western Mountain Base. Liang Yute watched the base engulfed in flames, feeling it was a bit cruel, and said to Zhang Yi, "You're really leaving no survivors." He calmly replied, "Consider it an insurance policy." But he wasn't finished yet. As he spoke, he pulled another jeep from his spatial storage. Zhang Yi politely opened the car door, as if inviting Liang Yute. "Come, I'll take you somewhere else." The two jeeps drove in tandem across the frozen ground. Liang Yute silently watched Zhang Yi, who kept his eyes glued to his phone. Displayed on the screen was the layout of a base. It was the internal structure map of the Western Mountain Base. Soon, the two vehicles arrived at the mountain range outside the Western Mountain Base, where several people were fleeing in a hurry. Liang Yute said admiringly, "You even thought of this?" Zhang Yi calmly explained to her, as if it were a matter of course. "According to the structural map of the Western Mountain Base, I discovered an escape route from the first life pod." He drove straight towards them without hesitation, adding to Liang Yute with certainty, "It's not hard to guess who this is for." Following his gaze, Liang Yute looked at the fleeing figure and angrily recognized Chun Hinian. Chun Hinian also immediately recognized his pursuers. "I can't believe you caught up so quickly." "Zhang Yi," he muttered resentfully. Why are you still chasing me after all this?" He glared at Zhang Yi with unrestrained resentment, his thoughts swirling with bitterness. Aside from the first life pod, the area near the center of the explosion is almost completely destroyed. I abandoned my wife and children, barely escaping. Am I destined to die at your hands? At the same time, Liang Yute and Zhang Yi got out of their vehicles. Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain. "Isn't this the leader of the Western Mountain Base? You're such an important figure. Why run away without a word?" Chun Hinian panicked and hurriedly tried to negotiate. "Zhang Yi, don't be rash. I think we can still talk this over." He then half surrendered, half threatened, as he analyzed his own value to Zhang Yi. "You can't kill me. I, Chun Hinian, am a person of status and influence. Furthermore, killing me will disrupt the balance of power in Tianhai City." He continued to ramble. "By then, who knows how many monsters and demons will come here, and you will face even greater danger." Faced with these words, Zhang Yi hesitated slightly. These were not things he didn't know, but he still resolutely scoffed and dismissed those words. Just because you say so? Look at yourself now. Asada-chan, like you has no right to negotiate with me. As he coldly uttered these words, Chun Lei and Uncle Vu arrived, completely blocking Chun Hinian's escape route. Liang Yute angrily brandished her sword, preparing to attack him with her fire ability. Chun Hinian, seeing the situation was dire, stammered his justification. In these chaotic times, harsh punishments are unavoidable. If I hadn't acted this way, everyone would be dead. As if that wasn't enough, he turned to Zhang Yi, trying to persuade him, Zhang Yi, you're a genius. Just cooperate with me. With your abilities and my resources and manpower, we can rebuild the Western Mountain Base into something truly powerful. He was so excited by the future prospects that he clenched his fists, continuing his spiel, by then, dominating Tianhai City will be child's play for us. Zhang Yi, finally losing his patience, glared and cut him off, activating his eye ability. You talk too much. Too bad. Everything you said. His ability instantly decapitated Chun Hinian before his two guards could react. They cried out in horror, "Leader!" and rushed towards his body. Zhang Yi finished his sentence with a cold expression. I don't need. Chun Hinian's two guards, screaming die, charged at Zhang Yi with bombs in hand. But he calmly pulled a gun from thin air and shot them both in the legs without hesitation. Even as they fell, they threw their grenades at him. But Zhang Yi simply erected a spatial barrier, blocking the explosions. He slowly approached the two men. One of them stammered, trembling, why you stay back? Zhang Yi said nothing. A torrent of flames erupted from his spatial storage, incinerating the guard. In an instant, only a burning skeleton remained, witnessed by the horrified gaze of his comrade. Zhang Yi reached out and grabbed the head of the remaining guard, using his spatial vortex. He took down the man with a single hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he realized, my spatial manipulation is getting stronger. Liang Yute watched as Zhang Yi used his spatial flames to incinerate the three bodies. She couldn't help but ask, was that really necessary? She said with a hint of disapproval, you're being overly cautious. You've already destroyed the entire Western Mountain Base. What else are you worried about? Zhang Yi sighed in relief and explained, Chun Hinian was an important figure in Tianhai City. I'm aware he had complex social connections. What if someone comes looking for revenge after his death? Faced with Zhang Yi's exaggerated feigned fear, Liang Yute rolled her eyes, speechless. At this point, do you really think that's likely? He stretched, sticking to his point. Any potential danger must be completely eliminated. But then he casually reminded Liang Yute of the root cause of the current situation. If you had considered the consequences before coming to the Western Mountain Base, things might not have turned out this way. Liang Yute, defeated, thought dejectedly, he's right. If I had thought things through more carefully, maybe so many innocent students wouldn't have died. Beside her, Zhang Yi called out to Uncle Vu and Fatty, time to head back. Liang Yute hurried after them, reminding the three, pick up my students first. Two cars quickly drove towards the shelter. One of the students recognized the newcomer and happily ran out, calling Ms. Liang. Zhang Yi, from inside the car, said to Liang Yute, we're going ahead now, right? According to our agreement, I'll provide you with accommodation and some food. He glanced at the student with Liang Yute outside the car and advised her, you should come to Zijia village later. There are plenty of empty rooms available there now. Liang Yute asked him in surprise, then, can't you come back and pick us up later? Zhang Yi replied coldly, Ms. Liang, I've already fulfilled our agreement, rescuing you all. He gripped the steering wheel, a calculating smile spreading across his face as he began to lay out his conditions. Out of goodwill, I've even agreed to provide accommodation and some food for your students. If you want more. He snapped his fingers, continuing casually, you'll have to offer me something of equal value in return. Liang Yute was taken aback. I thought we were friends. But Zhang Yi, as if stating the obvious, wagged his index finger at her. Precisely because we're friends, I'm being so straightforward. He then added shamelessly, this way, we won't damage our friendship. Liang Yut, hearing this nonsensical reasoning, didn't bother arguing. She just sighed and agreed, fine, we'll come on our own. Zhang Yi, pleased, waved goodbye from inside the car. All right then, see you another day in Zijia village. He watched Liang Yut's receding figure, scheming to himself, those students of hers. I don't care about them, but a powerful esper with such strong martial arts skills. There's no reason to let her go. Looking at Liang Yut's dignified silhouette, he resolved, sooner or later, you will be mine. Liang Yut returned inside and immediately asked, is everyone all right? Upon seeing her, a female student couldn't help but speak up. Ms. Liang, why did they leave? Didn't they say they would arrange a place for us? Liang Yut quickly stepped forward to reassure them. Don't worry, everyone. Zhang Yi and I have discussed it. I'll take everyone to Zijia village, where the living environment is good. She glanced at everyone and continued, moreover, there are still villagers living in Zijia village. It's close to the Lujiang River, so we can fish from the river later. A male student, on Vu, spoke up, Ms. Liang, as far as I know, both Jung Han Han and Lu Kanin are living in Zhang Yi's villa. Why didn't you negotiate with Zhang Yi so we could stay there too? A black-haired male student immediately chimed in, questioning Liang Yut. Exactly. If Jung Han Han and Lu Kanin can stay there, why can't we? A short-haired female student spoke up, Ms. Liang, please go and discuss it with Zhang Yi again. Another female student added, it's so cold outside. Our hands will freeze if we go fishing. Liang Yut sighed wearily, trying to explain, forget about it. Zhang Yi helped us escape the Western Mountain base. That was a result I achieved with great difficulty. Why should he let us live in his shelter? She paused for a moment, then continued, at least we're free now, which is better than living precariously in the Western Mountain base. The students were disappointed upon hearing this. Someone still stubbornly muttered, but at this point, Liang Yut lost her patience and said angrily, all right, enough. She clutched her sword, leaning against a corner, wearily instructing everyone to take turns keeping watch and get a good rest that night. Tomorrow morning, we'll depart for Zijia village. The next day, the streets were deserted, with only a single military vehicle still running. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Yi asked while driving, Uncle View, why haven't you and Aunt Chu moved there yet? The Van Cuyet estate has plenty of luxurious villas. You could choose whichever you like. He continued, the living environment there is better than a Nacklock neighborhood, and it would be easier for everyone to look after each other if we lived closer. Uncle View smiled and replied, I think that's a good idea. After this battle, I've truly come to appreciate the strength of unity. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, to be honest, with just the two of us living there, it can feel a bit frightening sometimes. Sitting beside them, Swan Loy curiously asked, Uncle View, what is there to be afraid of? Putting his arm around Uncle View's shoulder, Swan Loy enthusiastically said, with your strength, unless you encounter an organization like the Western Mountain Base, 30 or 50 ordinary people wouldn't be a match for you. Uncle View responded sheepishly, what I'm worried about is encountering organizations like that. Hearing Uncle View's words, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel concerned. He spoke up, Uncle View's worries are valid. If we consider what Tran Hainian said before he died, we know there can't be only one Western Mountain base in Thienhai City. He continued his analysis. Although the Ice Age has caused most people to die, it also means that those who survived won't be easy to deal with. Thienhai City is a large city with over 20,000 people. You can imagine how many unknown individuals and armed forces there are here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi immediately lightened the mood, smiling and saying, but we don't need to worry too much. Even a powerful organization like the Western Mountain Base was destroyed by us. Getting out of the vehicle, Zhang Yi continued, from now on, we'll live together. With our current strength, we have nothing to fear. Uncle View stepped forward, smiling and saying, you're right. We'll pack our things and move right away. As Zhang Yi entered the house, Connie and Jung Mat rushed over to check if he was injured. Seeing this, he quickly reassured them. You guys are the ones who were injured. I'm perfectly fine. Upon seeing Uncle View, Haimai anxiously asked, Are you alright? Are you hurt? Uncle View smiled and replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. At this moment, Zhang Yi turned his attention to Connie. Without hesitation, he quickly walked over and hugged her tightly, saying, Thank you. This victory is thanks to your help. Connie blushed slightly, gently hugging him back, her voice soft. I only helped a little. You, big brother, contributed the most. Zhang Yi chuckled, pinching her cheek lightly. Don't underestimate yourself. You're very important to me. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Connie blushed even more. Han Han sat there, glancing at the two of them. Zhang Yi didn't forget Han Han. He quickly walked over and hugged her, smiling and saying, Ultimately, the one who contributed the most this time is our Han Han. Zhang Yi knelt down, holding her hand tightly. Without your powerful hacking skills, the foundation for our operation wouldn't have existed. A while later, everyone gathered in the living room. Zhang Yi sat between Connie and Jung Mat. Jung Mat softly said, Moving is definitely a good idea. After all, the conditions at the retirement home are much better and more spacious. Uncle View turned to Haimai, softly asking, What are you planning to do? Haimai pondered for a moment, then replied, Is my previous villa still there? I spent 200 million on it when I first bought it. Zhang Yi replied, It's been blown up long ago. However, there are still many villas intact, and when the time comes, we'll have to replace it with another apartment. It'll be the same. Jaime lowered her head, her voice sad. That was my life savings. While packing things into the space, Zhang Yi instructed, Everyone just take the necessities for daily life. The house will remain as is, and some daily necessities will be left behind. By this time, Connie and Duong Mat were ready. Both looked at Zhang Yi, listening attentively to him. If something happens there one day, we can use this place as a temporary evacuation base. Afterwards, everyone took their things and left one by one, leaving only Zhang Yi there. He carefully locked the door, thinking to himself, No one can enter this place except me. I'm not kind enough to hand it over to someone else. Suddenly, Zhang Yi turned around and discovered Li Jian hiding behind him, watching. He immediately walked over and asked coldly, What are you doing here? Did Uncle Lu tell you to come up? Li Jian hurriedly replied, There was a loud explosion from the west tonight. We were all awakened and couldn't sleep. Then we saw you guys coming back this morning, so I wanted to come over and see. Zhang Yi continued to ask, How's your health recently? Do you feel anything unusual? Li Jian replied, No. I don't dare to use this ability easily now. Professor Cat reminded me that if I use it too much, I might become fertilizer. With that said, Zhang Yi turned and left. Before leaving, he politely said, Well, that's it then. Take care. At Zhang Yi's villa, he looked at Uncle Vu and Xian Lei and slowly said, There are more than a dozen villas around that haven't been destroyed. You two can rest comfortably and choose anyone you want. Both replied in unison, Okay. Then Zhang Yi immediately returned to his room. He lay down on the bed, his whole body exhausted, thinking to himself, The stimulant's duration is almost over, and my body will fall into a state of weakness. Zhang Yi closed his eyes, enjoying the comfort, finally getting a good sleep after a month of worry. The people of Tujia Town looked at Liang Yu's group coming and wondered, People from the West Mountain Base, what are they doing here again? Seeing everyone looking sluggish, Liang Yu sighed inwardly. The accommodation issue is considered resolved, but the food problem is still not easy to solve. Glancing outside with a sad look, Liang Yu thought to herself, The students can't possibly have the ability to pull fish from under the ice in a short time, and I can't exploit these villagers. Sighing, she decided, I can only find Zhang Yi and get some food to hold on for a while. Meanwhile, at Zhang Yi's house, Connie tentatively asked, Zhang Yi, now that we're safe, have you thought about having a baby? He refused without hesitation. Why would you think that? Once we have a child, we'll have to focus on it every day. Zhang Yi advised her, Enjoy the present moment. Don't think about things too far in the future. He thought to himself, I have no intention of having children. Not to mention the impact on our current life. In this apocalypse, one more life is one more burden. Connie said sullenly, but I want to have a love crystallization with you. She was worried. There are more and more women in the shelter. Only by having a child can my position in your heart be more secure, right? Zhang Yi suggested. That's too much trouble. There's a simpler way. Connie immediately asked happily, what way? His suggestion was to maintain his face and figure and learn a few more techniques. She blushed and retorted, you're just teasing me. Connie whispered, this kind of thing, how can you practice alone? He teased her back. You're taking advantage of the fact that I'm weak to be arrogant. Their laughter echoed, making Uncle Vu, standing outside, feel awkward. Zhang Yi said, when I recover, I'll definitely show you how formidable I am. She retorted, Bu Fu Shu, I'll wait and see. Uncle Vu coughed lightly and called, Zhang Yi, Liang Yute is here outside. She says she wants to see you. He replied, tell her to come in. I was just about to talk to her. Jung Mat moved to help him up, but Zhang Yi declined. No need, I'm not that weak yet. In the living room, he politely invited her. Miss Liang, you're here. Please have a seat. Looking at her, Zhang Yi asked, why aren't you wearing combat gear? Liang Yute explained, the temperature control system consumes too much energy. Zhang Yi thought to himself, that's true. Not everyone can use electricity freely like me at this time. He probed, Miss Liang, with your abilities, you could have had it easier. I didn't expect you to be struggling like this. She was startled by his question. Is there something you need from me? Liang Yute stated her reason for coming. We agreed earlier that I would help you attack the West Mountain base, and you would provide food and shelter for me and my students. She requested, now that the West Mountain base has been destroyed and we're settled in Tujia village, I hope you can provide us with some more food. Aware that she was being a bit much, Liang Yute added, I know my students have been pampered. It will take them some time to learn to find food for themselves or fish from the river. Zhang Yi replied softly, so they didn't suffer much at the West Mountain base then. She quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. In short, please give us some food to help us get through this initial period. I'll figure something out for later. He agreed, of course. He then opened his spatial storage, and a stream of blue light flowed from his hand, dropping a large amount of food. Zhang Yi said, this should be enough for your students to eat for half a month, right? Take it. This is what we agreed upon. Liang Yute said gratefully, thank you. Zhang Yi politely replied, it's what you deserve. He expressed his concern. It must be difficult for a young woman to take care of so many students, right? She was taken aback by his words. Liang Yute recalled, since the apocalypse began, as a teacher, I've always tried my best to protect my students. Feeling a bit aggrieved, she continued, they see me as their support. But has anyone ever cared about how hard it is for me? Touched by Zhang Yi's question, she replied, thank you, but I can't abandon my students. If I let go, they won't survive in this world. Liang Yute also had another reason. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. He thought to himself, she's so tired because she can't let go of the responsibility and burden she carries. An idea suddenly occurred to Zhang. If he could resolve the issue of these students in a reasonable way for Liang Yute, she might be happy. He started to consider the problem. If she was so stubborn about not abandoning these students because of her beliefs, maybe all she needed was a justifiable reason to let go so Liang Yute could live a peaceful life. Zhang Yi pondered, these students weren't anything special anyway. If there was a chance later, it wouldn't be bad to take care of this burden for her. Thinking this, he told her, you're spoiling them too much. They're clearly not young anymore. Most of them are adults, right? But they're like children who haven't been weaned, relying on you for everything. He hit a nerve when he asked, Liang Yute, what are you going to do when all this food is gone? Support all of them by yourself. Hearing him, she sighed inwardly. What else can I do? I thought that after experiencing those things, they would mature a little, but now it seems it was just wishful thinking. Seeing her wavering, Zhang Yi suggested, Liang Yute, this is too hard on you. Why don't you let me help you? She asked in a daze. What did you say? Zhang Yi said, I said I can provide food for you all. Liang Yute was stunned by his words. You know, I have a lot of supplies and even more food. Even with a few dozen more people, it won't be a burden. Zhang Yi pressed his advantage. Seeing you struggle like this as a kind person, I really can't stand it anymore. Liang Yute wondered. Let me ask first, are you helping us because you want us to do something for you? He replied, you said one thing wrong. It's not helping you all but you. Zhang Yi stood up and said, I need you to offer a price that's enough to exchange for the food I provide. Liang Yute continued, tell me, what do you want me to exchange with you? He looked directly at her and said, I want you. Hearing this, Liang Yute was both surprised and a little embarrassed. Then she angrily pointed at him. You're going too far. Liang Yute said seriously, I definitely won't sell my body. Hearing this, Zhang Yi said teasingly, I want to invite you to be my private tutor to teach me martial arts. What's so indecent about that? She was surprised. Oh, he continued to tease her, leaving her speechless. So you thought I wanted you to do that. Seeing Liang Yute's reaction, Zhang Yi teased her even more. What's going on in your head? You're a teacher. She stammered in embarrassment. Liang Yute said softly. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Zhang Yi continued. Did you think Zhang Yi, am that kind of person? Liang Yute, you underestimate me too much. Turning to leave, he said, if you want to be a private tutor, do it. If not, then forget it. I won't force you. You can go. Liang Yute pleaded, No. I agree. Liang Yute continued, if it's just teaching martial arts, I have no problem with it. Han, listening outside, thought, does Zhang Yi have feelings for Liang Yute? Liang Yute was determined. As long as teaching Zhang Yi can get food, such a good opportunity can't be missed. Zhang Yi was also thinking, a teacher with strong fighting abilities, yet so adorable and naive. I've got her. Zhang Yi said, so, here's the deal. You come to my shelter every day and teach me for 2 hours in exchange for food for 10 people. Liang Yute asked, 10 people? She lowered her voice and pleaded, could it be a little more? We have a total of 16 people. 10 won't be enough, I'm afraid. Zhang Yi replied, Miss Liang, I hope you understand my predicament. He continued, this isn't a one-time offer. It's 10 people every day. Besides, you wouldn't want your students to just sit around idly, relying solely on my aid to survive, would you? Liang Yute responded, all right, 10 it is then. The biting wind and snow tore at her skin as she stepped out of Zhang Yi's house with a large bag of food. Zhang Yi leaned back in his chair, relaxing. Turning to Han and Kainin, he said, you're a little late. Miss Liang just left. Han replied indifferently, that's why we're here. Because she left. Zhang Yi looked surprised. Didn't you want to talk to your teacher? He asked. Han replied, if we were here, we would have interfered, affecting your negotiations with her. Are you trying to woo Miss Liang? She asked. Zhang Yi choked on his own saliva at her question. Flustered, he asked, why would you suddenly ask that? Kainin laughed and said, big brother, you're too much a playboy. She continued, you clearly already have 2 girls, and yet you're still setting your sights on our teacher. Han added, since the dawn of human civilization, this is indeed the most direct and effective method of forming an alliance. Zhang Yi listened silently as the 2 girls bantered back and forth. Miss Liang is very strong, and even just from a woman's perspective, she's very attractive to the opposite sex. Han continued, plus, with her adorably small brain, it's not surprising that you'd have your eye on her. Zhang Yi calmly replied, you two are very perceptive. I won't beat around the bush. He explained, Liang Yute's combat strength is very strong. She's very useful to me, so I plan to recruit her, to make her a member of our team. Zhang Yi clarified, as for romantic feelings, there are none. Han replied, I understand. She continued, if that's the case, then you should go for it. I'll help you. Zhang Yi asked, puzzled, help me? Han explained, we understand Miss Liang better than you do. I know how to recruit her to our team. Zhang Yi said, actually, it shouldn't be that complicated. With our resources, it shouldn't be difficult to sway her. She continued, the difficult part is how to help her get rid of those burdens. Zhang Yi cautioned, don't think about touching them for now. I don't want to make the relationship between me and Liang Yute awkward, given her sensitive nature. If she finds out I killed her students, she'll throw caution to the wind and come after me. Han Han replied solemnly, there will be an opportunity. He leaned back in his chair and said relaxedly, if you have a way, then go ahead and do it. Just don't let Liang Yute find out. Han Han replied confidently, understood. Before leaving, Han Han turned back and said, oh, right. I've been investigating the West Mountain Base's information store these past few days, and there's something I need to tell you. He immediately sat up straight and asked, what is it? Han Han asked as she walked. Officially, the West Mountain Base was built by the government. Their equipment is complete, and they have access to a lot of information. I've discovered a lot of interesting intelligence. Zhang Yi asked, what kind of intelligence? Han Han turned back and smiled. There's a huge amount of information. I haven't organized it all yet. I'm just giving you a heads up so you can prepare yourself mentally. She continued, but based on the current intelligence, we can confirm that Tianhai City definitely has more than just one powerful armed organization like the West Mountain Base. Han Han looked a little worried. Zhang Yi, our previous actions were so big. Do you think we've attracted the attention of other factions? Zhang Yi pondered that I've considered that. He leaned back in his chair. Tianhai City is so big. There can't be only one powerful armed force like the West Mountain Base. Han Han added, there are differences between these factions. She hesitated. What if there are other forces as strong as the West Mountain Base? Zhang Yi paused. Generally speaking, we can't be unlucky enough to clash with other factions again, right? His voice was full of confidence. But we don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. If we really encounter another faction, with our strength, we really don't need to be afraid. Thinking of his group of 4 plus Hua, he thought, including Liang Yute, our supernatural combat power totals 5. Any force that wants to confront us will have to think twice. Han Han replied enthusiastically, understood, I'll organize the data quickly and then give it to you. Lu Kainin, while pushing the wheelchair, reported to Zhang, I'll try to compile all the data and then give it to you. He politely replied, thank you for your hard work. Then he called her over, Kainin, come here for a moment. She playfully replied, big brother, if you have anything you need me to do, just tell me. Having received her agreement, Zhang Yi spoke frankly, it's like this, right now. Crescent Moon Villa isn't just home to us. Fatty and Uncle Vu have also moved here, nearby. If we encounter another enemy attack someday, I don't want to be like before, only able to passively defend. He then explained his next request to Kainin. So, I want you to design a defensive blueprint for me. Then the 3 of our families can build a defensive line. Kainin seemed a little apprehensive about this request. Designing a blueprint is simple, but building a large defensive structure with just a few of us isn't enough. We also lack large-scale machinery and equipment, and transporting materials will be very troublesome. Zhang Yi didn't think this was a problem and asked, what do you think we're lacking? He raised his hand, listing things one by one. For transporting materials, I can go to work. We have Uncle Vu for manpower. Fatty can control ice and snow. You can utilize that. If we need to cut and tear materials, we can call Liang Yute, and Hua can also do some labor. Do you see any other problems? Kainin listened to his analysis and thought it over. Finally, seemingly agreeing with his points, she cheerfully agreed. You're right. Although there are few of us, everyone has their own special skills. Building an unbreakable, solid defense line doesn't seem impossible now. Zhang Yi concluded the discussion. Kainin, just design the blueprint first. Afterward, whatever materials you need and how you want to proceed, just tell me directly and I'll handle it. Kainin replied decisively, okay, I understand. A few days later, Uncle Vu and Xianlei were gathered in the living room of Zhang Yi's house. He was explaining the defense perimeter map in front of them. Using our 3 houses as the center, we'll build a solid defense line. Uncle Vu and Xianlei looked at the drawing as Zhang Yi pointed and listened attentively to his words. This way, if we encounter a strong enemy someday, we won't be so passive. Even if the perimeter is breached, we can still retreat to the shelter and continue defending. Both Uncle Vu and Xianlei immediately agreed. Okay, we'll follow your lead. Tell us what to do. Xianlei seemed relieved and let out a breath. Zhang Yi, it seems we're on the same page. Honestly, I've been worried that someone might break in while we're sleeping and point a gun at my head. Uncle Vu enthusiastically added, if we're building a defense line, we can't just focus on defense. We also need a certain offensive capability. I suggest deploying strong firepower around the perimeter. Hearing this, Xianlei immediately pointed out the problem. Then how do we solve the issue of ammunition and weapons? Zhang Yi seriously considered Uncle Vu's suggestion. That's simple. Kainin can make bullets. I have plenty of machine guns, but considering those who would dare attack us are definitely heavily armed, we need strong firepower. He pondered the possible solutions and discussed them with Uncle Vu. In a few days, when we're all back in top condition, we'll go to the ruins of the West Mountain Base. There should be plenty of supplies there. Uncle Vu agreed. Based on the West Mountain Base's defensive capabilities, it's not much worse than your shelter. We could salvage some materials to reinforce our defenses. However, Zhang Yi felt this wasn't feasible. Their technology uses concrete blocks. It's not like we can easily dismantle those. This was a problem he was still grappling with, so he muttered to himself, chin in hand, but where else can we get so much building material? At that moment, Xianlei, also finding it difficult, said building fortifications requires steel and cement at the very least. Without those, are we going to build a defense line out of snow? These words startled Zhang Yi. He quickly turned to Xianlei and said excitedly, maybe using ice to build the defense line isn't a bad idea. He continued, pointing at the map and explaining his newly formed plan. Across from us is the Lu River. We can use the ice from the Lu River to build an ice wall, a defense line. In this outside temperature, we don't need to worry about the ice melting, and it's easy to repair. It's actually a great material. When he said this, he was relying on Xianlei's ability to control ice and snow. He pictured the three of them standing before a massive ice wall, excitedly concluding, when the time comes, we'll insert some iron rods for reinforcement, and we can build a simple ice wall. In the shelter's living room, while the girls played mahjong, Connie brought over a tray of drinks to the table where Zhang Yi and the others were sitting, pointedly reminding them, now that the West Mountain Base has been completely destroyed, we need to be even more careful. Zhang Yi, fully understanding her words, added, caution is paramount. We can't expect others to do anything, but we can ensure our own safety to the best of our ability. Xianlei, still somewhat confused, turned to him and asked, Boss, do you think any armed forces will actually come here? There can't be any forces stronger than the West Mountain Base in Tianhai City, right? Zhang, he shook his head and explained, Fatty, you've forgotten to consider one scenario. He frankly stated the outside perception of their base. The West Mountain Base has indeed been destroyed by us, but others may not know this yet. In their eyes, we're just a group of ordinary people, not even considered a real force. Xianlei immediately understood, saying, that makes sense. He then added worriedly, then we should quickly build our defenses. Thinking about it, I'm actually a bit scared. This was precisely Zhang Yi's thought as well. The longer they waited, the greater the danger. They had to start quickly. He rotated his hands, loosening his muscles and steeling his resolve. All right, 3 days from now, we'll go to the West Mountain Base together and scavenge for anything usable. Xianlei readily agreed. Okay, no problem. Just then, the alarm rang, startling all three of them. Xianlei looked at the monitor, slightly surprised. Isn't that Ms. Luong? What's she doing here? He then seemed to understand and turned to Zhang Yi, asking, Boss, don't tell me you've recruited her too? Zhang Yi put on a righteous expression, refuting the teasing remark. Look what you're saying. I'm not that kind of person. He then emphatically declared, we have a purely platonic male-female relationship. She's my family tutor, understand? Uncle Vu chimed in, teasing him platonic? You kids are playing it fast and loose with words. Xin Bin, however, conjured up some rather suggestive images upon hearing the phrase family tutor, his face flushing red. He then covered his mouth, giggling meaningfully at Zhang Yi as he went to open the door. Boss sure knows how to play the game. Luong Diet was quickly invited inside the base. Standing in the hallway, her jaw dropped as she took in the scene that I didn't expect everyone to be here. Before her eyes was a warm living room scene, with the girls enjoying a game of mahjong. On the sofa, Uncle Vu and Xianbin were chatting casually. Luong Diet couldn't help but sigh. The atmosphere here is so nice, just like a family. Kan Nin and Han Han, recognizing her, waved at MS. Luong Diet was happy to see them. Seeing you all living so well here puts my mind at ease. Yes. Hearing this, Han Han immediately excitedly told her, Brother Zhang Yi treats us very well. We live very happily here. Han Han held Liang Diet's hand tightly and asked her with concern, Ms. Liang, you must be happy outside, right? If you agree, I can ask Brother Zhang Yi to let us stay together. I miss you very much. But Liang Diet gently refused the offer that I can't leave. If I leave, the other students will have a very hard time surviving in such a harsh environment. Hearing this, Han Han sighed a little. Ms. Liang, you're still as kind as ever. Then Han Han resolutely told her, but these two things don't affect each other. She once again tried to persuade her former teacher. You can still help them as before if you're in the shelter. After all, they've grown up now. It's not like they can't leave you for a moment, right? Seeing Liang Diet's hesitant expression, Han Han pressed her advantage, continuing, on the contrary, Ms. Liang, if you really want them to be independent, you should let them learn how to survive in this apocalypse. Finally, Han Han countered, Ms. Liang, don't you think I'm right? At this point, Liang Diet's previously firm resolve wavered. She fumbled for an excuse, but Zhang Yi won't agree to let me stay here. My relationship with him isn't that close. Liang Diet lowered her head and whispered to Han Han, besides, if I stay in the shelter and leave Wu Chengwu and the others outside, wouldn't that be bad? Han Han also whispered back, about that, I'll go ask Brother Zhang. As for the other classmates, no matter where you are, their living environment won't change. As if this wasn't persuasive enough, she lowered her voice and added, attempting to guilt trip her, if they stop you from staying in the shelter, wouldn't that be too selfish? Seeing Liang Diet's increasing hesitation, Han Han smiled smugly to herself. As long as Ms. Liang officially stays in the shelter, she won't be able to leave. She's just responsible, not stupid. Han Han and Liang Diet looked around the environment again, their hearts growing more certain. Once they were used to living in such a comfortable environment, they naturally wouldn't want to return to that freezing cold place. Han Han glanced at Zhang Yi and smiled, signaling to him. She had her own plans. As long as she could get Liang Diet here, the students outside would lose their protection, and then, in the future, when the opportunity arose, she could get rid of all of them. Zhang Yi seemed to catch her signal and smiled with satisfaction. But Liang Diet was still hesitant. In the end, she chose the safe option and said to Han Han, Let me think about it. Han Han didn't press her, only cheerfully replied, Okay, Ms. Liang, if you've made up your mind, remember to tell me. Liang Diet immediately agreed. Okay. At this moment, Zhang Yi spoke up and invited her, Ms. Liang, let's go. The two of them went together to the third-floor gymnasium below. Ground. Zhang Yi happened to glance over and saw the worn-out clothes Liang Diet was wearing. Without hesitation, he took a set of clothes for her from his spatial storage. New clothes. He pointed toward the nearby bathroom and told her, There's a bathroom here. Go take a shower first. Liang Yu shyly replied, I don't have the means to change into new clothes and take a hot shower outside. He shrugged, casually correcting her. I didn't say anything like that. You're overthinking. Liang Yu realized she was indeed overthinking, embarrassedly grabbed the clothes and ran off. A moment later, she emerged from the bathroom, refreshed, wearing the new outfit that I'm ready. Zhang Yi, also changed into training clothes, was already prepared. Miss Liang, let's begin. Liang Yu immediately took a stance, warning Zhang, martial arts training is arduous. You need to be mentally prepared. He resolutely called out, "Bring it on." 2.5 hours later, Zhang Yi sat on the ground, panting, while Liang Yute calmly stood before him, commenting, "Your foundation isn't bad, but mastering Kung Fu isn't something that happens overnight. You need to be mentally prepared." Zhang Yi wiped his sweat and casually replied, "I don't expect to become some martial arts master. I just want to give myself another life-saving card." Liang Yute couldn't help but feel puzzled by his words. "Even Ling Feng was killed by you. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can threaten your life." Zhang Yi's expression turned serious. This world is full of surprises. No one should joke with their life. He pushed himself up, pulling another set of clothes from his spatial storage, and declared his surrender to Liang Yute. "We'll continue tomorrow. I can't take it anymore today." Holding the new clothes, she couldn't help but recall Han Han's earlier words and thought to herself, if those words came from his mouth, I would definitely worry about some ulterior motive, but it was Han Han who said them. What bad intentions could a child like her have? Liang Yute watched Zhang Yi's retreating figure, wondering hopefully, can I really stay here? When Zhang Yi returned to the living room, Xian Lei immediately asked him, "Boss, should we bring Liang Yute along to the West Mountain base tomorrow? Having one more person would be safer." He wrung his hands nervously, admitting, although we're sure there's no one at the West Mountain base anymore. No one has actually gone down there to check, so we can't be completely certain. Uncle Vu happened to walk by and teased him, "Kid, your guts are really small, no bigger than a mouse's." Xian Lei didn't retort, only replying sheepishly, "Better safe than sorry. That's what the boss taught me." But Zhang Yi still seriously answered him, "Fatty isn't wrong, but it's not appropriate to ask Liang Yu to go right now. Between me and her, it's just a cooperative relationship. Asking her for help means owing her a favor, and it's not necessary." While Zhang Yi was saying these words, Liang Yute was walking down the snow-covered road back to her home. As she reached her door, she continued to ponder, I should still discuss it with the students first and ask for their opinions. She opened the door while continuing to calculate in her head. Actually, thinking about it carefully, we really need to build a relationship with Zhang Yi now. That way, he can help everyone. The students were waiting inside. Seeing her return with a bag of food, they happily rushed towards her. "That's great. We have something to eat now." Liang Yute sighed in frustration. Then she turned to ask two other students, Yi Xiaotian, Wu Changwu. "This morning I asked you to take the others to catch fish in the Lu River. How'd it go?" Chengwu, while munching on a piece of bread, replied with a look of helplessness, "Ms. Liang, you know, the others have already worked very hard cycling from the West Mountain base." He glanced apologetically at the students behind him and continued, "Now they've finally caught their breath, and asking them to work in this cold weather, they just can't do it." Xiaotian added with a troubled expression, "I tried digging some holes, but the tools are primitive. We only have picks and shovels, so the efficiency isn't high." Liang Yute sighed again in exasperation. "Think of a way to increase the fish-catching efficiency." A moment later, a student in the group asked her indignantly, "Why is there so little food, Ms. Liang? We can't get full." Another student also complained loudly, "In such cold weather, it's easy to get sick if we don't eat enough." Xiaotian quickly stepped forward to placate his friends. "Everyone, please bear with it. Even this food wasn't easy for Ms. Liang to get from Zhang. We can't just rely on others to survive. We have to use our own hands to get food." Hearing these words, a group of students exchanged calculating glances. One of them suggested to Liang Yute, "Ms. Liang, if you teach Zhang Yi martial arts every day, could you ask him a favor? Let us into his shelter. We can eat less, and we can also work for him." Another student added enviously, "Yang Hanin and Lu Kanian are both in. Why can't we be?" Liang Yute immediately lowered her voice and said bluntly, "You are not like them. Yang Hanin is Zhang Yi's girlfriend's younger sister, and Lu Kanian is Yang Hanin's best friend. You can't compare to that relationship. Moreover, they have strong professional skills. What do you have in either of these aspects?" Hearing her question, the students' faces turned pale, but they gathered around Liang Yute, each pleading, "Ms. Liang, please try harder. You're our teacher. You must have a way. This made Liang Yu extremely flustered. That I in this situation? How can I just abandon everyone and go to the shelter alone? How can I say that? 3 days later, Zhang Yi, along with Uncle Yu and Xian Lei, were ready to set off. Remembering the damage to the base, he asked Connie, by the way, is there a way to repair our outer wall? She considered carefully before replying. It was poured concrete, so repairs will be difficult, but not impossible with some time. She then added with concern, it's just that it will require complex materials. Zhang Yi said casually, just list the necessary materials. We'll stop by the building materials company in the city on our way back. Connie replied enthusiastically, yes, boss. On the way, Xin Lei asked Zhang Yi curiously, boss, why do I feel like something's off with Hua Hua? He asked back, not surprised, while driving. Off in what way? Xian Lei replied honestly, I can't put my finger on it. Just a feeling that some small change has occurred. Zhang Yi gave a vague reply. Of course. Hua Hua was happily enjoying the feline pleasure of being scratched under the chin. Although he didn't show it much outwardly, Zhang Yi was extremely pleased, thinking to himself, it's not very clear right now, but a portion of the mutated creatures have the ability to devour. For example, me, Ling Feng, and Hua Hua can all devour the abilities of other mutants. He looked at the cat yawning on his leg and affirmed, last time, Hua Hua devoured the abilities of several people. Its power is much stronger now. But in reality, Zhang Yi still wasn't sure what level it had reached. Only through combat would he know for sure. A moment later, Zhang Yi received a communication from the base. Hello, have you arrived at the Shishan base yet? He replied matter-of-factly, not yet, about halfway there. The other side continued to report, I just found something and need to report it to you. Zhang Yi immediately told her, go ahead, I'm listening. Henin, still intently focused on the search system, reported back to Zhang Yi, I found intelligence related to other armed forces in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi, intrigued, instructed her continue. Henin, relying on the geographical distribution she had just found, reported to him, according to the Shishan base's intelligence, Tianhai City has a total of 4 large-scale militarized shelters located in the 4 areas of Shishan, Qingbu, Yangsheng, and Chaowu. These places were all built years ago and have been maintained. Their purpose is to respond to the outbreak of war and natural disasters. At this point, Zhang Yi had turned on the speakerphone so that both Uncle Yu and Xian Lei could hear Henin's report. Over the phone, she continued to brief him on the scale of the other bases. According to the Shishan base's intelligence, the other 3 shelters have extremely large underground shelter spaces, huge arsenals, and a large amount of combat supplies. Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. I know about these. There was news online before, and some photos were even posted. He then summarized the information he had just received. So, besides the Shishan base, there are 3 other large-scale armed forces in Tianhai City, correct? Zhang Yi couldn't help but carefully consider the current situation. Yangsheng, Chaowu, Qingbu, these 3 areas are quite far from our shelter. But now we can't guarantee that they don't intend to expand their power towards the Shishan and Lujiang districts. Henin hadn't finished her report yet. No, besides those 3, there's also a special force. She adjusted a few buttons on the control panel. In areas like Tianfeng and Changlan, there are large gatherings of people forming a force that cannot be ignored. It's just that the records about them are not very detailed. Zhang Yi, quite satisfied, commented casually, not surprised in the least. Tianhai City has so many people. Even if a few dozen fragmented forces appear, it's very normal. I'm afraid they don't know much about each other. Very good. He praised her without reservation. Henin, the intelligence you provided is very useful. Hearing this, her face lit up and full of motivation, she assured him, I will continue to filter the intelligence related to them. I'll report to you when you return. After hearing the report, Xian Lei grew increasingly worried. The other armed forces in Tianhai City were unexpectedly on a similar scale as the Shishan base. This is troublesome. It's best if they don't target us. Zhang Yi, however, didn't seem too concerned. It's within expectations. As their vehicle passed by towering apartment buildings, now completely devoid of human life, he analyzed the current situation for Xian'el. At least 90% of Tianhai City's population is dead by now. There are enough resources to go around. As long as we don't actively provoke them, I'm sure there won't be any conflict. Uncle Yu wasn't as optimistic. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. I think we'll run into them very soon. His words silenced both Zhang Yi and Xianlei. But Zhang Yi quickly regained his confident smile and declared, "No one can predict what will happen in the future. But I only need to know one thing. As long as we become stronger, no one will dare to mess with us." Their vehicle continued speeding across the frozen ground. Zhang Yi spoke to Yu Guang and Xianlei in the back. "Let's go. We're going to Shishan base and taking all the weapons there." All three of them shouted together, "Let's go." A few minutes earlier, people from the Chao base and the Baishua sect stood before the Shishan base. Wang Duhian assessed the situation. "The entrance is completely blocked. It looks like it'll be very difficult for us to get in." Han Chong continued, "Who would have thought this place would be destroyed by missiles? I don't know what Chan Haiyan did to offend the higher-ups, but he got what he deserved." Hearing this, Wang Duhian remarked disdainfully, "He was always arrogant and conceited. This is the consequence he brought upon himself." Han Chong agreed, saying regretfully, "It was a wasted trip after all." Wang Duhian looked at the scrap metal that was once the base, calculating in his mind. Clearing this will take a lot of effort. Plus, it's so far from our main base. We can't mobilize people here for the time being. He pondered. Even though it's destroyed, Shishan base is still a big prize. If we can open a path inside, we can retrieve a large amount of remaining supplies. Han Chong didn't hesitate to expose his thoughts. Even if you can mobilize your mutated humans to clear the entrance, how are you going to transport so many supplies back to Chao's harbor base? Your base is practically across Tianhai City, almost 200 kilometers away. His words hit a nerve, and Wang Duhian, though angered, could only retort, "If our Chao base can't do it, can you?" Han Chong calmly replied, "We didn't have high hopes to begin with. We came here to confirm whether Shishan base still existed." He stepped on the scrap metal. "Knowing they've been completely destroyed is the best news for us." He looked into the distance. "Look at the people from the other two bases. They're smart. They won't waste much time here. Or rather, they're nearby, so they must have already checked it out." Du Hien listened to him rambling, sneering, "A pity, a pity. This time, the Shishan base has been destroyed, but this territory seems fated to be out of reach for our Chao base." Han Chong continued, "In the end, it will only benefit the people from Yangsheng and Qingba bases. If they obtain this territory, they'll gradually clear out the remnants of Shishan base, and their strength will surely skyrocket." Du Hien's face darkened as he asked, "Are you people from the Baishua sect trying to sow discord between us?" Han Chong retorted brazenly, "We're all intelligent people here. In the end, it all comes down to one's own abilities. There's no need to put on airs." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's group of three was hiding behind a boulder. Zhang Yi told his teammates, "Those people on the other side are probably from two other bases. Our clothes are Shishan base special forces uniforms, so we won't immediately be seen as enemies." Uncle Yu asked curiously, "I wonder if they're the forces Han Nin mentioned?" Xianlei, beside him, replied, "Hard to say. They could also be lucky survivors from the surrounding area." Zhang Yi signaled them to stop. "Wait, let's get a little closer. Don't attack yet." The three approached the other two groups. Du Hien recognized their uniforms. Thinking to himself, "That insignia, they're from Shishan base." He said aloud, "I thought everyone here was dead. I didn't expect there to be any survivors. What are you doing here? Are you planning to start a war with our Shishan base?" Zhang Yi asked in return. Han Chong, standing behind Du Hien, waved his hands dismissively to "Don't misunderstand. We're just passing by to see what the commotion is about. The Baishua sect has always been peace-loving and has no desire for conflict with any other force. You two, take your time and discuss. We'll be going now." He then walked inside with his 2 soldiers. In reality, he didn't want to get involved, wanting to avoid trouble for himself and wisely steer clear of those with supernatural abilities. I have no interest in participating in disputes between bases. This place is inaccessible anyway, and a sudden conflict would be very disadvantageous. But his companion, Wang Du-hien from Chaowu Base, wasn't as cautious. Without knowing the true strength of his opponents, he acted extremely arrogantly. Isn't Shishan Base already destroyed? You Shishan survivors still dare to speak so boldly here. Zhang Yi, observant as he was, quickly realized something was amiss. He intentionally kept his team in a passive position. Since Du-hien had already figured out that Shishan Base was destroyed, there was no need for sarcastic remarks. Let him do what he wants. Let's go. He then left with his teammates. After all, neither group could accomplish anything there at the moment. He would pretend to leave and return after they were gone. Before they could take more than a few steps, a shout came from behind them. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? Zhang Yi replied, we don't want any trouble. If you know what's good for you, don't go looking for it. Do you have any idea what the situation is? Du-hien asked, his arrogance on full display. Shishan Base has been destroyed, yet you're still lingering nearby. You must have taken quite a bit of supplies, haven't you? A flame ignited in his hand, his intention likely to eliminate Zhang Yi's group and seize their supplies. They immediately recognized him, just as Zhang Yi had, as a superhuman. That's right, I am a superhuman. I imagine you've heard of our existence. Killing insignificant people like you is as easy as crushing an ant. He admitted without hesitation. He's even offering us a chance to live? Cut the crap, hand over your stuff, and get lost. This attitude made it impossible for Zhang Yi to be lenient any longer. TSK, I didn't want any trouble, but if you're looking to die, then I can oblige. Using his ability, before Du-hien could react, his head was separated from his body. His accomplices didn't fare any better. They all ended up dead. Taking them down was too easy. Look at that. Seems like there was only one superhuman among them. Pathetically few. And a newly awakened one at that. Xianlei considered it a price paid for arrogance. Indeed, arrogant young people. They really think having an ability makes them invincible. He deserved it. The kind of person who hasn't experienced the hardships of society. Zhang Yi kicked the head in agreement, then absorbed the energy from the corpse. It seems the Chaowu Base hasn't experienced any large-scale battles, which is why a superhuman of this level thinks so highly of himself. Let's go. Get into the Shishan Base and take everything. Don't stay here too long. Arriving at the base, Zhang Yi retrieved all the heavy-duty pickup trucks from his spatial storage. Patting his dog, he wanted it to lead the group down to the basement. Hua, lead the way. I doubt there's any danger. Down below, bodies were piled up everywhere. Something powerful must have slaughtered the soldiers here. They reached a large door deep inside. Xianlei was a little scared. Boss, that direction feels ominous. It's radiating a cold aura. Is there something unclean down there? But Zhang Yi, with his ability and experience, wasn't easily deterred by the strange. I'm not even afraid of the living. What do you think something unclean could do to me? Come on, don't waste time here. Let's find the storage and armory. The team pushed the door open. Sure enough, they were hiding weapons here. As the door opened, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Yi's face. The two people behind him exclaimed, "Oh my God!" They were awestruck by the sheer amount of modern weaponry, including a large combat helicopter. One person quickly stepped forward to assess. The equipment here could fully equip a modern division. Considering the situation, Zhang Yi understood a few more things. This wasn't just the Shishan Base's stockpile. It must also include the equipment of the Tianhai City garrison transferred here. Xianlei, standing beside him, was somewhat worried. The current weather conditions made these weapons unusable, despite their quality that it's a waste. They're useless out in the freezing weather. I know that, Zhang Yi interrupted. He'd understood from the moment he entered. If they were usable, Lang Feng would have used them when he attacked the shelter. But since they were already here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. He wanted to make full use of these resources. Just because they can't use them doesn't mean we can't. We can deploy these cannons and tanks in our defensive lines. They'll make excellent defensive weapons. Uncle Yu, unlike Xianlei, seemed quite excited about the weaponry. Zhang Yi, these would be very useful to me. Give me 2. No problem, Uncle Yu. I'll give you 2. I'll keep them in my spatial storage for now, and I'll give them to you when you need them. Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation. Take a look around. If you like anything else, just pick it out. He gestured towards the tanks. Keep them separate for later. It'll be convenient for you during combat. Uncle Yu nodded quickly upon hearing this and turned to choose a few more items. Zhang Yi retrieved everything, and once the warehouse was empty, the 3 of them continued on. Let's go. Let's see if there's anything else good. As soon as they stepped forward, another warehouse entrance was blocked by a pile of rubble, but that couldn't stop them. Uncle Yu easily lifted the rocks one by one. The entrance was quickly cleared, and the 3 continued inside. Strangely, in this warehouse, the machinery seemed to have been smashed and damaged. Xianlei pointed at the mess and asked Zhang Yi for his opinion. What should we do, boss? These machines are all broken. Although they were damaged, perhaps this was something Zhang Yi had already considered. He would still collect them. It's alright. Bring the tapes back. We might be able to find some useful information. He was indeed experienced, especially the computers. There might be intelligence inside that Henin hasn't discovered yet. Xianlei suddenly cried out. Zhang Yi asked, what's wrong? He pointed shakily towards a dark corner. There's something dirty. He threw a small stone in that direction, and immediately a swarm of cockroaches crawled out. Seeing so many cockroaches here, Zhang Yi guessed this must be the protein lab that Liang Diet mentioned before. He explained to him, they use cockroaches and earthworms to make food. There were scientific experiments on this years ago. Although it sounds disgusting, the protein content of this stuff is extremely high. He patted Xianlei's shoulder, teasing his fear. Kid, you're too timid. Why are you acting like a girl? I'm not afraid of cockroaches. I was just surprised. Startled, Xianlei quickly covered up. If we bring this stuff back, could Liu Kanyan fix it? But after it's fixed, what could we use it for? Looking at the pile of machinery, Zhang Yi considered. It won't hurt to bring it back. What if we need it later? He decided to retrieve them. After finishing up, the 3 of them continued to another room. Let's go. Let's check out somewhere else. On the way, Xianlei was still worried about the cockroaches. These little roaches are really messed up. They can even survive in a disgusting environment like this. If they mutate, they'll be very difficult to kill. But Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu didn't pay any attention. Suddenly, Hua cowered and looked wary. Seeing the strange behavior, the 3 of them became alert, feeling like something was secretly watching them. It seems like something strange has really happened here. Turning around and seeing nothing, Zhang Yi decided to speed things up. Let's quickly collect everything here and then leave. This place feels very unsettling. They continued to another warehouse. This room was locked. Uncle Yu used his fist to try and open it. Let me try, he said, putting all his strength into punching the door. However, it didn't budge. Zhang Yi knew this place was likely to contain important resources. An important warehouse like this wouldn't be so easily broken into. Then pulled out a gun from his spatial storage. Uncle Yu knew what it was, a high-temperature heat gun. Zhang Yi smiled and said to the 2 of them, brothers, there's a lot of stuff in this space. Zhang Yi held the device and said, Uncle Yu, I'm counting on you. Xianlei scratched his head and said, Boss, I thought you were going to do it yourself. Zhang Yi laughed and replied, I've never done this before. I don't have any experience. Uncle Yu had used quite a few tools when he worked as a security guard before, so he was very skilled at this kind of work. At the same time, Uncle Yu confidently said, I know how to use this thing. I used to do electric welding. So he started to work and finally managed to cut open a door. Uncle Yu immediately kicked the door open and rushed in, and the 3 of them looked at the piles of goods inside. Uncle Yu discovered something and reported, Zhang Yi, look over there, there's something good. He looked at the thing covered with a white cloth and thought, that is, Zhang Yi lifted the cloth and said to everyone, building materials. Xianlei understood. These are materials for repairing the Shishan base. Seeing a huge pile of scrap metal, he exclaimed, so much. Zhang Yi tapped his hand on it to test it and confirmed it's all military-grade stuff used for building houses. It's extremely sturdy for making fortifications. We have the materials for building our defenses now. As he spoke, he collected everything into his system. Take it, take it, take it all. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed something out of the corner of his eye, and he approached the room and opened the door. When he saw that the inside was filled with food that was still within its expiration date, Zhang Yi shared with the other two, the food and drinks in my house are enough for me. The food and supplies in this warehouse, you two split them. Uncle Yu hesitated a bit. Zhang Yi, you should be the one taking more of these supplies. After all, you're the one who put in the most effort. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have dared to think about defeating the Shishan base. Xianlei added similarly. Besides, how much can the two of us eat? There's so much stuff here, one person couldn't finish it in 20 years. Boss, why don't you just take it all, and then we'll come to you when we need it. Zhang Yi put his arms around them and expressed his feelings. I consider you two my own people. You don't need to be so formal with me. If there's anything good, Zhang Yi, won't forget you two. But you really can't take this much stuff with you. I'll keep it for you, and you can come find me anytime you need it. The other two happily agreed. Okay. After going outside, Zhang Yi wedged stones to block the door, thinking, I have to block it off, can't let anyone else loot it. Feeling it wasn't enough, he called out, Fatty, give me a little more strength. Xianlei immediately retracted the snow back into his hand, pressing it onto the stone Zhang Yi had just placed. Satisfied, he said with relief, all right, we should go back. Zhang Yi teleported the car over, secretly calculating in his mind, we just killed people from the Chaowu base. If reinforcements come later, it'll be troublesome. Let's hurry up and leave while we can. If we can avoid this, let's avoid it. At the shelter, Ku'er stood in front of Liang Yu and said, Zhang Yi and the others went out to do some work. They probably won't be back until very late tonight. Miss Liang, or should we cancel today's lesson? Is that okay? Liang Yu had a little difficulty answering this. In her heart, she thought, it's alright if Zhang Yi doesn't practice his martial arts for a day, but if I miss a day's worth of food, those students will go hungry for a day. Ku'er, as if realizing something, spoke up, I really am. I actually forgot about this. Miss Liang, you definitely haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you eat with us? Although Liang Yu was very tempted, she forced herself to refuse. No need, thank you. I'll come back tomorrow. Ku'er looked disappointed. I'm really sorry. I made you come all this way for nothing. Liang Yu waved her hand, replying, it's okay. He has his own things to do. I understand. Besides, it's always been the tutor who adapts to the student's schedule. There's no rule about set times for tutors. Finishing her words, she turned and ran. You all eat. I'll go back now. Ku'er narrowed her eyes, watching her go, and said, Miss Liang is such a lovely person. Yang Hanin's voice then came from behind. This is probably the stubbornness of a martial artist. Ku'er smiled and said, if she had asked, you could have actually packed a portion of food for her take back. Hanin seriously rejected this idea. If she only took one portion back, that would be more troublesome. Ku'er, after hearing this, asked puzzledly, oh, why is that? It's still better than going back empty-handed. Hanin, her face darkening, explained, those students aren't kind and generous people. If Miss Liang only took one portion of food, based on her personality, she wouldn't eat it by herself. How would the others eat? A dozen people eating one portion of food, a situation where everyone politely yields to each other wouldn't happen. For a bite to eat, they would fight with each other, curse, and even escalate to hitting each other. Miss Liang is already having a headache taking care of them, so she wouldn't add to her own troubles. Ku'er gradually realized something. Even if Zhang Yi was leaving, he should have known that Liang Yu would be coming, right? Are you saying he did this on purpose? Hanin said with a bit of pride. It must be part of Zhang Yi's plan. Coeur understood what she meant. You mean Zhang Yi intentionally did this to instigate conflict among those students? To increase the pressure and also to let her quickly see the reality. Unexpectedly, Henin didn't think so. Of course, Zhang Yi couldn't have thought of this. However, she still couldn't hide her excessive admiration as she said. Taking advantage of the opportunity that he was busy, he pretended to forget his appointment with Liang Yu. In reality, he used this opportunity to cause trouble for those guys and mess with her emotions. Zhang Yi is so amazing. Coeur also agreed. That's right, that's totally Zhang Yi's style. He's so meticulous. Every little action actually has a very deep meaning. But perhaps the two of them were overthinking things. Zhang Yi was driving back when he suddenly remembered something. I forgot to tell Liang Yu that she didn't need to come find me today. Liang Yu realized they were the survivors from Siziji village. She thought of her students. At this point, we can only grit our teeth and keep living, while those students were still hoping for handouts from others. At this moment, she felt her kindness was truly unnecessary. Zhang Yi was right. She had indeed coddled them too much. Therefore, she decided that upon returning this time, she would speak frankly with them. They had to immediately leave their comfort zone. As soon as Liang Yu returned, she was bombarded with questions. Ms. Liang, why did you come back empty-handed? She replied, Zhang Yi had to go out today, so he couldn't get any food. Everyone go fishing. Hearing this, the students began to react strongly, complaining about why Zhang Yi went out without informing them and why others who had plenty of food didn't share with them. Liang Yu realized that everyone had become too reliant. They shouldn't always think about criticizing others, but should find food with their own hands. But a girl in the group said, Ms. Liang, last time I went fishing, I cut my hand and the wound hasn't healed yet. It hurts a lot. The girl next to her chimed in, we can't do these things. We're not fishermen. Another girl complained, isn't it because Yang Henin and Lu Karen are too heartless? She said indignantly, clearly, we've all been classmates for years, but they only care about enjoying themselves and don't care about us at all. These words agitated the others, and they started cursing Henin and Karen as despicable and shameless. Then they began to list their past favors, which were insignificant, like offering a cup of milk tea too. Years ago, another one claimed a distant, barely their relationship, then cursed them as selfish women. He boasted, I told you guys, from the beginning, I knew those two weren't good people. Now, it turns out my judgment of character is spot on. Liang Yu was a little annoyed. These people were too much, failing to distinguish right from wrong, and even blaming the two children who almost died at their hands. Anger gradually consumed her. What top school? What noble children of high society? High-quality talents? They were no different from hooligans. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she yelled, quiet. I have something important to say. From now on, I'll be going to the shelter to live with Lu Karen, Yang Henin, and the others. These words left the group in disbelief. Liang Yu was firm. She couldn't continue to pamper these students. She had to let them learn to live independently. But whether these people truly didn't understand or were pretending not to, a girl in the group said eagerly, Ms. Liang, are you going to take us to Zhang Yi's shelter? That's great. Of course, that wasn't the case. Liang Yu was determined to make them self-reliant. Only I'm going there. You must stay here and learn to live on your own. She left them without hesitation. Zhang Yi promised me that he can provide enough food for 10 people every day, and I will bring it here for you every day. Hearing this, the students immediately erupted in outrage. They thought she wasn't such a heartless person before, and that she was being too selfish. But Liang Yu appeared cold, that I've made up my mind about this. You don't need to say anything more. And she left without looking back. At the shelter, Connie was incredibly surprised to see Liang Yu. Miss Liang, why are you here? Seeing Liang Yu's embarrassment, Connie offered, I'll ask Henin and Karen to talk with you. The three of you are teacher and students. It'll be easier to talk things out. Okay, thank you, Liang Yu replied. When she went inside, Connie cheerfully recounted, Our lives here have been great recently. Big brother Zhang Yi is so kind. He usually doesn't even let us do chores. She excitedly added, plus, he even gave me my own workshop so I can pursue my hobbies. Honestly, I've had more fun here than at school. Seeing Connie's naivete, Liang, you could only chuckle. He's just after your mechanical skills, silly girl. Henin chimed in. After we came here, life has been really peaceful. Miss Liang, you want to come here too, right? Liang Yu answered evasively. Henin, I really should leave. Zhang Yi is right. Me protecting those children just spoils them and makes them dependent. But Henin pressed. But deep down, don't you want to move here? This made Liang Yu uncomfortable. Well, it's okay, Miss Liang. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. What you're doing is right. Liang Yu was touched and speechless. The three embraced tearfully. Henin comforted her. You've done a great job. Now, no matter what you choose, we'll support you. Liang Yu wiped her tears, her expression returning to normal. She requested, when Zhang Yi gets back, could you talk to him about this for me? Karen saw no reason to refuse. Of course. Don't worry, Miss Liang. With your amazing skills, Big Brother Zhang Yi won't refuse you. Henin quickly cautioned, hey, don't speak carelessly. If you exaggerate too much, and Big Brother Zhang Yi changes his mind when he gets back, won't that disappoint Miss Liang? Karen realized her mistake. That makes sense. Then Henin spoke to Liang Yu. Miss Liang, Big Brother Zhang is really good, but he's a man of principle. He has requirements for every member who joins the shelter. Henin knew what Liang Yu was thinking and reassured her. It's not like that. Since Karen and I came here, Big Brother Zhang, he has never acted inappropriately towards us. He's a decent man. Don't worry, Miss Liang. Just hearing the words decent man made Liang Yu's face contort. Henin continued with utmost confidence. Basically, Big Brother Zhang, he isn't some hormone-crazed pervert. Otherwise, how could he have survived this long in the apocalypse? He needs your strength. She added, if I'm not mistaken, the condition for you to join the shelter is to obey all his commands during combat. At this, Liang Yu's expression relaxed. Okay, I'll listen to you. A few hours later, Henin announced, Big Brother Zhang Yi is back. Henin went to the door to greet him, which surprised him. He quickly asked, what's up? Is there something you want to tell me? Henin replied, Miss Liang is here. She wants to join us. Liang Yu was incredibly nervous as Zhang Yi whispered to Henin, I hesitated before, but now she's come here on her own. Does this mean she's changed her mind? Henin grinned mischievously. Your intermittent food-cutting tactic and my advice worked. Her relationship with those students has soured, and she's angry, so she came here. Zhang Yi understood that I see. Henin added, I've paved the way for you. When you talk to her, you can make some unreasonable demands. I'll help persuade her. Zhang Yi praised her. You're so thoughtful. He turned to Kei Guang and Xianlei. Liang Yu is here. I'm going to talk to her. You two wait over there for a bit. Having finished, Zhang Yi quickly went to greet her. Miss Liang, you're here. Karen enthusiastically offered drinks. Boss, welcome home. What would you like to drink? Beer or milk tea? He replied, milk tea, less sugar, please. The atmosphere became quiet. Liang Yu was extremely tense. Henin and Zhang Yi began their act. She started, Mr. Zhang, Henin has a favor to ask of you. He replied, oh, what is it? Henin said, we're not strangers. Just say what's on your mind. Hearing this, Liang Yu felt somewhat relieved. Henin continued, could Miss Liang move in with us? Zhang Yi feigned surprise that, oh, Miss Liang wants to move in here. Don't joke. Hasn't Miss Liang always said she has students to take care of? He continued, of course, I'm not saying she's not welcome. Miss Liang is beautiful and quick with a blade, a strong fighter. If she joins my shelter, she'd be a valuable asset. Liang Yu listened attentively, not missing a word. However, Zhang Yi added, I don't like making things difficult for people. A wave of shame washed over her. He had invited her before, but she had said she wanted to stand with her students, so he hadn't persisted. But she decided to swallow her pride. As long as I still have value in his eyes, this is still negotiable. Karen, who had been listening to their conversation, chimed in, Boss, You don't know Miss Liang's situation. Those students don't appreciate her. They refuse to do any work and just leech off of her. Liang Yu felt a little embarrassed. Ka Ran continued to praise her. Only Miss Liang is so kind. Anyone else would have abandoned them long ago. They have no right to complain. Liang Yu said firmly, Zhang Yi, my hope in joining here is to give them an independent environment to grow. She assured him, rest assured, after entering the shelter, I will abide by the rules. If you need me for anything, just let me know. Zhang Yi hesitated slightly. If Miss Liang is willing, I'm very welcoming, but I still have some concerns about you. This made Liang Yu anxious. You don't trust me? He put on a serious expression. Not exactly. I'm just worried whether you can do as you say and obey my commands. Of course, Liang Yu has to be cautious. If it's an unreasonable request, I really can't agree. After all, I have my limits. Zhang Yi said, Liang Yu, you have a kind and straightforward personality. This is your strength, but it's also your weakness. If I let you stay here, what I need is your combat ability. He then tested her. If one day, to protect our safety, you need to kill someone you feel is innocent, could you do it? Liang Yu answered without hesitation. If it's for the safety of myself and the people around me, I can do it. But if it's just to satisfy personal desires, then I'm sorry. I can't accept that. However, she still spoke highly of Zhang. Moreover, based on my observation, although you seem cold and indifferent, you are a peace-loving person. As long as others don't provoke you first, you won't kill innocent people. Henin silently praised her upon hearing these words. Well said, Zhang Yi concluded. So that means as long as it's to ensure our safety, you can kill anyone, right? Liang Yu replied, I won't lay a hand on my own people. Zhang Yi gave a fake smile. That goes without saying. After all, I'm not a demon. How could I harm my own people? But deep down, he had a plan. If I really have to do it, I'll do it myself. He continued to draw Liang Yu in, saying, as for those small fry students in Zijia village, in such a dangerous world, isn't it quite normal for useless people to die accidentally? The images of Henin and Ka Ran appeared in his mind. After all, they bullied Henin and Ka Ran before, so doing this can also gain their support. He put down a cup in his hand, quickly extending his hand. So, happy cooperation. Welcome to Zhang Yi's big family. Zhang Yi shook hands with Liang Yu, who accepted. As agreed, I will still provide food for the students in Zijia town, but you can't bring anyone into the shelter. Liang Yu silently thanked him in her heart. This is great. Zhang Yi is willing to provide for them, and my conscience is clear. Henin secretly mocked Liang Yu. Truly naive. Those guys outside won't live much longer. At that moment, Ka Ran and Yangmi spoke to her. Let's have a welcome party to celebrate Liang Yu joining us. I'll go clean the room. Then Ka Ran and I will be in charge of preparing lunch. Miss Liang, do you have any preferences? Yangmi asked. She replied, I'm not picky. Anything you make is fine. Yangmi said cheerfully. All right then. So the two of them ran off. Liang Yu was a little suspicious. What's going on? Am I imagining things? I feel like they're a bit wary of me. At this time, the two of them complained together. Another one. Zhang Yi spoke to Liang Yu. We're about to have a meeting. You should join us. She asked curiously, what kind of meeting? He didn't hide anything. A war. Council. Liang Yu was stunned by his words. Are we going to fight again? She was incredibly puzzled. The Shishan base has just been destroyed. Could there really be enemies nearby? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, if there's a large river somewhere, the smaller tributaries will naturally flow towards it. Liang Yu seemed to have guessed his meaning. You mean because the Shishan base was destroyed, a power vacuum has appeared in the surrounding area. So, someone wants to come here and take over the Shishan base's territory, right? He slowly replied, that's right, that's what I think. At least, people from other factions have already appeared nearby. But no one can predict how the situation will develop afterward. Then Zhang Yi laid out his strategy. But we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Life isn't a game. As long as we are fully prepared, we won't fear any danger. She resolutely wanted to help him. If you need me to do anything, just tell me. He happily accepted her offer. Of course, I won't stand on ceremony with you. At this moment, Henin pushed a wheelchair over. Brother Zhang, I just retrieved some very interesting materials from the Shishan base's database. It's detailed information about the other factions in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi said, I've called Xianlei and Uncle Yu over. Let's all listen together. Everyone gathered. Henin analyzed. Today we encountered two groups of people at the entrance to the base, and there were some conflicts. This could lead to retaliation from the opposing forces. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. Perhaps other factions will come to compete for territory. From there, a war with US could break out. He announced to everyone, therefore, we can't relax just yet. We must be far-sighted and always vigilant. Zhang Yi looked at Henin and ordered, Henin, first tell everyone about the intelligence on the other factions. We should have a clear understanding of who our potential enemies are. She clearly reported everything she knew to everyone, leaving them all astonished. Seeing this, she continued, among them, there are 3 factions that all live in shelters like the Shishan base. Henin spoke about the enemy situation. The first is based in the Yangshan district, which controls the largest oil refinery in Tianhai City. Energy is their biggest advantage. She talked about their leader. The current leader is named Xiao Honglian, a superhuman whose ability is suspected to be flame manipulation. She also has an assistant named Zhu Qiaoding. Their specific abilities are unknown. Henin looked at the computer and continued her analysis. The second base is located in the Chaowu district near Donghai. They control the ships of all the shipping companies in Tianhai City. They can even use large ships to go out to sea. At that moment, Zhang Yi spoke up. Wait a minute. He asked her doubtfully, Henin, in the current situation, is it possible to go out to sea? She offered her opinion. Parts of the coastal areas are indeed frozen, but the deep sea won't freeze at such low temperatures. Especially the closer you get to the equator, the higher the temperature. Henin began to lecture on geographical knowledge. Ocean currents will bring the warm water around the equator here. In addition, there are volcanoes under the sea. Therefore, it's impossible to freeze the entire ocean. Even if the temperature drops another 100 degrees, there will still be currents existing beneath the thick layer of ice. She continued to share her knowledge with everyone. Seawater has high salinity and doesn't freeze easily. Plus, they have icebreakers. As long as they anchor in deep water, they can avoid being trapped in the ice. Zhang Yi stroked his chin. If that's the case, couldn't they go fishing or even move to warmer areas near the equator? Henin added, based on the current temperature, it's probably around negative 20 or 30 degrees Celsius near the equator. She assured them, although it's a disaster for the natives, it's only equivalent to winter in the north. People can still survive. Henin tapped on her calculator, assessing the situation. Based on the Shishan base's intelligence records, the Chaowu base has the most abundant plant life. They really do live off the sea. At this point, Zhang Yi stood up and walked over to her. Looking at the data, he listened as Henin said, however, because ships require a lot of energy, they have a mutually beneficial relationship with the Yangshan base. These two are also the closest factions among the major powers in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi saw the ship's symbol and pondered, what is this symbol? He then asked Henin, is this their base's symbol? She replied immediately, yes, all 4 shelters have their own symbols. After all, their predecessors were shelters officially approved for construction. Zhang Yi now had a suspicion. This meant the person he killed back then was from the Chaowu base. He instructed her, continue. Henin followed his order and explained further. The current leader of the Chaowu base is Wei Dinghai. Information regarding him is completely unclear. We can't even confirm if he's a superhuman. The same goes for his assistant, Chun Jingquan. There's no information. Henin spoke about the war situation. It seems their main battlefield is the sea, so they have little contact with other bases. They haven't had any major conflicts with other factions. Zhang Yi thought to himself, well, now they have a conflict with me. Suddenly, she said something that left him slightly bewildered. Currently, The steel mills workers organization controls that area. The leader is Xing Tian. It's unclear whether that's a name or an alias. Henin seemed unfazed by this information. If someone's online username is Xing Tian, it's normal, but someone with the real name Xing Tian is unique. Then Henin projected Xing Tian's information for everyone to see clearly. There are also some records regarding his abilities. He seems to be able to influence the strength of those around him, making those near him stronger, but there are no specific records. She lamented the current situation. The time before the apocalypse was quite short, and the major factions didn't dare to engage in conflict easily. They wouldn't readily reveal their abilities, so the intelligence they hold on each other is very limited. Zhang Yi pondered seriously. Superhumans are strategic units, and the less known about a superhuman's abilities, the more effective they are as a deterrent. He thought about the leaders of each area. In any case, without knowing the opponent's strength, all sides are balanced, and no one dares to act rashly. Henin added a reminder. There's one more thing. Just like the Shishan base, the leaders of the other 3 bases all seize power through force, eliminating the original leadership before taking over. She looked back at Zhang Yi and continued. These bases each essentially control a crucial strategic resource. Hearing this, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and then shared the information he knew. Shishan base controls the military. Yangsheng base controls the energy supply. Chaowu base controls shipping. And Qingba base controls the steelworks. He offered his analysis, but they don't have a proper military in their hands, only armed groups. So in terms of combat training, there's a definite gap between them and Shishan base. Everyone immediately relaxed. Xian Lei expressed his confidence. I feel much more at ease now. We even defeated Shishan base, so why should we be afraid of them? Zhang Yi cheerfully replied. Although they might have some armed personnel, compared to rigorously trained soldiers, the quality is definitely different. Then he stretched and walked toward the chair, saying casually, the biggest problem right now is the superhumans. Due to the lack of intelligence, we probably won't know how many superhumans they have and how strong they are until a direct confrontation. If conflict can be avoided, we should try our best to avoid it. Having said that, he immediately affirmed, of course, if we really have to fight, we're not afraid of them. Liang Yu pondered for a moment and then asked, Henin, didn't you say there are 4 major factions in total? Besides these 3 bases, is there another one? Xian Lei added worriedly. The last one isn't the strongest, is it? No wonder she kept the biggest one hidden. Henin didn't deny it. She said seriously, it's not because this faction is strong, but because it's unique. The Baishua sect, a religiously affiliated organization established after the apocalypse. Its predecessor was a small religion, the Shunli sect. She continued to share the information she had gathered. The sect leader, Wei Kongya, awakened her superhuman ability after the apocalypse arrived. Preliminary assessment suggests her ability is bestowal, allowing her to awaken superhuman abilities in others without any cost. This information made everyone apprehensive. Liang Yu was the one who asked, there's actually such a powerful superhuman ability in this world. Henin slowly explained. After the apocalypse, the Shunli sect changed its name to the Baishua sect. Wei Kongya ascended to become the sect leader, proclaiming herself to be the human embodiment of the snow god. She calls this blizzard the snow god's purification of humanity, claiming only devout followers of the Baishua sect can be spared. She continued to talk about the organization. The Baishua sect's sphere of influence is concentrated in the Tianfeng and Xianglan districts. They have a considerable number of superhumans. The exact number is unknown. Shishan base marked them as an extremely troublesome opponent. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and then said, the Tianfeng and Xianglan districts are the most densely populated areas of Tianhai City. Preaching there could indeed rapidly expand the scale of the Baishua sect. He realized a truth. After all, in the apocalypse, religions develop the fastest as people want spiritual support. After summarizing, he turned and asked, "That's the situation. Does anyone have anything to say?" No one spoke. Everyone was silently contemplating. Zhang Yi asked, "Uncle Yu, you're the eldest here. Why don't you speak first?" Uncle Yu resolutely replied, "I believe that regardless of how many factions there are in Tianhai City, it's definitely not wrong to be well prepared for potential enemies. Our most urgent task right now is to build defenses." Uncle Yu clenched his fist to emphasize his point that we acquired so many weapons from the Shishan base. If we deploy them in a timely manner, they could be effective at the critical moment. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement that we definitely need to speed up the construction of the defense lines. No one knows when these factions will clash with us. However, Su Xianlei didn't agree. He countered, "I think the situation is very unstable." Then, Su Xianlei began to explain his thoughts. "We encountered people from two factions outside the Shishan base. They discovered that the Shishan base was destroyed, and they'll likely come here to compete for territory. If we get caught in the crossfire, it will be very troublesome." Zhang Yi inquired further, "So, do you have any suggestions?" Su Xianlei explained, "I think it's best to lie low for now and not go out unnecessarily." Lu Karen also voiced her opinion, saying, "I'm afraid even if we don't provoke them, they'll still come here." Zhang Yi immediately reassured her, "There's no harm in being prepared. We'll adapt to the situation. After all, we can't control what others do, right?" Lu Karen hesitated. "That's true." But seeing this, Zhang Yi encouraged her, "If you have something to say, just say it. We're discussing this, and your input might spark new ideas." Encouraged by Zhang, Lu Karen thought for a moment and then confidently said, "Don't we still need to go out and find some special materials to repair the shelter? The things we got from the Shishan base can only be used to build the outer defenses." She had indeed opened up a new line of thought for everyone. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then analyzed, "Although it's best not to go out now, the four factions we mentioned are just presences. They haven't directly clashed with us on a large scale. They wouldn't dare to act rashly unless they confirm that the surrounding area is safe." Then he playfully snapped his fingers. "Therefore, we'll quickly go out in the next 2 days to retrieve these materials. It shouldn't be a problem." Lu Karen happily agreed. "Okay, boss. Liang Yu seemed to have something to say." Henin, noticing this, said to Liang Yu, "Tell us what you're thinking." Without waiting for Liang Yu to speak, she voiced her own thoughts first. "I think we're being a bit too worried right now. Don't let panic cloud our judgment. Take the Shishan base as an example." Then, Henin began to analyze. They controlled the garrison and had the strongest force in Tianhai City, but they still hadn't completely taken over all the territories in Shishan and Lujiang. The other factions are probably the same. Everyone nodded in agreement with her words. Henin continued, "Moreover, they also restrain each other, not daring to expand suddenly. Otherwise, their own headquarters would be at risk of attack." Finally, she cheerfully concluded, "Therefore, we can assume we still have quite a long time to prepare for the future." Su Xianlei also excitedly said, "Then let's finish building the defenses early. It's generally not a bad idea to be prepared." Hearing this, Henin disagreed, suggesting a different plan that we can build the defenses in advance. But there's no need to rush into a defensive state. We should take this opportunity to gather more supplies. After speaking, she turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang, didn't you still want to go find materials to repair the shelter?" Zhang Yi replied, "That's right. Based on what Karen said, the outer walls of the shelter need a lot of rare building materials. This will indeed take some time." Hearing his answer, Henin then turned to Liang Yu. "Liang Yu, Tsu village also needs to prepare some food supplies in preparation for battle." Liang Yu voiced her concerns. "That's exactly what I'm worried about. If there really is an enemy attack, wouldn't they be in great danger in Tsu village?" Henin seriously replied, "You can't protect them forever. It's better to tell them about the situation in advance and let them store more food and escape. Then, she reassured Liang Yu, you don't need to worry. I also said that no enemies will appear nearby in the short term. Zhang Yi, understanding Henin's plan, smiled dangerously to himself, thinking, if enemies really come, Su village will bear the brunt of it. It seems she intends to use them as a shield. Liang Yu still wanted to hold on to something, so she asked, could we let them build defensive structures for us in exchange for protection? Zhang Yi, after hearing this, calmly asked back, have those students of yours learned how to fish yet? If they can't catch fish, they'll die in this cold weather. Seeing Liang Yu's helplessness, he thought to himself, those useless people can't even fish from the frozen river. What help could they possibly be? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Henin spoke up to comfort them. These are just our speculations. After all, the enemy may not appear. What if no one comes? Liang Yu sighed. If that were really the case, it would be great. Zhang Yi suddenly spoke up. If Liang Yu is so worried, I have an idea. Without waiting for Liang Yu's reply, he continued, if danger appears nearby, I will allow your students to temporarily stay in my shelter. Everyone looked at him in surprise. He shrugged. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you really think I'm a cold-blooded and heartless person. Liang Yu didn't answer but thought to herself, I really did think that. Zhang Yi expressed his solidarity. Maybe I was like that before because back then we weren't comrades. But now it's different. He said seriously, you are my comrade and also my family. So the people you want to protect, I will definitely protect them for you. Liang Yu was moved to tears and said with a choked voice, Zhang Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. Zhang Yi humbly shook his head. Don't be so polite. From now on, we're all in the same boat. Just do your best to protect everyone. On the surface, that's what he said, but inwardly, Zhang Yi thought, as long as you obediently listen to me from now on and kill whoever I tell you to kill, that'll be enough. Liang Yu, unaware of Zhang Yi's true thoughts, was incredibly grateful that I definitely will. Zhang Yi's actions were indeed a good move. Liang Yu's opinion of him had completely changed. She thought, I've always misunderstood him. I actually saw Zhang Yi as a selfish person. How arrogant and prejudiced of me. Zhang Yi coughed to get everyone's attention. He began to lay out his plan. Generally speaking, there are two urgent matters at hand. First, we need to establish a defensive line centered around the Cloud Gap Manor and build a strong defense in case of enemy attacks. He then gave further instructions. Second, Kanan and I will go out and search for materials to repair the shelter. Also, no one is allowed to act alone, nor are they allowed to leave the shelter's perimeter without permission to avoid unnecessary conflict. Everyone agreed. We'll listen to you. Scene start in the dining hall. After setting the table, Chu Kanan called out, everyone, come and eat. Yang Mi helped Liang Yu to a seat. Looking at the food before her, Liang Yu thought excitedly, it's like a dream. I never thought I'd have a day where I could eat so many delicious dishes. Like this. Henin, seeing Liang Yu's expression, teased, looks like Ms. Liang is really hungry. Then, everyone at the table watched as Liang Yu ate like a starving person, all staring at her in surprise. After finishing, Liang Yu clutched her stomach in pain. Chu Kanan said worriedly, it must be because she ate so poorly before, and now her stomach can't handle so much rich food. Then, she helped Liang Yu to her room, reassuring her, it's okay, just rest a bit and you'll be fine. Liang Yu lay on the bed and rested for a while, then smiled. Actually, this isn't so bad. Zhang Yi beckoned Kanan over. Kanan, what's wrong? I noticed something was off with your eyes during dinner. Kanan sat down and replied with a smile, Big brother, I'm fine. I'm really okay. Zhang Yi flicked her forehead that don't be mysterious with me. Just tell me what's on your mind. He instructed, remember, we're family. There shouldn't be any secrets between family, understand? Kanan finally decided to speak her mind. Big brother, why did you agree to protect those students? They're terrible people. She continued to complain. You must have seen what happened before. Those people aren't good. After the apocalypse started, Henin and I were bullied terribly. He patted her head affectionately. Kanan asked, just to keep Ms. Liang, you have to support them for the rest of their lives? What? Zhang, he comforted her. Don't worry. it won't be for long. He carefully chose his words to explain his thoughts. The environment outside is so harsh. Those weak chickens will starve or freeze to death sooner or later. Besides, I'll make some preparations. Kanan's eyes lit up. She thought, Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, never disappointing me. Zhang Yi signaled her to keep a secret. There are some things that shouldn't be discussed at home. Tomorrow, we'll go out on a trip to find materials to repair the shelter. I'll tell you the details then. Kanan readily agreed and asked about something else. Yes, boss, but where should we go to find materials? He replied, there's a materials yard not far from here. We can go check it out. Kanan, hearing this, happily ran off. Okay, I'll go prepare a list of the materials we need. Zhang Yi thought sinisterly. She's preparing for those guys outside to make their move and eliminate those useless freeloaders. He sighed with worry. These people from other factions aren't my subordinates. They won't be completely obedient. This is just a one-time opportunity. Later that afternoon, Kanan, holding the list, directed everyone to carry the materials over. Zhang Yi immediately used his ice ability, sending a wave of ice in the direction Kanan indicated. As soon as the block of ice landed, Liang Yu immediately sliced it into a rectangular prism with her sword. Kanan continued assigning tasks. Uncle Yu, pay attention to the connection between the ice and the steel beam. Uncle Yu agreed and immediately followed her instructions. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed something in the distance. There are people over there. He saw two students sneaking around, looking suspicious. Those are the students from Siji village that Liang Yu mentioned. Xian Lei sat down to rest. I'm so tired. Standing next to him, Zhang Yi was using binoculars to look towards the gate. Even now, these bastards still haven't fixed their shitty habits. Xian Lei, seeing him constantly using the binoculars, asked curiously, Boss, what are you looking at? Zhang Yi replied, Nothing. Get some rest. Afterwards, he walked towards Liang Yu. Ms. Liang, you should rest for a bit too. Then he said directly, There's something I want to apologize to you for. Liang Yu asked, Apologize for what? He said, Before, I always thought your students were very selfish, but just now I saw with my own eyes your students helping a pitiful child. Then he pointed towards the village. It's in the room at the east end of the village. Your students are helping people there. Liang Yu was startled, thinking those students might be doing something bad to the elderly and children of Siji village. She hurried towards the village, filled with worry. I'll go check it out. Meanwhile, after entering the house, Wu Changwu began to barricade the door. He glanced at the woman sitting on the bed. He felt a pang of regret. She might have been one of the most beautiful women in Tianhai City in the past, but now she's just this. Then the woman stood up and offered Wu Changwu the bed. He quickly rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a box, then urged, Hurry up, I don't have much time to stay here. Hearing this, the woman started to undress and walked towards Wu Changwu. At this moment, Liang Yu arrived at the door. Hearing the conversation inside, she silently clenched her fists, thinking, I'm providing for you all here, and you're doing this kind of thing to the people here? Liang Yu angrily kicked the door open and walked in. Both of them jumped apart in shock. Wu Changwu asked fearfully, Ms. Liang, why are you here? Liang Yu didn't answer, only coldly glanced at the two of them. Wu Changwu, while putting on his clothes, said with a forced laugh, Ms. Liang, I'm a young man. I have my own needs. I hope you can understand. Besides, I didn't force her. She was willing. Then he patted the woman's cheek. Right? Say something. The woman silently nodded. Liang Yu bent down and picked up the box. She began to question. Didn't you say you didn't have enough food? Angrily crushing it, Liang Yu said, So you used it for this kind of thing? Wu Changwu gritted his teeth, his tone challenging. Ms. Liang, you just need to obediently provide us with food. Isn't that enough? Why do you care so much? He chuckled, speaking ungratefully. Anyway, you can only give us insufficient food. Aren't you expecting us to find our own way to survive? So, what does it matter to you what we use this food for? Hearing this, Liang Yu was speechless. Wu Changwu put his arm around the girl, gesturing for her to leave. Ms. Liang, can you go outside for a moment? You're disturbing me here. Annoyed, Liang Yu left without a word. Zhang Yi was standing outside, eating sausages with everyone. As soon as he saw Ms. Liang rush out, he made a sarcastic remark. Reality is really cruel, isn't it, Ms. Liang? Liang Yu gave a wry smile and asked, "Have you always thought I was stupid?" Then she hugged her arms and reproached herself. "Yes, I really am stupid, very stupid." Zhang Yi had to speak up. "Don't blame me for showing you the harsh reality. I just felt you should know the truth." He walked past her coldly. "And no matter what you do next, I won't interfere. I respect your choice." Liang Yu lowered her head and murmured, "Leave me alone for a while." Xianlei asked him in confusion, "Boss, what's wrong with Ms. Liang? What did she see?" Zhang Yi said casually, "Her student is with a woman in Siji village. If it's not coercion, then he's using her food to barter." He slung an arm around Xianlei playfully. "So dramatic, boss. You really are something. You didn't even let me watch such a spectacular scene." Zhang Yi said helplessly, "That's your focus?" A moment later, the door slammed shut. Sitting behind the door, Liang Yu curled up, questioning her ideals. She suddenly felt that everything she had done seemed meaningless. Outside the door, Zhang Yi's voice rang out. "Liang Yu, are you all right?" Liang Yu wiped her eyes and opened the door for him. "I'm so sorry. I'm not feeling well today. I won't neglect my work." Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled. "That's not too urgent. It'll be done in 2 or 3 days at most." He stepped forward and spoke sincerely. "I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." Liang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Blushing, she avoided his gaze. "I'm fine. I just need some rest." Zhang Yi smiled and asked, "Are we going to talk standing here?" Liang Yu had to step aside to let him in. "Come in and sit down." Zhang Yi sat down and began to speak. "I know what happened today was a big blow to you, but I hope you can look ahead. There's still a long way to go." He gave a gentle smile. "If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can talk to me. At least I can be a decent listener." Liang Yu sat down beside him and asked weakly, "Zhang Yi, did you realize long ago that I'm an incurable fool?" Zhang Yi replied, "There's a bit of that, but I believe you must have your reasons." Liang Yu began to tell her story. "I started practicing martial arts when I was 3 years old. Although I'm a girl, my martial arts skills are no less than a boy's." She smiled as she reminisced. "For martial artists like us, there are usually 2 career paths. Either become a film actor or open a martial arts school." Zhang Yi listened attentively as she continued. "But I didn't want to choose the first option, and as for opening a school, being a woman presented a significant obstacle." Liang Yu clenched her fist, showing her determination. Later, I chose a path that very few martial artists take. That is becoming a bodyguard." Zhang Yi asked doubtfully. "Then you went there and became the strongest bodyguard in China?" Liang Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that was the most glorious moment of my life, and also the hardest time." She smiled and looked over. "After being a bodyguard for a few years, the Tianqing Academy invited me back to be a physical education teacher, teaching self-defense to the young masters and misses of the academy." Liang Yu's expression turned somber. "It's a pity that it's all in the past." Her voice dropped as she continued her story. "When the apocalypse came, we all lost everything. All I have left is the responsibility to protect the students. It's this mission that has sustained me until now." She shook her head in frustration. "I know, based on your way of doing things, you must think I'm very foolish. I never thought to be a little selfish." Tears streamed down Liang Yu's face. "But if I lose even my last shred of faith, I don't know why I should grit my teeth and continue living in this world." Zhang Yi spoke up at the right moment. "Is it possible that you're putting too much pressure on yourself?" He patted her shoulder comfortingly. "In the past, you were alone, but now it's different. We are comrades. We are family. Everyone in the shelter is different from those burdensome students of yours." Zhang Yi turned and took her hands in his, promising, "If you need faith, then starting today, let us be your faith." Liang Yu blushed crimson at his actions, stammering, "You become my faith?" Zhang Yi smiled gently. "If you no longer have faith, then build a new one. We can all be your companions. Don't let yourself live so tiredly. It would make me very sad. Liang Yu quickly withdrew her hands. Thank you. I feel much better now. Zhang Yi asked with concern. Are you feeling better now? She smiled. Having someone to talk to has indeed made me feel much better, but I'm still very disappointed in those students. Liang Yu consoled herself. Perhaps they need to grow up more. Zhang Yi also stood up. He walked out of Liang Yu's room, politely closing the door behind him. As he walked down the stairs, he heard Han Nin ask cheerfully, Brother, did you catch Ms. Liang? Zhang Yi smiled confidently. More or less. I'm not really interested in your Ms. Liang. Han Nin crossed her arms and teased. Ms. Liang is considered a beauty. You're not even interested? You have high standards. As Zhang Yi walked, he commented, She's beautiful. All right, but a bit troublesome. I hate troublesome people the most. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I don't know what's so worrying about those students. She risked her life for that food. Han Nin rested her chin on her hand, thinking those guys are really capable of doing such disgusting things. Zhang Yi, pushing her wheelchair, said, I've already played the cold-hearted bad guy. Now you go play the warm-hearted good person. He added with a wicked smile, It's best if Liang Yu completely gives up on those people. That way, I can deal with them without worrying about the aftermath. Han Nin turned, took his hand, and nodded. Okay, I should help you out a bit, right? She obediently walked towards the stairs. Zhang Yi watched her go, thinking, after this incident, Liang Yu's attitude towards those students will definitely be different. The next day, Zhang Yi and Kai Ran prepared to go out. Ko Guang asked worriedly, Do you need anyone to go with you? It wouldn't be good if you encountered enemies. Zhang Yi stroked Hua Hua, the creature on his shoulder, and replied, No need. I'll bring Hua Hua. Everyone else should stay here and continue building the defenses. It's important to have people at home. Kai Ran smiled and gave a military salute. Kai Ran is ready for battle. Awaiting orders, leader. Zhang Yi affectionately pinched Kai Ran's nose and scolded softly, You're so mischievous. She saluted again and said, After putting on this outfit, I feel incredibly cool. He teased, Clothes can easily create illusions, especially for women. Kai Ran blushed and playfully hit him. Zhang Yi seriously pulled out a gun. All right, let's go. The situation outside is unpredictable. Let's go early and return early. Don't delay. He asked, You definitely know how to use this, right? Kai Ran, fondling the gun in her hand, replied, No problem. The two of them got into the all-terrain vehicle and sped across the white snow. Kai Ran looked ahead and seriously asked, Big brother, about yesterday's issue, can you tell me now? Zhang Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked casually, Do you really hate those classmates? Kai Ran looked over and replied angrily, Those guys treated Han Nin terribly in the past. She seemed to want to continue listing their offenses. They weren't good to me either. Honestly, I don't want to see them again, and I don't want to live with them. Zhang Yi smiled, thinking, not unexpected, but she's not good at keeping secrets. It won't be good if she tells Liang Yu about this. He smirked and assured her, Don't worry, I also hate those guys. I definitely won't let them disturb our peaceful lives. Kai Ran smiled as he added, Just let those guys live across the river. Relying on their own abilities, they'll freeze or starve to death sooner or later. Besides, maybe one day we'll have a conflict with other forces and they'll accidentally have an unexpected incident. Zhang Yi said, Of course, I agreed with Liang Yu that I wouldn't touch them, so it depends on whether they're lucky or not. Kai Ran nodded with satisfaction. That's good. A moment later, she leaned over worriedly. Big brother, Miss Liang is a very soft-hearted woman. What if they encounter danger and Miss Liang leads them to seek refuge around the headquarters? Zhang Yi smiled confidently. It's the apocalypse now. Lives are as worthless as grass. Although I agreed with Liang Yu, even if I can't keep my word, she'll understand. He pinched her nose. It depends on how you and Han Nin perform then. Zhang Yi stroked her head. Your Miss Liang loves her students very much. I can't persuade her, but you two should try your best. Kai Ran smiled and said, I understand what you mean, big brother. You're telling me and Han Nin to brainwash Miss Liang, right? Zhang Yi explained. Compared to those unlucky kids from the Zijia village, Miss Liang definitely likes you, and Han In more. I don't need to tell you how to flatter Miss Liang to make her like you even more, right? She nodded obediently. I understand. The car arrived in front of the Huan Yuan Group factory. Zhang Yi looked at a car approaching from the opposite direction with suspicion. TSK. He took out a pair of binoculars and put them to his eyes. Through the binoculars, Zhang Yi saw 3 vehicles moving, one a strikingly bright red car. He chuckled. This piece of junk can actually move. Kai Ran beside him asked curiously, Big brother, what do you see? Zhang Yi handed the binoculars to her. Kai Ran raised the binoculars to her eyes and was startled. What is this? All messy and jumbled. It's like they're trying to gouge out my eyes. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional gate and declared, I underestimated their efficiency. They've infiltrated from the border into the Shishan base. Zhang Yi looked ahead with a serious gaze, pondering, kill them, but I don't know the exact strength of the opponent. Acting rashly would be too dangerous. Kai Ran, still with the binoculars to her eyes, commented, Big brother, the value of the junk these people modified is too low. The maximum speed can't exceed 20 kilometers per hour, she added. Moreover, the modifications are too crude and the fuel consumption is many times higher than our snowmobiles. They're really rich, using 3 at once. Hearing this, he was surprised. Wait a minute, Zhang Yi asked her seriously. You said this type of vehicle consumes a lot of fuel? Kai Ran nodded. Yes. The weight of these off-road vehicles is much higher than snowmobiles. He smiled cheerfully as she continued. Not to mention that after the modifications, the weight increased and it's very strained. The consumption is at least 5 times that of our vehicle. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Fuel is hard to come by now. Even the Shishan base was reluctant to use snowmobiles before. Only the Yangsheng base, which occupied the oil refinery, could afford such luxury. Kai Ran exclaimed in surprise. It's them, the Yangsheng base. It's almost a whole Tianhai city away from us. Zhang Yi started the car and instructed, Kai Ran, there might be a conflict later, be mentally prepared. Their off-road vehicles drove forward and were blocked by the 3 vehicles from earlier. A man pointed a gun at the approaching vehicle and shouted, Stop! This area is now occupied by our Yangsheng base. Who are you with? Zhang Yi quadrupled his speed and instructed Kai Ran, stay in the car. Don't go anywhere. He stepped out of the car, calmly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. This factory is yours since you arrived first. I have no objections whatsoever. Zhang Yi walked towards them and continued, I just need a few materials. I hope you can accommodate me. The Yangsheng reconnaissance team's deputy leader looked at the badge on his coat, suspicious. Didn't they say the Shishan base was destroyed? Another Yangsheng member casually remarked, what powerful figure could survive a destroyed base? A black-haired man remained skeptical, but his vehicle is very advanced. A brown-haired man frowned and warned, don't act rashly. Anyone who has survived until now is no ordinary person. He added, especially since he's facing so many of us without any fear. He's definitely not easy to deal with. Inform the captain. The Yangsheng reconnaissance deputy leader called out to him. How about we wait for our captain to arrive and discuss this with you? Zhang Yi smiled calmly and agreed. All right, I can wait. He glanced around. Zhang Yi noticed a hook on the roof and thought to himself, someone used the same method as I did before, entering the factory by roping down from the roof. Just then, a man crawled out from inside. Someone's coming out. It was Gao Yuan, the captain of the Yangsheng reconnaissance team. He calmly stood there, dusting off his hands and straightening his clothes. Zhang Yi observed him cautiously and speculated. Even if he's not a superhuman, he's definitely a formidable person. Gao Yuan approached Zhang Yi and asked, what was your role in the Shishan base? He calmly replied, Captain of the Shishan Base Special Forces, Beihai. Gao Yuan smiled. So you're the captain of a Shishan base. No wonder you dare to come here alone. Gao Yuan crossed his arms and said in a loud voice, So, are you here to drive us away? Zhang Yi smiled at his threat. Don't blame me for not warning you. The Shishan base headquarters has collapsed. Your remaining forces are not enough to fight against our Yangsheng base. I advise you not to have any dangerous thoughts. He calmly replied, it's just a materials factory. If the Yangsheng base wants it, you can take as much as you want. Zhang Yi glanced back at his vehicle, but we also need to take some materials now. I hope you won't stop us. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. All right, but I'll only give you half an hour. Zhang Yi waved to Kai Ran in the car, and she immediately ran to his side. Zhang Yi put his arm around Kai Ran's shoulder. Let's go, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Kai Ran looked at their vehicle with concern and asked, okay, but what about our car? Aren't we going to retrieve it? Zhang Yi smiled calmly and replied, it's fine, they won't be able to take it. His gaze suddenly turned serious as he thought, I absolutely cannot easily reveal my abilities in front of others. The two of them walked towards the factory. A pistol was suddenly drawn, Gao Yuan aiming at them. Just as the bullet flew towards them, Hua Hua quickly enlarged its body, blocking the bullet. Zhang Yi also embraced Kai Ran, protecting her. Hua Hua stood in front of the two, angrily blocking the bullets fired by Yangsheng's men. Seeing this, the Yangsheng base group panicked and stammered, What is that thing? Another person replied, a monster. Gao Yuan yelled out an order, shoot it in the eye. The entire group aimed at Hua Hua's head and fired. Enraged, it leaped forward. The bullets couldn't injure Hua Hua. It lunged and bit one of the men. The others scattered in panic, injecting some kind of drug into their arms with syringes. Their bodies immediately transformed, veins bulging on their faces, giving them a ferocious appearance. Zhang Yi frowned at, it seems that some kind of drug that can increase their fighting strength. At that moment, a bullet suddenly flew towards him. Zhang Yi turned his head just in time, thinking, is this his ability? He opened his spatial storage and absorbed the bullet. Gao Yuan exclaimed in surprise, what? As if he had predicted it. He said, you really are an Esper too. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with blue flames. He pulled out a gun from his spatial storage and said, why don't you take a look at my gun too? Holding two guns, he told Kai, ran beside him, cover your ears. She immediately complied. Zhang Yi seriously unleashed a barrage of bullets. Gao Yuan yelled, disperse, and scattered with his team. The bullets Zhang Yi fired didn't follow a predictable pattern. No matter where the group ran, the bullets aimed directly at their heads. It wasn't until Gao Yuan was hit that he realized in horror that the bullets were changing direction in midair. Zhang Yi stopped firing and blew the smoke from his guns. Kai Ran praised him admiringly. Big brother, you're so cool. He smiled and holstered his guns. They forced my hand. Behind him, Hua Hua also released a few people from its mouth. Zhang Yi looked at the corpses on the ice, shook his head, and sighed. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. He was clearly a pacifist, so why did people always force him to kill? Kai ran to his side, admiring him. Big brother, you're so amazing. So many people, and they couldn't even touch your clothes before they all died. Zhang Yi walked over, knelt down, and examined Gao Yuan's body. Although I'm not a martial arts expert, I have absorbed the power of many espers. Without being modest, I'm quite strong now. Kai Ran watched his actions curiously and asked, Big brother, what are you doing? Zhang Yi replied, looking for something. He reached into Gao Yuan's coat and searched for a while, found it. He then pulled out a tube of orange liquid. Zhang Yi held the tube up, smiling as, oh, this is the stimulant the Yangsheng base uses? It feels even stronger than the one Kai and I gave me. He put it into the contemplative space, bringing it back for Kai Ran to analyze. This thing, at a critical moment, might be able to save their lives. Zhang Yi picked up the communication device and made up his mind. He copied the data inside, making it convenient for the base's intelligence analysis. Yangsheng, Kai Ran worriedly asked, Big brother, won't they send someone to rescue him? He carried Gao Yuan's body into the space and calmly replied, the Yangsheng base is more than 200 kilometers away. Even if they have a lot of people, our powerful and hold abundant resources, they won't mobilize their forces just for this one person. Afterwards, Zhang Yi led Kai Ran and Hua toward the factory. Let's go. Let's go find the materials you mentioned. After repairing the shelter, we have to prepare for the war that might break out later. Zhang Yi squatted down and stroked Hua. You go ahead and clear the way. It obediently enlarged its body and rushed forward. Hua charged straight into the factory door with a loud bang, opening a large hole in the factory roof. Zhang Yi and Kai Ran used ropes to climb down into the factory. She went ahead, happily pointing things out. This, and this too. Zhang Yi slowly followed behind, collecting those things into his space. Looking at the materials filling the shelves in front of him, he thought, if this factory weren't so big, I might as well move all the materials here. A while later, the two got in the car and drove back. Zhang Yi drove, sighing. The war game is about to begin again. He stroked his chin, smiling meaningfully as he thought, since things have come to this, I might as well use the impending enemy to deal with the trouble at the Songjia village. Zhang Yi instructed Kai Ran, for the time being, don't tell anyone about us encountering the people from the Yangsheng base today. She scratched her head in confusion. What? He seriously replied, I have a plan for this. I will urge everyone to speed up the construction of the defense line and not allow them to leave the area around the shelter. Kai Ran listened attentively as he added, I don't want everyone to be scared by this, understand? Kai Ran, Zhang Yi spoke very seriously. When the time is right for everyone to know, I will tell them myself. She nodded obediently and replied, I understand. After all, Big Brother Zhang Yi is thinking of everyone, right? Zhang Yi rubbed her head and praised, it's good that you understand. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. When the two returned to their living quarters, they saw everyone working together. Keguang saw him and came forward to ask, how did it go? Was it easy to gather the materials? Did you encounter anyone suspicious? Zhang Yi smiled and replied, it went very smoothly. We didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. He continued confidently, I told you, all the other forces are currently stabilizing their own territories. It will take a certain amount of time. How could they have the free time to come here and plunder resources? Liang Yu smiled with relief upon hearing this. That's really great. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Yi frowned at her. Your worries aren't unreasonable. He voiced his thoughts. Although I don't think anything dangerous will happen right now, it's always good to be prepared. Then, Zhang Yi leaned closer to Liang Yu's ear and whispered, I don't mind having your students move here if there's danger, but with Xin and Kai Ran, I'm truly a loss. She listened, stunned, as he continued. After all, past conflicts aren't something that can be resolved in a day or two. Having them live under the same roof really isn't fair to Kai Ran and Xin. Liang Yu's gaze fell upon Kai Ran, who was standing silently in front of them. She lowered her head dejectedly and replied, That's true. Your thinking is very reasonable. But Kai Ran, from behind, noticed Zhang Yi subtly signaling to her and realized it was her turn. Kai Ran feigned worry as she stepped forward and spoke, Teacher Liang, why do they have to move nearby? Xin, and I will only be reminded of our time at the Tianqing Academy if we see them. Liang Yu listened with extreme discomfort as she pathetically continued. Do you know how cruelly they treated us back then? Liang Yu stepped forward and patted Kai Ran's shoulder with helplessness. I don't want to do this either. If they could be self-reliant and survive in this apocalypse, that would be best. She lowered her head, her brow furrowed with worry. But if they were to be killed right under my nose, I could never forgive myself. Zhang Yi stepped forward at the right moment and interrupted. Let's put this aside for now, Kai Ran. We need to quickly repair the outer wall of the shelter. Go prepare the materials. He led Kai Ran away, then turned back and signaled to Liang Yu reassuringly. Don't worry. She watched his retreating figure and thought to herself, Zhang Yi, thank you. In the workshop, Zhang Yi retrieved items from his spatial storage and asked Kai Ran, How long will it take to process these materials and repair the shelter's outer wall? She rested her chin on her hand, calculating the damaged area of the outer wall is only a dozen or so square meters. If we don't worry about aesthetics and just focus on reinforcement, it should only take 2 or 3 days. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. I only require it to be sturdy. Nothing else matters. Kai Ren nodded confidently. I understand. He watched as she stretched, a worried look on his face. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Kai Ren winked at him reassuringly. Big brother, everyone has their hands full. Don't worry. It might be a bit slower if I work alone, but it definitely won't affect the quality. Zhang Yi went to a door and knocked, calling, Xing, it's me. Xion's voice came from inside. Wait a moment. She opened the door and looked at him cheerfully. Welcome back. Zhang Yi pushed her wheelchair inside and began to recount his experience. I encountered something interesting on this trip. Xion folded her arms across her chest, a smirk playing on her lips. You mean killing people from the Yangsheng and Chaoyu bases over the past few days? She covered her mouth, giggling with delight. The people they lost were important espers, especially in this tense situation. They can't ignore this, can they? Maybe they'll come here looking for revenge soon. Zhang Yi expressed his indifference. I'm not afraid of them. Those people aren't the biggest problem. Yours. Xion bit her finger, thinking, actually, they don't have a special background like Haiyan, no heavy weapons, not much of a threat to the shelter. A malicious idea came to her. So, could we take this opportunity to eliminate those students from Zijia village? Zhang Yi shrugged. Generally speaking, we still have to borrow a knife to kill. None of us can do this directly. He took a signal jammer from his space, continuing, anyway, Liang Yu still has some value to exploit. Zhang Yi went to plug in and connect the signal jammer. He smiled grimly that it's a bit troublesome, but she's still worth it. Zhang Yi handed a communication device to Xion, explaining, this is a satellite phone from a Yangsheng base member. Analyze it for any important information for me. He instructed, after the data transfer is complete, give it to me. I have a use for it. Xion took the satellite phone, smiling confidently. This is simple. She connected the satellite phone to her laptop, reporting, I'll carefully analyze the data and give it to you after I've organized it. Zhang Yi replied politely, thank you for your hard work. At the Yangsheng base, the factory was billowing black smoke. A Da and a Yang were tied up, kneeling on the ground with bruised and swollen faces. A Yangsheng base member saluted and reported, leader of the 5 who escaped this time, we killed 3 and captured 2. We await your judgment. A Da pleaded fearfully, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. A Yang's face was ashen that I promise I won't run away again. Don't kill me. Hong Lian frowned and asked them, why did you run away? Even though there's work to be done here, at least I provide you with food and shelter. Leaving here, are you looking for death outside? The 2 men kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Ada stammered in fear. We acted on impulse. Please have mercy. Her face darkened as she asked, now tell me, where are you planning to go after escaping from here? The 2 men exchanged glances. Hong Lian exuded a menacing aura as she guessed. Were you planning to go to Bai Shui Jiao's territory to seek refuge with that hypocritical bitch? The 2 continued to kowtow and plead, please spare us. We'll do anything. Hong Lian turned her head and asked the person beside her, haven't you created something new recently? Qing Ding adjusted her glasses and smiled confidently. The technical department has developed a type of collar that can hold a microbomb. Just put this collar on the slaves, and if anyone escapes next time, they can be executed directly. She ordered someone to put the collars on the 2 men in front of her, giving a malicious smile that let's see how effective it is. Hong Lian picked up a remote control and asked Qing Ding, what's the effective range? She smiled and replied, 5 kilometers. As soon as we discover a slave has disappeared, we can detonate it. No slave will be able to escape. Hong Lian smirked with amusement. Now I'll give you a chance. You can run. If this collar doesn't blow you up, you can live. The two men fearfully touched the glowing red collars on their necks. As she continued, "You might want to pray. After all, it's a new product. The effectiveness isn't necessarily guaranteed." The two quickly turned and ran, a flicker of hope igniting within them. If they could just run far enough, the signal would lose its effect. About 10 minutes later, Hong Luyan pressed a button on her wrist. Qingding asked through the communication device, "What's the situation?" The other side reported back. One successfully detonated, the other one malfunctioned. Hong Luyan was dissatisfied with the result. The things the technical department makes are so shoddy. When will their technology reach even half the level of the Shishan base? She declared, Hong Luyan, keep my word. Let the remaining slave run. I hope he's lucky enough to make it to the Baishua's sex territory." Hong Luyan strode off, ordering the project manager of the technical department's day project lock him in a dark room for 3 days. Qingding followed, explaining, "Leader, our technical staff isn't as good as Shishan bases, but there's nothing we can do about it. Experts in this field of weapons research aren't just lying around." He sighed, continuing, "As soon as the apocalypse hit, they snatched up all the talent. We can only choose from the research institutes and universities in the surrounding area." Hong Luyan turned, a smirk playing on her lips. "If it weren't for those damned slaves always thinking about escaping, why would I have to waste so much effort on them?" She stamped her foot in frustration. That hypocritical woman from the Baishua sect is just using them as bait. Do they really think there are saints in this apocalypse? Qingding offered his opinion. "As long as we can carve off a piece of the Shishan base's territory, that fat piece of meat, it can alleviate our current pressure." Hong Lin explained the current reality. To occupy the Lujiang and Shishan districts, we must first stabilize our rear. Order the technical department to accelerate their research. They must stabilize the function of these explosive collars. Safety can be put aside for now, but ensure they can detonate. Qingding placed a hand over his chest, his gaze resolute. "Understood." Hong Luyan took a few more steps. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, turned and asked, "How many people from the Vanguard dispatched these past few days have returned?" Qingding reported, "Basically all of them have returned. Even those who haven't are accounted for." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Gao Yuan's team, none of them have returned yet, and there hasn't been any news." Hong Luyan frowned in displeasure. Those people, not only do they not respect anyone in the base, but they're so old and still in their rebellious phase. She wondered aloud, could they have encountered some danger? Qingding thought for a moment before replying. Of the 5 major forces in Tianhai City right now, no one dares to start a war easily. He adjusted his glasses, continuing confidently, even when facing those bastards from the Baishua sect, who go around trying to recruit everyone. We avoid major conflict. Hong Luyan, her brow furrowed with worry, listened as he continued his analysis. Even if Gao Yuan encountered people from another force, they would likely show some restraint, unless... Qingding stated plainly, they were competing for some extremely valuable resource. That's the only reason someone would break this unspoken agreement and attack. Hong Luyan refused to believe this argument, retorting, the main resource points in Tianhai City have already been occupied by our major factions. While the remaining resources are important, they're not worth triggering a full-scale conflict. She propped her chin on her hand, considering the other factions. The other factions don't worry me. We won't bother them if they don't bother us. Except for the Baishua sect. A subordinate rushed in, panicked, reporting, "Leader, we haven't found any trace of Captain Gao Yuan or the other team members. They vanished, along with their vehicle." Hong Luyan gasped in astonishment. What? She furrowed her brow in worry. "Even if Gao Yuan is arrogant, he wouldn't dare disobey my orders. Cutting off contact with the base and going elsewhere means something must have happened." Hong Luyan tried to remain calm, asked, "Is there any way to track their location?" "They have a satellite phone in the vehicle. It should have a GPS tracker." The subordinate replied, "That's the most puzzling part. We can't find any tracking signal. It's like they vanished in a thin air. Hong Lian stroked her chin thoughtfully. So, the other party came prepared. Panic rising, she considered a possibility. They definitely didn't decide this on a whim. They must have been planning to attack our Yangsheng base for a while. Is Gao Yuan's disappearance just the opening salvo of a war? Hong Lian bit her nail, calculating. The Chaowu base, the Qingbu base, or the Baishua sect? Which one is it? Or could it be remnants of the Shishan base? Qing Ting calmly offered her analysis that I think the incident occurred closest to the Chaowu base. Why don't we contact them and see what they have to say? Hong Lian picked up the communication device and dialed. After a moment of ringing, someone answered, and Hong Lian spoke immediately. Ding Hai, my cousin Gao Yuan has disappeared at the Huangheng Group factory in the Lujiang district. Do you know anything about this? On the other end of the communication device, in an abandoned factory, Ding Hai listened to the call and replied, "You're quick. But I can tell you, this has nothing to do with our Chaowu base." He leaned against the railing and continued in a low voice. Moreover, we also have missing personnel. Ding Hai's expression darkened as he thought. Espers are rare in Tianhai City. Even if there are rogue espers out there, they'd be hard-pressed to confront well-trained soldiers. So, I'm also wondering about your districts. Could you be responsible? Hong Lian replied. So, we've both suffered losses. She frowned, voicing her thoughts that in all of Tianhai City, there aren't many factions capable of targeting both of our groups simultaneously. The blacksmiths of the Qingbu base dislike conflict and have no reason to provoke us. It can only be the Baishua sect. The other side agreed. Yes, you're right. It must be the Baishua sect. Hong Lian asked seriously, so, can you swallow this insult? Ding Hai pulled at the corner of his mouth, replying, Yu Xian was my trusted lieutenant. The Baishua sect dared to kill him, and I will make them pay tenfold. Hong Lian smiled, pleased, and proposed, all right, let's take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Outside the refuge, not far away, a thick wall of ice had been erected. Zhang Yi stood on the ice wall and released a device from his spatial storage. After setting up a row of sniper rifles facing outwards, he looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, then connected it to the computer. He could directly control these weapons, even from inside the refuge. It was truly a fortified fortress. Ka Ran waved and reported, Big brother, I've finished repairing the outer walls of the refuge. Zhang Yi praised him. Very good. He looked down from above, because up until now, the Chaowu and Yangsheng bases hadn't made any moves. He hadn't even detected the shadow of a scout. It seemed the leaders of these two large bases were extremely formidable. At lunch, everyone sat down to a delicious meal. Liang Yu looked at him and announced, Zhang Yi, I need to go deliver food to the students. Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, all right. Then, he took a large bag of food from his spatial storage. She smiled. Thank you. Xian asked worriedly. Miss Liang, why don't you look well? Did they say something unpleasant to you again? Xian clutched her arm indignantly. They're too much. I even feel like Miss Liang shouldn't care about them anymore. She tried to persuade Liang Yu. Miss Liang, you've done nothing wrong. It's their fault. Even if something really happens to them, you don't have any responsibility. Liang Yu looked distraught. Is that so? Zhang Yi, watching Liang Yu's back as she left, thought to himself with amusement, I'm not the one being mean. It's just a few words from the sidelines, but it doesn't feel bad. At the training area, Zhang Yi said to Liang Yu, if you think it's dangerous around here, I can negotiate to have those students move closer to the refuge. Liang Yu listened as he added, of course, but our relationship with them isn't very close, so this will be up to everyone to decide. She lowered her head and said, for now, let's not do that. Xian, Karan, and I have talked a lot. What happened in the past at the Tianqing Academy really hurt them, and I bear some responsibility for that. Liang Yu forced a smile. Anyway, everyone is living peacefully now, and nothing dangerous has happened, so there's no need to be so tense. Zhang Yi stretched comfortably. It's good that you have this mindset. I should learn from you and not be so afraid of my own shadow all the time. Tomorrow is full of hope, right? She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It's rare to hear such words from you. Liang Yu brightened and declared, "Then let's start today's martial arts lesson." Zhang Yi asked curiously, "Were we practicing today?" She smiled as she warmed up and explained, "You're learning martial arts to deal with unexpected close combat situations. So joint locking techniques and grappling are very useful for you. Today we'll start with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu." He cheerfully replied, "Okay." A moment later, Zhang Yi found his arm twisted behind his back by Liang Yu, who then used her leg to pin him down. She pressed his face into the floor. Zhang Yi's face flushed as he cried out, "No more. I can't take it anymore. I surrender." Liang Yu then released her hold on him. Zhang Yi sat on the ground, silently appraising Liang Yu. After coming to the refuge, she seemed to have regained hope in the apocalypse, no longer fixated on those students. He watched her drink the supplement, thinking that someone with desires and needs would be easier to manipulate, eventually turning them into a pawn in his hands. Later, lying in bed, Zhang Yi still couldn't stop thinking, should he really do this? He thought about planting the recovered satellite phone in the homes of the students staying in Sijia town. The people from Yangsheng base would definitely find it, and then they would naturally take action for him. Zhang Yi rubbed his aching forehead. But if he didn't handle this well, it could lead the people from Yangsheng base or even Chaowu base here. What should he do? He entertained a wishful thinking fantasy. What if the people from the two major bases never found out? What if he was the one who killed their people? Then he could live a peaceful life, and they would treat him like the emperor of Tianhai City. Zhang Yi shook his head and sighed, dismissing the thought. Nice thought, but there's no such good thing. One's fate is not their own in this world. He took the satellite phone out of his space with a smile. Forbearance and retreat won't bring peace. So I'll fight until there is peace. As long as I build a strong defense line to fight them, who can threaten me? Zhang Yi sat up, resolute that I've decided. I'd rather die than retreat half a step from the defense line. He gave the satellite phone to Hua to hold in its mouth. Hua then took it and went outside. It jumped out of the base. Hua ran all the way to the residential area on the other side. At an ancient church, voices echoed from within. The priestess. The great priestess has arrived. Inside were people in red robes, the most prominent being a young woman standing alone above them. Kong Daya clasped her hands in prayer. White snow in the sky. All things on earth. Our bodies are born between heaven and earth. The group below repeated reverently. Our souls come from the heavens. The sun and moon illuminate our bodies. The pure snowflakes cleanse our souls. Kong Daya spread her arms wide and proclaimed, "May you praise the followers of the snow worship sect forever, so that we may prove ourselves with our souls and bodies." A person holding a newborn baby rushed in frantically. "Great priestess, please save this child." The baby was thin and frail, its breath barely perceptible. Kong Daya frowned and used a golden light to envelop the child. The baby suddenly seemed to regain its vitality and cried out with a wail. The group below immediately cheered excitedly. A miracle! A miracle! The person standing above them was the priestess of the snow worship sect, Yuan Kong Daya, with the ability of bestowal. She was sweating, forcing a weak smile. Below, they cheered and praised, "Great Snow God! Great Snow God! The priestess, Your Highness!" Jixian worriedly stepped forward and intervened. "Priestess, please rest for a while. The bestowal can continue tomorrow." Kong Daya resolutely refused and requested continue. Suddenly, someone from below rushed towards her. A member of the snow worship sect collapsed to the ground, pale and terrified, asking what's going on. Jixian immediately ran forward and shouted, "Tong Zhan, Demai, protect the priestess." Tong Zhan and Mai immediately obeyed the order and shielded Kong Daya. Jixian led 3 people behind him and commanded Han Chang, Li Qian, Wu Huan, "Follow me out to meet the enemy." Upstairs, Kong Daya clasped her hands in prayer. "Snow God, please protect your followers. Let us away from the flames of war and suffering. The snow worship sect members below immediately chanted, "For Her Holiness the Priestess." For the snow worship sect, their voices echoed as they watched a group of people exit. "For Her Holiness the Priestess." For the snow worship sect, after everyone following the order had left, the doors immediately closed. A few people remained in the hall. Kong Dia spoke up, continuing the blessing ritual. Outside, several black and red cars continuously fired at the church. The snow worship sect members guarding outside took cover while trying to fight back. One person shouted encouragement, "Hold on, we must hold them off. We can't let them destroy our home." A man covered in bombs and holding a detonator jumped out, yelling, "For the snow god." He jumped into the midst of the vehicles outside and shouted, "Let's take them down with us." The bomb exploded, engulfing several cars in flames. Hong Luyan gritted her teeth in anger. These damned cultists. They've brainwashed their followers into monsters who don't even fear death. They truly deserve to be eradicated. She shouted orders to her side attack. "Capture that hypocritical bitch Kong Dia for me. I'm going to tear her sanctimonious skin to shreds." A snow worship sect member saw Ji Xian leading another group out and immediately shouted joyfully, "The deacons have arrived." The people from Yangsheng base continued firing in that direction. "Kill them." Ji Xian used his ability to create a swirling golden barrier in front of the incoming bullets. The bullets that hit his golden barrier stopped. Then, they clattered to the ground one by one. Ji Xian tried to reason with them. "Do you intend to break the peace treaty?" Hong Lian's face was livid with rage. Ji Xian. She took out a gourd and retorted, "You're the ones who broke the peace treaty. You attacked first." Hong Lian tilted the gourd back and drank from it. From her mouth erupted a large reddish-orange flame. The flame, like a ferocious beast, charged straight towards the snow worship sect members. Ji Xian calmly spread his arms out to the sides, successfully using two cars in front of him as a shield to block the flames. But the flames were still incredibly powerful, burning those nearby, including the corpses from earlier, to ashes. Ji Xian was struggling, sweat dripping down his face. He hastily shouted, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Our snow worship sect has always remained neutral. We don't antagonize any faction." Hong Lian naturally didn't want to hear his explanation and ordered her side. "Kill them." At this moment, Ding Hai stepped forward, smiling. "Since we're already here, we might as well cripple you once and for all." Ji Xian yelled to the snow worship sect, "Fight back. No matter what, don't let them near the church." The red flames exploded with a powerful roar, emitting a blinding light and terrifying heat. Ding Hai exhaled a cold breath, using his ability, Ice and Snow Overlord. His body was gradually enveloped by the cold air, condensing into ice in the shape of armor. Ding Hai raised his hand, and sharp ice spikes formed and floated upwards. He charged towards his target. Ji Xian shouted, "In the name of the snow god, I bestow upon them divine punishment." But the snow worship sect members, armed and in great numbers, surged forward with imposing momentum, intent on annihilating all their enemies. The opposing group watched in fear, crying out, "Are these people crazy? They're actually trying to stop us with their own bodies." A terrified member of the Yangshan base watched as a snow worship sect member suddenly lunged at them. The man was strapped with explosives and held a detonator, but his face showed no fear. He pressed the detonator, and another massive explosion rocked the area. People from both bases cried out in astonishment. Are all the snow worship sect members insane? They're willing to sacrifice their lives to attack. Everyone be careful. Hong Lian watched the oncoming snow worship sect members and cursed, "Damned cult. Who knows how many fools they've tricked into dying for them with their idiotic doctrines." She made a decision. Capture the leader first. Ding Hai, let's work together and capture Ji Xian first. Ding Hai nodded in agreement. Good idea. Hong Lian continued to drink from her gourd. Strange, crimson patterns suddenly appeared on her body. This was her purgatory crucible ability. Ji Xian stared in surprise at her transformation. He looked down in alarm to see Ding Hai gripping one of his legs. At the same moment, Hong Luyan leaped towards him and delivered a punch to his face. A bright, reddish-gold explosion erupted right in front of the church. When the smoke cleared, Ji Xian was still standing, though breathing heavily. Wu Huan and another member looked on anxiously. They both immediately jumped in front of Ji Xian to shield him. Hong Luyan clenched her still-smoking fist and gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, I can't take him down quickly, and his followers keep coming. A Yangsheng base soldier fired continuously, but the Snow Worship sect members continued their fearless advance. Seeing this, Hong Lian thought, these people are truly insane, willing to trade 10, 20 lives for just one of ours. She looked at the still massive crowd and considered her options. Even if we continue fighting, our chances of winning are still high, but we need to be wary of the Qingba base. We can't afford to lose too many people here. Hong Luyan shouted, my cousin and over a dozen of his men were killed, and your Snow Worship sect is the prime suspect. I demand an explanation. Ding Hai added, my trusted aide, Yu Xian, was also killed in Shishan base territory. Currently, in the entire Tianhai city, the ones with the greatest strength and suspicion are you, the Snow Worship sect. Both of them spoke in unison, determined to see results. Ji Xian, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, tonight, our two houses will flatten you. A Snow Worship sect member, hearing this, thought angrily, hypocrites. It's clear they came here intending to wipe us out, and now they're scared and changing their tune. A giant bird's foot clamped down on someone's head, a beast transformation ability. He hurled something forward and roared furiously. What does the deaths in your two houses have to do with our Snow Worship sect? Do you have any proof that we killed them? Hong Lian calmly dodged the projectile and retorted sarcastically, oh, so you want to call the police? The man was left speechless in his anger. Ji Xian suddenly stepped back behind the red-haired man and firmly assured them, our Snow Worship sect has always adhered to the agreement between us. We haven't killed a single one of your people. Ding Hai retorted, but besides you, I can't think of anyone else in Tianhai City who has the strength and ambition to attack both our families simultaneously. Hong Luyan added, moreover, the perpetrator cleanly eliminated two teams led by espers without leaving a trace. Those Qingba people are in a remote area and have no motive to attack. Eliminating all other possibilities, the culprit is you. Who else could it be? Ji Xian pondered. So that's how it is. He spoke seriously. Have you ever considered that there are other forces in Tianhai City besides us that are no weaker than us? He slowly added, perhaps even forces comparable to us. Hong Lian and Ding Hai simultaneously shouted in rebuttal. That's impossible. Ji Xian frowned and gritted his teeth, explaining, it's entirely possible. Have you forgotten the commotion in the Lujiang area over a month ago? Hong Luyan and Ding Hai were stunned, as if suddenly recalling the strange events in the Lujiang area. They had indeed heard gunshots and powerful explosions before, but hadn't paid attention after the Shishan base was destroyed by missiles. Hong Luyan rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously, is there really some powerful force behind this? If they truly still exist, doesn't that mean even the Shishan base couldn't do anything to them? She interrupted, Ji Xian, you're just trying to deflect our suspicion. Ding Hai also spoke, clearly distrustful. Based on your few words, you think we'll believe you? Hong Lian pointed a finger accusingly. Right now, you need to prove the Snow Worship sect's innocence. Only then will we believe you. Ji Xian raised a hand to stop the agitated soldiers behind him. Don't be rash. If we fight now, we won't be a match for them. He glanced at the red-haired soldier, urging him, tell everyone what you saw outside the Shishan base that day. He shouted seriously towards the front. Our people went to Shishan base and met Zhao Siming and Zhao Wu. The red-haired soldier, who had just been stopped, said unhappily, besides Zhao Siming and his group, I also saw a group of people wearing Shishan base uniforms. They might be the murderers you're looking for. Ding Hai and Hong Lian discussed amongst themselves. What do you mean? You think the Shishan base hasn't been destroyed, and they're just hiding, slowly recovering their strength. Hong Lian's expression turned sharp and cold as she made her judgment. That's highly unlikely. Their base was bombed. They'd have major problems with food and survival. She crossed her arms and stated coldly, if they were really hiding, they'd need time to stabilize their forces, so they wouldn't dare attack our two families at the same time. She suddenly noticed someone. Come closer. She greeted the approaching group from Ji Xian with a smile. Even now, or even in the past, did Shin Hinian really have the guts? Ji Xian, hearing this, angrily retorted, the Shishan base wouldn't dare, but who knows about other places? What if they've been occupied by others after all this time? Two armed soldiers following Hong Lian also murmured amongst themselves. Not everyone understands our strength. They probably don't even know there are powerful survivor bases like ours outside of Shishan and Lujiang districts. Ji Xian carefully observed the two of them, thought if they knew, I don't think you would dare to lay a hand on your people. Hong Lian offered her assessment. See Jiang County. Ding Hai pondered thoughtfully that it seems this is the only explanation that can account for the current situation. Both of them reached a consensus, nodding in agreement. First, let's go back and investigate thoroughly. Don't waste our fighting strength pointlessly and let others reap the benefits. Hong Lian pointed, giving her orders that that's enough for today. We will investigate, but remember this. If we find out your people did it, we will be back. Ji Xian's red-haired soldier, hearing this, angrily cursed. Next time, I'll completely destroy your lot. Why are you so arrogant? If you have the ability, come here, and I'll make sure you never come back. Ding Hai, sitting in his vehicle, clarified the situation with Hong Lian. The snow worship sect scale has expanded too rapidly. Relying on that priestess's brainwashing, they've absorbed a lot of survivors. She scoffed from beside her own vehicle. They're so foolish. They actually believe there will be some kind of heavenly kingdom in the later age, but they don't understand they're not strong enough and will be used as cannon fodder wherever they go. Everyone boarded their respective vehicles, preparing to leave. Ding Hai suddenly stepped out and approached Hong Lian's vehicle. What do you plan to do next? She smiled leisurely. I need to say. She posed a pointed question in return. Neither of us can sit idly by and ignore this matter, can we? Ding Hai feigned surprise. Should we act together? There might truly be a powerful force there. Acting alone would be very dangerous. He craftily suggested, thinking about it, I hope our two sides can cooperate. Now that old man Chun Hinian is dead, as long as we join forces, we can control the entire Tianhai city. Right here, she coldly commanded, let's go. The vehicles swiftly departed, leaving trails of snow and exhaust in their wake. He sighed, what a formidable woman. If I could capture her, Tianhai city would be mine. Waiting high, Jingguan approached and reported, Boss, that woman seems to be hiding something. He acknowledged this. Isn't that natural? None of us completely trust the other. Ding Hai was confident in what he concealed. Moreover, I seem to be recalling something. He reopened a message on his phone. Who was fighting with the Shishan base by the riverbank? At first, it was probably that insignificant, hard-to-notice character. At the Yangsheng base, Hong Lian stood directly behind a soldier, observing his computer screen. The soldier simply reported, these are two locations where people lived near each other. Tan Din pushed up his glasses, feigning a look of grave consideration as he analyzed the situation. That manor is in the wealthiest district of Tianhai City and houses thousands of villagers. Forces capable of confronting the Shishan base are all present there. He paused, then suggested, Hong Lian, consider this carefully. It seems we can only send someone to investigate first. Would you like to contact Wei Dinghai? Let them send someone to investigate with us. It'll be safer. She dismissively waved her hand, rejecting the idea. There's no need. Confident in her analysis, she continued, although we don't know how strong this mysterious force is, if they've been attacking the Shishan base for a prolonged period, their strength must have been greatly depleted. Hong Lian seemed to relish the misfortune of others. The Shishan base is being destroyed, and their situation isn't any better. If it's truly neutralized, we can pick up the pieces. Tan Din pondered the feasibility of this plan, but if we don't know the opponent's strength, doing so is still somewhat risky. She winked confidently. With their strength, no matter what, that team killed 2 of our teams in a row. Although he's an outsider, Chao Vin's strength can only be said to be at the bottom of our base. Hong Lian affirmed. This time, Donghu is being sent there. He's the safest option. He seemed to hesitate at this decision. Hong Lian forcefully reassured him, don't worry about those of the base. Waiting high is an old fox. If they hadn't asked for help, they wouldn't be so polite now. Tan Din went to open the door and instructed the soldier, called Donghu. Outside the palace, a chaotic scene unfolded. Countless dead and wounded lay scattered, blood staining the white snow, smoke rising into the air. Ji Xian, breathing heavily with exhaustion, clutched his injured arm. Han Chang rushed over anxiously. The medical team, he tore off his sleeve and tightly wrapped it around the wound. It's okay. I'll ask the leader for treatment. Ji Xian started to leave. Here, you can settle here. He seemed dazed. All right. The wounded, rolling in the snow, cried out in pain. The medical team quickly moved out to provide aid. A young man with blue hair, tied up with a severed arm, cried out, wait a minute, I can still be saved. A pink-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, prayed, may the snow god redeem all suffering in the world and grant a happy and beautiful paradise for your devout followers. The girl took his hand. You can no longer serve the Lord's human body in this world, so return to the Lord's kingdom to serve the Lord himself. She coldly thrust 2 fingers into the young man's neck. There, she said flatly. He stared in shock, clutching his bleeding neck, struggling to speak. A member of the snow worship sect said coldly, I truly envy you. She laughed maniacally, filled with a perverse joy. Soon, you can meet the Lord God. Han Chang directed the others, bring the bandaged bodies back for treatment. After collecting the bodies, follow me here. Beside the magnificent castle stood a building constructed with modern technology. Han Chang yelled, drop the bodies and return immediately. No ordinary followers are allowed to enter this place. The stripped bodies were piled up like garbage. The people left, leaving behind a quiet scene and the chaotic mess piled before the entrance of that modern building. A series of strange blue tentacles reached out from within. They wrapped around the bodies, forming a cage, pulling them inside, leaving trails of blood on the ground. On the ground, only a long, deep gouge remained, along with a trail of blood leading towards the entrance, then disappearing. Inside the building, tendrils of some kind of plant were dragging the corpses of the heretics inside. The jade-green tendrils enveloped the entire building. They gathered the bodies in one place and began to absorb energy from them, creating cocoons. As the cocoons were hung up, a thick red gas emanated from the vents, making the place gloomy. Suddenly, a red fruit formed from one of the cocoons. Outside, the building emitted a strange green light. Han Chang watched the strange phenomenon from above and clasped his hands in prayer. May those who have gone before become the hope of the survivors. Their flesh and blood are my sustenance. Cut to the inside of the church. Trin Jayat Tien slowly walked towards Kong Da, who was having someone kneel before her, performing a ritual. Kong Da shifted her gaze to the children and smiled gently. She spread her arms and called out, "Come here, my children." The children looked at her blankly, not understanding. On the other side, a couple was trying to encourage their child, believe in the high priestess. Everything she does is for your own good. You need to undergo the baptism ritual to be qualified to become citizens of the snow worship sect. The black-haired child, hearing these words, obediently walked forward and laid down on the stone table. Kongda began the ritual, placing her hand on the boy's face. She produced a knife, her face calm as she reassured him. Don't be afraid. There's a demon clinging to you, and I'll remove it for you now. The boy was now scared to death, unable to move or make a sound. Kongda then slashed across the boy's lower body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After the cut, she calmly said, I will personally cleanse your defilement. The boy lost consciousness from blood loss. His eyes glazed over. After cutting him, she used her power to heal the wound. Kongda continued, this way, you won't turn into a filthy demon anymore. By some miracle, the boy revived. She led him down by the hand and said to the crowd, the cleansing is complete. The people, as if brainwashed, respectfully clasped their hands and said, thank you, High Priestess, for cleansing the boy's body so he is no longer bewitched by demons. Then she patted the boy's head. From now on, he will be obedient and won't cause any more trouble. Then she asked, right, little one? The boy, his eyes vacant, stood there obediently as she continued. From now on, he will also be a good child. The other two boys were terrified. The light blue-shirt boy said in a panic, is cleansing cutting that off? He repeatedly refused. The green-shirt boy next to him reacted the same way, fearfully saying, wouldn't that make him a eunuch? I don't want to be a eunuch. The adults around them, perhaps no longer sane, heard the children's refusal and rebuked them. Why are you so disobedient? It's all for your own good. A woman picked up the green-shirt boy and said, you've always been so naughty. It must be because of demonic harassment, so you must let the High Priestess cleanse you to become a good child. A man also embraced the light blue-shirt boy. Be good. Don't be so unreasonable. Kongda's face revealed a look of exhilaration. Her eyes filled with cruelty and coldness. Her voice, like a demon claiming a life, asked, who should be cleansed next? At this moment, the mother of the boy who had just been cleansed exclaimed joyfully, that's wonderful. The boy himself seemed to hear nothing, his eyes still vacant and empty. After the cleansing ritual, the parents gradually led their children out. One parent didn't forget to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Holiness. Now we don't have to worry about them acting out anymore. Kongda remained standing, watching everyone leave. Han Chang approached her. As soon as she saw him, she noticed his injuries. She asked with concern, how did you get hurt so badly? She then started to use her powers to heal him. Han Chang waved his hand to stop her, saying awkwardly, you've used your powers a lot today. Heal me tomorrow. She looked at him somberly and asked, who did this to you? Han Chang honestly confessed, it was a joint attack by the Yangsheng and Chaowu bases. Outside, the snow continued to fall. His voice, hesitant, replied yes. Kongda began to reason. Besides our snow worship sect and the 4 major bases, there's unexpectedly another powerful and mysterious force in Tianhai City. Could the destruction of the Shishan base be related to them as well? Han Chang shared the information he knew. That mysterious force is related to someone named Zhang Yi. We received information from them before, mentioning this person. He speculated, now looking at all the connections, it forms a very clear path. This Zhang Yi is a very powerful evolver. Han Chang's eyes sharpened as he continued his deduction. His strength is probably the greatest in Tianhai City. Otherwise, how could he confront Shishan, even causing their destruction? Kongda, after listening, presented her own reasoning, but all the evidence points to Shishan's destruction being related to the missiles from the Jiangnan region. He found her reasoning sound, but didn't dismiss his own suspicion. That's true. But even so, it can't be completely unrelated to Zhang Yi. He definitely controls a force that cannot be underestimated. She spoke with a serious expression. If that's the case, we need to keep an eye on this person. Han Chang suggested, should we send the Grand Preceptor to investigate him? Seeing her silence, he continued to persuade her. All the resource-rich territories in Tianhai City have been occupied by the 4 bases. Although the blood vines allow us to obtain food through other means, it's not a long-term solution. He touched his wand and continued, like today, The joint attack by the Yangsheng and Chaowu bases made it difficult for me to defend. If they hadn't had some reservations, they might have wiped us out. He firmly stated his strategy. Therefore, I think we should develop an ally, especially one similar to us. Kongda, having heard him out, was persuaded. She said, "All right, let the Grand Preceptor go and assess him. If he truly has the ability, then from now on, Tianhai City will undergo earth-shattering changes." The scene shifts to the medical room in Suo Jingyin's base. Zhang Yi stood there with his arms crossed, watching Kan Ni conduct research. He asked, "So, do you know what this thing is?" She listened as he quickly replied, "This type of drug is usually only used on a battlefield. Its effects are very strong. It can enhance strength and make someone stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights. Kan Ni reached out and took some of the medicine, then continued to explain, "I've seen this type of drug before in the teacher's lab, but this is the first time I've seen someone use it. In terms of effectiveness, it's 10 times stronger than the drug I gave everyone before." She hesitated. "It's just, this type of drug can only strengthen the body and accelerate metabolism. In reality, it's a frantic depletion. Just a little carelessness and you'll die instantly." He understood after hearing this. He sighed and said, "As expected, there's nothing free in this world. A drug that makes people strong without side effects really doesn't exist." Suddenly, Kan Ni smiled confidently and said something mysterious that he couldn't understand, perhaps not necessarily. He looked puzzled. Seeing his confusion, she explained, "I've heard of research on drugs to enhance soldiers' combat abilities while trying to avoid excessive side effects." Then she gave him the answer he wanted. Although side effects can't be completely eliminated, they can be minimized. But before he could rejoice, she poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Of course, the price of this drug is very high, so it hasn't become a standard stimulant in the military. Hearing this, he concluded, "So that means it's possible to encounter it in the future, but the chances aren't as high, right?" He sighed. "It seems that we have to be cautious even when encountering ordinary people in the future. The power of science cannot be underestimated." Suddenly, he asked Kan Ni, "Do you remember the rat poison you used before?" She took off her gloves and turned her head. Rat poison." Kan Ni thought for a moment and then said, "The last time you used it was at the Nak Lock area, wasn't it? Do you still have it?" He chuckled. "Keeping it might be useful. We still have to be cautious." He asked with a sly smile, "If the dosage is less than the lethal amount, what effect will it have?" She immediately replied, "If the amount is too small, there's no need to worry. The human body's detoxification function can eliminate it." She started calculating. "But if the dosage is controlled at around 5%, it won't be eliminated and will become toxic in the body." He asked again, "Will it be fatal?" She shook her head repeatedly. "Of course not. However, continuous absorption will damage the internal organs, and if left untreated, it will be fatal." She said this with a sinister smirk like his, but in this harsh environment, the human body is already very weak. Absorbing this kind of drug will probably only lead to death. He nodded in agreement, stroking his chin as he considered his future plans. Suddenly, she asked him, "Are there rats in the house?" He maintained his expression, replying with a slight smile, "Not in the house, but outside. I think everyone understands that the rats here are the enemy." The scene shifted to Ms. Luong's group of students. Tan Vu sat by the campfire with the others, slamming his fist on the ground in frustration. "Damn it, why do we have to live like this, so oppressed?" Another student angrily said, "We should have stayed at the Taesan base. It was a bit tiring, but at least we had a place to stay. Even if we were going to die, at least we wouldn't freeze to death." A student wrapped in a blanket in the corner spoke up, trying to quell their anger. "Calm down, guys. Is dying really better than living?" The other students looked over at him. He continued, "If you experience the experimentation process, I believe you wouldn't be saying such things." Hearing that, they thought it made sense and couldn't argue. "We were just saying it casually, but Ms. Luong could also take advantage of us. How could she be so heartless and leave?" Ms. Luong wouldn't dare. Now that she's become one of Zhang Yi's people, she might even get into the security department. She probably used her body to get in. One of the idiots in the group added, "It's very likely like that. Don't let Ms. Luong's usual proper demeanor fool you. I think she's a slut." Ha. Elaborating on this, the guy under the blanket sighed upon hearing these words. Perhaps he wasn't as foolish as the rest of them. Suddenly, the redhead heard a noise and turned to look. Seeing Ms. Luong, her attitude changed completely. She greeted her warmly. "Ms. Luong, you're here." The girl in the green shirt, who had just been bad-mouthing her, also chimed in, "We missed you so much." Ms. Luong ignored them, put down the bag of food, and instructed, "Be careful lately. It's not safe around here. Don't go out except to find food, understand?" Tanvu, hearing this, spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Ms. Luong, if it's so dangerous, why don't you take us back? Isn't the security department a safe place?" The surrounding students began to feel uneasy. Ms. Luong turned away coldly. She said, "Take care of yourselves. Listen to me and stay hidden." She opened the door and left coldly. Behind her, Tanvu tried to hold her back. "Ms. Luong. Ms. Luong." Receiving no response, he cursed, "That damned woman. How could she be so heartless?" Then they swarmed the bag of food like rats. Seeing so many people crowding around, Tanvu said, "Don't rush. There's enough for everyone." After that, they each grabbed a food container and started devouring the contents. In front of the house where the students were staying, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Deep Chu Thien, reacting quickly to the sound, shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here!" One of Duong Thina's soldiers rushed forward and choked him, warning as he squeezed, "If you say another word, I'll break your neck." Chu Thien, choked and in pain, struggled to break free. Suddenly, he kicked the soldier hard, sending him sprawling backward. Chang Wen appeared. Seeing this, he was surprised, an evolved one. Chu Thien, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, dashed outside. Chang Wen also reacted quickly. With incredible speed, he moved to stand in front of the door, blocking Chu Thien's escape. He thought to himself, "I can't let him get away." Chu Thien angrily punched towards him and yelled, "Get out of my way." Before his fist could connect, Chang Wen's fist slammed into him, making Chu Thien cough up blood. He collapsed, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. Chang Wen rubbed his hand and said arrogantly, "You overestimated yourself." Rewinding a few hours earlier, at the side of the Zhang Road, the soldiers and Chang Wen were standing there. He instructed, "Hide the vehicles, then proceed on foot to avoid exposing our target." Looking through his binoculars, he was astonished. This thing, was it really built by human hands? It turned out he was looking at a solid, fortified wall. He exclaimed, "This thing, unless you attack it with artillery, normal combat weapons won't be able to breach it." Chang Wen understood everything and said, "I understand why they were able to confront the Taesun base, which has the strongest armed forces." Then he turned back and instructed, "Everyone be careful. This is not an easy opponent. If you're not careful, you'll all die here." After a while of moving, he reached Tujia town. Holding a signal detector in his hand, he thought, the satellite phone signal is inside that dilapidated house up ahead. After thinking it over, Chang Wen ordered one of his subordinates, "You go in and scout the situation inside first." The subordinate respectfully accepted the order and ran into the town. Hiding in a corner to observe, he analyzed, not a single person in sight, and no guards either. It seems this place doesn't have a large-scale organization. Meanwhile, Chang Wen was calling out, "There might be dangerous experts here. Retreat immediately if you find anything unusual." As he was speaking, the subordinate who had gone scouting returned. He reported, "Leader, ahead is a deserted village with no guards around. I didn't see anyone inside either. I found the location of the signal. I didn't alert anyone." Chang Wen was astonished. What? How can this be? He was perplexed. Could a major force really be behind the front lines? But why is the signal here? Is it a trap? After a moment of confusion, he regained his composure. As he walked, he thought, but since we're already here, we should at least bring back some useful intel. Back in the present, the captured students were tied up, and Xiao Tian was still clutching his stomach. Chao Nguyen ordered, tie them all up and bring them back to the leader. Zhang Yi was leisurely lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The satellite phone signal he had placed with the students had changed. As expected, what was bound to happen would happen. He got up and quickly stood by the window looking outside. The snow was thick and rising. How will things unfold? I'm a little bit excited. Shortly after, Zhang Yi went to Han Han's research room. She greeted him with a bright smile. Zhang Yi, you're here. He walked over and patted her head. Then aren't you bored watching movies by yourself? She happily let him pat her head. It's all right. I'm just killing time. I'm not being lazy. Zhang immediately got serious and asked directly, how's the research on the satellite phone data I gave you a few days ago coming along? Any important information? Han Han seriously reported, these people are very cautious. The satellite phone hasn't been used in a while, so information is relatively scarce. But based on the chat logs, we can confirm the identities of the people you killed. He listened attentively as she continued. His name is Chao Nguyen. He's Chu Honglian's cousin, a leader at the Yangsheng base, and the captain of squad. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi uneasily slapped his forehead. What a coincidence. I accidentally killed a relative of a Yangsheng base leader. It seems this matter will be difficult to resolve. Han Han, however, chuckled dismissively. He's just a cousin, not a real brother. I can't say for sure what their relationship is like. He cautiously instructed, we don't know much about their family relationships. In any case, it's best to be prepared. Han Han turned on a device and accessed something. Also, according to the chat logs between him and some people of the Yangsheng base, the relationship between the two sides is relatively close, but there's no concrete, accurate source of information. She looked up and suggested, if this is true, we might face a joint attack from two Al-Qaeda organizations at the same time. Zhang Yi sighed, that I've already thought about that. It's pretty much the worst-case scenario. He remained optimistic. However, ever since experiencing that prolonged battle with the Shishan base, my fear of these large organizations has disappeared. He recalled the missile launch at that time. They also just took advantage of the chaos to seize the opportunity. If they don't obtain a major lethal weapon like a WMD, they won't pose too much of a threat to us. He clenched his fist confidently. From the bottom of his heart, he also longed for a fight with them. He proudly patted his chest, saying that only in this way would they understand that the territory of the Shishan base now belonged to Zhang Yi, and they wouldn't let them cross the line and disturb his life. Zhang Yi was determined to fight them once and let them understand their strength so that everyone could have a peaceful life. Han Han said excitedly, by the way, Zhang Yi, their chat logs also mentioned some things about the snow worship sect. Although it doesn't have much to do with us, I still want to tell you. He exclaimed, oh, you accessed the data on the device? Through the conversation between Chao Nguyen and the others, we can see that his attitude towards the snow worship sect is very bad, so I think the conflict between them is quite intense. Zhang Yi asked, puzzled, so what? Do you mean that if we are attacked by the Yangsheng base, we can consider asking the snow worship sect for support? Han Han suggested, who knows? But if we have more support, there's at least one less enemy, right? He rejected the idea. No, he seriously clarified. Support of unknown origin is sometimes more terrifying than the enemy. He narrowed his eyes slyly, plotting, but if they have any use, I wouldn't mind exploiting them. At the Yangsheng base, 3 massive vehicles stopped right in front of the gate, and a large crowd of people entered the base. The captain pointed and ordered the soldiers guarding the prisoners, take them inside and watch them carefully. I'll report to the leader immediately. Hong Luyan sat cross-legged with a cold expression, opening a ledger to review. A knock came at the door, and she said, enter. She closed the book on the table and coldly asked the man, how did the investigation go? He seriously and carefully reported, we found Chao Nguyen's lost phone in Tujia village and apprehended a group of students. They claim to be from Tianqing Academy, and their teacher is with Zhang Yi. As for Zhang Yi, I didn't see him, but But at the Yunju Manor across the river from Tujia village, I discovered a thick wall of ice and snow. She listened attentively while flipping through her notebook. The bald man continued his report. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Yi and his subordinates must be living behind that wall. It's also thanks to that wall that they were able to block the attack from the Shishan base. Hong Luyan inquired, "Where are those students?" He reported back, "They're outside. Do you want to interrogate them personally?" She slammed the table, pushed back her chair, and stood up. "Let's go and have a look." In the workshop, the group of students were tied up with their hands behind their backs, forced to kneel silently on the ground, and two soldiers with guns stood guard behind them. Hong Luyan, along with Qing Ding and the bald man, walked in with an imposing air. The captain diligently explained the situation. "One more person is unconscious. He must be related to the Shishan base, as I found their body modification technology on him." Hong Luyan glanced coldly and ordered, "Keep that one for last. Study him carefully." Sitting arrogantly with her legs crossed, Hong Luyan interrogated the group of students. "Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you won't want to experience the interrogation methods of the Yangshang base." Chengwu quickly spoke up, shouting, "Please rest assured, I'll tell you everything you want to know. I only ask that you spare my life." The other two students, seeing this, also pleaded for mercy and fear. The black-haired boy cried out, "I'll tell you everything I know. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The blonde-haired student next to him also begged, "Whoever you want to know about, whether it's Zhang Yi or Liang Diet, I can tell you everything." Hong Luyan, holding the satellite phone, questioned, "First, tell me where you got this satellite phone." The students all shook their heads in confusion. "We don't know. We've never seen it before." Her eyes darkened with malice. Chengwu hastily shouted, "Zhang Yi left it. He left it." She questioned suspiciously, "Zhang Yi? Was it really him?" Chengwu lowered his head, sweating profusely. She angrily demanded, "Tell me, how many people are there in Zhang Yi's group, including him? What are their abilities? How many weapons and supplies do they have?" The group of students all shook their heads. She grew impatient. "What? Can't you tell me?" The students whispered amongst themselves, "I think I heard that Zhang Yi has spatial abilities. The people under him are also very strong. One of them is named Yang Henin, a top hacker. There's also someone named Liu Karen, who's very skilled with machinery." Qing Ding analyzed, "With just this information, it's hard to judge how strong Zhang Yi's team really is." Hong Luyan raised an eyebrow in warning. "Do you have any other intel? Think carefully. This isn't enough to save your lives."